It's bad luck, it's bad luck, it's bad luck. Gao Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at the phone screen, and Jackie Chan yelled, "It's bad luck," and ran away desperately. At this time, the phone was not playing a movie about the famous superstar Jackie Chan, but a cartoon called The Adventures of Jackie Chan. The Jackie Chan in it was not the action star we know, but an archaeologist. The first time he watched it, Gao Ming wanted to complain. Sure enough, even an ordinary archaeologist, as long as he is Jackie Chan, will definitely be involved in a lot of troubles, and which archaeologist can fight so well? This is obviously because he added the wrong skill points, right? There's no way. Who calls him Jackie Chan? It would be strange if Jackie Chan can't fight. As college graduation approaches, all the classmates in the school are doing internships outside one after another. Several other roommates in the dormitory have gone out to work. Only Gao Ming is too lazy to bother and stays in the dormitory network all day long. With all his roommates away, Gao Ming could only use the internet to pass the time. Every day, he only used the internet to watch cartoons and play games. Just a few days ago, after Gao Ming finished watching the new show he was following, he was looking for other good anime when he accidentally saw the childhood classic The Adventures of Jackie Chan. So he started watching it again, thinking it was just reminiscing. Childhood. It was originally just used to kill time, but Gao Ming became addicted to it as soon as he saw it. Even though he had watched it several times, he still found it very interesting when he watched it again. It's really good. After a few days, Gao Ming finally watched the last episode of this classic cartoon. Seeing that the old man finally released the Holy Master to restrain the demon dragon, everyone in the dragon group returned the spell to the Holy Master, and the Holy Master regained his strength and showed great power. The whole animation. In the end, Dad sealed both the Holy Lord and the demon Shao Long into hell through a reverse spell, so that the father and son would be locked together forever, falling in love and killing each other. This Jackie Chan adventure also came to an end. It feels a bit wasteful. After watching the adventures of Jackie Chan, Gao Ming was a little unhappy because the magical talisman disappeared as the Holy Lord was sealed. This made Gao Ming, who loved talismans very much, very dissatisfied. Gao Ming couldn't help but get up when he thought of the magical power of each of the 12 talismans. Rat charm, ox charm for giving life to dead things, powerful tiger charm, rabbit charm for balance power, dragon charm for speed and agility, exploding snake charm, invisible horse charm, purifying and healing sheep charm, out-of-body monkey charm, changing animal chicken charm, floating dog charm, youthful immortal pig charm, electric eyes. If someone were to ask Gao Ming which charm he likes the most, he would definitely answer sheep charm. It is not the dragon charm with super powerful attack power, nor the chicken charm that allows humans to realize their dream of flying, but the sheep charm that is rated as the weakest among the 12 spells. The sheep charm can make people's souls go out of their bodies, and even enter other people's dreams. It seems to be a useless ability, and the number of times it appears in the play is very few, but Gao Ming likes this spell the most. What are the 3 powers that a gentleman most wants to acquire? The answer is undoubtedly invisibility, perspective, and teleportation. If there is a chance to obtain supernatural powers, Gao Ming will also choose these 3 abilities. Although there is no clairvoyance among the 12 spells, the invisibility of the snake spell and the speed of the rabbit spell can also achieve 2 of them. However, the soul out of the body of the sheep charm is actually a kind of advanced invisibility, because the soul can't be seen or touched, and the invisible teleportation can be saved. As for perspective, the sheep talisman couldn't solve it, but as a gentleman, Gao Ming had long developed enough patience. If you can't see through it, just wait until the other party liberates himself. After a while, Gao Ming came back to his senses, adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and laughed at himself. Watching anime made me stupid. I haven't graduated from the 2nd grade of middle school. There are so many messy things in reality. Taking a look at the battery display of the phone, he found that the remaining power was less than 10%. Gao Ming got off the bed, took out the charger from the cabinet, connected the phone to it, then aligned the plug with the socket hole and plugged it in. There was an explosion, and the cell phone in Gao Ming's hand suddenly exploded. The left hand holding the cell phone was blown to pieces. The heart-wrenching pain made Gao Ming want to wail, but he didn't have time to cry out. The exploded screen fragments flew everywhere. One of them penetrated Gao Ming's eyes and penetrated his brain. Scattered sparks ignited the books on the table and soon turned into a raging fire that swept through the entire dormitory. The dying Gao Ming was swallowed up by the ruthless flames, taking away his last breath of life. No one knows Gao Ming's last thought before his death. If I had known better, I wouldn't have bought a Sanshin mobile phone. Gao Ming stared with a pair of dead eyes, leaning against the wall, staring blankly at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. Axie. I remember I was watching The Adventures of Jackie Chan. How did I end up in the Marvel movie world? Gao Mingxing muttered helplessly, feeling that his future was gloomy. Less than a day after Gao Ming came to this world, when he woke up from a coma and looked at his uninjured body and the American passersby walking downstairs outside the window, Gao Ming instantly realized that he had traveled through time. Gao Ming didn't know if he was soul-pierced or clothed, because this body was the same as his, but there was a strange memory in his mind. He is also called Gao Ming. He is a Chinese who grew up in the United States. His only relative is his grandfather. After graduating from high school, he followed his grandfather to sell some fast food snacks in Chinatown. However, his grandfather passed away not long ago. Fortunately, his grandfather was young. He cultivated his independent consciousness and ability, and now he lives alone and works in a pizzeria. I don't know if it was because of the sudden intrusion of Gao Ming's soul that he suddenly passed out at home. After a long time of running in, Gao Ming successfully fused with the other party's soul. It seems like a doppelganger in a parallel world, but it's completely different from my life. After thinking for a while, Gao Ming came up with the idea of a doppelganger. He must have been his predecessor in the parallel world. Thinking that he had died in another world, Gao Ming couldn't help feeling a little sad, but he was luckier than a double body. He had several brothers and sisters, and his parents were still alive. He hoped that under the care of his brothers and sisters, his parents could slowly accept his departure. Go for the facts. Incorporating the soul of the doppelganger, Gao Ming naturally learned fluent English. If he can go back, he will definitely pass the English subject. Gao Ming was quite surprised that the time now was actually 2008, and the doppelganger was 24 years old like him, except that Gao Ming was born in 94, and the doppelganger was born in 84. The birth time between the two, there is a difference of 10 years. In this regard, Gao Ming guessed that when the doppelganger was still a chromosome, he won the preliminary competition of life and was born early. However, the doppelganger's parents died unexpectedly when he was very young, so the doppelganger had no other siblings. After accepting the memory of the doppelganger, Kadu had the same face. Everything was so natural and didn't feel strange, so Gao Ming quickly adapted to it. With the mentality of taking peace of mind as you come, when he was about to continue his own life, and even considered whether to cross the ocean and return to his motherland to watch the 08 Olympics, he saw a piece of news on TV that shocked him. News. Billionaire Tony Stark has been missing for 72 days. Damn it, Tony Stark Iron Man. This is the Marvel world. After confirming that the TV was showing news and not the Iron Man movie, Gao Ming felt very painful when looking at the picture of Robert Downey Jr. on the TV. Generally speaking, when you know that you have traveled to the Marvel world, you should jump up excitedly and cheer loudly to celebrate. But Gao Ming is not happy at all. Hulk versus Abomination, Iron Man versus Iron Overlord, Avengers versus Kurita Army. These events will all happen in the future, and Gao Ming is living in such a dangerous world now. Even if Gao Ming chooses to leave the United States now, he may not be able to escape. Although the movies all take place in the United States, it is now in the real world. Who knows if the war that originally took place in the United States will expand to the entire world? Oh, what if the big guys like Thanos and Dormammu suddenly get interested and want to destroy the Earth one day? Thinking of Thanos wearing the Infinity Gauntlet inlaid with 6 Infinity Gems and snapping his fingers to wipe out half the life in the universe, Gao Ming couldn't help shivering. The more he thought about it, the more dangerous he felt, and Gao Ming couldn't help shouting, "I want to go back." Fake, what's the noise about? The one next door is going to die. Gao Ming's sudden shouting disturbed the surrounding neighbors, who began to curse. Words starting with and appeared frequently. Gao Ming immediately shut up and waited quietly for the neighbors to turn off the lights. After a while, I found that Gao Ming didn't say anything, and the friendly, wide-eyed neighbor also felt bored. Finally, after scolding him a few times, he stopped wasting his words and continued to do his own thing. After hearing the cursing stopped, Gao Ming couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief and complained in a low voice. Vulgar, uneducated, only rude ghost. Having said that, Gao Ming didn't dare to quarrel with these American neighbors. After all, quarreling with others was not what he was good at, and the neighbors around him were racist intentionally or unintentionally because he was Chinese. If Gao Ming had to fight with them if you argue a few words, you might even get beaten. This is just to calm things down, definitely not to coax Gao Ming to say in secret. Gao Ming continued to sit on the bed with a dejected look on his face, leaning against the wall and looking at the white clouds in the sky through the glass of the window. The sky is so blue and the clouds are so white. World peace is great. Why do so many villains have to appear to cause destruction? I just want to be a passerby silently, without the camera or receiving lunch. Where is Stan Lee? I want to protest. After wandering in his mind for a while, Gao Ming still couldn't think of anything useful, so he could only lie weakly on the bed, recalling the plot of the movie and making plans for the future. Tony Stark was missing for 3 months and only began to perfect the iron suit when he came back. Now 72 days have passed, which means that the day when Tony Stark is rescued is not far away. The plot of the Incredible Hulk seems to have taken place after Iron Man, and Bruce Banner is still holed up in a beverage processing factory in a Brazilian slum. Captain America is probably still hibernating now and will not come out until the Women's Federation to stretch his old bones. The formation of the Women's Federation is just an immature idea of director Ludden. Although Gao Ming was unable to wait for the release of Avengers 3 before traveling back in time, Gao Ming has watched all the movies currently released by Marvel, including the old versions of Spider-Man, Fantastic Four, and Evil Dead that failed to join the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Knights, and the like. Taking advantage of the plot, Gao Ming's confidence in his own survival has increased a lot. Although he can't 100% guarantee that he will not be implicated, he can still hide as long as he can. Can't he hide if he can't afford to offend him? With this lucky mentality, Gao Ming put aside these troubles for the time being, and Gao Ming became entangled with another thing. I was watching The Adventures of Jackie Chan. Why did I travel to the Marvel world? This is illogical. Gao Ming still couldn't figure it out. According to the routine, what he was watching or playing before time traveling should lead to that world when he time traveling. This is the law of time travelers. Although this has nothing to do with logic at all. Continuing to struggle. After thinking hard to no avail, Gao Ming had no choice but to blame the great god of time travel. Perhaps he was too old and too presbyopic to see the coordinates and was transported to the wrong plane. Gao Ming thought that the protagonists in his novels would all have golden fingers after time travel. Then he thought about himself. Although he did not think that he was Long Out Yin and had the destiny of the protagonist, he was still a member of the time-traveling army, and he still traveled to the high-risk world of Marvel. If the time travel did not give a golden finger, it would definitely not survive 3 episodes. So, what is his golden finger? System, Gao Ming called quietly. A silence. It seems I don't have any system. Gao Ming first eliminated the system flow, and then called Grandpa. Still silence. Beauty, handsome guy, senior boss. Gao Ming changed his name several times without giving up, but unfortunately the legendary portable grandpa didn't appear at all. There is absolutely no soul to live in. I don't have to worry about being taken away from my body in the future. Gao Ming comforted himself after finding that no awesome grandpa showed up. In short, Gao Ming firmly believed that he must have a golden finger. If he didn't, he would really have to wait for death. After the system and the grandfather's guests were shattered, Gao Ming started looking for things in the house again, like rings, necklaces, jade pendants, old books, etc. According to the routine, these inconspicuous little objects are often extremely powerful artifacts, and there must be earth-shattering inheritance of skills or treasure maps hidden in the tattered books. Well, it sure is that in order to prove his idea, Gao Ming searched enthusiastically. In drawers, under beds, between bookshelves. Half an hour later. Damn, everything is a lie. After carefully looking through the entire house 3 or 4 times, Gao Ming announced in frustration that the treasure hunt was a complete failure. Gao Ming's doppelganger was completely a thrifty nerd, with no pendants or anything else. The bookshelves were filled with all kinds of things. Such books are very ordinary books. Damn it, I don't even have a comic. How boring am I? Secretly complaining about his doppelganger, Gao Ming resumed his salty posture and lay limply on the bed. The Earth is so dangerous. I want to go back to Mars. Well, no, there are a lot of big guys in the universe. The whole universe is so dangerous. After the system, the portable grandfather, and the sealed artifact, the 3 usual tricks of cheating did not appear. Gao Ming no longer had much hope for the idea of owning cheating. Okay, next time, let's see if any superpowers have awakened. Spread silk and see. Sure enough, there's no such thing as spitting fire. There's no one that makes me invisible. Sure enough, damn it. While he was casually reciting the names of his powers, Gao Ming's eyes suddenly widened. Of course, his expression could not be seen at all now because Gao Ming had completely disappeared. To be precise, Gao Ming is invisible. Wait. Gao Ming was frightened by his sudden invisibility and screamed, not caring about disturbing the neighbors. He looked down, left, and right, carefully observing his current situation. As expected, he was completely invisible. If not, he could still touch things, and Gao Ming almost thought he had turned into a ghost without realizing it. Now that he can become invisible, can he change back? Ignoring the scolding voices of his neighbors, Gao Ming concentrated and kept thinking about removing the invisibility and changing back. The next second, Gao Ming's body reappeared. Haha, I'm going to be awesome. After confirming that he had gained the ability to become invisible, Gao Ming laughed loudly and turned invisible and then appeared happily. Bang bang. The rude banging on the door woke Gao Ming up, and he wanted to shut up as a habit. But when he thought about his ability to become invisible now, he was afraid that it would be too embarrassing for the time traveler to continue to give in. With the ability of invisibility, Gao Ming suddenly became emboldened and yelled toward the door angrily. I'm just noisy. You guys are unhappy. Fight me if you're unhappy. Although Gao Ming can now speak English fluently, he still habitually curses in Chinese, making it difficult for the American neighbors outside the house to understand what Gao Ming said. But the last sentence was enough for them to understand what Gao Ming was expressing. Originally discriminated against Gao Ming's Chinese identity, he never thought that this submissive yellow-skinned monkey would dare to retaliate. This made these unfriendly American neighbors completely angry. Arriving at the door of Gao Ming's house, he beat on Gao Ming's door angrily. Boy, you are very brave today. Come out and talk to Uncle Frank. It turned out to be Frank, a thug from a nearby bar. Carefully recalling the memory of the doppelganger, Gao Ming remembered the identity of the person outside the house, a thug. Although Frank wasn't a famous big shot, the entire apartment knew about his brutality. Damn, I'm so proud. Subconsciously, Gao Ming prepared to activate invisibility, hide himself, and find an opportunity to fight back. But then he thought, wouldn't he be in trouble if he was exposed to be invisible? You know, there are so many black technologies in this world. Maybe they will be available later. SHIELD agents came to the door and took him to study slices. Before hesitating, the door was slammed open, and Frank walked in with a grin on his face. Damn it, the quality of this door is so bad. Seeing that his door was easily knocked open by Frank, Gao Ming couldn't help but cursed. Frank couldn't understand what Gao Ming was talking about, but from Gao Ming's tone, he thought he was scolding him, and immediately became angry. You're looking for death, yellow-skinned monkey. Frank waved his hand viciously and slapped Gao Ming. Before his palm hit his face, the strong wind had already hit his face. Gao Ming's scalp suddenly felt numb, and he quickly raised his arms to protect his head. Frank's palm hit Gao Ming's arm hard, but surprisingly, such a powerful blow did not make Gao Ming take a step back. They both said in confusion at the same time. Frank was a little surprised that he didn't knock the little bug to the ground. Gao Ming was also full of doubts. Could it be that Frank was just a soft-footed shrimp? Both of them were full of doubts about what was going on. Frank failed to knock Gao Ming to the ground with one blow, which made Frank feel humiliated. He heard the neighbors watching the excitement outside the house began to whisper, seeming to doubt Frank's strength. He suddenly became angry and yelled at Gao Ming. Boy, go to hell. Frank desperately wants to beat Gao Ming violently, so as to consolidate his fierce image in front of everyone. Seeing that Frank was punching like crazy, although he still didn't understand his situation, Frank's attack didn't seem to be that strong. Go, but the heartbeat can't help but speed up a bit. Gao Ming grabbed Frank's wrist. Frank tried to break free, but failed. His hand seemed to be tightly bound. He was suddenly shocked, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. With his right hand imprisoned, Frank immediately clenched his left hand and punched Gao Ming with all his strength. Gao Ming reacted faster, and before Frank's left fist could reach him, he quickly punched Frank in the stomach. Boom! Frank was punched out by Gao Ming and fell directly into the wall of the corridor. He foamed at the mouth, rolled his eyes, and fainted completely. Several neighbors who had no time to dodge were also knocked to the side by Frank, looking at Gao Ming in horror. Seeing Gao Ming, a thin guy, actually knocked the strong Frank away with one punch. It was like an ant defeating an elephant, and the neighbors around couldn't believe it, but everything in front of them told them that it was true. When they saw Gao Ming's eyes turn to them, they didn't know who screamed first. As if sending a signal, everyone immediately ran back to their homes in panic and locked their doors several times. Then I huddled inside the house and didn't dare to go out. Ha! Gao Ming felt refreshed and laughed unbridledly when he saw that his neighbor who usually bullied him was so frightened that he ran away. After calming down a little, Gao Ming looked at the broken and locked door of his home and couldn't help but worry. This door can't be closed. I have to call someone to repair it tomorrow. I don't know if there will be a burglar tonight. But when he thought about his inexplicable strength, Gao Ming no longer had to worry about such trivial matters. Looking at Frank, who was stuck in the wall and unconscious, Gao Ming smiled proudly and then closed the door. It doesn't matter if the door can't be locked. Gao Ming is still looking forward to seeing some people who are not afraid of death and letting him test how hard his fist is now. Gao Ming threw himself on the bed, finally unable to suppress his inner excitement, rolling back and forth and jumping up and down. Schwung. As if he wanted to get rid of all the previous worries, Gao Ming screamed, "Wow!" for nearly half an hour, which frightened the neighbors on his left and right, fearing that this guy would suddenly go crazy and cause trouble for them. The fever in his head only lasted for a while. When Gao Ming gradually calmed down, he began to think about the changes that had happened to him. There is no doubt that I have gained the ability to become invisible, and my strength has also become much stronger. Well, it seems a bit familiar. I have seen it somewhere, etc. As if he remembered something, Gao Ming's face showed a bit of surprise and nervousness. After carefully recalling the relevant information in his impression, Gao Ming took a deep breath and an idea came to his mind. The next moment, Gao Ming seemed to have suddenly suffered from narcolepsy. His eyes closed, his body went limp, and he fell limply on the bed, motionless and lifeless. The whole room suddenly became quiet, except for the ticking sound coming from the clock hanging on the wall. Gao Ming seemed to have suddenly fallen asleep, but no one knew, and no one could even see, that Gao Ming was floating in midair, in a state of soul that could not be seen with the naked eye. Looking at his body, and then at himself with his soul out of body, Gao Ming already knew what his golden finger was. Floating back to his body, and then falling down, his soul and body became one again. Gao Ming opened his eyes, his face filled with unconcealable ecstasy, and said with great excitement what he had just guessed. Spell. Through the test just now, Gao Ming can confirm that his golden finger is the ability of the 12 talismans in Jackie Chan's adventures. Just now, he silently recited soul out of body in his mind, and then his soul separated from his body and floated in the air. The soul's out-of-body experience is the power of the sheep charm, while the initial invisibility and sudden increase in strength are the abilities of the snake charm and the ox charm. When he thought that he had obtained 12 spell abilities, Gao Ming was so excited that he even had the urge to use all the spells. However, when he saw that the place where he lived was narrow and there was not much space, Gao Ming still held back. You must know that the ability of the dragon talisman is explosion, and the ability of the pig talisman is electric eye. Once it is used, Gao Ming's residence was instantly reduced to ashes. The rat talisman can give life to dead objects. There are no doll models here, so it is of no use for the time being. I have already experienced the infinite power of the ox talisman. The tiger talisman balances the power in the body. You can try the super speed power of the rabbit talisman. Thinking of this, Gao Ming's eyes lit up. He opened the door first, held his breath and concentrated, made a starting posture, and then, the first time I used the ability of the rabbit charm, I failed to control the speed accurately and hit the wall without any accident. Well, the horse charm is powerful, and it doesn't hurt at all. Gao Ming came out of the sunken wall as if nothing had happened, without embarrassment at all. Well, it's understandable that everything may not go smoothly the first time. The super speed power of the rabbit charm allowed Gao Ming to run at supersonic speeds for just a few steps. This reminded him of an American TV series The Flash he had watched before, except that the super speed power of the rabbit charm did not have lightning special effects. It was as fast as the Flash. In comparison, they are evenly matched. There was also the horse talisman, whose purifying and healing ability allowed Gao Ming to instantly heal his injuries before he even felt a trace of pain. Coupled with the dog charm that gives youth immortality, Gao Ming can proudly say, "I will never die." Although he is eager to continue casting other spell abilities, it is better not to expose them prematurely before he has mastered them. Gao Ming is not arrogant enough to despise this world full of black technology. There is even a possibility that SHIELD agents will come looking for the door in the next second. Although it is unlikely to put Gao Ming's life in danger, Gao Ming does not want to cause a steady stream of trouble. In order not to attract the attention of some interested people, Gao Ming suppressed his inner impulse and prepared to return to his room to study slowly. It seems I still need to practice more. After returning to the room, Gao Ming practiced invisibility and out-of-body techniques for a while. After he was basically proficient, he began to make plans for the rest of his life. Since I possess the power of 12 talismans, I don't have to worry about my life's safety for the time being. It can be said that except for the infinite gems and the big guys in the universe, there is no one on Earth. Except for the Ancient One, this magician laughs at his weird methods. Basically, no one can threaten him. Like Captain America, Iron Man, Hulk, Thor, etc. Although Gao Ming can't go against these superheroes, if there is a conflict, they can't do anything to Gao Ming, a monster that can't be killed no matter how hard they fight. Deadpool, are you talking about me? Since he has a plug-in like a talisman, Gao Ming must make good use of it to improve his living conditions. Now that he has superpowers, Gao Ming decisively decided to quit his job in the pizza shop and then use the power of the spell to do some high-paying jobs. You said that now that Gao Ming has superpowers, what kind of job does he need? Food, clothing, housing and transportation, everything does not cost money. Gao Ming will not imitate those villains and want to rule the world. He does not have the energy or ambition. Think about those powerful villains. Which one is a good ending? Remember, the principle of nauseousity. Gao Ming held his chin with one hand and looked like he was thinking, I can't find a high-end job. The salary is low and it's tiring. What else will I do if I start my own business? Even with the power of 12 spells, Gao Ming still had a headache when it came to finding a job. He wanted to use spells to solve the employment problem, but Gao Ming, who lacked imagination, had no clue. The cow talisman has great power to move bricks. Rabbit charm, speed and agility, to deliver express. Dragon spell, fire blast, go demolition. Snake charm, invisibility. He seems to be able to do many gentlemanly things. I thought about using charms to cheat my work, but all I came up with were random ideas. He couldn't think of a job for the time being, so Gao Ming, who had an easygoing personality, put the matter behind him for the time being. Watching the news on the TV, Gao Ming touched his chin and murmured to himself, "Do you want to save Mr. Shitdake? It seems that Mr. Shitdake is a great man. If you save him, you should get a lot of rewards." Bar. Money is what Gao Ming needs most right now. Whether it was him in the past or Gao Ming in this world, he was just an ordinary person. The doppelganger's entire property is only the money from selling his grandfather's food truck and his salary from working at a pizza shop. Although Gao Ming is now immortal due to the power of the dog charm, and there is no problem if he does not eat or drink, this does not mean that Gao Ming has no need for material things. If there is delicious food, he still has to eat, and if there is fun, he still has to play. And these are all based on a certain economic foundation. For Gao Ming, rescuing Tony Stark and then asking for monetary rewards is not a good look, but it is also a way to get money quickly. By the way, he can also get to know the future Iron Man, which is not a loss no matter how you think about it. Okay, go save Tony Stark. He made up his mind to rescue people, but Gao Ming did not leave immediately, because there was still more than half a month before Tony Stark was rescued, and there was still enough time for Gao Ming to familiarize himself with the power of the spell. Moreover, Gao Ming hoped to save Steel, a knight, not that debauched, cynical playboy. Without those 3 months of imprisonment, Tony Stark would not have reflected on his mistakes. It was those difficult days that made him reborn from the ashes and became the Iron Man who knew how to sacrifice himself for others. I'm going to save people in a while. Let me practice hard now. Thinking of this, Gao Ming became a little excited, because he had an idea to fight criminals as a superhero and train his abilities by the way. Every man has a dream of being a hero. Gao Ming has longed for the life of a hero since he was a child, where he eliminates evil and punishes rape. He used to have no ability to take care of it. Now that he has extraordinary power, how can he continue to sit idly by? Well, it cannot be ruled out that Gao Ming himself wants to be in the limelight. In the Marvel world, it would be a shame not to be a superhero part-time, right? Gao Ming couldn't help but laugh strangely as he fantasized about his heroic appearance in fighting crime. The first step to becoming a superhero is, of course, to make a personal combat uniform. Gao Ming snapped his fingers and said to himself solemnly, clothing is an important factor that affects one's image in the eyes of others. If you dress too low, the first impression will not be much good. Teacher Saitama is considered by the public to be a bald pervert with strange clothes. Unless you are a popular justice fighter like Captain America, wearing a costume like him will only be considered a circus clown. However, designing combat clothing is not an easy task, let alone a person like Gao Ming who has no artistic talent. Don't expect him to come up with any cool clothes. He can just copy the virtual characters in his impression. Searching his memory desperately, a lot of character images emerged in an instant. Saint Seiya, Sion, Brother, Jean Shining, Saitama Sensei, Bone Outyin, Kirito, Naruto, Magical Girl. It seems like some strange things are involved. More and more bizarre characters appeared in his mind, and his thoughts became even more chaotic. Gao Ming immediately stopped recalling and turned to the superheroes among Marvel's opponents. Anyway, there is no company in the Marvel world, so he is not afraid of being accused of copyright infringement. Superman wears red underwear, Batman is pitch black, Aquaman is shirtless, Green Lantern is forgiving, Green Arrow is still forgiving, and Flash suddenly has an idea when he thinks of the Flash. The super speed of Rabbit Charm should not be much worse than the Speed Force. Maybe I can cosplay the Flash and the bad guy is knocked down before he can react. It seems quite interesting. Thinking of the performance of the Flash in American dramas, Gao Ming couldn't help being moved, but he didn't like the big red suit of the Flash, so he recalled the costumes of the other speedsters. In addition to the red and yellow striped suit of the Flash, the original book also includes the Reverse Flash yellow and red striped suit, the extremely fast dark blue and black striped suit, and the extremely fast white and gold striped suit. Comparing the 4 sets of speed suits, Gao Ming felt that the speed suits were more in line with his preferences. The combination of white and gold, a symbol of nobility, looked more mysterious and domineering. After carefully comparing the styles of the 4 sets of costumes, Gao Ming finally made his choice, using the super fast battle suit as his battle costume. But how to make the suit? Gao Ming became troubled again when he thought about making the suit. The hero's combat uniform often needs to consider some special circumstances of its own, and then carefully design it. In the Flash's suit is made of high molecular polymer, which is fireproof and wear resistant, and can resist friction with the air when moving at high speeds. The same is true for the uniforms of other speedsters. If Gao Ming plans to make a speed uniform, he must also consider the issue of materials. But the problem is, Gao Ming is not talented enough to make clothes that meet the requirements of a speedster. Not to mention that he does not have the skills. If he randomly chooses ordinary materials to make them, the clothes will definitely catch fire while running. Axie, where should I find a professional to help make the suit? Gao Ming scratched his hair in anxiety. It's funny to say that a person who has mastered 12 magical abilities would be stumped by making clothes. I remember there was a guy who made clothes. The guy who appeared in Daredevil seemed to be the one who made Daredevil's uniform. With a flash of inspiration, Gao Ming remembered a person. Melvin Porter, a talented costume designer who was good at design and tailoring, created an extremely high-performance suit for Daredevil. Thanks to Gao Ming, who followed the American TV series Daredevil for a while, he knew that there is such a #1 character. Since Daredevil is a character in the Marvel world, he must be able to find it in this world as well. Gao Ming was relieved when he thought of the candidate to make the suit. As for whether Melvin would cooperate then, Gao Ming was not worried. Melvin has a daughter, and her daughter is his biggest weakness. In the play, Kingpin uses his daughter to blackmail him into making Melvin a protective suit. That being the case, Gao Ming helped him solve the threat of Jean Bing, and Melvin should help make the battle suit. I expressed deep resentment towards those capital authors who have hundreds of thousands of words in their manuscripts. Although he made up his mind to get rid of Kingpin so that Melvin could gratefully help him make the suit, problems kept coming one after another. Gao Ming had a new problem: where to find Melvin. There was a huge crowd, and it was not easy to find someone in the big city of New York. Even if you narrowed your search to the urban area of Hell's Kitchen, you still couldn't find it, especially a little-known person like Melvin. Why don't I have Jarvis? Gao Ming couldn't help but feel jealous when he thought of Jarvis, Iron Man's smart butler, who could search for individuals around the world in minutes. Well, it's decided that whenever there is an opportunity in the future, I will use all possible means to poach an artificial intelligence from Tony Stark. Gao Ming racked his brains to recall the plot of Daredevil, trying to find any useful clues, but he only remembered that Matt in the play, also known as Daredevil, was one of Kingpin's men who found the whereabouts of Melvin. But the detailed address was not mentioned in the play. Damn it, the writer would die if he added a few more lines. At least tell me where Melvin lives. Although Gao Ming now has great magical powers, he is not omnipotent. None of the 12 spells can help find people. I'm in trouble. What should I do? Gao Ming's mind was in a mess. Suddenly, he had an idea. Maybe I can ask Daredevil for help. However, the current Daredevil seems to have just started his heroic career. His image should still be dressed in black, with a black turban covering half of his face. It is not much different from the Nightwalker, except for the position where his face is covered. Solo. Sure enough, even if you are a hero, image is still very important. Matt is not worthy of the title of Daredevil yet. At most, he is a vigilante who goes out at night to beat up petty thieves. He probably has not yet come into contact with a big shot like Kingpin. Daredevil can't help. This guy doesn't know that Kingpin is the controller of the underground world. Let him continue to play with those little thieves. He thought about it, but still had no clue. Suddenly, Gao Ming slapped his forehead fiercely, with a look of annoyance on his face. I'm stupid. Melvin can't be found. Jean Bing is easy to find. I'll ask Jean Bing directly, and then bring Jean Bing to me. If you catch him and wipe him out in front of Melvin, it will be over. It's no wonder that Gao Ming has just discovered that he has gained extraordinary power, and his thinking is still at the level of ordinary people, and he hasn't been able to change it for a while. Since you have such a powerful force, why do you need to think so much? Gao Ming fumbled around for a while. Fortunately, the doppelganger was not so frugal that he didn't even buy a mobile phone. Turning on his antique clamshell phone, Gao Ming operated the phone helplessly and searched online for the location of Hell's Kitchen and Jean Bin's company. After a series of operations and waiting for an incredibly slow signal, Gao Ming finally found the information he wanted, and then threw his phone on the bed. Well, it's decided. I'll blackmail Jean Bin and get some money to spend. As soon as I get the money, I'll buy a mobile phone first. I will definitely not buy a Sanqin mobile phone this time. He was about to carry out his first act of chivalry, and he was still dealing with Kingpin, a great villain. Thinking about it, he was excited, but Gao Ming was not carried away by his enthusiasm. Although he is going to clean up the cancer of Kingpin and benefit society, it is better to keep a low profile and at least change his clothes to disguise himself. After searching the closet, he found that there were only a dozen sets of whitewashed casual clothes and 2 or 3 thick winter coats. Gao Ming was completely speechless about the doppelganger, and there was not even one thing he could look at. Reluctantly closing the closet, Gao Ming then walked to the bookshelf filled with books, removed a book according to his memory, and found the money and bank book hidden by the doppelganger. This is the money left by the doppelganger at home, which is only more than $2,000 US. If converted into RMB, it would be more than $10,000. The other money is deposited in the bank. Remembering that prices in the United States are different from those in China, Gao Ming took $200 from the money, then put the money back where it was and stuffed the book back to block it. Why is the title of the book that the doppelganger is using to cover it up? It's like a copycat of Harry Potter, but it seems like I've seen this name somewhere before. Here's a comment about a scene from the movie Scream 2. Although Gao Ming knew that buying things in the United States was not much different from that in China. After all, there was a currency exchange rate, but when he spent less than $150, he bought a black hooded jacket, a pair of black pants, and a black mask, a pair of black gloves, and a pair of black running shoes. Gao Ming had to sigh. It would be great if I could buy them for so little money in China. Of course, Gao Ming also knew that this was just an illusion. $150 was equivalent to nearly 1,000 yuan in RMB, and there was not much difference between the two. If you really want to buy this outfit for 150 yuan in China, you can only buy it from street stalls or go to a certain store to buy some. As for why he bought all black, the reason is very simple. Gao Ming was so poisoned by the TV series that he would definitely wear night clothes when doing shameful things at night. Daredevil. I don't know who just complained about my night suit. It was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Gao Ming went out. He went to buy some clothes and went shopping. When he came back, it was already dark and he received a call from the owner of the pizza shop. Faced with the indiscriminate roar on the phone, Gao Ming replied directly, "Fuck you," and then hung up the phone when the other party yelled, "We're fired." After buying this combat uniform and changing it home, Gao Ming went to the rooftop of the apartment where he lived. He stood on the edge of the rooftop and watched the bustling night scene for a while. Gao Ming pulled up the hood of his coat and then soared into the sky. He got up and flew towards Hell's Kitchen at lightning speed. Floating quickly, the chicken charm and the rabbit charm are indeed the best combination for traveling. Feeling the pleasure of flying at high speed, Gao Ming couldn't help but cheer loudly. Fortunately, Gao Ming was flying at high altitude and wore black clothes to be inconspicuous at night, so he was not discovered. However, Gao Ming obviously forgot that he still had the ability to be invisible. It is worth mentioning that Hell's Kitchen is in Manhattan, and Gao Ming lives in Queens. Yes, that's where the Silk Man will live in the future. The two places are quite far apart. However, with the cooperation of Gao Ming's two abilities, it only took less than 10 minutes. The super speed force of the rabbit talisman can easily reach supersonic speed under normal conditions, and supersonic speed is greater than 340 meters per second. If Gao Ming had not deliberately controlled the speed, the time it would have taken would have been even shorter. But on the way, Gao Ming discovered that although he was flying at supersonic speed, he was not affected by air friction at all. In other words, fire would not occur if the speed was too fast. It seems that unreasonable phenomena such as being invisible with clothes and turning into animal clothes and disappearing have also appeared in another world with the spell. That's right. How can such a magical thing as a charm be explained scientifically? Since the clothes will not catch fire due to air friction, there is actually no need to go to Melvin to make the battle suits. But Gao Ming is not willing to give up halfway. Anyway, he has already come. After officially entering Hell's Kitchen, Gao Ming looked around at the scene in Hell's Kitchen. It seemed to be no different from other places. There were few pedestrians on the street, a few taxis occasionally drove by, and most of the people lingered in the bars, dance halls and nightclubs and other places where you can party and have fun. But as soon as you walk into the dark back streets, you will see the ugliest scene in the city, with robberies, drug trafficking, gang wars, and all kinds of chaotic things going on. This city, just like Gotham City in The Dark Knight, is full of darkness and sin. The only good thing is that there is also a superhero here who works as hard as Batman to fight crime and maintain law and order. Along the way, Gao Ming remained invisible and saw ugly scenes. His original belief in doing justice, eradicating evil, and punishing traitors began to waver. Is always endless, and the expansion of will bring endless evil. Even if there are heroes, what is the use? There is no end, and evil cannot end. Gao Ming couldn't help but feel confused. Is it meaningful to be a superhero? But he couldn't eradicate these problems. Walking in a daze on the street, invisible, no one could see him. He seemed to be isolated from the whole world, walking aimlessly. Helpabody help. Can anyone help me? Suddenly, a woman's loud cry for help woke up Gao Ming, and Gao Ming subconsciously walked in the direction of the sound. Shut up, bitch, and hand over the money. Before he could get close, a fierce male voice sounded. Upon hearing this, Gao Ming knew that there was a robbery, and he ran quickly. At this time, in an alley, a white girl under 10 years old looked at the bald man in front of her with a pale face and a muscular face. She leaned against the wall weakly. After exhausting all her courage and shouting loudly, the girl's cry for help did not receive any response. No one showed up. The bald man held a sharp knife and approached step by step with a sinister smile. The girl became more and more desperate. Although the girl tried her best to grab her backpack, it was all in vain. The bald man's strong arms were obviously stronger, and he snatched the girl's backpack without much effort. It's just such a small amount of money. He roughly opened his backpack and rummaged through it. The bald man unhappily stuffed the few banknotes he found into his trouser pocket, and casually threw aside the backpack containing some scattered things. Looking at the frightened girl in front of him, the bald man smiled lewdly and said, "Little sister, come play some interesting games with me." "No, don't." Realizing the bald man's next behavior, the girl could no longer control her tears and begged with tears. How could the bald man let go of the prey that was brought to his mouth? His scorching gaze seemed to want to strip off the girl's clothes. He put away the knife and eagerly grabbed the girl with both hands and began to tear the girl's clothes. Hiss. The girl's shirt and jacket were roughly torn open by the robbers, revealing a large area of snow white, sizable breasts half covered under a pure white bra. The bald man's breathing became heavier, his face became more sinister, and the burning heat in his eyes seemed to burst out. The bald man was impatient and prepared to pounce. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. "Let her go." The heat in the bald man's heart was instantly extinguished. He quickly turned around, took out a knife, and pointed it forward, looking at the incoming person warily. Like the incarnation of night, a figure slowly walked out from the dark corner. The bald man looked gloomily at the guy in front of him who was disturbing his good business. The man in front of him was wearing a black coat, black trousers, and a pair of black running shoes. The hood of the coat covered his head, and the same black mask covered most of his face, making it difficult to see clearly. The person who came was none other than Gao Ming, who came after hearing the sound. Naturally, the bald man thought this rat was a fool who was trying to be a hero, and he was disdainful. Seeing the angry eyes, the bald man became even more contemptuous. He grinned ferociously, and said provocatively, "Boy, do you want a hero to save the beauty? Who do you think you are?" Seeing the girl who was almost killed and the arrogant bald man, Gao Ming's heart was like a powder keg being ignited. Anger instantly filled his whole heart, and the hesitation just now was temporarily forgotten. Duh. As if he just heard a tiny sound, before the bald man even saw the slightest sign of movement, Gao Ming suddenly appeared in front of him, less than a fist away. "What happened? Why did you appear in front of me instantly?" The bald man was horrified to find that he had not noticed Gao Ming's movement at all. Even the girl who was so scared that her body was weak and sitting on the ground forgot her fear for a moment, stopped crying, and covered her mouth in surprise. She didn't see clearly how Gao Ming appeared in front of the bald man in an instant. Gao Ming looked at the bald man coldly, his tone equally chilling. "So, do you think I have the ability to save people?" Gao Ming suddenly moved in front of him like a ghost. The bald man couldn't help but startled and took a few steps back. Ugh, what the hell is wrong with you? Faced with such a strange thing, the bald man couldn't help but feel his scalp numb. Seeing Gao Ming approaching slowly and unhurriedly, a look of panic flashed in the bald man's eyes, and he was about to grab the girl behind him as a hostage. Before he could succeed, the bald man felt a strong wind blowing towards his face. His face was slapped hard, and several teeth spurted out along with a mouthful of blood foam. Immediately afterwards, the bald man felt his neck tighten. Gao Ming grabbed him with one hand and lifted him into the air. He couldn't breathe. His face gradually turned red and purple. The bald man kept struggling and smashed Gao Ming's arm desperately. But Gao Ming was not affected and always held the bald man's neck firmly. A trace of hesitation flashed in Gao Ming's eyes, but when he thought of the other party's evil deeds, his anger rose again, and he made a decision immediately. You don't deserve to live in this world, you bastard. Gao Ming sternly declared his death, and with a little force of his hand, he broke the bald man's neck with a click sound. The bald man stopped struggling instantly. His expression froze. There was still a bit of fear in his eyes, and his whole body went limp. Throwing the lifeless bald man aside, Gao Ming said nothing more and stood motionless. The girl watched this scene in horror. The fear in her heart made her want to scream loudly, but she was afraid that if she accidentally angered Gao Ming, she would be killed, so she could only cover her mouth tightly. Don't let yourself speak. After her emotions calmed down a little, the girl remembered that the other party had saved her. Although the other party had killed someone, the person who died was a bad guy who tried to harm her. Therefore, the girl hesitated for a moment, then mustered up her courage and thanked Gao Ming with a trembling voice. Thank you for saving me. Hearing the sound, Gao Ming, who was standing still, reacted. Under the frightened gaze of the girl, Gao Ming turned around violently, supported the wall with one hand, and quickly pulled down the mask with the other hand, bent down, and vomited. Stand up. Seeing the man in black who had saved her suddenly turned around and vomited, the girl couldn't help but be stunned for a while. She didn't understand why he was vomiting, but when she saw the bald man's eyes bulging and his unblinking look, the girl also felt nauseous. And then I couldn't help but turn my head to the side and vomited. For a moment, the picture was so beautiful that people couldn't look straight at it. The two of them vomited for a while, almost vomiting out their bile, before they recovered one after another. Gao Ming leaned against the wall, slid down listlessly, hugged his knees, and his whole face was buried between his knees. Killing is not an easy task. It is not as easy as in TV dramas. It can be done with peace of mind and brushed off. Even if the person killed was a bad person, it still gave Gao Ming a strong sense of guilt and made him feel very sick. Seeing Gao Ming's deep self-blame after the murder, the girl's fear of Gao Ming disappeared a lot. A person who feels guilty about killing people is much more reassuring than someone who kills people like crazy. Gradually gaining some strength, the girl slowly stood up, forcing herself not to look at the disgusting corpse, and walked slowly towards Gao Ming. The girl came to Gao Ming, but Gao Ming didn't react at all. The girl knelt down, looked directly at Gao Ming, and said softly, "Are you okay?" "Thank you. Thank you very much. Other than thank you, I really don't know what to say to express my feelings at this time. When I was at my most desperate, it was you who showed up, saved me, and put me out of danger. If it weren't for you, I really can't imagine how terrible things would have happened to me." Gradually, the girl forgot her fear and thanked her from the bottom of her heart. The girl's repeated thanks flowed into Gao Ming's cold heart like a warm current. I killed someone to save my life. Although my hands were covered in blood, I have no regrets. In order to fight crime, I must have the determination to face the darkness. Gao Ming slowly figured it out, put aside his original mentality of playing games, and strengthened his beliefs. I will have to face more vicious villains in the future, and I cannot tolerate any weakness in myself, so I must adapt quickly. Since we want to stop evil, we must be thorough, even if we resort to killing. He was no longer confused in his heart. His eyes became bright and clear, and his whole person seemed to be reborn from the ashes, radiating vitality. Gao Ming raised his head, his face full of confidence, and the corners of his mouth inadvertently raised an arc, revealing a Shiho-relieved smile. However, Gao Ming forgot one thing. He had just pulled off his mask because he wanted to vomit and did not put it back on. In other words, his appearance was completely exposed to the girl. Looking at the young and ordinary appearance in front of her, the girl couldn't help but be stunned. It's not that she hasn't thought about what he looks like under the mask, but this Asian young man, who was about the same age as her, is obviously different from what she imagined. It turned out to be an Asian boy who was close to the age of Gao Ming, the super powerful magician. The girl unconsciously let go of her fear, and at the same time, she felt extremely curious in her heart. Gao Ming found that the girl he rescued was staring at him blankly. Gao Ming was a little confused. Is there something on my face? He subconsciously touched his face. When his hand and mouth were in direct contact, there was no obstruction. Gao Ming discovered that he had exposed his true face. Gao Ming activated the super speed power of the rabbit talisman, put the mask back on as fast as lightning, and looked at the girl pretending to be calm, still holding a trace of luck in his heart. However, the girl's question broke Gao Ming's luck. Are you Chinese? How did you do it all of a sudden? Is it Chinese kung fu? The girl seemed to have opened up her chat box and kept asking questions like a curious baby. Gao Ming couldn't help but feel a headache and covered his forehead helplessly. What's wrong with you? Is it a side effect of activating superpowers? I'm sorry, if it wasn't to save me. Gao Ming's actions caused the girl to misunderstand, and he apologized with a guilty look on his face. Stop. I'm fine. You don't have to apologize. In order to prevent the girl from misunderstanding, Gao Ming raised his voice slightly and interrupted the girl. Are any of the 12 spells capable of erasing memories? No, it's impossible to kill people just to hide their identity. Gao Ming is not that crazy, especially for a beautiful girl. If he can do it, he will definitely be alone. In the end, in less than an hour, his true colors were exposed. The superhero career had not even started yet. He was immediately thrown into the street. If Gao Ming failed like this, he would let the group of superheroes next door who were suffering all day long to hide their identities know that they might form a team, break through the origin wall, and come to the Marvel world to educate Gao Ming. Now that he has been exposed, there is no point in pretending. Gao Ming simply be honest, take off his mask, take off his hat, face to face, and say, as you can see, I'm a Chinese, and my name is. Gao Ming hesitated for a moment, not sure whether he should tell his real name, but then he thought that the two of them would never have a chance to see each other again, so there should be no problem in telling his real name. So he said, Gao Ming. Gao is the surname. Hearing Gao Ming's self-introduction, the girl herself didn't know why. She suddenly panicked and could only nod her head at a loss. Her tone was a little excited and a little nervous. Hello, I am Sophia Temple, Afio, frankly. Pool is my last name. Seeing Sophia's panic, Gao Ming couldn't help but smile. This girl is so cute. Gao Ming's laughter seemed to be contagious, which gradually eased Sophia's nervous mood. Thinking back to her performance just now, Sophia's face suddenly turned red. It was so embarrassing. Why did she look like a child who wanted to be praised by others? Gao Ming just smiled, quickly recovered his emotions, straightened his expression, looked serious, and said, Sophia. Sophia was frightened by Gao Ming's expression. Her nerves suddenly became tense. Her whole heart was raised, and she said with fear, Gao Ming, what's going on? Are you going to be silenced? Hearing Sophia's pure foreigner speaking Chinese with an awkward accent, Gao Ming almost couldn't help laughing. To calm down, Gao Ming would definitely have to laugh and correct the other person's pronunciation. But the most important thing now is to let him your identity will not be exposed. Taking a deep breath, Gao Ming slowly raised his hands under Sophia's horrified gaze, pointing at Sophia with both palms. Snapped. A loud voice sounded, and Sophia closed her eyes subconsciously. I'm sorry for leaving you with terrible memories, but please keep my secret, please. The expected death did not come. Instead, she heard an inexplicable speech. Sophia opened her eyes with a blank look on her face and looked at Gao Ming with his hands clasped together, showing a very sincere look. There was no way. Gao Ming didn't know how to erase memories, so he had to ask the other party to keep it a secret for him. Faced with Gao Ming's humble attitude, Sophia didn't know what to do for a moment. She opened her small mouth, but she didn't know what to say. Please keep it a secret for me, Gao Ming requested sincerely. Since there was no way to erase the other party's memory, and he couldn't kill innocent people indiscriminately, Gao Ming could only ask Sophia to keep it a secret for him. Fortunately, Sophia did not hesitate for long. After Gao Ming waited for a few seconds, Sophia whispered, "Don't worry, you saved me. I will not leak the secret." After receiving the other party's reply, Gao Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although his identity may not always be kept, Sophia is willing to help him keep it a secret, and she can hide it for a while. After a moment of relief, Gao Ming had time to carefully observe the girl he accidentally saved in front of him. Sophia is a white girl in her prime, with long dark brown hair hanging down to her waist, fluffy bangs hanging on her forehead, a face as fair as jade, thin eyebrows like a crescent moon, big watery eyes, and cherry-like lips. She has a small mouth and wears a pair of big black rimmed glasses. She is a bit rustic, but she looks extremely weak, making people involuntarily feel a desire to protect her. It is a recognized fact that European and American women have hot bodies, but seeing Sophia's plump and straight breasts with her own eyes, her soft curves completely outline her attractive figure, and her simple clothes can't cover up this foul figure at all. Gao Ming's my friend is a little restless. Silently, he activated the healing power of the horse talisman and successfully suppressed the nameless fire. Well, I didn't expect that the healing power of the horse talisman has developed another use. I will try to see if it can calm Hulk down in the future. Gao Ming didn't realize how impolite his eyes were. Sophia was a little embarrassed by Gao Ming's look. A blush gradually appeared on her white cheeks. She lowered her head slightly, not daring to face Gao Ming's direct gaze. Seeing Sophia lowering her head, Gao Ming was stunned for a moment, then realized that his behavior was a bit offensive and apologized in embarrassment. Ahem, I'm sorry, I was rude. No, it doesn't matter, Sophia said sheepishly. Sophia lowered her head and remained silent, while Gao Ming looked around. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little awkward, leaving both parties unable to find a topic to talk about. Gao Ming has been single in his 2 lives and has no experience in dealing with the current embarrassing situation. If he were a veteran in love, he would have countless topics to talk about to brush off his favorability. Gao Ming felt uncomfortable all over and looked around. When he caught a glimpse of the body of a bald man on one side, he remembered that the body had not been disposed of yet, and several thoughts flashed through his mind. Should I use the dragon talisman to burn the corpse to eliminate traces, or use the pig talisman to burn the corpse to eliminate traces? Well, it seems to be fine. After excluding the dragon talisman and the pig talisman, which were violent solutions, Gao Ming had an idea and thought of a talisman's ability that could handle the corpse very well. When he came to the body of the bald man and saw the ugly appearance of the bald man again, Gao Ming still felt nauseous, but after changing his mentality, the nausea disappeared a lot. Sophia watched in confusion as Gao Ming walked to the body of the bald man. She didn't know what the other party was going to do. She focused on Gao Ming instead of looking at the body that made her disgusted. Looking at the body of the bald man, a stern look flashed in Gao Ming's eyes. This kind of person would not regret his death and was not worthy of being a human being. He raised his right hand, extended his index finger to the body, and said coldly, "He turned into a mouse." A white light appeared from the tip of the index finger and struck the bald man's body in a flash of lightning. Immediately afterwards, something miraculous happened. The body of the bald man shrank rapidly and changed during the shrinking process. In a flash of white light, it turned into a dead mouse. Seeing a human being turned into a mouse, even though it was dead, such a scene that subverted common sense also made Sophia dumbfounded and stood there stupidly. Well, that's enough. No one will care about a dead mouse. Gao Ming felt a lot more comfortable after turning the corpse into a dead mouse. He kicked the dead mouse aside without any psychological burden and turned around. Turning around, he found Sophia staring at him dumbfounded. When I came to Sophia, I found that the girl seemed to be frightened. She waved her hand in front of her, but there was no response. "Hello, Sophia, come to your senses." After Gao Ming persisted in shouting and even rudely grabbed Sophia's shoulders and shook her for a while, Sophia finally came back to her senses. Her eyes were full of admiration. She grabbed Gao Ming's hand and said excitedly, "Magic, you know magic. Isn't that right? It can actually turn people into mice. It's amazing." When Sophia was so excited that she grabbed his hand, Gao Ming's heart suddenly jumped and beat wildly. "Girl, you were so excited." But when he saw the other party looking like a fanatical little girl, Gao Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. "Love, this hot gaze, please continue." Although Gao Ming enjoyed the admiration of others, he still replied, "Sorry, this is not magic. It is my own ability. If it counts, it should be a superpower." After hearing that it was not magic, Sophia's enthusiasm decreased slightly, and a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but she was still very excited. It seems like every girl lives a fantasy of a magical girl. Gao Ming recalled that the talisman was the source of the Holy Lord's power in the original work, and it seemed to be a kind of magic. In this way, he was wrong, but it was really embarrassing to ask him to tell Sophia that he had remembered it wrong just now. Oh, well, forget it. In the Marvel world, except for Doctor Strange who is a magician, most of the others have superpowers. Gao Ming would rather be considered a superpower than a magician virgin. Of course, this is one of my abilities. It's not just about turning into a mouse. I can turn others into any animal on the earth, such as cats, dogs, tigers, elephants, etc., as long as they are from the earth. I can change animals. Gao Ming directly explained the power of the monkey talisman, and he was not afraid of leaking it. Anyway, although the monkey talisman is said to be ever-changing, it is only limited to animals. It is not known whether it can transform into a dragon. After all, dragons do not exist in reality, but the body of the Holy Lord is just a dragon, a non-existent creature in itself. Hearing Gao Ming's explanation, Sophia's eyes lit up and she showed great interest in the ability to transform any animal. However, the attentive Sophia noticed that Gao Ming was talking about one of the abilities. The mysterious man in front of her. How many amazing abilities are there? A desire for knowledge emerged involuntarily, but Sophia stopped her thoughts. Everyone has their own, and she must respect each other and not inquire too much about each other's secrets. But having said that, it was really uncomfortable to hold back her curiosity. Sophia stopped talking and frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" Gao Ming asked when he saw Sophia frowning and looking distressed. "Well, do you have many abilities?" As soon as she asked, Sophia regretted it and lowered her head in shame. Gao Ming thought for a while and said, "There are many kinds. As for how many kinds there are and what specific abilities they are, I'm sorry, I really can't say this." Hearing Gao Ming's answer, Sophia was even more ashamed, as she had indeed asked someone else's question. Seeing Sophia's expression, Gao Ming also reacted, but he didn't care. As a girl, she must be very curious, so it doesn't matter if she asks, since he doesn't have the ability to tell all the spells anyway. However, Gao Ming couldn't let Sophia go on like this. It wasn't like he had done anything seriously wrong. He touched his chin and thought of an unreliable idea. Take a deep breath to embolden yourself. "I'm sorry." Gao Ming bent down, put one hand around Sophia's waist and the other hand around the crook of her legs, and picked up Sophia in the legendary princess hug. "What?" Sophia screamed in fright at Gao Ming's sudden ambiguous movement. Just as she was about to struggle subconsciously, she saw that the scene around her was showing a falling situation. She looked down and found that the ground was getting further and further away from her. He raised his head and watched with some confusion as he gradually rose up and soon reached the vast night sky. From her current perspective, the tall buildings in daily life looked like miniature models. "Fly, I'm flying." Sophia was still confused. Feeling soaring in the sky was far more impactful than seeing the magical scene with her own eyes. Flying has always been a skill that humans have dreamed of. Even if we can now use airplanes, we can only rely on foreign objects. After all, it is still a bit regretful. After being stunned for more than 10 seconds, Sophia seemed excited and panicked. Finally, she couldn't hold it back and shouted, "Wow, I'm flying, God, I'm really flying, am I dreaming, God?" Sophia kept repeating a few words, as if she still couldn't believe she was flying. "You are not dreaming. You are really flying, Sophia." Gao Ming's voice came to her ears. Sophia turned her head when she heard the sound, but found herself being hugged by Gao Ming. The distance between the two was so close. Sophia could even hear Gao Ming's breathing and smell the other person's breath. Sophia's face turned red all of a sudden, like a ripe apple, which was mouth-watering. "Aunt Beshi, don't be shy. Open your eyes and take a look at the night view below. In fact, Hell's Kitchen also has a rare view." Seeing Sophia blushing and closing her eyes, Gao Ming thought she was scared, so he encouraged her. With Gao Ming's encouragement, Sophia carefully opened her eyes and turned her head so as not to let Gao Ming notice her embarrassment. Then, Sophia's eyes were gradually attracted to the night scene below. Flying high in the sky, far away from Hell's Kitchen, it seemed that even those dark and ugly things were far away. Sophia only saw Hell's Kitchen at night, so quiet, with lights scattered in various streets. At this time, it seemed that like stars, she was intoxicated. Little did he know that Gao Ming's heart was far less calm than he appeared on the surface. Wow. I really hugged a girl, or a princess, hold on, I must hold on. Holding a girl and flying high in the sky, Gao Ming's mind inexplicably echoed. Oh, like it, why do you feel like something is intruding? I'm not a gray. The man embraces the woman and soars leisurely in the sky. This scene is no different from Jack holding Rose standing on the bow of the Titanic, poking the hearts of countless girls. Gao Ming is not Lu Xiaohui. He is still holding the girl in his arms. This is the first time in his 2 lives that Gao Ming has had such close contact with a woman. Therefore, his psychology and physiology are more or less limited. Therefore, the healing power of the horse talisman has never stopped. He had not stopped just now, which kept Gao Ming rational and would not cause embarrassment. But this is not a long-term solution. Although he is reluctant to give up such a rare experience, Gao Ming still said in a strange tone, "Sophia, wherever you live, I will take you home." Hearing this, Sophia's heart was complicated and difficult to understand. On the one hand, because of the joy of Gao Ming's offer to send her home, what happened tonight left a lot of shadows on her. She is still in shock until now, but Gao Ming, who saved her, it undoubtedly gave her an immense sense of security. But on the other hand, Sophia was reluctant to let go, not only for this rare flying experience, but also for Gao Ming, a seemingly ordinary Chinese youth who seemed to be hiding endless secrets, which made her she couldn't help but sink in, trying to uncover the layers of secrets. However, everything finally settled. After tonight, the two may have no contact with each other, but Sophia will remember this experience in her heart. "Well, thank you, I live there now." Sophia sounded a little disappointed and reported her home address. After getting Sophia's home address, Gao Ming did not take any action. He still held Sophia in his arms and stopped in the air. Seeing that Gao Ming had not set off, Sophia couldn't help but wonder, "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" Gao Ming tilted his head uncomfortably and said slightly awkwardly, "Well, Sophia, I don't live in Hell's Kitchen, so ahem, I don't know the road. Can you please give me directions?" The more Gao Ming spoke, the softer he spoke. In the end, it was almost as quiet as a mosquito. It was really embarrassing. He kept saying that he would send the girl home, but he forgot that he was not familiar with the place. Even the specific location of Hell's Kitchen was searched online. Hearing this, Sophia was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but smile. Seeing Gao Ming's embarrassed look, Sophia was dissipated by the sadness of the impending departure. "Hey, there's nothing we can do about it. I live in Queens, and I'm not a local," Gao Ming muttered weakly. When Sophia heard the information that Gao Ming inadvertently exposed, her eyes lit up and a thought flashed through her heart. Idea. The considerate Sophia did not let Gao Ming continue to be embarrassed. She quickly stopped laughing and her mood recovered a lot. She said softly, "Okay, let me tell you the location along this street." Afterwards, Gao Ming listened to Sophia's instructions and flew in the direction pointed. Soon, Gao Ming came to the sky where Sophia lived. Because he found several passers-by walking nearby, Gao Ming did not immediately whereabouts. Sophia also saw those passers-by and realized that if she flew down at this time, others would discover Gao Ming's secret. She looked at Gao Ming with some worry, and at the same time there was a hint of unexplainable joy in her heart, which meant that she would not be so fast. Say goodbye to Gao Ming. Well, Gao Ming thought about it. He revealed several abilities in front of Sophia tonight. The super speed of the rabbit charm, the transformation of the monkey charm, the levitation of the chicken charm, and the ox charm. Sophia at most thought Gao Ming's strength was not exposed. A bit bigger. In other words, the power of 3 talismans was exposed, not even half of it. It wouldn't be a big problem to expose another one, right? It was the first time in his 2 lives that he had such close contact with a woman, and she was a pretty American girl. Gao Ming couldn't bear the urge to show off and wanted to leave a deep impression in front of the girl. He gave Sophia a reassuring look and whispered mysteriously, "Oh, let's see freckles now. Let us witness the moment of miracles. Lu Qian, would you mind if I borrow your lines?" The next moment, Sophia exclaimed again. She saw something. No, she couldn't see anything. She and Gao Ming suddenly disappeared from her sight, which made her scream. What? Fortunately, Sophia and Gao Ming were high in the sky, so Sophia's exclamation was not noticed by passers-by below. However, Gao Ming, who was close at hand, suffered a disaster. He felt that his ears had lost hearing for a moment due to the baptism of high-pitched sounds. However, the healing power was automatically triggered, and Gao Ming regained his hearing, but Sophia's scream startled him, and he almost let go. "Top Sophia, calm down. We are just invisible. Don't be nervous." Gao Ming regretted a little. Originally, he just wanted to make a surprise, but he didn't want to frighten either Sophia or him. After being comforted by Gao Ming, who was somewhat begging for mercy, Sophia stopped shouting in shock. Her heart was still beating wildly. She didn't know how many times that night she was stimulated to the point where her heartbeat was disordered. Fortunately, I have seen Gao Ming's magical ability before, so I am somewhat mentally prepared. And now I am flying in the air against common sense, so what can I accept? Sophia tried hard to stabilize her irregular heartbeat, and patted her chest gently with her little hand, causing a wave of waves. Fortunately, she was in a state of invisibility at this time, and no one could see anyone. Otherwise, Gao Ming would definitely not be able to control it again. After experiencing incredible experiences again and again, Sophia's psychological acceptance gradually increased. After she calmed down her fright again, she began to say words such as "so magical" and "so awesome" with great excitement. Although it was not like those in literature, Gao Ming was very pleased with his words, but he was very pleased with them. After being proud, Gao Ming would not forget about business. He maintained his invisibility and slowly descended until the soles of his feet touched the ground. He stood at the door of Sophia's house. After making sure that no one would see him, he released his invisibility. After uncloaking and seeing herself reappear, Sophia curiously touched her body to make sure she was not dreaming. Gao Ming took a look at Sophia's residence. It was a very ordinary house, quite common in Hell's Kitchen. She should live with her family. After looking around casually, Gao Ming said, "Okay, you're home safely. It's time for me to say goodbye." A trace of sadness appeared in Sophia's heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She still smiled and said, "Thank you, Gao Ming, goodbye." Gao Ming nodded, put the mask back on, pulled up the hood, and took steps to leave. He walked a few steps, paused again, turned his head, and said with a bit of joking, "Sophia, I hope to see you again in the future. When we say goodbye, your Chinese can be more standard." Without waiting for Sophia to reply, Gao Ming ran out with a whoosh sound as she looked stunned. This time, Sophia still didn't see Gao Ming's movements clearly, but only captured the strong wind he brought when he ran. The wind makes people squint their eyes involuntarily, but they can feel the refreshing and soft breeze blowing on their cheeks. Sophia stood still for a long time, looking at the end of the street, not knowing what she was looking at. Then she smiled, a little embarrassed, and said, "Damn it, you made fun of my poor Chinese. I will definitely impress you next time we meet." That being said, will there be another chance to meet again? Sophia felt disappointed and secretly made a decision in her heart. Sophia put away her melancholy and tidied up her clothes. She didn't want her family to know about her nearly being killed tonight and make them worry. "I'm back." The night shrouded the land. and there were still many places in the city of Hell's Kitchen that were brightly lit, as if using light to cover up the darkness below. Wilson Fisk stood in his bedroom, calmly looking out the window at the night scene. At this time, he looked like a very ordinary fat bald man. His neat suit made him look more energetic. However, who would have thought that such a fat man with an unassuming appearance and a somewhat friendly appearance would actually be this man? The city's underworld leader worked with the Japanese hand and the Russian mafia to equally divide the dark forces of Hell's Kitchen. Even, in the future, the underworld will unite the entire United States and become the emperor of the dark world. Of course, at this time, Wilson is not the cruel and ruthless underworld emperor in the future, and he has not yet been named the Kingpin. He is just hiding behind the scenes and developing his power in a low-key manner. But the bad guys in Hell's Kitchen know who owns this city. After all, no one dared to expose Wilson's existence. In the original American TV series, when Matt pressed Wilson to be the leader of all gangs, the gang member who confessed to Wilson was afraid of what would happen to him if he leaked the secret. So he had a nervous breakdown and chose to commit suicide by jumping off a building. No matter how ferocious a criminal is on weekdays, when Wilson's name is mentioned, he immediately becomes as timid as a mouse. He can make all gang members fearful and would rather die than reveal his identity. How can such a character be as harmless as he seems on the surface? Wilson looked out the window in a daze and involuntarily touched the badge on his chest. This was a relic of his father, but his father was killed by his own hands. Wilson recalled his own past. When he was a child, his temper became very violent after his father failed to run for city council. His father was a very cruel man. Once, Wilson was beaten when he tried to stop someone from tearing down his father's campaign sign. His father took him to the man, beat him until he vomited blood and fell to the ground, and forced Wilson to kick him with all his strength. When he was bullied, he would retaliate harshly. Under his father's order, the young Wilson beat the man half to death. Later, his father became more and more violent and beat his mother severely to vent his anger. Wilson, who could not bear his mother being bullied, cowardly raised a hammer and hit his father crazily, hammering his father to death. The mother then disposed of the body, covered it up, and sent Wilson to be raised by relatives on the farm. To this day, the scene of killing his father is still vivid in his mind. Every time he looks in the mirror, Wilson sees his young self, with a dazed face and clothes stained with his father's blood. Wilson's achievements today are inseparable from the bloody education. His father planted a seed for him and killed his father, making him transform from cowardly to ruthless. When he came back to his senses, Wilson looked away silently, turned around, and prepared to rest. He had to discuss matters with several other partners tomorrow. Just as I turned around, there was a loud noise behind me. Boom. Wilson quickly turned around and saw a man dressed all in black with a mask on his face, still holding a fist-pumping posture. The windows were empty and glass shards were scattered on the ground. However, what really aroused Wilson's fear was that this man was floating in the air without the help of any external objects. Gao Ming didn't know that the area of Wilson's psychological shadow was expanding at this time. Under the mask, an arc formed at the corner of his mouth. Hey, good evening, fat man. Wilson's face was full of anger, like a lion that suddenly became furious after being provoked, but there was a hint of fear in his eyes. As a gang leader, he had never seen anything big, but the scene in front of him was beyond his understanding and made him feel very helpless. Sense of security. Even though he was not the Dark Emperor in the future, Wilson still maintained the demeanor of a man of authority, controlled his true emotions well, and asked calmly, "This guest, it is a bit impolite to visit in this way." Wilson calmly walked to the bed and sat down calmly, as if he didn't care about this menacing guest at all. He naturally placed his hands on the edge of the bed and pressed the secret key with his fingers without leaving a trace. As the leader of a gangster, how could Wilson have no safety measures? And a device that sent out a distress signal was installed on the side of the bed. Seeing that Gao Ming didn't notice his small movements, Wilson calmed down a little. Now, he only needs to delay the time and wait for the men who received the alarm to arrive. Little did he know that Wilson's act of asking for help, which he thought was not discovered, was completely seen by Gao Ming. The cow charm can make people infinitely stronger. It is not just as simple as increasing strength. To be precise, it strengthens the physical fitness of the whole person. Every organ has been strengthened to a certain extent. Gao Ming's visual nerves have also improved naturally. So it is only a piece of cake for Gao Ming to pay attention to some subtle movements. Although Gao Ming noticed Wilson's small movements, and after a little thought, he knew that the other party was sending out a distress signal. Under normal circumstances, Gao Ming should have stopped or killed Wilson immediately, but he didn't. Instead, he folded his arms, continued to float in the air, watching Wilson's behavior jokingly. Before Wilson could change the subject, Gao Ming said in a strange tone, "You are afraid. Are you afraid? I'm more curious about why you can fly. Did you use some of the latest inventions?" Wilson took advantage of the topic and mentally calculated how long it would take for his men to arrive. No, it's just a small means. It's not surprising, isn't it? Gao Ming said very humbly. "Wilson, your excellency is so humble. I don't know why you came to me tonight." While speaking, Wilson tensed his nerves. Once the opponent showed signs of making a move, he would immediately resist. Although the opponent showed his extraordinary, it did not mean that Wilson would sit still. Gao Ming held his chin as if thinking, and at the same time, he slowly lowered to the ground. "Well, actually, I'm here to help you." Wilson's vigilance did not diminish at all, and he still asked politely on the surface, "If you can help me somewhere, you might as well tell me." "No hurry, find a quiet place first." Hearing this, Wilson frowned slightly, and then looked confused. "What do you mean?" As soon as the words fell, Wilson suddenly jumped up, clenched his fists and attacked Gao Ming. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. Facing Wilson's surprise attack, Gao Ming casually waved his hand, bringing with it tremendous power. Not only did he block Wilson's fist to the side, he also slapped Wilson away and knocked over things in the bedroom. Why bother? Gao Ming shook his head with regret and walked towards Wilson calmly. Seeing Gao Ming approaching step by step, Wilson finally couldn't hide the panic in his heart. The exaggerated power caused him to be knocked down before he could attack the opponent. Coupled with the opponent's ability to float in the air, Wilson couldn't help but be afraid. Move back subconsciously. At this time, the bedroom door suddenly opened, and a group of vicious bodyguards in black broke in and shot Gao Ming with their guns. "Oh, gun, this won't work. I'm afraid of pain." As soon as Gao Ming's voice rang out, the bodyguards in black realized that all the bullets fired had missed. Gao Ming's figure was no longer in sight. They couldn't help but feel creepy. They were about to shout, "Alert," when suddenly, a ball of scorching flames appeared. Come with a blast. There was no time to dodge, and the flames hit the group of black-clad bodyguards and exploded suddenly. They didn't even let out a scream. They were all burned instantly, leaving a black slag on the ground. The doorway to the bedroom was tattered by the explosion of flames. I didn't expect this movement to be quite loud. After the second killing, Gao Ming felt much better. Although he was still a little uncomfortable, he didn't feel nauseous or vomiting. His face was just a little pale, but under the cover of the mask, you can't see it from below. The speed of the rabbit charm allowed Gao Ming to easily dodge all the bullets. The invisibility of the snake charm made the enemy lose his target. Finally, he took advantage of the invisibility to launch the dragon charm attack by surprise. It was the first time he used the dragon charm, and the explosion of the dragon charm did not disappoint him. Really violent. Although it's a matter of minutes to deal with a group of miscellaneous fish, it's not a waste of time. Before Wilson's other men arrived, Gao Ming put his strength back and aimed at the back of Wilson's neck, imitating the movie, with a hand knife, knock it out. As expected, Wilson was knocked unconscious by a palm. Gao Ming looked at the unconscious Wilson with satisfaction and nodded. "I've wanted to try it for a long time." Grabbing Wilson's leg, Gao Ming flew out through the broken window, leaving behind a group of men who had just arrived, holding their guns uncertainly, looking at each other in blank dismay. Wah! Cold water was splashed on his face, and Wilson woke up from his coma. His mind was still a little confused. The scene in his field of vision gradually became clearer. A man dressed in black stood in front of him. Well, Wilson immediately recalled what happened before he fell into coma, stood up quickly, and took a defensive posture. However, when he thought of the opponent's strength, Wilson lowered his arms with clenched fists in resignation, unable to resist. Wilson asked bitterly and emotionally, "What on earth do you want from me with my life?" Gao Ming seemed embarrassed and said, "Actually, the reason why I came to you tonight is to ask you to call Melvin Potter and ask him to make me a dress." Hearing Gao Ming's answer, Wilson's gaze froze for a moment, and then he felt grief and indignation. "Xin Jingbing, you want me to ask someone to make a dress for you? Can't you sit down and have a good talk? Do you have to catch me on a rooftop?" Only then did Wilson realize that he was on the rooftop of an apartment building. After looking at the surrounding scenery, he should still be in Hell's Kitchen. Forget about arresting people on a rooftop. There isn't even a basement dedicated to incarceration. Wilson felt inexplicably humiliated. Thinking about his identity, he was casually caught on the rooftop by Xin Jingbing, or because of a piece of clothing. At this moment, Wilson really had millions of grass and mud horses running through his heart. However, he also had a glimmer of hope. The Xin Jingbing in front of him came here for Melvin. So could his life be saved? However, Gao Ming's next sentence pushed him into the abyss again. "I'll kill you, by the way." Why tell me why Wilson was going crazy? Why did he still want to take his life in the end? Gao Ming said strangely, "Why don't you count the bad things you have done? Isn't it natural to kill you, the gang leader?" Gao Ming's rhetorical question caused the hysterical Wilson to choke on his words. Of course he knew exactly how many bad things he had done, but he was really unwilling to do so. He had sacrificed too much to get to where he is today. Wilson roared with a ferocious expression, "I want to make this city better than it is now, and make it even better. Why are you here to ruin it all?" Regarding Wilson's shameless self-promotion of being a good person and saying that he was doing it for the good of the city, Gao Ming couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "I really admire your thick skin." A mafia boss still talks about himself as if he is innocent, and Gao Ming suddenly took a few steps closer, which frightened Wilson into taking a few steps back and staring at Gao Ming warily. Ignoring Wilson's surprise, Gao Ming continued, "I don't live in Hell's Kitchen. No matter how beautiful you make this city, it has nothing to do with me." Wilson almost lost his breath and came over. "You are not from Hell's Kitchen. Why are you coming to Hell's Kitchen to join in the fun?" So he was unwilling to fall into a deep well. Wilson remembered that the other party was looking for Melvin to make clothes, and he immediately grasped at a life-saving straw. "Aren't you looking for Melvin to help you make a piece of clothing? Why don't you make a deal? I'll tell you where he is. How about you let me go?" Wilson was already seriously ill and sought medical treatment. However, Gao Ming did not accept the suggestion at all and said, "Melvin serves you because of the safety of his daughter. If I don't kill you, how can I let him make clothes for me with peace of mind? Don't say you can let Melvin's daughter go. If you can survive, you will not care about what happened today." Without waiting for Wilson to respond, Gao Ming said bluntly, "Sorry, I don't believe it." Gao Ming's words undoubtedly sentenced Wilson to death. He was dead anyway. Wilson didn't want to wait for death. He roared again and rushed towards Gao Ming. He kept throwing heavy punches, trying to hit him, but Gao Ming hit him. Yawning, with only one hand, he blocked the continuous attacks one by one. Seeing Gao Ming lightly blocking every blow he threw with all his strength, Wilson became more and more desperate. Finally, after countless punches, Wilson exhausted all his strength and collapsed weakly on the ground, gasping for breath. Angry, Gao Ming waved his hand and asked, "Enough playing." Wilson had a mental breakdown and yelled crazily, "Ha ha, it's useless even if you kill me. This city will eventually be shrouded in darkness, and everything will be corrupted by sin. You can't stop me, ha ha. It's none of my business. Hell's Kitchen should be guarded by Daredevil." Gao Ming said indifferently. Daredevil. Wilson was stunned. Before he had time to think about it, he saw Gao Ming pressing his knuckles and walking slowly over. "Next, I'll give you a good meal." "What?" As usual, Melvin limped back to his warehouse carrying the toolbox, took out a bottle of honey water from the refrigerator, and took a sip, with an expression of great enjoyment on his face. Melvin's intelligence is somewhat lower than that of ordinary people. Even ordinary honey water can make him happy. However, it is such a person with low intelligence who has superb craftsmanship. There is some fabric spread on the desk, and there is a mannequin next to the table. The mannequin is wearing a semi-finished vest. The vest is also made of the fabric from the table, and those fabrics are not ordinary. They were researched and made by Melvin himself. Has super toughness and can withstand most attacks. Wilson was wearing a vest made by Melvin. In the American TV series, Matt would hit him as if he were tickling Wilson. Melvin's mentality is like an immature child who has always listened to his daughter to be a good person, but Wilson threatened him with his daughter's safety, so he had to work for Wilson. The gate of the warehouse was suddenly torn open abruptly, and Melvin froze in place in horror, watching the uninvited guest walk in. Gao Ming walked in carrying Wilson, who had been beaten into a pig's head. When he saw Melvin, he greeted him happily. "Good evening, Melvin. I have your express delivery." Melvin looked at Gao Ming, who was walking towards him in fear. After all, Gao Ming was carrying an out-of-shape guy with a blackened nose and swollen eyes. Then Melvin realized that this place was exposed, and suddenly he screamed nervously, "No, you shouldn't be here. You can't be here. No way." His tone was filled with despair and anger. Melvin suddenly forgot about his fear and roared at Gao Ming. Gao Ming, who has watched American TV dramas, of course knows why Melvin is suddenly emotional. He turned his body slightly to avoid Melvin's fist. When Melvin turned around and punched him again, Gao Ming decisively moved Wilson away. "Act as a shield in front of you." Hum. Wilson, who had been beaten unconscious by Gao Ming, felt himself being hit hard again while he was unconscious. He opened his eyes slightly in a daze, slurred a U in his mouth, and then fell into a deeper coma. "State, congratulations, you punched Wilson Fisk," Gao Ming said in a wicked way, reminding Melvin by the way that the pig head in front of him is the underworld leader who makes all criminals in Hell's Kitchen fearful, Wilson Fisk. Melvin was startled when he heard the name, Wilson Fisk, and immediately focused his attention on Wilson. He widened his eyes and tried to identify it. However, Wilson, who looked like a pig head, couldn't recognize his original appearance at all. Melvin shaking his head. "No, you lied to me. This is definitely not Mr. Wilson." Gao Ming looked at Wilson's current appearance. Well, he had been beaten to the point where he didn't even recognize his mother. No wonder Melvin didn't believe it. He sighed and stretched out a finger to touch Wilson's cheek. "Face, activated the power of recovery. I beat you up, but I still want to help you heal. What's the point of this?" Gao Ming did not fully recover from Wilson's injuries. He only recovered a little, and the injuries on his face faded a lot, and his appearance stopped. That's why he was not so mean, beating the person and helping to heal him. "Here, look, is this guy Wilson?" Melvin, a stubborn person, didn't pay attention to the magic performed by Gao Ming. He looked at Wilson with a look of extreme panic on his face. He knelt on the ground and begged, I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson. It's my fault. Everything is wrong. It's my fault. Please let Baez go. She is innocent. Oh, my poor Baez." Seeing Melvin's pleading look, Gao Ming felt helpless and moved. Melvin was deeply afraid of Wilson, but he was just afraid that his daughter would be hurt. This stupid man was actually a great father. Gao Ming said calmly, "Calm down, Melvin. Wilson has been subdued by me, and Baez will not be in danger." Melvin stopped begging, looked at Wilson fearfully, and looked at Gao Ming with eyes full of hope. "Is it true that Baez will not be hurt?" "Yes. I came here today just to get rid of Wilson so that he will never harm others." Gao Ming replied. Melvin burst into tears of gratitude and kept saying thanks. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you." Don't thank me in a hurry. Gao Ming raised his hand to signal the other party to stop. I have conditions. Hearing this, Melvin was stunned and his heart gradually sank. Could it be that the other party was a bad guy like Wilson and wanted him to do bad things? If the other party also wanted him to do bad things, Melvin would not resist because he was afraid that the other party would also use Baez to blackmail him. My condition is to help me make a piece of clothing. Gao Ming slowly said the purpose of his trip, just one piece. Hearing Gao Ming's words, Melvin couldn't help being stunned and asked in disbelief. Is it really that simple to just make a dress? Gao Ming just asked him to make a piece of clothing, not to threaten Melvin to work for him and help others like Wilson. Making a piece of clothing is really easy for Melvin. Gao Ming shook his finger and said, of course it's not that simple. There are requirements for the clothes I want you to make. After looking around and seeing several pieces of white paper and pens on Melvin's workbench, Gao Ming walked to the table, picked up the pen, and used dazzling hand speed to write it with a few swishes. The super fast shape in my memory was drawn. Thanks to Gao Ming, who was obsessed with otaku in his previous life, he studied sketching for a period of time in order to draw goddesses in anime. Although it is not professional, it is still at the level of ordinary people, and he will not be able to draw abstract paintings. Gao Ming handed Melvin the quick draft of the image and said, the shape will be designed according to this. Here and here are gold, and the other places are all white. Melvin took the sketch and took a look. His talent for design allowed him to see the characteristics of this dress at a glance. It is slender and slender, making it more flexible and agile. It can display faster speed when running. It is an agile uniform. Subconsciously, Melvin picked up the pen, selflessly trimming the rough design in his hand, modifying every detail to make the design more reasonable and further optimized. Not long after, a professional design drawing was released that put Gao Ming, the original author, to shame. After Melvin's drastic modifications, the Godspeed suit drawn by Gao Ming became more sophisticated and even more dazzling than the original Godspeed shape. It's almost a work of art. After modifying the design drawings, Melvin woke up from his state of forgetfulness. Looking at the design drawings that he had changed, Melvin nodded with satisfaction. However, when he thought that Gao Ming's design drawings had been modified by him without authorization, he panicked and said, I'm sorry, I did it subconsciously. Gao Ming shook his hand to show that he didn't care. Just kidding, I wish you could keep improving. Help me make this dress. The coloring is as I just said. Here and here it is gold, and the other places are white. Gao Ming pointed to the lightning logo on both sides of the hood and the stripes of the suit, and said again. Melvin nodded quickly. I understand, I will definitely do what you ask. After saying that, Melvin hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask, you really just want me to make a dress and have no other requirements? There is no need to doubt. I arrested Wilson just to ask you to make a dress for me. Gao Ming emphasized his purpose again to reassure Melvin. But why me? Melvin really didn't understand why he was chosen. Gao Ming rubbed his chin, thinking about it, and said, there is no way, in my impression, only your craftsmanship is trustworthy. Gao Ming meant that he only knew that Melvin was more famous for making clothes in the Marvel world, but Melvin misunderstood. He felt a sense of accomplishment in being trusted and said excitedly, don't worry, I will definitely give my best. I will try my best to create the most perfect work in my life. Okay. Although I don't know why Melvin suddenly became excited, the effect is beneficial, and Gao Ming has no reason to interrupt the other party's enthusiasm. Gao Ming pointed to Wilson on the ground and asked, what do you want me to do with Wilson? This guy can be regarded as a deposit for me. Melvin stared blankly at Wilson, who was still in a coma, hesitated for a moment. Fear and anger flashed in his eyes from time to time, and finally he was discouraged. Bates told me to be a good person. I want to listen to her if so. Be a good person and don't want to continue to do bad things. Hearing Melvin's answer, Gao Ming did not look down on him. Although Melvin's decision was a bit too kind, it was also because his daughter wanted him to be a good person, and Gao Ming would respect his choice. But this is a bit tricky. Originally, Gao Ming planned to wipe Wilson out directly, but now it is obviously impossible, and it is impossible to let Wilson go. He understands the principle of letting the tiger go back to the mountain and raising the tiger. Gao Ming's mind began to work rapidly, thinking of other solutions. First of all, killing can be passed, so how can we solve it? After recalling the functions of the 12 spells, Gao Ming quickly thought of one of them. The tiger charm represents balance and can divide the good and evil sides of a person into two individuals. Divide Wilson into good and evil people, kill the evil one, and leave the good one. Wilson, who only retains kindness, may wash his hands, disband his gang, and really start philanthropy. When I think of that scene, I find it very interesting. I wonder if Wilson, who is dedicated to good deeds, maybe mistakenly thought by his subordinates that there is something wrong with his brain. As he said, Gao Ming couldn't wait to use the tiger talisman, a very useful ability. Under Melvin's horrified gaze, Wilson suddenly split into two. Unlike Melvin, who was shocked when Wilson split into two, Gao Ming was once again speechless at the unreasonable phenomena attached to the spell. People can be split into good and evil, so why do clothes also split? Are clothes divided into good and evil? Although I kept complaining about the unreasonableness of the talisman, I also knew that there was no need to care too much about magical things like talismans, not to mention that in the Marvel world, there are so many magical things. Gao Ming explained to Melvin, this is one of my superpowers. You can think of it as magic. Its effect is as you can see. Wilson is split into two, one full of good thoughts and one full of evil thoughts. Melvin was shocked. What Gao Ming said was so subversive of common sense. Even a person with lower intelligence than ordinary people like him knew how powerful Gao Ming was. Then, Melvin asked curiously, in other words, Mr. Wilson was divided into good Mr. Wilson and bad Mr. Wilson? Gao Ming nodded and said, yes, I plan to keep the good ones and eliminate the bad ones. This city only needs good Wilsons, not bad ones. Also, Wilson, who keeps his kind thoughts, is a good man through and through. You don't have to worry about him threatening you again. Hearing Gao Ming's solution, Melvin couldn't help but nod in agreement. Although the result was to kill a Wilson, he retained a kind-hearted Wilson. This ending was very good. Melvin looked left and right and said distressedly, which one is the good Mr. Wilson? This made Gao Ming question. He didn't know which one was better, but he rolled his eyes and quickly came up with a solution. It's very simple. Gao Ming came in front of the two Wilsons and slapped each of them to wake them up. After Wilson on the left woke up, he rubbed the wounds on his face in confusion and suddenly cried, I have done too many bad things, and I deserve what I deserve. I should be tried. Please kill me. A bad person like me doesn't deserve to live. As he spoke, Wilson fell into deep remorse, his eyes filled with tears, and he covered his face with his hands and cried. After Wilson on the right woke up, when he saw Gao Ming, he immediately looked ferocious. He wanted to attack, but was unable to do so because of his injury. He roared viciously, damn bastard. I'm going to kill you. With a casual punch, Wilson, who could only speak harsh words, was knocked unconscious again. He turned his head and said to the stunned Melvin, look, isn't it easy to tell the difference? The real function of the tiger talisman is to balance the power in the body. I know this. Here we only use the side effect of the tiger talisman to separate good and evil. This will rarely be used in the future, but the tiger talisman will be a great help to the protagonist in the future. You might as well take a guess. Prompt, Marvel power. Seeing a sad-looking Wilson constantly confessing his sins, and another fierce-looking Wilson being knocked unconscious before even saying a few harsh words, Melvin was a little confused. The performances of the two are completely different. They are completely opposite sides. One wants to be punished by death, and the other becomes more vicious and brutal. As long as you are a normal person, you can tell which one is good and which one is bad. It's amazing, Mr. Wilson has really changed for the better. Melvin was very satisfied with the kind-hearted Wilson. Although he seemed to be too compassionate, at least he was a good person. As for the evil Wilson, Melvin naturally chose to leave it to Gao Ming to deal with. Wilson only needs a good one, and the bad one does not need to exist. Gao Ming has already thought about the ending of the evil Wilson. Gao Ming asked, Melvin, how long will it take you to make the clothes? Melvin didn't even think about it, and said confidently, give me 10 days, and I will definitely be able to make the most satisfactory work. Okay, I'll come find you in 10 days. Gao Ming picked up good Wilson and evil Wilson with both hands, turned around, and prepared to leave. You don't have to worry about Baez's safety. Wilson will no longer threaten her. Oh, why would I have the heart to hurt an innocent child? I really deserve death. Kind-hearted Wilson was still blaming himself with regret. When he heard Gao Ming's words, he immediately cried and beat his chest. Gao Ming, Melvin, damn it, it's so annoying. However, after hearing Kind Wilson's words, Melvin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Baez was finally not in danger. After he was relieved, Melvin's professional ethics was at the edge again. Sir, please let me measure your size. Melvin picked up the tape measure, and without waiting for Gao Ming to answer, he concentrated on measuring Gao Ming's height and measurements. Gao Ming shrugged and didn't care. After measuring various data, Gao Ming grabbed the two Wilsons and walked out the door. Melvin quickly asked, I don't know what to call you yet. Call me Mr. Gao. Gao Ming replied casually, then flew into the air and disappeared without a trace soon. Melvin solemnly looked at the direction Gao Ming was leaving and said, Mr. Gao, I will definitely live up to your trust. After drinking a lot of chicken soup for the soul such as make up for the past mistakes now, the kind-hearted Wilson finally stabilized his mood, although from time to time, he would suddenly look sad and say something like, I'm guilty. After repeated persuasion, the kind-hearted Wilson also hid all the guilt in his heart and returned to his normal posture, but it was a little less evil and more peaceful. Sir, I will spend my whole life helping others, hoping to reduce my sins. Oh, what have I done? After Good Wilson made the promise, Gao Ming took the business card from Good Wilson with his phone number on it. You can contact him if you have anything in the future, and then left with evil Wilson. Kind Wilson stood on a street, waiting quietly, his eyes filled with indelible sadness. It wasn't until his men found him that he restrained his emotions, straightened his clothes, and showed his usual dignity. Starting today, there is only one me, a Wilson Fisk who truly makes this city a better place. Gao Ming grabbed evil Wilson to a river outside Hell's kitchen and threw it away. The unconscious evil Wilson felt his face hit hard, and the soreness in his nasal cavity woke him up from his coma. Evil Wilson cursed a few words in pain, looked up and saw Gao Ming, and just as he was about to curse, Gao Ming calmly stretched out his finger and said, Fish. White light shot out from his fingertips and hit evil Wilson. After the light brightened, evil Wilson turned into a fat-headed fish. Gao Ming was not sure whether the lively fat fish in front of him was a fat-headed fish. He just said fish, without specifying the species, so the image of evil Wilson was randomly transformed. It's ugly. Gao Ming lightly kicked the fat-headed fish into the river, watched the fat-headed fish sway a few times, and quickly swam away. The memory of the fish is only 7 seconds, and no matter how many thoughts the evil Wilson has, he can't remember them all. Gao Ming was too lazy to take action, so he let evil Wilson live as a fish and fend for himself. After returning home, Gao Ming didn't do anything else. During the day, he wandered around and browsed the scenery of New York, and at night, he kept a low profile and went to cook some gangsters. Gao Ming also found someone to replace the previously broken door lock. What was disappointing was that Frank, who was knocked unconscious by his punch, did not find anyone to retaliate afterward. Soon, 10 days passed, and it was time to find Melvin to receive the results. Putting on his novice uniform, Gao Ming skillfully activated the invisible floating super speed force, enjoyed a speed and passion, and rushed to Melvin's warehouse as fast as lightning. As soon as I landed, I saw a brand new gate. Well, by the way, the last time I came I opened the door violently, but this time I was more polite. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, making a heavy knocking sound. At the same time, the gate was dented a few dents. Well, he forgot to pull back. Melvin, here I come. Hearing the sound, the gate slowly rose, and it was Melvin's simple and excited face that met him. Melvin said happily, Mr. Gao, I have finished your clothes. After that, Melvin bent down, pulled out a box from a storage cabinet, put the box on the workbench, and smiled silly. Gao Ming stepped forward, came to Melvin, and said expectantly, let me see your work. Melvin nodded excitedly, opened the box, and then turned the box to Gao Ming to show off his extremely proud masterpiece. Placed inside the box was a set of neatly folded clothes, a gold and white leather jacket. It was similar to the suit in Gao Ming's memory, but had slightly different details. That was Melvin's improvement, making this set of clothes the overall image becomes more perfect. As soon as he saw this exquisite artwork, Gao Ming couldn't hold back his eagerness to move. He grabbed his clothes and activated his super speed force at the same time. With lightning speed, he changed his clothes with a few swish sounds. Arrive. In the blink of an eye, Melvin saw Gao Ming change into the speed suit. The slender white leather suit made Gao Ming look very strong and agile, and the golden lightning stripes made Gao Ming look extremely agile. It looks very noble and domineering. After moving around, I didn't feel any discomfort. The fit of the clothes and the body was just right, neither tight nor loose. The leather clothes made of special materials would not feel rough in contact with the skin. I have to say that Melvin's craftsmanship exceeded Gao Ming's expectations, and he didn't have any negative comments on this suit. The overlay helmet completely covers Gao Ming's entire head, and a special lens is used in the eyes to protect his fragile eyes. In order to complete this suit, I used all my special materials, spent a lot of time and energy, and finally made it, Melvin said proudly. This suit eliminates friction with the air to the greatest extent, and it is fireproof, has great defense against attacks by sharp weapons and guns, and is completely bulletproof. After saying that, Melvin looked at Gao Ming dryly, like a child waiting for praise from his parents. Gao Ming did not hesitate to praise. Well done, Melvin. No one can do it better than you. This dress suits me so well. I can't find any flaws at all. With Gao Ming's affirmation, Melvin couldn't help giggling proudly. Walking to a large rectangular mirror, Gao Ming took a closer look at his current appearance. His figure was not very outstanding, just an average person's physique, but after wearing the speed suit, it naturally added a bit of domineering, which made him look heroic. At this time, Gao Ming really looked like a speedster, except that he didn't have the lightning special effects that came with the speed force. Lightning. I don't know if this is possible. Gao Ming suddenly had an idea, and he concentrated on his eyes. Gradually, dazzling golden lightning appeared in Gao Ming's eyes. Haha, sure enough. Looking at his own sparkling eyes in the mirror, Gao Ming also praised his whimsy in his heart. Just now, he thought that although he could not be surrounded by lightning all over his body, the electric eyes of the pig charm could also make the eyes have lightning effects, but he had to control them so that the lightning would not emit. Well, Gao Ming also took great pains to show off. Melvin on the side was stunned. When Gao Ming turned around and looked at him with electric eyes, all the nerves in Melvin's body suddenly tightened. He felt like he was exposed to death. The golden electric light covered Gao Ming's eyes, making it impossible to see the emotions in his eyes. As if facing the indifference of the gods, he was intimidated and did not dare to look directly. Melvin seemed frightened by Gao Ming's gaze. When he was almost unable to hold on anymore, Gao Ming quietly stopped the power of the pig charm. When he saw the lightning dissipated, Melvin relaxed all over, looking as if he was in shock. Seeing that Melvin seemed to be frightened, wiping cold sweat on his face and looking at him in fear, Gao Ming wondered, what's wrong? It's so scary. Melvin's tongue seemed to be tied in knots, and he trembled. The look in Mr. Gao's eyes just now made me very scared. There are no good words to describe Melvin's low intelligence. It directly shows his inner panic, coupled with his unpretentious expression of fear. Gao Ming instantly understands how shocked he was just now. Oh, the electric eyes of the pig talisman are not only pretentious, but also have a shock effect. Could it be that in the future, the enemy can be scared to death with just one glare? Gao Ming thought wildly for a while before he came back to his senses. Seeing Melvin's cowering look, he felt a trace of apology in his heart. It was wrong of him to always scare honest people. Sorry, Melvin, I didn't mean to do it. Hearing Gao Ming's apology, Melvin was overjoyed, waved his hands quickly, and said in fear, No, 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 how could I blame you? After recovering, Melvin was still frightened, but he admired Gao Ming more. Melvin was impressed by Gao Ming's strong strength and equal treatment, and was willing to work for Gao Ming wholeheartedly. After taking a closer look at the whole body of the speedy fighter, Gao Ming was already itching to run around in the suit. After taking a look at the number 150 uniform he changed into, Gao Ming was wondering what to do. Throw it away? But this black outfit cost him US dollars. It would be such a waste to throw it away after only wearing it a few times. But when I looked at myself in the mirror, I saw that the slender and straight speed suit was a level above the monotonous black clothes. When compared with the speed suit, the black clothes looked inferior. In a flash of thought, Gao Ming decisively threw his black clothes into the trash can next to the workbench, and then said goodbye to Melvin. I will leave in my uniform, and Wilson will not threaten you again, so you can rest assured and live on. Bye, yes. Melvin bowed respectfully and thanked him sincerely. Thank you for your help, Mr. Gao. I wish you a lifetime of peace. Under the hood, Gao Ming's mouth curled into an arc. Remember, be a good person. The next moment, a strong wind suddenly rose, stinging his face. Melvin only had time to see an afterimage before Gao Ming ran out of his sight and disappeared. Melvin bowed reverently. Maybe it was because of his battle suit. Gao Ming, who had already enjoyed extremely fast flight, felt that the blood in his body seemed to be on fire, and every cell seemed to be jumping for joy, encouraging him to run at a faster speed. Passing through countless buildings and passing by passersby who couldn't react in time, Gao Ming was so excited that he couldn't help shouting, I am the man of the world. After running around in a circle and visiting almost every corner of Hell's Kitchen, Gao Ming's excited mood gradually calmed down. Come on, Gao Ming said with satisfaction as he stopped in front of a coffee shop. But when Gao Ming saw people in the cafe opening their mouths and widening their eyes through the glass, he realized that he had not turned on invisibility. Chet, careless. Gao Ming subconsciously prepared to become invisible, but must stop this idea because he didn't know how much the people in the cafe had seen. He looked around and found that there were many people walking on the street. A crowd of onlookers had gathered around him. Most of them took out their mobile phones and pointed them at him, clicking and flashing to take pictures. They were still whispering to each other. He pointed. With the greatly improved hearing after strengthening his body with the Ox Talisman, Gao Ming clearly heard the conversations of the onlookers. Transvestite. Is he a pervert? Maybe it's some kind of show. No, maybe he escaped from a mental hospital. Did anyone see when he appeared? Most of the conversation was about Gao Ming's suit, but the comments were not very friendly. Gao Ming felt it too thick. Don't you all have a normal sense of aesthetics? Suddenly, a boy suddenly exclaimed loudly. He just appeared in a blink of an eye. Could it be that he moved instantly? As soon as he finished speaking, many people cast mocking glances at the boy. The boy was also thin-skinned. Facing the looks of everyone looking at him as if he were an idiot, he immediately retreated in defeat, lowered his head, and ran away in a hurry. There were also some people who saw Gao Ming's appearance and wondered if they were hallucinating while staring at Gao Ming intently. More and more passersby gathered, and the number continued to increase. Gao Ming felt that he could no longer stay and had to leave quickly. Anyway, he will appear in front of the public with this image sooner or later, so it is considered as an early appearance. He leaned forward slightly, as if preparing to start, scanned around, found a gap, and then, wah! As a strong wind blew, several passersby were frightened and fell to the ground. The onlookers were shocked to find that the transvestite just now had disappeared and was missing. I bought it. In the next few hours, this street is destined to not be peaceful. After running out of the active area of the crowd, Gao Ming started flying nonstop. Of course, this time he will definitely not forget the stealth. Flying at full speed, it didn't take much time for Gao Ming to return to Queens and his apartment. As soon as he arrived at the door of his house, his neighbor happened to open the door and came out. He saw a very suspicious-looking guy wearing white tights standing at the door of the Chinese man's house. He couldn't help but feel nervous and looked at Gao Ming nervously. Seeing that the neighbor was staring at him, Gao Ming suddenly felt bad and slowly raised his palm and activated the super speed force. The whole palm vibrated at a super high speed frequency. This is a small move in the flash that vibrates the palm of the hand at high frequency, which can achieve sharp cutting. In the past few days while waiting for Melvin to complete the uniform, Gao Ming did not do anything. Except for the Dragon Talisman, which was too destructive and inconvenient to cast casually, he had practiced the abilities of other spells, such as the Rabbit Talisman. Because he can learn from the Flash, Gao Ming also developed some skills, such as high-frequency hand knives. Then, Gao Ming imitated another trick of the Flash, controlling the slight vibration of the vocal cords to lower his voice, thus disguising his real voice. Gao Ming's voice became deep and magnetic and asked, "What's the matter? Pagtu?" His eyes flashed with golden lightning, like a lofty god looking down at a humble ant on the ground. The neighbor was instantly horrified, and the fear in his eyes became deeper and deeper. Finally, he rolled his eyes and fell straight down and fainted. Seeing that the neighbor was fainted by his fright, Gao Ming put away his threatening posture and came to the neighbor to check. Gao Ming doesn't want to scare people to death casually. It doesn't matter whether the bad guy lives or dies, but he still has to stay normal when dealing with ordinary people. Gao Ming doesn't want to become a person with no moral bottom line. To be on the safe side, Gao Ming put his palm against his neighbor's forehead and started a treatment before returning to his room. Due to the power of recovery, the neighbor quickly woke up from the coma and found that there was no one in front of him, as if everything was just an illusion. However, the neighbor thought of some unclean things and became more and more panicked. He also forgot the purpose of going out, fled back home in a panic, slamming the door and locking it. Gao Ming walked to the mirror hanging on the wall of his home, took off his helmet, and looked at his plain face. The difference between the doppelganger and Gao Ming is that he lacks a pair of glasses. Gao Ming was highly myopic in his previous life because he was addicted to the internet, but the doppelganger does not have the financial conditions to access the internet, so he has no chance to grow old like Gao Ming. He stayed up all night to surf the internet, but his physical fitness and mental outlook were good because of it. He was not like Gao Ming in his previous life, who always had a decadent image with dark circles under his eyes and listlessness. The power of the talisman has subtly improved his body. Although Gao Ming still has the same face now, there is a faint tendency to develop towards perfection. What a handsome group. Gao Ming narcissistically looked at himself in the mirror and praised himself. Well, he was very shameless. After a few boasts, Gao Ming stopped praising himself, lay down on the bed, and thought about his next plan. The uniforms are also ready. We can officially go out to maintain law and order in Queens after a while. Thinking of this, Gao Ming thought of the famous civilian hero Spider-Man in Queens. However, depending on the situation, this is the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Spider-Man should be the Dutch version, not the classic trilogy and the Extraordinary series. The current version Peter Parker is still a little kid, right? It is now 2008, and Captain America 3 was released in 2017. The new version of Spider-Man officially debuted, and Peter Parker was 15 years old that year, which means that the current little Peter is 6 years old. Damn, I have to wait 9 years to see Xiao Chong. As a loyal fan of Spider-Man, Gao Ming was very unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. It was impossible for him to create Spider-Man in advance. Can you imagine a 6-year-old Spider-Man? Seems to be quite interesting. I imagined the image of the version of Spider-Man, and it seemed quite cute. How about finding a mutant spider and biting Peter to make the version of Spider-Man appear? Gao Ming was a little bit tempted by this fantastic idea, but after thinking about it calmly, he gave up this evil and tempting idea because it simply didn't work. Little Peter is only 6 years old now. What will happen if a 6-year-old child gains superpowers? Even the 15-year-old Peter Parker is not very mature, let alone the 6-year-old Peter, who is most likely to use this ability to play bar. Moreover, the mutant spider that changed Peter Parker's life in his memory should not have appeared yet. Even if the research on genetic mutations has begun, it is still the predecessor of the unknown generation of that mutant spider, and the mutant gene in the body is not yet stable. If this defective product were to bite little Peter, it might be a humanoid spider that spins silk from its butt. After thinking about the Spider-Man with silky buttocks and 8 hairy long legs, Gao Ming got goosebumps all over his body. The Spider-Man early birth plan hadn't been circling in his mind for a long time, and it immediately shattered into pieces. Humanwei's biological son was almost destroyed in my hands. It was so dangerous, so dangerous. Although it was a bit regretful that he could not see Spider-Man, Gao Ming became more determined to fight crime and now began to clean up the mess in Queens. From then on, he would be Spider-Man's predecessor. Gao Ming was looking forward to the scene where Spider-Man bowed to him and called Senior in the future. In order to leave a tall and mighty image for the younger generation, he had to work hard to be a hero, punish evil, and promote good. But there's one more thing to do now. Counting the days, Tony Stark's original steel suit, Mark I, is now almost complete, right? Although it is said in the movie that he has been missing for 3 months, the specific number of days is not stated. It is impossible for Gao Ming to grasp the time so accurately, and Gao Ming still does not know where Tony Stark is imprisoned and needs to fly there. Search the Middle East carefully. Even if Gao Ming has flight and high speed, it will still take some time. If it continues to drag on, there will be nothing to play with. As for where Tony Stark was attacked in the Middle East, this is no longer a secret on the internet. Gao Ming only needs to go to the place where Tony Stark was attacked and start searching. I believe he will be able to find it soon. Gao Ming realized that he had made things too simple. If it was so easy to find, why did the military spend 3 months searching to no avail? In the end, it was Tony Stark who caused a big explosion that triggered the search team. Of attention, ruined. With a sense of urgency in his heart, Gao Ming quickly went out to buy a hiking bag, as well as a lot of water and food. Although the power of the dog charm can keep him energetic all the time, Gao Ming is still used to eating normally every day. After being fully prepared, Gao Ming put on his combat uniform without saying a word, carried a mountaineering bag as big as a mountain, disappeared, and flew to the direction of Afghanistan without stopping. On the 3rd day of Gao Ming's trip to Afghanistan, the base of a terrorist organization. We can't delay it any longer. We must launch the Mark I immediately. It was the famous Tony Stark who spoke. At this time, the billionaire was in a very embarrassed state. He was kidnapped and imprisoned by terrorists. Naturally, his treatment was not very good. He was wearing dirty and tattered clothes and had a sallow face. Those eyes were as bright as the reactor on his chest. Standing next to him was a man dressed as a scholar. The glasses on the bridge of his nose and the suit stained with a lot of dust all reflected the scholarly demeanor of this man. And this man was Dr. Ethan, who changed Tony Stark's life. Ethan is knowledgeable and proficient in many languages. He was also kidnapped by terrorists. It was he who performed surgery to help Tony remove the shrapnel from his body and made a simple electromagnet to absorb the remaining bullet fragments in Tony's body and maintain Tony's life. That's life. It was also Ethan's encouragement that kept Tony from despair after being tortured by terrorists and regained his confidence. While making excuses with the terrorists, he pretended to compromise to make missiles for the terrorists, and at the same time used the materials provided by the terrorists to make the arc reactor on Tony's chest and the heavy steel armor Mark I in front of him. Ethan frowned and said worriedly, but before he finished speaking, Tony interrupted Ethan. There is no time. We must act immediately. Tony and Ethan's 3-month prison escape plan was for Tony to wear the steel armor and forcefully break out. Just when he was about to succeed, the leader of the terrorists noticed something was wrong and gave him an ultimatum or build missiles for him, or will collapse with one shot. Seeing his invention being used by terrorists to kill innocent civilians, Tony will naturally not cooperate, let alone sit and die. Although the preparation is not sufficient, the escape plan can only be advanced. Hearing this, Ethan opened his mouth, but had nothing to say. Indeed, the situation is already very serious, and it is impossible to continue to fool those terrorists. With an arrow on the string, Tony and Ethan began to prepare for their escape. With the help of Ethan, Tony put on the heavy and thick steel armor on his body. Because it was the result of rush work and the steel plates were thickened for bulletproof purposes, Tony had some difficulty wearing this armor. However, the current situation was urgent, and Tony no longer cared about how he felt about his clothes. Ethan grabbed the wrench, tightened the screws, and asked, "Okay, say it again." Tony began to recount their planning process. Go forward 41 steps. When you get to the door, take 16 steps. At this time, the leader of the terrorists did not see Tony on the surveillance camera. He only saw Ethan busy doing something in front of a shelf. The shelf was facing away from the surveillance camera, so he could not see what Ethan was doing. The leader, who felt something was wrong, immediately sent 2 of his men to check out the situation. The 2 men came to the door of Tony and Ethan's studio, opened the observation hole of the door, and looked inside, but they only saw Ethan busy in front of a shelf, so they asked Jiligwala. Seeing that Ethan didn't respond, Tony seemed more anxious than the 2 men outside the room. Speak, answer him. This is Hungarian, I don't know it. Ethan's face became even more anxious, and his hand movements did not stop. Then just say any Hungarian word. Ethan was also so anxious that he couldn't turn his head. In desperation, he thought of something and blurted out, and a. As a result, this Hungarian word, whose meaning even Ethan himself had forgotten, immediately angered the 2 terrorists outside. One of them violently opened the door, and then triggered the homemade bomb Tony planted on the door handle. Over. The 2 terrorists were blown away by the oncoming explosion, and immediately received their lunchboxes. Although the 2 terrorists were eliminated, the defense line of the Iron Gate was also blown up. The terrorists saw this scene on the surveillance camera and rushed over angrily. Tony and Ethan did not have much time left. Ethan took a look and saw the 2 scorched black corpses outside the door. He felt a little trembling, and Tony urged, "Start the power system." Ethan immediately threw the wrench aside, turned around, and under Tony's command, sweating profusely, typed on the keyboard to enter instructions. A slowly advancing progress bar appeared on the computer screen. In order to activate this suit of armor, it still needs to be fully charged. Looking at the slow charging progress bar on the computer, Tony and Ethan became impatient at the same time, and kept chanting quick, quick, quick in their mouths. However, the progress bar was barely halfway through, and the terrorists were getting closer and closer to them. Ethan glanced at the still slow progress bar on the screen and said, "There's not enough time." He gritted his teeth, turned around, and said to Tony, "Hey, I'll buy you some time." After saying that, Ethan quickly walked to the door and grabbed the machine gun on the body. Act as planned. Tony was shocked and quickly spoke out to stop Ethan, but the steel armor on his body had not yet been fully charged, making him unable to move. Ethan didn't listen to Tony's dissuasion, fired a few shots to attract the attention of the enemy, and then rushed out without looking back. "Ethan!" Tony shouted loudly, staring at the progress bar on the screen, feeling increasingly anxious. Ethan ran like crazy, shooting randomly at the top of his head with a machine gun in his hand. Several terrorists who heard the sound turned around and fled in embarrassment. Ethan didn't think much and chased after him. When they reached the cave, the situation suddenly changed. Seeing a row of terrorists in front of him with guns pointed at him, Ethan's heart suddenly sank. It seemed that he could only delay it until this point. On the other side, as the progress bar reached the end, a beep sound sounded. Tony silently walked down from the shelf and put on the simple steel helmet. Several terrorists hurried over and discovered the 2 corpses. They were wary and quietly approached the darkened studio. One of the terrorists was pushed forward by the little leader to explore the situation. He glanced around uneasily. There was a bright light behind him, and he turned around and saw the tall steel armor. I was suddenly shocked. Before I could raise the machine gun in my hand to fire, the steel giant in front of me had already attacked and knocked him away with a punch. The other terrorists who had not yet stepped into the room were like frightened birds, pulling the trigger frantically, and the sound of dig-dig gunshots continued. After a while, the bullets were exhausted, and there was no movement in the room. Several subordinates relaxed and turned their heads, only to find that their boss was shocked. His eyes widened, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Several subordinates realized something was wrong and turned around in a hurry. Before they could see clearly, they were knocked out one by one and fell unconscious. The only standing little boss shot wildly at the steel giant in front of him, but the thick steel plate bounced the bullets away, and a heavy punch from the oncoming steel giant knocked him to the ground. The terrorists at the end of the tunnel were still shooting crazily, but in the end it was useless. The iron giant walked forward unscathed. Seeing that the attack didn't work, the rest of the terrorists instantly lost their will to fight and began to disperse and flee. Tony dragged his heavy steps, pressing step by step, and eliminated the fish that slipped through the net one by one along the way. At the entrance of the cave, the leader of the terrorists stood alone with a bazooka, waiting for Tony to come out of the cave. Although he seemed calm on the surface, panic and fear filled his heart. However, his dignity as a leader and his bloody nature as a lawless man forced him to stay here and face the enemy. Tony broke through all the obstacles and finally came to the exit, but saw Ethan lying dying on the side. Ethan! Tony was about to walk in front of Ethan, but heard Ethan yell in pain. Be careful. Tony immediately found the bald leader standing in front of the exit. The bald leader fired the rocket launcher at Tony. Tony, who was reminded by Ethan, stepped aside in time to avoid this fatal shot. After escaping the bald leader's sneak attack, Tony raised his hand and aimed at the bald leader. He was about to launch the missile loaded on his arm, but he moved away from the launch target and pointed to the left side of the bald leader. Before the bald leader understood the situation, there were rustling footsteps behind him. He quickly turned around and saw a man in white tights strolling into the cave, his face covered by a covered helmet. The uninvited guest didn't pay attention to the bald leader's move of pointing a gun at him and said in a friendly tone, "Hello, I'm looking for Tony Stark." Hearing this, Tony couldn't help being taken aback. He didn't know any weird guys in strange clothes, and the bald leader mistook him for Tony's accomplice and attacked instantly. Because he had just fired a cannonball and had not had time to reload it, the bald leader used the launcher in his hand as a stick and threw it at the intruder. Faced with the bald leader's attack, the visitor seemed unresponsive, and Tony couldn't help raising his hand, ready to shoot at the bald leader. However, the bald leader missed the target and lost sight of the opponent. He looked around in panic and found that the opponent was standing behind him with his arms crossed, looking at him casually. So fast, Tony and the bald leader had this thought in their minds at the same time. They didn't see the sign of the uninvited guest's avoidance, and the other party just appeared in another place so abruptly. The bald leader fearfully asked loudly, "Who are you?" The visitor stroked his chin, as if he was seriously thinking about his answer. After only a few seconds, the other person said in an uncertain tone, "You can call me Odither." Odither Godfather. The bald leader's chest felt tight. What was going on with this uncertain tone and the advantageous name? Are you teasing him? Were you kidding? The bald leader said angrily. Tony, who came to Ethan and knelt down to check the situation, also had a strange look on his face. Could it be that the other person was a member of the same group and was well versed in the art of poisonous tongues? As God testifies, Gao Ming had no intention of teasing anyone. In order to find the whereabouts of Tony Stark, he had not stopped flying at high speed in the past few days except for occasionally replenishing water or satisfying his hunger. Afghanistan is not a small place, even if it has shrunk. The search range was still easy for him to find. The place where Tony was imprisoned was too remote and had no outstanding features. Afghanistan was almost full of bases stocked with arms. Gao Ming had already searched for several terrorist strongholds in the past few days, and 2 of them were in the process of searching. Attract attention, be shot by terrorists, and then reward a dragon explosion for each stronghold. Fortunately, Gao Ming didn't stupidly count the days to find someone. After spending a few days, he finally caught up with the plot. Tony Stark was almost able to break out of the encirclement alone. Therefore, when time was so tight, Gao Ming had no time to think about his own name. He could only think of a tall one temporarily. He originally planned to continue plagiarism to the end and apply for odd-peed speed, but after thinking at high speed, he still decided to change to Odither. He doesn't just follow the path of being a speedster, he will definitely show every spell in front of the world one by one. The title of super speed completely limits his strength, but it is more majestic to call him Godfather. Gao Ming will not admit that he was influenced by the underworld Bible Godfather. "Yes, I am the Godfather," Gao Ming repeated, this time in a positive tone. Bald leader. Tony. Ethan lying on the ground. Ah, Gao Ming admired the role of Ethan when he was watching movies, and when he found that Ethan was about to die at any time, he naturally wouldn't sit idly by and watch Ethan get his box lunch again. Although I still want to give you a few lines, it seems I don't have enough time. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Ming flashed in front of the bald leader and flicked the bald head with a little force. Patatsu. The next moment, the bald leader's head looked like a bursting watermelon. That scene was not directly cut or mosaicked in the movie, so I won't describe it in detail. The headless body of the bald leader fell limply, and thick blood continued to flow from the severed head. Gao Ming also regretted it. He did this action in order to look cool, but instead his hands were covered with sticky, indescribable objects, a mixture of red and white, which made people feel nauseous. Tony had already taken off his mask and vomited. Special vomited. This is simply challenging the bottom line of his mental endurance. I have only killed one robber. If Tony Stark hadn't lost his noble demeanor because of his absence, Gao Ming would have vomited. The high-frequency vibration in his whole body shook off the filth in his body. He glanced at the headless corpse on the ground and felt a sudden feeling of vomiting. He immediately turned his eyes and saw Tony vomiting without any image. His mood finally calmed down, and he watched with interest. Watching this rare scene, it's such a pity that I didn't bring a camera to capture this scene. Gao Ming walked towards Ethan. Seeing this, Tony managed to stop his nausea and raised his hand with a sad expression. The missile on his arm was aimed at Gao Ming, and he shouted in a stern tone, "What do you want to do?" "Hey, take it easy." Gao Ming waved his hand casually, showing that he had no malicious intentions. "I just intend to save Dr. Ethan's life." Hearing this, Tony suddenly woke up and looked down. Ethan's eyes were distracted, and his breathing began to quicken. It was obvious that he was about to die. He had no time to think about how to save the dying Ethan. Tony yelled hastily, "Come and save me quickly." "Ethan." Gao Ming didn't care about Tony's slightly commanding tone. He came to Ethan and leaned down. He put his left hand on Ethan's chest and started the treatment to bring back Ethan, who was halfway into death. His right hand vibrated at high frequency and suddenly inserted into Ethan's wound. He just felt a comfortable warm current flowing through his body, and the next moment he felt a severe heart-piercing pain, and Ethan screamed involuntarily. "What are you doing?" Seeing Ethan being tortured by Gao Ming, Tony became furious and immediately prepared to attack with his fists. Gao Ming frowned and yelled, "Don't disturb me. I have to take out the bullet from his body." After hearing Gao Ming's words, Tony paused and put down his raised arm stiffly, with a look of embarrassment on his face. Although the arrogant Tony is somewhat dissatisfied with Gao Ming's attitude, but the other party is saving Ethan, so he is not easy to get angry. Removing bullets from the body is not an easy task. Gao Ming had no such experience before. The bloody scene in front of him completely shocked his outlook. After all, Gao Ming was not a professional medical staff, so he could only tear it apart arbitrarily. Remove the bullet quickly from the shot site, and then quickly treat the wound. Even though Gao Ming moved quickly, due to his inexperience and the large number of bullets added, Ethan was destined to miserably enjoy the sourness and scream incessantly. Tony on the side felt his scalp numb and looked at Gao Ming's eyes. There was also a trace of fear. The experience of going to death didn't last long. After the last bullet was taken out, the healing power quickly healed the wound, bringing bursts of refreshing pleasure. Ethan finally stopped screaming and fell asleep peacefully. Ethan's wound healed quickly, and he was completely back to his original state in a short time. There was no trace of injury at all. Tony couldn't help but admire. Interesting ability. Are you interested in being my personal doctor? I will give you 50 million a year, salary. The current situation is obviously developing in a good direction, which makes Tony feel a little relieved and can't help but restore his cynical nature. Hearing Tony's arrogant tone, Gao Ming couldn't help but be speechless. Sure enough, Tony Stark always thinks so highly of himself, and he can never change his arrogance no matter when and where. Gao Ming replied calmly, sorry, not interested. To be honest, whether or not he has a good relationship with Tony Stark is actually dispensable for Gao Ming, but Tony's technological talent forces him to pay attention to it. Although the movie has cut a lot, in Avengers 2, it is also the Hulkbuster armor invented for the Hulk appeared. In Iron Man 3, all kinds of steel battlesuits are dispatched. Gao Ming came to this world, destined not to keep a low profile. In order to restrain him, maybe there will be a set of anti-Godfather armor in the future. There is no doubt that Tony Stark has the brains and capital. Even the man next door almost completed the great deed of killing gods by relying on Krypton gold. Tony Stark, who was able to kill Super Chow and whose wealth is not weaker than that of the man, can also use Krypton gold to deal with Gao Chow. Ming. Facing Gao Ming's cold rejection, Tony looked a little unhappy, and a look of sullenness flashed in his eyes. As the glorious heir to Stark Industries, no one he met on weekdays treated him with respect, even the military. People with the government would also show basic goodwill. How could Gao Ming ignore his identity and refuse his invitation like this? It's just that Gao Ming's strength, suppressing his urge to take action to teach a lesson, the speed that the naked eye can't catch, and the treatment of bringing the dead back to life, all impacted Tony's cognition. Although he knew that there was such a thing as Captain America also only relying on the injection of serum to reach the limit of human physical ability can still be explained by technology, but Gao Ming's performance is obviously a supernatural ability. At present, very few people know about this uninvited guest. With a huge gap in strength, Tony Stark can only suppress his inner dissatisfaction and avoid conflict with the other party. But since the other party's attitude was not good, Tony didn't need to be hot-tempered and cold-hearted, and said with a sullen face, isn't it? It's really a pity. You missed a rare opportunity. Gao Ming didn't bother to respond to Tony. He came to rescue Tony mostly to meet Iron Man with his own eyes. Now it seems that the movie is really different from the reality. As for gaining Tony Stark's friendship, he didn't force it and let it take its own course. Even if the relationship deteriorated in the future and it really came to a life or death situation, Gao Ming would at most need to be prepared for Tony to invent a set of armor specifically designed to restrain him in the future. Although Tony, a charming character on the screen, was a big disappointment to him, Gao Ming could save Ethan, a pretty good person, and his trip was not in vain, and he could retire with success. Okay, Dr. Ethan is fine. You should continue to escape from this place. Gao Ming got up and walked out of the cave. The next moment, there were various sounds outside the cave, screams, crashes, and gunfire. In just 1 or 2 breaths, the outside returned to calm. Tony supported the unconscious Ethan and walked out of the cave carefully. The scene outside the cave made his pupils tighten. At this time, Gao Ming was no longer visible, but hundreds of terrorists were lying on the ground. Some were in coma, and some were dead. They had lost their combat effectiveness and could not pose any threat to Tony. Tony was shocked that Gao Ming had obviously eliminated this group of terrorists single-handedly. Tony could also defeat this group of terrorists with the help of his armor, but it would not be so simple and quick. What the hell is this monster? Tony Stark was extremely shocked. He had just wiped away all his dissatisfaction with Gao Mingxing. At the same time, he secretly decided that he must try his best to find the whereabouts of the other party after returning. If you want to find a way to establish a good relationship with this superpower, no matter how bad it is, you must grasp his true identity and ability information and do a good job of prevention. After coming back to his senses, Tony realized that they should hurry up and escape, as there was no guarantee that other terrorists would hear the news and come. Holding Ethan tightly with one hand, Tony activated the flamethrower under his feet and flew into the air. After a pause, there were various weapons and weapons on the ground. The mark, made by Stark Industries, on his face was a mockery of his nakedness. Tony said the arms were piled accurately on the ground, and all the missiles in his arms were launched, detonating the place where he had been imprisoned for 3 months. Accompanied by the spectacular explosion scene, Tony happily held Ethan and flew away from here. Think of this grand fireworks as a celebration that he, the great Tony Stark, is coming back. It's a pity that God can't seem to see how this playboy is so carried away. Tony was so excited that he soared into the sky. However, before he could fly very far, his armor suddenly made a dangerous, crunching sound. Tony's heart skipped a beat, with an ominous omen. Immediately afterwards, the injector under Tony's feet suddenly misfired. Needless to say, the screws on his armor were not tightened in the first place. While falling suddenly, the parts of the armor were scattered one by one, and they fell heavily into the soft desert. Some was also left aside. Yee. Fortunately, we were in the desert, and the soft sand weakened the pressure of the fall. Tony screamed loudly, and did not suffer much damage after falling. Tony lay in the sand in pain, his armor scattered all over the place, leaving only some fragmentary parts hanging on his body. After shaking off the scrapped armor on both arms, Tony opened his mask, and threw the entire cracked helmet aside. With a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, he comforted himself. It's not bad. The unconscious Ethan was also awakened by the sudden fall. He opened his eyes with a dazed look on his face, got up with some difficulty, and looked around. Ethan is now also disgraced. The glasses on the bridge of his nose were distorted by the impact, and not much of the glass lens was broken. Although he did not vomit blood like Tony, he still felt a pain in the bones all over his body. What happened? Am I dead? Ethan hadn't reacted yet. He remembered that he had been shot so many times that it was impossible to survive. Before he fell into coma, he seemed to have experienced some unpleasant things. Ethan had no memory of what he had before coma, but when he recalled it, his body trembled involuntarily, as if he had an instinctive reaction to fear something. The hooded Ethan took off his smashed glasses. The distorted glasses were uncomfortable to wear. Ethan squinted his eyes, struggling to see Tony not far away, and ran over in surprise. Hey Stark. Hearing Ethan's cry, Tony looked over and saw Ethan running towards him in high spirits. Tony was also very excited, and at the same time, his impression of Gao Ming deepened. After all, everyone cherishes their lives, who can guarantee that there will be no accidents in the future, and a person who has mastered the magical ability to bring the dead back to life is enough to make countless people rush to get acquainted. Thinking of this, Tony remembered that there was a big hole in his chest. Although he had built a reactor and filled it, the remaining bullet fragments in his body were still a time bomb. Why did he forget to ask Gao Ming to help him treat it together? But when he thought of the scene when Gao Ming treated Ethan, Tony wavered between healing and torture, and finally decided to just use the reactor to die. Of course, this does not mean that Tony has given up this option. He definitely wants to be healthy and intact. However, before being mentally prepared, this matter needs to be slowed down. After going back, I must use all my strength to find this enigmatic Godfather. Thinking of the title Godfather, Tony was confused. Isn't that guy really taking advantage of others? While thinking about it, Tony enthusiastically gave Ethan, his life and death partner, a big hug. It's great that you're alive. Hey, what's wrong? Ethan was a little flattered to be hugged by the famous Tony Stark. In the distance, Gao Ming stood on a hill with a good perspective, watching Tony and Ethan helping each other to find the direction. He turned his eyes and stared at a land that was also covered with yellow sand. However, scattered armor parts, exposed on the surface of the sand. It seems to be waiting for someone to pick it up. It seems that some things will still happen. He glanced meaningfully at the messy and falling apart steel armor, and silently concealed his figure. Forget it. What happens next is none of his business. Let's go back and have a good sleep. He has been tormented these past few days, so he must have a good meal when he goes back. Should I order it from KFC or Golden Arches? So, I have decided to shut down the Stark Industries weapons division, effective immediately. Watching the live TV news report, Tony Stark's groundbreaking speech caused a commotion at the scene, and all of a sudden there was a lot of chatter and noise. Huh, that's quite domineering. Gao Ming glanced at him calmly, then grabbed the cheeseburger in his hand and took a big bite. Gao Ming narrowed his eyes, looking like he was enjoying himself, and muttered to himself vaguely, the cheeseburger is really good. No wonder Tony Stark likes it so much. At this time, Gao Ming was sitting in the golden arch of a certain restaurant. On the table in front of him, more than a dozen burgers were piled up into a small mountain. The surrounding customers and store staff watched in stunned silence as Gao Ming ate each burger. After Gao Ming came to this golden arch, he didn't give him a chance to choose the difficulty, so he asked for burgers in various flavors. At first, the clerk at the front desk thought Gao Ming was joking, but seeing that Gao Ming was serious and didn't look like a joke, he dubiously quoted the price and accepted Gao Ming's money. When Gao Ming came to the store and sat down with a mountain of burgers that covered his face, the people around him invariably focused their attention on Gao Ming, ready to see what this Chinese guy was going to do. But there wasn't much anyway. I feel like he's going to eat this mountain of burgers. Then, everyone was shocked. Gao Ming was not affected by the strange looks from others, and he wolfed down the burgers one by one into his stomach. After a while, there were more than a dozen paper balls piled beside the table, which were the wrapping paper of the burgers. If Tony Stark's shocking declaration on TV hadn't diverted all attention, Gao Ming would still have been surrounded by the crowd. Gao Ming didn't care at all whether he attracted other people's attention. It would be better if no one disturbed him while eating his burger. After finishing the remaining burgers in a hurry and drinking down the Feijai Happy Water Coke next to him, Gao Ming Kai stood up, touched his belly, and walked out of the golden arch door of the restaurant. He didn't expect that the Ox Talisman would improve his physical fitness and digestion ability so much. Fortunately, the Horse Talisman could give him unlimited vitality. Otherwise, an increased appetite would not be a good thing. If it goes on for a long time, he will have to eat dirt sooner or later. I won't pay attention to Tony Stark for the time being. Let Wilson take care of him. To help Wilson reborn and regain his life, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to ask him for money. He found the business card Wilson had given him and called the number on it. Hello, came Wilson's majestic voice. It seems that he has maintained his status as a boss during this period. It's me, Wilson. Who are you? Hearing Wilson's tone, Gao Ming was startled at first, and then he remembered that he seemed to have never told Wilson what to call him. Gao Ming said awkwardly, I'll help you separate good from evil, remember? It turns out to be your excellency. Wilson said excitedly, no longer serious. Ahem, I forgot to introduce myself before. You can just like Melvin, call me Mr. Gao. Gao Ming pretended to cough a few times, and then said seriously. Wilson replied respectfully, okay, Mr. Gao, how have you been lately? No one noticed anything wrong, right? Gao Ming said some pleasantries first. After all, asking for money is too vulgar. There is no problem. Everything is going well, and none of my subordinates have any doubts. I am now trying to find ways to invest my own money in charity. At this point, Wilson's tone was a little low. I have committed too many sins. No matter how much I make up for, it will not be enough. I can't bring back those people I killed. Gao Ming was really ashamed. An ambitious king of the underworld seemed to be turned into a sympathetic religious believer by him. But this change is also good. Under Wilson's promotion, the atmosphere of Hell's Kitchen will more or less exist. Improved. So, don't waste this opportunity one gave you. Do more good things, and make your city truly better, so that you can make up for the crimes you committed in the past. Gao Mingyu said earnestly, I understand, Mr. Gao. Wilson regained his energy and said solemnly, I will work towards the goal of making the residents of Hell's Kitchen happy. Well, where there is a will, there is a way. Gao Ming praised Wilson's ambition, and then said casually, oh, by the way, I need your help with something. Wilson asked seriously, Mr. Gao, please tell me. As long as I can do it, I will do my best to complete it. Hearing Wilson's serious tone, Gao Ming couldn't help but feel guilty and said, haha. That's not an important thing. It's just that I'm a little tight lately, haha. Wilson. The other side fell silent, and Gao Ming became more and more embarrassed. As everyone knows, Wilson on the other end of the phone was stunned, because he didn't expect Gao Ming to be troubled by money, but Gao Ming gave him a new life, and Wilson must repay this favor of reinvention of. Wilson was stunned for a while, and after he came to his senses, he still replied seriously, no problem, Mr. Gao, how much do you need in cash? Ahem, you can give me some as you see fit. No cash is required. I'll state my bank card account number, and you can transfer it over. Although it was embarrassing, Gao Ming still reported his bank card number to Wilson. As for whether Wilson would follow this clue to find out his identity, I believe Wilson is a smart person, and it is best not to check things that should not be known. Well, I've made a note, Mr. Gao, please wait a moment. Wilson said to Gao Ming in a respectful tone. No hurry, thank you. Gao Ming couldn't feel at ease when he asked others to remit money to him for no reason. After saying some words of encouragement, Gao Ming hung up the phone and scratched his hair unnaturally. It seems that my face is still not thick enough and needs to be improved. After wandering around the street for a while, I guess that time was almost up, so I took a detour to the nearest bank, walked into a cash machine, inserted my bank card, and saw how much money was in my card. Looking at the series of 1s behind the 0 in front of him, Gao Ming counted carefully. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million. It turns out to be 100 million. Silently pulling out the card, Gao Ming felt that he had to calm down for a while and think about life. Gao Ming had no idea how much money 100 million was. As an ordinary person who had received at most 10,000 yuan, of course, he was not an ordinary person now, but he had never seen so much money. He didn't even know how to spend it. Huge sum of money. How about drinking fried dough sticks and soy milk every day? Drinking one bowl of soy milk and then another is wrong. We are abroad now. It should be said that we should drink one glass of hamburger and cola every day. Damn, I'll have to spend it in my next life for spending so much money. But now that I'm immortal, I still have time to spend. Poverty limits my imagination. 100 million was obtained so easily. Gao Ming was extremely confused at the moment. He had become a billionaire. No, he couldn't be proud and complacent. Think of Tony Stark, who bought a house without even blinking when he was fighting against Zarita's army. He comes to blow up the building for fun. Compared with this kind of real god trench, his 100 million is nothing. There is no harm without comparison. When he thought of Tony Stark's terrifying net worth, Gao Ming's almost elated mood immediately sank. Finally, he was not dazzled by the sudden huge sum of money. But I'm really excited. This is 100 million, 100 million. My door is always open. The phone rang, and the ringtone was set to Beijing welcomes you. After all, it's 2008. By the way, the 08 Olympic Games in this world was really held in China. Like the previous life, it started on August 8th, but now it is the end of August. The Olympic Games have ended, and Gao Ming's idea of going back to watch the scene is naturally in vain up. Someone called. Gao Ming excitedly took out his mobile phone and saw that the caller number displayed was Wilson's. While answering the call, he wondered, did Wilson find that he had added a few extra zeros? Wilson, what's the matter? Gao Ming finally suppressed his excitement and asked in a normal tone. If he really said that he was wrong, should he pretend to be confused? Wilson, I'm sorry, Mr. Gao, I only have this little personal liquidity. I have recently invested a lot of money in charities. In order to prevent people below from finding out, I can't misappropriate the company's funds for the time being. I'm really sorry. Sensing the sincere apology in the other party's tone, Gao Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt, and at the same time he was a little shocked. 100 million was actually a little bit in Wilson's eyes. Sure enough, status and class opened up everyone's understanding. Before Gao Ming obtained superpowers, he was just an ordinary citizen. How could he understand the thoughts of people of this class? Thoughts need to be improved. After thinking about this, Gao Ming was deluded a lot by the joy brought by money. He said in a neutral tone, you don't need so much money. I will keep some later and transfer the money back to you. Wilson quickly refused. No. I gave this money to Mr. Gao, no need. Before he finished speaking, Gao Ming immediately interrupted. No need to say any more. Wouldn't it be more meaningful to help more people than using it by myself? Just use every penny where it should be spent. Let's make Hell's Kitchen a beautiful city soon. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Gao. After a moment of silence, Wilson said solemnly. After hanging up the phone, Gao Ming inserted the card into the cash machine again, looked at the series of 0s in front of him, and chuckled. He doesn't know how long he will spend this money, so he might as well use it for good deeds. After thinking about it for a while, he left 1 million. In his opinion, this was also a huge sum of money, but compared to 100 million, it was only 1%. To Wilson, it was a drop in the bucket, and 1 million. Gao Ming's current life can be improved a lot. Gao Ming only kept 1 million for his own use, and the remaining 99 million. Gao Ming did not blink. Blinked twice. Well, Gao Ming was actually about to cry. With a grimace on his face and trembling fingers, he transferred the money back to Wilson with great difficulty, and then he lay helpless at the cash machine. 100 million. You handed it over before you even covered it up. Why are you pretending to be so generous? Gao Ming thought about it for a while, then returned to normal. Although he failed to experience the life of a billionaire, he has no regrets about returning the money to Wilson for charity. After adjusting his clothes, Gao Ming took back the card. Let's think carefully about how to spend this million. It's really distressing. 1 million is not a small amount. If you had 1 million, how would you spend it? As a Chinese, Gao Ming is naturally a common Chinese concept to buy a house. Gao Ming is still living in the apartment rented by the doppelganger. At the beginning, he went for the low rent. The surrounding environment is not very good, and it can even be said to be harsh. He is surrounded by various bars and other entertainment places, and he can still see many small gangsters are rampant and domineering. Of course, thanks to Gao Ming's intervention recently, the atmosphere has improved a lot. But living in such a bad place is not pleasant after all. Okay, let's find a good new place to live. Gao Ming started looking for his new residence with great interest. 1 million. It is completely wishful thinking to buy a luxurious house. High-end apartments also cost 1 million and hundreds of thousands. So after deciding to buy a house instead of renting, Gao Ming can only focus on ordinary apartments. Ordinary apartments cost an average of 50 renminbi to 60 renminbi, and there are also small apartments starting at 20 renminbi. However, Gao Ming's goal is to choose better apartments within the RMB million range. Of course, 1 million is not all spent. Taking into account daily expenses, Gao Ming's actual housing price limit is 80 at most. With this goal in mind, after finding a housing agent and explaining the conditions, the housing agent took Gao Ming with him. After looking at several apartments, the price of several apartments was either unreasonable or the design was not good enough. Gao Ming could only shake his head and say no. Finally, when the real estate agent was about to lose his patience and his tone was not so enthusiastic, there was finally an apartment that made Gao Ming's eyes light up. 47 square meters, but because of the designer's unique idea, this medium-sized space includes the bedroom, living room, bathroom, and kitchen. The location division is very coordinated and will not feel strange. Small but complete. After expressing his interest in purchasing, the real estate agent immediately enthusiastically introduced the apartment. After a long discussion, Gao Ming finally settled on the apartment. Plus various taxes, the total cost was 85, which was somewhat excessive. It's budget, but Gao Ming feels it's worth the money. However, the purchase of furniture also cost a lot of money. Although Gao Ming can move the furniture back to the new residence by himself, in order not to cause trouble and be noticed by interested people in advance, Gao Ming can only reluctantly invite those who seem unnecessary to him. The porter helped him move the furniture to the house. Before and after, Gao Ming only had more than 11 yuan left. This made Gao Ming feel for the first time that the money was so wasteful. It didn't take long to officially move into the new apartment. After Gao Ming checked out the apartment he rented, he moved into his new apartment smoothly. When he sat on his newly bought sofa and looked at everything new in the house, all his worries were swept away, and he felt a sense of belonging. This will be his home in the Marvel world. Come on, ACI, you still have to find a job. Gao Ming held his chin in one hand, sat by the window, and looked at the sky with dead eyes. It has been more than 3 weeks since I moved into the new house. From the ecstasy at the beginning, it has gradually calmed down now, and then Gao Ming found helplessly that he was troubled by money again. Well, because he was celebrating the move, Gao Ming was a little unmotivated and indulged in eating, drinking, and having fun. When he calmed down, he found that his savings had shrunk again. Looking at the expenditures clearly recorded in the deposit, Gao Ming felt a pain in his heart and wanted to slap himself in the ears. Forget it. I'm not that strong, and I might not be able to control it properly and slap my neck with a snap. Although I won't die, I will still feel the death experience for a few seconds. It was impossible for Gao Ming to ask Wilson for money again. He couldn't afford to lose face. After thinking about it, Gao Ming sadly discovered that in order to maintain a normal material life, he still had to go out to work. So, the question goes back to the beginning. What kind of suitable job should Gao Ming find when he can use the power of the spell? He will definitely not go back to the pizza shop, and the grumpy boss will not let him work again. And there is no money for delivering food. Pass. Like Xiao Chong, he sold his hue to the newspaper. Considering that he has not yet shown off his skills in public and has no reputation, it is still a bit shameful to sell his hue, so he can only pass. As for the slightest idea of moving bricks and demolition, Gao Ming was completely thrown into the cold palace as soon as it came to his mind. We are time travelers, and we cannot lose the face of time travelers. However, neither of his 2 lifetimes could provide him with any useful advice. In his previous life, he was a college student. He stayed in the dormitory every day and never held any part-time job. In this life, his doppelganger was independent at a young age, but he only sold snacks and delivered pizza with his grandfather, and his social experience was very limited. Gao Ming wanted to be a reporter in a newspaper office. Don't you see that Chao and Xiao Chong are both reporters, not only because their status as reporters can cover their heroic cause, but also their income is relatively stable. It's a pity that even if Gao Ming had this idea, he didn't have the conditions to realize it. It's true that he was a college student in his previous life, but his doppelganger was not. He went out into the society after graduating from high school. With his current academic qualifications, he went to a newspaper to apply for a job, but was rejected. Absolutely. Gao Ming frantically scratched at his hair. His hair, which had been neglected, became even messier and turned into a chicken coop. After the bed rolled back and forth a few times, Gao Ming jumped up from the bed with a sudden jerk, walked to the closet, and opened it. He pushed the hanging clothes aside and lifted up the wooden board at the bottom of the closet to reveal a hidden compartment. Many wardrobes have this design, and the wooden board at the bottom can be opened, which is convenient for buyers to act as a hidden compartment to store their valuables. There weren't many things in the secret compartment of Gao Ming's wardrobe, only his speed suit and the photo album left by his doppelganger, which contained many photos of him and his grandfather. Gao Ming had also looked through the photo. Looking at the kind old man in the photo, Gao Ming felt familiar and strange at the same time. He couldn't help but feel endless longing in his heart. The memories of the doppelganger and his grandfather were like a movie replay. Frame by frame comes to mind. Every time I see this photo album, I can't help but be immersed in longing. Gao Ming sighs softly, shakes his head, throws his inner thoughts behind, picks up the speed suit, and puts the board back to its original position. He quickly changed into his speedy suit, opened the window, expertly displayed his invisibility, and then flew out. Forget it. I don't have any good ideas for a while. I still go to fight crime and maintain law and order. Maybe I got inspiration when I was beating up punks. The streets of New York are bustling with people coming and going, day and night. There were employees rushing to get to work, children laughing and playing, old people strolling with their dogs, couples on dates, and unknown groups holding torches and wearing cloaks behind the couples. All kinds of people make up this lively scene. A graceful female office worker was holding a cup of high-end coffee in one hand and her brand name bag in the other. Just as she came out of the coffee shop, a black man suddenly rushed out beside her. However, at the same time, he snatched her bag casually. The moment the bag left her arms, a woman's love for designer bags made her exclaim, "The man who robbed me took my bag." Then, her body reacted, and the white-collar woman chased after her with pale face. But the high heels on her feet became a burden at this time, and she ran in small steps, which was completely useless. Most of the passers-by around had the mentality of watching the excitement, and there were also 1 or 2 men chasing the robbery black for the purpose of getting to know the female white-collar workers. But the black people seemed to be natural athletes. Although there were a few people chasing behind the black people froze as they widened the distance. Seeing that they could not catch up, those brave men became impatient and began to slow down their feet, but their faces pretended to be out of breath. Seeing the black man about to round the corner, despair began to appear in the eyes of the female white-collar worker, and the black man also showed a victorious smile. Suddenly, the black man stumbled, as if he had tripped over something, but the ground was blank and there was nothing there. But it was so dramatic. The black man yelled "wow" and fell down. Such a funny gesture made passers-by burst into laughter. A flash of shame and anger flashed in the black man's heart, and then he wanted to get up and run away, but he felt as if someone was stepping on his back, and he couldn't get up. He struggled to turn his head, but found that there was no one or anything pressing on him. Such a strange and weird situation made the black man think of some unclean things and screamed in horror. The pedestrians around looked at the black man lying on the ground crying and howling, and they couldn't understand what the fuss was about, so they all stopped and watched. Naturally, the black man and the passers-by didn't see it. The invisible Gao Ming stepped on the black man's back out of boredom, forcing him to the ground and unable to get up. He was the one who tripped the black man just now with his foot. It's so boring. If it weren't for waiting for Tony Stark to announce to the world, "I am Iron Man," and start a new era, there would be no need for Gao Ming to hide now. There is no doubt that after Tony Stark revealed his identity, all kinds of superpowered people appeared like mushrooms, and the probability of major dangerous events on the Earth skyrocketed. Tony Stark simply became the fuse of all events. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the usher in a new era. Gao Ming will definitely not take the blame. He should wait until Tony Stark steals the spotlight and show up again. By then, when heroes and villains are running around, a superpowered person like Gao Ming will no longer stand out. But it's really boring. Gao Ming said to himself depressedly, "Why hasn't Iron Overlord shown up yet? Come out quickly and give Iron Man his head, and then let me show up to save people in an upright manner." When the female white-collar worker and the righteous men saw the black man rushing to the street and didn't get up for a long time, their eyes suddenly lit up and they hurriedly chased after him. When those brave men came to the black man, they punched and kicked him. When the female white-collar worker was about to run over, they gradually put away their fists and kicked them and reprimanded them righteously. Resistant black people. At this time, Gao Ming had already stood aside, remaining invisible and watching the fun. "Thank you. Thank you." She took back her bag from the black man. The female white-collar worker thanked the men who helped her. The men waved their hands in a pretentious manner, and then told the female white-collar worker their mobile phone numbers. The female white-collar worker didn't make any excuses to refuse, and wrote down everyone's number with a grateful look on her face. However, Gao Ming noticed the disgust flashing in the female white-collar's eyes for a moment, and estimated that the female white-collar worker would turn around and delete the number. Seeing the female white-collar worker writing down their numbers, the men secretly rejoiced, and began to imagine that some blushing and heart-pounding plots would develop in the future. Suddenly, the female white-collar worker raised her leg slightly. Her calf wrapped in black stockings made the men around her excited. But before she started, she saw the female white-collar worker violently kicking the black man's lower body, or use the heels of high heels. Hiss. The men present involuntarily tightened their thighs and took a breath of air. At the same time, they felt a burst of sadness in their balls and cast awe-inspiring looks at the female white-collar worker from the bottom of their hearts. Gao Ming also looked at the female white-collar worker in awe. "Sister, I respect you for being a man." The female white-collar worker stepped on her, but did not continue. But the power of this kick could be clearly seen from the black man's horrific screams. The female white-collar worker turned her head and showed a very nice and polite smile to the people who were helping her. However, after the men saw how tough the female white-collar worker was, they all just smiled sarcastically regardless of what they had in mind. Seeing the female white-collar worker pull out her mobile phone to call the police will arrive to deal with the incident soon, and the black people have lost their resistance. After making sure that there will be no mistakes, Gao Ming quietly left the scene. Only some people felt a strong wind blowing from them. Scratched. After solving a small robbery case, Gao Ming successively did the following good deeds: saving a naughty child who ran a red light while playing and was almost hit by a car, rushed to the fire scene to rescue the trapped people, tripped the 4th pickpocket snatching bags on the street. No wonder Xiaochong will be so busy in the future that he won't have a peaceful day. After a few hours of heroic work, Gao Ming took a short break, returned home, changed into casual clothes, and wandered around the street, enjoying the street scenery of the great American empire. "I used to have no money to travel abroad, but now I live in the United States and I have to enjoy it." Gao Ming put his hands in his coat pockets and looked around casually. Occasionally he saw some hot and good-looking foreign girls, so Gao Ming whistled with great interest. Of course, he only dared to do this with an admiring attitude. Therefore, when a foreign girl who was very open in both clothing and personality, and who might be engaged in an equally open profession, walked up to Gao Ming and threw when Gao Ming winked and said in an ambiguous tone, "Hey, little boy, do you want to go play with your sister?" Gao Ming suddenly stumbled and couldn't say a complete sentence, and in the end he could only run away in embarrassment. Hearing the sneer of the big man behind him, Gao Ming felt humiliated. "Damn, is it fun to tease a virgin? I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand my high-end combat power." That's what he thought. But Gao Ming didn't have the courage to stop, turn around, and run back to let that foreign girl see what he was capable of. As an inexperienced virgin, he could just say something, but he was still a little weak if he really wanted to fight in person. After being molested by a foreign girl, Gao Ming fully felt how open-minded the foreign girls are, and also realized that he didn't have the strength to flirt with the girls for the time being, and just went shopping honestly to see the scenery. The big city of New York is actually no different. It is also bustling with traffic, surrounded by heavy steel and concrete, and countless residents fill every corner. The biggest difference from China is that the people coming and going are not Asians with black hair and yellow skin, but white people with strange hair and black people with white teeth. It will feel quite refreshing at first. After watching it for a long time, Gao Ming also it doesn't feel novel anymore. Although yellow people are not common in the United States, there are still many of them. After all, there are always people in China who want to immigrate to the United States. Gao Ming, a Chinese, will not attract attention when he walks on the street. After wandering around for a while, it became boring, so Gao Ming focused on looking for delicious food. What famous foods are there in the United States? Gao Ming said he only knows about the Golden Arches and KFC. Thinking of ordering takeaways these days with only hamburgers and fries, Gao Ming got tired of eating them. Let's go to Chinatown and have a look. Chinatowns are found in many countries. There are many Chinese and ethnic Chinese here, and you can taste a lot of Chinese snacks. The doppelganger and his grandfather used to sell snacks in Chinatown. Of course, the taste is definitely not that authentic. Chinatown is also in Manhattan. It took Gao Ming less than 10 minutes to reach Chinatown. When Gao Ming came to Chinatown, he couldn't help but get emotional when he saw the black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin coming and going. Ah, fellow countrymen. In fact, in Gao Ming's fantasy, Chinatown should be a gourmet street full of Chinese delicacies, but the actual situation is not like that. It is no different from those commercial districts in China. There are more crooked nuts with different pupils than in China. The roads in Chinatown are spacious, and you can see many food stalls pushing a trolley. They are all familiar yellow-skinned compatriots, but their fluent English is enough to make the domestic high school students who are struggling to review English worship. Well, after all, we are not native Chinese. Gao Ming couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he heard that the owners of the food stall spoke fluent English but a little jerky in Chinese. Gao Ming walked to a food stall with surprise on his face and looked at the familiar sign on the trolley. Haxianalti Snacks. Ah, this is the English translation. Speaking of Chinese names, they are famous. Shaxian Snacks. Wow, Shaxian Snacks have actually broken out into the international market. Great China. Seeing the list of familiar snacks on the menu, Gao Ming couldn't help but swallow his saliva and blurted out without thinking. Boss, here are 3 steamed dumplings, 2 wontons, and 1 fried noodles. Okay, wait a minute, young man. Seeing that he was a Chinese youth, he was very friendly in his Chinese accent, and the owner of Shaxian Snacks was also in a happy mood, humming a ditty and preparing the snacks ordered by Gao Ming one by one. Here, Gao Ming took out a few US knives from his trouser pocket, handed them over, and took the snacks packed by the boss at the same time. The boss handed the remaining change back to Gao Ming. Young man, come back next time. No problem, no problem, I'll definitely come back next time. Gao Ming responded repeatedly, his mind already drifting to the Shaxian Snacks in his hand. It's been almost half a month since time travel, and I've always spent it on hamburgers and fries. Now I miss the familiar Shaxian Snacks. It was obviously a cheap and not very delicious Shaxian snack, but now it made him salivate. Finding a public bench to sit down, Gao Ming couldn't wait to lift the lid. The filling of steamed dumplings is relatively small, which makes them small and exquisite, tender, and delicious. On the surface of the light soup, bits of chopped green onion are floating, and a few wontons are looming, which makes your index finger itch. The yellow-orange noodles are mixed with orange-red carrot shreds, green wild vegetable slices, and golden scrambled eggs. The aroma is overflowing. Well, maybe it's been too long since I've eaten it. The simple Shaxian snacks have now become the most delicious delicacies in Gao Ming's eyes. Needless to say, he opened his chopsticks and said one word, eat. With lightning speed, Gao Ming quickly took down his chopsticks, picked up a fried dumpling, stuffed it into his mouth, and took a big bite. Ah, this is the taste. It's still a familiar filling. Gao Ming admired in his heart. Without stopping his hands, the fried dumplings disappeared one by one and entered Gao Ming's belly. After finishing 3 servings of steamed dumplings, Gao Ming picked up another serving of wonton, put it directly to his mouth, and took a sip of the soup. Oh, this soup is bland and tasteless. It's been a long time since I last saw it. The wonton was sent to the mouth along the soup, and Gao Ming swallowed it like a jujube, and a warm feeling rose in his body. Pick up a chopstick to fry the noodles, suck it into your mouth. This chewiness and elasticity make me so touched. Gao Ming devoured this Sha County snack, as if he hadn't eaten for several days, and it didn't take long for him to eat all of this Sha County snack. I'm a little full. Gao Ming wasn't hungry. After 3 portions of steamed dumplings, 2 portions of wontons, and 1 portion of fried noodles, he felt a little full. But when he saw that there were many dazzling snacks that he had not tried, Gao Ming suddenly became enthusiastic, put his hand on his stomach, and activated his healing power. He has not been lazy these days, and still takes time to study the power of spells and develop new skills. Through his tireless research, it was actually just by chance that Gao Ming discovered that the power of healing can accelerate the body's physiological response, thereby achieving self-healing and detoxification effects. Similarly, accelerating the digestive system is also a small cassette, but the shortcomings are also obvious. Cool. His stomach started to churn, and Gao Ming had to go there to solve some major issues in his life. In full view of the crowd, Gao Ming couldn't use his invisibility, so he could only hide slightly, walk with difficulty to an uninhabited corner, and then fly invisibly to a nearby public toilet. Why do you think he wants to solve it on the spot? Don't think so bad of people, and be ethical and hygienic. You asked Gao Ming why he didn't have to run. Haha, don't you think death didn't come fast enough? When I came to the public toilet, I rushed to a deserted place, closed the door, locked it, took off my pants, and squatted down, all at once. When squatting in a pit, if there is no mobile phone or newspaper in hand, and if it is not difficult, the brain will be empty and the thinking will be divergent. Well, this process can be called thinking about life. Gao Ming couldn't help but think of a question he had been avoiding. That is, was he still a human being? He is immortal and has many abilities. Even if the earth is destroyed, he may not die. Is he a human or a monster? Although he still eats and sleeps like a normal person, he knows from the bottom of his heart that part of the reason why he does this is to maintain his human identity. It's not over yet. Thinking about life and having random thoughts are over. Gao Ming completed the follow-up work calmly, wiped it clean, and washed away Comrade A Xiang. After walking out of the public toilet, Gao Ming regained his high-spirited appearance and said, "Oh ho, ho, keep fighting. It's useless to think so much. I'd better satisfy my stomach first." Gao Ming happily ran towards Chinatown, leaving behind a few confused Waygorn near the toilets. No need to be so excited. Suck. Gao Ming took a big gulp of the soy milk in his hand and swallowed the googly bun that was stuck in his throat. Gao Ming patted his chest. I'm so anxious to eat. Although he wouldn't choke to death, the feeling of choking on food was still uncomfortable. Gao Ming drank a few more mouthfuls of soy milk before finishing the half-eaten buns in 3 bites. Gao Ming, who returned to a state of fasting, immediately showed off his foodie skills. After returning to Chinatown, he set his sights on the carts on the roadside, ordering 1 or 2 of each snack, and swept all the food stalls along the way, unknowingly causing a stir. The attention of many passersby. Some people thought it should be some kind of variety show or challenge activity, something like Big Eater, so a group of people watching the melon eating gradually gathered behind Gao Ming, all waiting to see how long this Asian guy would eat. When Gao Ming finished eating the last snack in Chinatown, some passersby clapped, as if celebrating the championship of some kind of competition. Gao Ming, who quit the foodie mode, accepted this inexplicable applause with a black line. What is there to applaud? Hey, it seems a bit overwhelming. Although it was so uncomfortable to hold his stomach under the watchful eyes of everyone, Gao Ming maintained his composure, threw the remaining fast food boxes into the trash, came without changing his face, and walked out of Chinatown slowly. After walking a long distance and making sure he was out of sight of the crowd, Gao Ming's expression changed and his pace became a little difficult. I have to digest it quickly. It's too overwhelming. After finding a public toilet, Gao Ming repeated his previous actions. It didn't take long before I walked out refreshed. Gao Ming said with satisfaction. This trip was well worth it. It's time to go home. But there was no rush for Ma Fei to go home. Gao Ming strolled comfortably on the street, planning to walk for a while first. Gao Ming. A very familiar voice came from behind and called Gao Ming's name. Gao Ming turned his head curiously. He probably didn't have the same name. Behind him, an unexpected person stood there, looking at him with surprise. Sophia. The person standing behind Gao Ming and calling him was the girl he saved, Sophia. Why is she here? By the way, this is not far from Hell's Kitchen. Gao Ming was really shocked when he saw Sophia again, and then he thought that he was in Manhattan, and the Hell's Kitchen where Sophia was located was also in Manhattan, so it was not impossible to encounter her. It's just that it's too much of a coincidence that we can still encounter such a large area. Is it an arrangement of Stein's Gate? Gao Ming was thinking wildly, but Sophia had already walked towards him, her face full of joy, and said, "We meet again, Gao Ming." Yes, what a coincidence. Gao Ming responded subconsciously, but soon discovered something was wrong. Wait a minute, Sophia, you are speaking Chinese now. That's right. Gao Ming was surprised that Sophia was speaking Chinese at this time. Although she was not speaking fluently in Chinese, she was obviously speaking Chinese. Well, how is Chinese classified? Sophia's Chinese, to be accurately described, is similar to Mandarin spoken by Cantonese people, a little jerky, but with clear meaning. Seeing Gao Ming's surprised expression, Sophia couldn't help but feel a hint of pride. After Gao Ming jokingly made fun of her Chinese proficiency, Sophia started working hard on Chinese, and she was quite effective in half a month. Of course, Sophia did not dare to boast that she had mastered Chinese. No matter how hard she tried, she only learned some basic greetings in half a month. Sophia said, "Yes, but I haven't learned it yet. I can only speak some simple Chinese now." This sentence is said in English. Hearing this, Gao Ming breathed a sigh of relief, almost thinking that he had met a language genius, and replied in English. I see, but your Chinese has improved a lot, which really impresses me. Gao Ming spoke fluent English, which made Sophia feel frustrated. They were also speaking foreign languages. Gao Ming, a Chinese, spoke English so standardly, while she, an American, only knew a few sentences in Chinese. Such a comparison would inevitably make her feel a little frustrated. Compared to your English, my Chinese is nothing, Sophia said with some frustration. Seeing Sophia's disappointed look, Gao Ming scratched the back of his head and explained, I grew up in the United States, so I am familiar with English. Sophia was relieved after hearing Gao Ming's explanation. It turns out that Gao Ming is a Chinese who grew up in the United States. No wonder he speaks fluent English. He has been speaking English for more than 20 years. How can it be that she can catch up by learning some broken Chinese in half a month? She must continue to work hard and get up early to master Chinese. Sophia secretly made up her mind. While Sophia was thinking about things, Gao Ming was also quietly observing her. One time was at night, and the night was hazy, so I couldn't take a closer look. Now in broad daylight, Sophia's appearance was clearly visible. Sophia didn't look as embarrassed as she did when she was robbed before. Her long dark brown hair was neatly combed and hanging softly on her shoulders. Her fair face no longer looked panicked, but was slightly red with excitement and joy. Combined with the delicate temperament brought about by her pair of large-framed glasses, it made people feel like kissing her. Wearing a light yellow jacket, with the zipper pulled up to the chest, you can see that he's wearing a white shirt with English letters underneath, and a pair of dark blue jeans underneath. The overall combination shows a casual style. However, Gao Ming's eyes were always on Sophia's chest involuntarily. The plump and white body he glanced at that night was deeply imprinted in his mind, although it was not noticeable now because of the clothes. But Gao Ming knew how spectacular it was under the clothes. Ahem, it's better to keep your upright gaze away before the other party notices. It only took a few seconds for Gao Ming to look at Sophia. When Sophia raised her head, Gao Ming had already retracted his gaze and looked at Sophia's face calmly. Being watched by Gao Ming, Sophia felt a little shy and scratched the corner of her clothes with her nervous little hands. Seeing this, Gao Ming smiled slightly and said, it's a rare chance that we meet like this. Let's go have a cup of coffee together. No panic at all. Just kidding, books are not free to read. When Gao Ming had nothing to do, he went to look through the pile of books left by his doppelganger. Several of them were about understanding female psychology. It seemed that his doppelganger also had the idea of picking up girls. After reading some books and gaining experience, Gao Ming made some progress and was no longer as helpless when getting along with girls. Of course, I still can't resist some female gangsters. Hearing Gao Ming's invitation, Sophia was slightly surprised. Seeing Gao Ming's very sunny smile, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she said in a thin mosquito voice, okay. The power of the horse talisman and the ox talisman subtly improved Gao Ming's body, allowing him to develop towards the most perfect growth posture. As we all know, everyone, except for congenital genetic defects, can grow and develop to their ideal appearance. However, due to various reasons such as insufficient nutrition and insufficient exercise during the growth process, they cannot achieve it. So many people are teased for being disabled. Now, because of the power of the horse talisman, it has made up for Gao Ming's shortcomings during his growth period, while the ox talisman has gradually strengthened Gao Ming's physique while granting him immense power. Now he is also evolving towards becoming slimmer when dressed and more muscular when undressed. Although the talisman's strengthening of Gao Ming's body has not yet ended, it is beginning to take effect. Gao Ming's appearance has obviously improved a lot compared to when Sophia first met him, which is why her heart was so excited. However, Gao Ming himself didn't notice it at all. It was just a habitual behavior to wake up every morning and happily say, you look handsome again, in the mirror. That's right, he took out his new mobile phone. He bought a new mobile phone. It turned out that the antique phone didn't even have the intention of collecting it as a souvenir. He just lost it without knowing where. The one he has now is the Pingwa 3. As for Sanshin hasn't released a smartphone yet, and after learning a bloody lesson, a fool will buy a Sanshin phone again unless it can blow up again and let him wear it back. That's not to say that he can't consider it. Gao Ming took out his mobile phone, naturally not to show off, but to check where there were cafes nearby. After a few operations, he quickly locked in a destination. Putting the phone back in his pocket, Gao Ming smiled at Sophia and said, let's go. Sophia nodded. Just like a normal walk, Gao Ming and Sophia walked together, sometimes telling interesting stories, making Sophia laugh, and her nervousness gradually relaxed. The soft sunlight shone on their bodies, drawing out two long lines. Shadow. Not long after, the two came to Gao Ming Xuan's destination, a very famous coffee chain. Starbucks. Well, Bupi, speaking Chinese, the translation is Starbucks. That's right, it's the Starbucks that often appears in American movies. Gao Ming has seen many movies with scenes of Starbucks. He doesn't know if Starbucks pays advertising fees for these movies. Although Starbucks has chain stores all over the world, it seems there are many in China, but Gao Ming never had a chance to drink. He didn't know whether Starbucks coffee was good or not, but in movies, many of the workplace elites and company executives would go to Starbucks to buy a cup of coffee after get off work. Therefore, Starbucks seemed high-end and classy, and Gao Ming mainly came here for this reason. If you invite a girl to drink coffee, of course you have to choose something a little more advanced. Gao Ming was also secretly observing Sophia's reaction. What was strange and puzzling was that Sophia was only slightly surprised, and then returned to normal, not too shocked. In fact, Gao Ming was misled by the movie. Although Starbucks is a world-famous brand, Starbucks coffee is actually still a civilian brand in the United States. The price is not as high as in China. It is just the environment designed for the white-collar class that makes Starbucks very high-end and classy. Gao Ming opened the door of Starbucks and politely motioned for Sophia to go forward. After Sophia walked in, Gao Ming followed closely and entered the store. The decoration in the Starbucks store is no different from that in the movie. It is exquisitely decorated. Customers sit at the small round table, pick up the coffee on the table, and take a sip, with a leisurely and comfortable look on their face. Leisurely afternoons, comfortable sunshine, and rich and fragrant coffee. Starbucks has such a comfortable and leisurely atmosphere. After finding a seat and sitting down, a waiter in the store came over and politely handed over the coffee menu. When Gao Ming turned over the menu, he suddenly realized the price of $3 or $4 behind the rows of coffee. On average, a cup costs $3 to $4, which translates into more than $10 or $20. As a well-known brand, it is actually not expensive, although it is still very expensive for someone like Gao Ming, who drinks milk tea for only 4 or 5 yuan. Gao Ming, who had only had hand-brewed bird's nest coffee, looked at the menu and was confused about the latte, cappuccino, and latte. What were these? He read from beginning to end, and finally said calmly, let's have a big cup. Caramel macchiato. Sophia, what would you like? Caramel macchiato should be a sweet coffee bar, Gao Ming thought. Sophia glanced at the menu and whispered, then I'll have an Americano, a medium cup will be fine. E-similar Americano is the cheapest on the menu. Is this girl trying to help me save money? What a good girl. Gao Ming asked kindly, would you like a strawberry cheesecake? Sophia quickly waved her hand and declined. No need. I'm losing weight recently. At the end, facing Gao Ming's stunned eyes, Sophia's voice became lower and lower. Gao Ming is really confused. Do girls like to use the excuse of losing weight? Sophia, you have a good figure, your waistline is just right. Do you still want to be as thin as your forearm? I saw you swallowed. Sophia does love to eat, but like other girls, she needs to pay attention to keeping in shape. She was struggling a bit when passing near Chinatown today. If Gao Ming knew about it, he would definitely sympathize with her and encourage her not to suppress her foodie nature. Okay, don't refuse. It's a rare chance to meet you, so let me treat you. Please add a strawberry cheesecake for her. I want a French chicken sandwich. Gao Ming returned the menu to the waiter on the side. The waiter nodded slightly and smiled politely. Okay, please wait a moment. Then he turned around and ordered the preparations. Seeing that the waiter had already walked away, Sophia couldn't refuse. She just felt a little embarrassed and said, thank you. It's okay, you're welcome. Gao Ming shook his hand nonchalantly and then said enthusiastically, By the way, let me tell you what happened to me recently. Sophia also showed a bit of curiosity and was no longer so reserved. She said, okay, I also want to know more about you. Well, this sentence seemed a bit ambiguous, so Gao Ming decided not to pay attention to it, so as not to embarrass the two of them again. I asked someone to help me make combat uniforms. They are very handsome. Really? It's a pity that I didn't see it with my own eyes. There will be a chance. I went to the Middle East a few days ago and saved Tony Stark. That playboy. Yeah, that's not the point. The process was quite tortuous. I destroyed several terrorist nests before I found him. Wow, you're not in danger, are you? You don't have to worry about me. I'm sitting here safe and sound, which means there's nothing wrong with me, and I'm not dead. Well, what did you say? It's nothing. By the way, Tony Stark is working on a set of steel armor. Gao Ming vividly described his recent life, and Sophia, who was deeply affected by Gao Ming's words, kept sighing. Just when Gao Ming had just finished talking about moving into a new house and almost told the unforgettable carnival story he had after moving, the waiter came to their table with drinks and snacks and carefully put them down. Two guests, the coffee you ordered. Gao Ming stopped the topic immediately. A trace of joy flashed in his heart, and he almost exposed his dark history again and lowered his image. The waiter placed a cup of ordinary coffee and a plate with a small piece of cake in front of Sophia. Then, he put Gao Ming's caramel macchiato and French chicken sandwich in front of him, nodded slightly, turned, and left to entertain other guests. Gao Ming fell into deep thought as he looked at the caramel macchiato in front of him that was filled with fragrant milk and had brown caramel with clear stripes on the surface. It turns out that caramel macchiato looks like this. Why is it milk? Isn't it coffee? After tentatively picking up the cup and taking a sip, Gao Ming suddenly understood. Oh, it turns out that coffee is added to the milk, and it tastes pretty good. Turning my eyes, I saw the French chicken sandwich placed in the center of the plate on the table. Two triangular slices of bread were sandwiched with lettuce, tomatoes, eggs, chicken breasts, and butter. The ingredients were very rich, and they were thinner than the ones sold in bakeries. A sandwich with a thin slice of luncheon meat, a layer of floss, and a little cream was simply so much better. Gao Ming felt inexplicably moved. This is a sandwich. Gao Ming resisted the urge to grab it and stuff it into his mouth to devour it, but still maintained his grace in front of the girl. Sophia looked at Gao Ming, but before she started, Gao Ming said, you should also try the coffee. It should taste good. Sophia nodded, took a sip of coffee, then picked up the knife placed next to the plate, cut a small piece from the cake, and put it into her mouth, with a light look of happiness on her face. It looks like the cake tastes good, so I'll try the sandwich to see if it tastes good. Gao Ming wrapped the sandwich in a napkin. After all, it was unhygienic to hold it directly with his hands. Then he raised it to his mouth, opened his mouth, and took a bite. The sweetness of the cream first touched the taste buds, and then the mixed aroma of tomatoes, lettuce, eggs, and chicken breast exploded in the mouth. Gao Ming couldn't even find any words to describe this delicious taste. By D, who didn't want to reveal his pen name. Actually, it's because I lack vocabulary. Please understand Gao Ming, a poor man. Neither he nor his doppelganger has ever tasted such a delicious sandwich. The doppelganger is from a poor family, while Gao Ming pursues convenience more and orders takeout and cooked bubbles. Noodle. This sandwich greatly impacted Gao Ming's worldview, and it was the first time he discovered that a sandwich could be so delicious. It has to be said that a sandwich can shock him to the core, and others will definitely feel inexplicably sad if they find out. Gao Ming wanted to cheer loudly. It's so delicious. But in front of Sophia, he had better not look like a country bumpkin. Squinting his eyes, he praised, it's really good. The foodies who didn't know each other were immersed in tasting coffee and snacks in a tacit understanding. They didn't say anything anymore and quietly enjoyed the leisurely atmosphere. Pushing open the door of Starbucks, as when entering, Gao Ming opened the door, Sophia came out of the store, and then Gao Ming also left Starbucks. After walking a few steps, Gao Ming looked at the time. It seemed to be still early, so he said, would you like to go watch a movie together? As soon as the words were spoken, the two of them paused at the same time. Gao Ming found that his proposal was a bit abrupt. The two of them had obviously known each other for a short time. He had just invited a girl to drink coffee, and then invited him to watch a movie. Wouldn't this seem too impatient and make her misunderstand that he had ulterior motives? Sophia was also disturbed by Gao Ming's sudden invitation. Her heart was beating wildly, and she couldn't help thinking, why did he invite me to watch a movie? It should just be a purely friendly invitation to watch a movie together. But what if? Sophia thought about what she thought was possible but impossible, and didn't know how to reply for a moment. Her white face turned red quietly, which was really cute. Feeling that the atmosphere had finally calmed down, it suddenly fell into a very embarrassing situation. Gao Ming immediately took the initiative to speak. Ahem, wasn't Kung Fu Panda released before? I was very interested, but I couldn't find the time to watch it some time ago. Now, I just have time to go see it. I wonder if you have the time and interest to go see it with me. Gao Ming's words were of course a temporary excuse. He had watched Kung Fu Panda so many times in his previous life. Kung Fu Panda 1, 2, and 3 were all the same. He just made up an excuse to resolve the embarrassment. Moreover, in 08, in China and the United States, the only one that was popular and that impressed him was the fat panda, who could do Kung Fu. Hearing Gao Ming's explanation, Sophia was relieved, but also a little disappointed. As for why she was disappointed, she was too embarrassed to think too much about it. The blush on Sophia's face had not gone away, and she whispered, yeah, okay. After receiving the reply, Gao Ming took out his mobile phone again and checked which movie theaters nearby still showed Kung Fu Panda. After all, 2 months had passed, and a movie would only be released in about a month. Fortunately, this animated film that combines the two Chinese elements of Kung Fu and Panda is very popular. It has still not dropped after 2 months, and many cinemas are still showing it. Gao Ming chose a cinema with an earlier screening time. There would be a show in about 10 minutes. The only problem was that it was far away and the time was too tight. The other cinemas were either too late or further away. Gao Ming faked a cough and said, Sophia, I found a cinema that was about to show Kung Fu Panda, but the destination was a bit far away. I wanted to get there in a faster way. Hearing the hesitation in Gao Ming's words, Sophia was stunned for a moment, and then thought of her flight experience that night. Was she going to fly there? Thinking of Gao Ming holding her like a princess that night, Sophia's face became even redder. Gao Ming couldn't help but feel distressed when he saw Sophia's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she didn't respond. Sure enough, it was still messed up. Just as I was about to say something, I heard an extremely subtle voice. Okay. Gao Ming was stunned. Was it an auditory hallucination? He looked at Sophia, who was still blushing, but nodded slightly. She actually agreed. Gao Ming couldn't help but get excited, and he didn't know why. Of course, Gao Ming would not hug the princess as boldly as he did last time. He turned around, turned his back to Sophia, bent slightly, and did not dare to turn his head to face Sophia. Time is running out. Come quickly. I will carry you. At this time, Gao Ming, who had his back to Sophia, looked nervous. Seeing that Gao Ming did not suddenly pick her up like this time, but chose to carry her on his back, this move also caused Sophia to bump around. She hesitated for a moment, but did not refuse. Her body trembled slightly, indicating that she was also feeling the same at this time. How nervous. When her hands were placed on Gao Ming's shoulders and her chest was pressed against his back, Sophia's shame reached the extreme, but she also felt a sense of relief. Gao Ming's back was not as thin as it looked, but very broad. Sophia, what her little hands touched were strong and solid muscles, not the big, bulging muscles that bodybuilders exaggerated, but it made her feel extremely at ease. Perhaps, it was this strong and powerful back that seemed to be able to block all dangers and protect her that made her trust him completely without any worries. Sophia's mouth quietly curved an arc, showing an extremely happy smile. The moment Sophia put her hand on her and pressed her chest against hers, Gao Ming's heart skipped a beat. Feeling the sensual softness on his back, he was so excited that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Oh ho ho, I feel like my whole body is full of power now. Thanos, hurry up and accept my iron fist of justice. I was so excited that I was crying and wolfing, but on the outside, my face remained calm. I tried my best not to let my true emotions be exposed, and said calmly, then, let's set off. He hugged Sophia's legs with both hands, lifted her whole body up, and then jumped into the air, flying at full speed. Everything about invisibility and disguise was completely forgotten at this moment. Gao Ming didn't want any scruples to affect his current mood. He just wanted to carry the girl behind him and rush to the cinema immediately to sit down and watch a movie together. Since being rescued that night, Sophia often dreams of herself and Gao Ming flying. Now, Sophia is very happy to be flying again after a long absence. Moreover, Gao Ming was flying at high speed this time, unlike before when he was flying slowly. His ears were filled with the noisy wind, and the scenery he saw flashed past like a slideshow. The experience of speed made Sophia scream and surprise. Cross. Waves of waves hit behind him, which greatly encouraged Gao Ming. His emotions were so high that his flying speed increased to another level. Under Sophia's unknowing encouragement, Gao Ming exploded with unprecedented strength. In just a few breaths, he arrived at the ticket office of the cinema. As soon as the conductor raised his head, he was startled. There was an Asian man standing in front of him, carrying a white woman on her back. Her clothes and hair were a little messy, as if she had just experienced a typhoon. 2 tickets for Kung Fu Panda, Gao Ming said to the conductor in an excited tone. Sophia behind him even forgot to put it down. Okay, please wait a moment. Although the ticket seller felt weird about the man and woman rushing to watch an animated movie, he still dutifully prepared tickets for them. When the conductor handed over 2 movie tickets with one hand and spread them out with the other hand to indicate payment, Gao Ming remembered that he was still carrying Sophia, carefully put Sophia down, and then took out the money and gave it to the conductor. Sophia had not yet recovered from the experience of flying at high speed. After getting off Gao Ming, her whole body was still limp. She could only hold on to Gao Ming's shoulders and barely stand still. Taking the ticket from the conductor, Gao Ming gradually calmed down, supported Sophia, who had not regained her strength, and walked into the cinema. After checking the ticket with the ticket inspector, he went to the theater where Kung Fu Panda was shown. After all, they bought the tickets later and the seats were further back. Gao Ming and Sophia looked at the seat numbers printed on the tickets and found their seats, 2 seats to the right in the second to last row. After finding their seats, Gao Ming and Sophia sat down one after another. Gao Ming suddenly remembered that he forgot to buy Coke and popcorn, which are necessary for watching movies. However, at this time, the screening room darkened and the screen began to show movies. Ming had no choice but to give up. Gao Ming had watched the Kung Fu Panda movie several times in his previous life, but he hadn't watched it for several years. It's quite interesting to revisit it now. And you're watching a movie with a girl. How could you be bored? Gao Ming glanced at Sophia's side face. At this moment, Sophia was watching the movie on the screen intently and was amused by the panda's cuteness from time to time, making her giggle. Gao Ming smiled slightly and turned his attention back to the movie. So pretty. I don't know if it refers to movies or something else. The scene freezes with the panda Pa and the raccoon cat master lying lazily on the ground, ending in the humorous dialogue of "Wanna eat something?" One after another they got up and left. Just kidding, there are no Easter eggs in this movie. Except for a few people who are more paranoid and insist on waiting for the end of the film, most people leave after the end of the main film. Gao Ming and Sophia were no exception. When the end of the movie appeared, they stood up with the others and walked out of the cinema. I went to Starbucks for coffee and went to the cinema to watch a movie. When the two left the cinema, I found that the sky was getting dark. I checked the time, and it was 7:23, which was not too late. After letting Sophia accompany him for nearly an afternoon, Gao Ming was too embarrassed to let her continue walking around with him. So he said, "It's getting late. I'll take you home." Sophia nodded. Yes. Gao Ming turned around and bent down. Sophia naturally knew what to do next. Although she was still a bit shy, she would not be coy. Approaching Gao Ming, Sophia suddenly gained courage. Instead of putting her hands on Gao Ming's shoulders, she hugged his neck, making her look very intimate. Sophia's surprise attack startled Gao Ming, and he almost jumped up nervously. Then he reacted and couldn't help but burst into ecstasy. It seems that the good impression has gone away smoothly. Maybe there will be a chance to take it further in the future. Gao Ming, who had been single for a total of 48 years in his past and present lives, fell into some kind of fantasy of being single and couldn't help but feel happy. When Gao Ming carried Sophia on his back and was about to leave, Sophia suddenly remembered something and quickly told Gao Ming, "By the way, I live in Queens now." Hearing this, Gao Ming's steps stopped abruptly. His face was dumbfounded. Huh? Don't you live in Hell's Kitchen? Why did you suddenly move? Like me, Gao Ming, who lives in Queens, didn't say this. Sophia's eyes were sly and she said, "No, I just went to a university in Queens and rented an apartment for convenience." After listening to Sophia's explanation, Gao Ming realized that this girl was still a female college student and felt inexplicably admiration in his heart. It's just that it's too much of a coincidence. Although there are many good universities in Queens, there are also many good universities in Manhattan. How did I get admitted to a university in Queens by such a coincidence? Gao Ming, who was completely puzzled, had no choice but to regard this as a coincidence, and did not remember that he leaked the information when sending Sophia home. Gao Ming asked, "Then where do you live now?" "Oh, it's here." Sophia told her new address. During this period, Gao Ming traveled all over Queens to maintain public order. As soon as he heard the address Sophia said, Ma immediately thought of where he was. "It seems like it's not too far from my home. I can get there just a few blocks away." Gao Ming subconsciously calculated how far Sophia's home was from his own, and he cursed himself when he recovered. Damn, what am I thinking? Am I still planning to visit every day? It's shameless, but it doesn't matter if I go once in a while. Ahem. Gao Ming coughed and forgot what he was thinking. Okay, get ready to take off. Thinking of Gao Ming's speed when flying, Sophia couldn't help but hug him a little tighter. The result of this move was that Sophia's plump hair pressed tightly against Gao Ming's back through several layers of clothes. See, this feeling is so good. Gao Ming already had a look on his face. If he hadn't maintained some restraint in his heart, he would have looked like a shameful pig brother. Under Sophia's buff bonus, Gao Ming failed to control the strength of his feet when he was flying into the air and accidentally stepped hard. This unnecessary boosting action caused a large crack in the flat ground, and the fracture spread to a certain extent. Overall, the scope destroyed an area of about 10 square meters. What's the sound? Sophia really wanted to hear some sound. Just when she was about to look down, Gao Ming flew away silently. Gao Ming said seriously, "No, I must have heard wrongly." Slipped away. The area where Gao Ming and Sophia are now is still in Manhattan, so on their way back to Queens, they will definitely pass by Stark Tower, a symbolic building in Manhattan. Because this building is located in Manhattan in reality, when Gao Ming came to this world, Stark Tower did not change and still stood in Manhattan, accepting the admiration of local residents. Neither Gao Ming nor Sophia were interested in this building, which had a slightly unconventional design and had an extra Stark logo than the usual buildings. So when Gao Ming passed by, he planned to stop, but the commotion below aroused their concern. "Notice," Sophia exclaimed. "Look, something seems to have happened." Gao Ming looked intently and quickly saw the cause of the commotion. The gold and red Iron Man was fighting back and forth with the tall and powerful Iron Overlord, and the innocent people around him fled the area where the two were fighting. Today is the day to fight Iron Man versus Iron Overlord. Gao Ming felt that his luck was too bad. He originally planned to stay away from these troubles, but he accidentally bumped into them. This made Gao Ming wonder if there was a pair of invisible hands controlling everything. By D, who did not want to reveal his pen name. "You better not know too much." Gao Ming shuddered inexplicably, feeling that something bad was going on, but after thinking about it, he couldn't find anything wrong, so he simply stopped worrying about it. While Gao Ming was hesitating whether to go down and kill the Iron Overlord, Sophia's worried whisper came to his ears. Why did this happen? Damn it. In order not to ruin the plot, he deliberately didn't destroy the original steel armor. Gao Ming is partly responsible for the current situation. If he had not rescued Tony Stark, he could still say with a clear conscience that this was an event that was destined to happen. However, Gao Ming was concerned about the plot and allowed the Iron Overlord to appear. To say that he had no guilt in his heart is simply nonsense. Looking at the civilians running away below, crying and shouting, Gao Ming gritted his teeth and made a decision. Just think of it as making up for your mistakes. In the future, you can't let avoidable dangerous events happen just to take advantage of the plot. Gao Ming landed on the rooftop of a building. put Sophia down, and said in a deep voice, "Wait for me for a while, and I will come back soon to kill this big guy." As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Ming flew out again. Instead of flying towards the center of the battle between the two Iron Men, he flew in one direction at full speed. Here, there is still a short distance from Gao Ming's home, and it only takes a few minutes to fly at full speed. However, Gao Ming, eager to help, invisibly speeds up again, shortening the distance again. When Gao Ming rushed home, took out his uniform and put it on, he rushed back to the battle site without stopping. Gao Ming was so anxious that he didn't notice the golden light shining in his eyes. Iron Overlord raised his heavy feet and stepped on Iron Man one after another, venting his anger. Then, he grabbed Iron Man and smashed him into the bus next to him. The Iron Overlord, or rather Obadiah Stanislaus, who was wearing this armor, was very angry at the moment. As a shareholder of the Stark Group, he has always wanted to replace Tony Stark and take control of the Stark Group in his own hands. To this end, he hired terrorists to kidnap Tony and wanted to take the opportunity to kill Tony, but Tony did not expect came back alive. Moreover, this proud and complacent playboy actually announced to stop manufacturing arms as soon as he came back. This is basically destroying the Stark Group. How can Obadiah, who has already regarded the Stark Group as his own, tolerate it? His power and wealth were ruined in Tony's hands. If Tony's secretary hadn't discovered evidence of his dealings with terrorists and wanted to expose it to agents of relevant organizations, how could he have hurriedly snatched the reactor from Tony's chest? Wearing this armor was his last trump card. That's it. Forced to be completely exposed. I thought that after taking Tony's reactor, Tony would have to wait for death. Unexpectedly, Tony was still alive and appeared in a new suit to resist him. Obadiah has no way out and has completely fallen into madness. His only obsession now is to kill Tony Stark. A rocket was raised from the shoulder of Iron Overlord's armor, and the infrared ray was aimed at Iron Man, who hit the bus, and the rocket was instantly fired. Reality is different from the movie. In the movie, a rocket hit and blew up the bus. Iron Man was blown up and still unharmed. This is not necessarily the case now. Tony was stunned by Obadiah's series of attacks and fell into the bus. As soon as he stood up in a daze, he heard his smart butler Jarvis saying quickly, "IR has rockets." Before Jarvis finished speaking, Tony saw in his field of vision the rocket with flames coming from its tail, shooting straight towards him. At this distance and this speed, he had no time to dodge. The rocket was about to hit him. At this moment, Tony, like every dying person, flashed back to many people. His doting mother, his prim and serious father, his clumsy driver Happy, School Roddy who always supports him, and Pepper Potts, who has occupied an important place in his heart for some time. My Tony Stark life seems to end today. Underneath the steel mask, Tony closed his eyes quietly. Shoo! The sound of the rocket wiping through the air was followed by a loud explosion when it hit his body. At this critical moment, suddenly, a white figure fell from the sky, heavily smashing a big hole in the ground, blowing up gusts of wind and sand. He stood in front of the bus and stretched out a finger at lightning speed, and the white light lit up on his fingertips. With a shout from the person coming, he fired towards the rocket. IRD bird. Tony was confused about this inexplicable little bird. He opened his eyes in surprise, and then saw a scene that most subverted his 3 views in his life. The rocket hit by the white light actually turned into a bird. Rocket bird fell to the ground and fluttered a few times, then completely died, stopped moving, and did not explode. The wind and sand dispersed, and the mysterious man who arrived in time appeared in front of everyone. I saw the mysterious man wearing a white tight-fitting leather jacket with several golden lightning patterns arranged on it. He wore a very dazzling helmet that flashed with metallic light. His eyes were filled with dazzling golden electric light. The ground under his feet had become huge due to the landing. Area of cracks. The mysterious savior is Gao Ming, who rushes there. Gao Ming vibrated his vocal cords, making his voice deeper. He turned around and said hello to Tony. "Hey, Mr. Shit, did you miss me? Godfather." Superhero The Godfather officially debuts. Tony, who had escaped the catastrophe, patted his chest with lingering fear, but through a set of armor, the slap made the sound of metal colliding with each other. Hearing Gao Ming's name for him, Tony instinctively retorted, you didn't go to college and you don't even know how to spell your name?" Tony's sentence was a satire on Gao Ming's low cultural level, but Gao Ming didn't care. Instead, he said in exaggeration and surprise, "How do you know that I didn't pass college?" Tony has black hair. Gao Ming and Tony were quarreling with each other here. Obadiah in front felt that he was being ignored and became furious and shouted, "That's enough." Facing Obadiah, he roared and brushed his presence. Neither Gao Ming nor Tony paid attention. Tony deliberately pretended to ignore and angered Obadiah and looked for opportunities to fight back. Gao Ming, on the other hand, really attacked Obadiah. Obadiah didn't care. There is no way. Although Obadiah is wearing Iron Overlord armor and looks tall, mighty, and threatening, no matter how ferocious and terrifying his appearance is, he is nothing more than a slightly improved original steel armor. Compared to the various models of armor invented by Tony later in the movie, hey, it's not worth mentioning at all. It can only be regarded as a toy. Moreover, Iron Overlord was a scumbag compared to the abominations, Kurita's army, Ultron, etc. that appeared later, and Gao Ming had no interest at all. Seeing that both of them were ignoring him, Obadiah rushed over angrily and punched Gao Ming's face with his giant steel fist. As soon as Tony jumped out of the bus, he saw Obadiah approaching Gao Ming. In response, a trace of pity flashed in Tony's eyes. Obadiah was looking for death. Tony still vividly remembers the scene in which Gao Ming blew off the head of the terrorist leader with one finger, causing all the terrorists to lose their combat effectiveness in an instant. A thought also flashed in Tony's mind. Perhaps he could test Gao Ming's strength through Iron Overlord. Although the Iron Overlord is a primitive steel armor, its functions are not advanced, but you can also observe and estimate data on the sidelines, and then create a more advanced armor. Tony, who relies on armor to protect himself, instantly felt a sense of crisis after meeting Gao Ming, an unpredictable superpower. The idea of researching how to restrain armor had already planted a seed in his heart. Tony watched Gao Ming's reaction attentively, but Gao Ming became angry when he saw Iron Tyrant punching him in the face and punching him in the face. Although I will heal on my own, don't you know that slapping someone in the face is wrong? When Iron Overlord's menacing iron fist was about to hit Gao Ming's face, Gao Ming grabbed Iron Overlord's mechanical arm and pulled hard. Suta. The mechanical arm that Iron Overlord used to attack Gao Ming was torn off, revealing Obadiah's hand inside the armor. Obadiah was shocked and angry, and thought about shrinking the exposed arm into the armor. Gao Ming threw the torn mechanical arm aside as if throwing trash. The electric light in his eyes became more intense, and Obadiah seemed to see that under the dazzling electric light, the indifferent eyes looked at him like an ant. Obadiah felt timid and afraid, and wanted to run away, but at the same time he was unwilling to do so. Why would anyone come to rescue Tony? Obadiah suppressed his anger, softened his tone, and said, "Why do you want to defend Tony Stark? Is it because of the conditions he promised? You just say it. Whatever he gives you, I promise to give you 10 times or 100 times. How?" Tony's eyes became colder as he listened to Obadiah talking to Gao Ming. He trusted Obadiah so much, but Obadiah carried out arms deals with various terrorists behind his back, wanted to annex his company, and put him to death again and again. Not long ago, Obadiah was at his home, using the electric shock tool he invented to paralyze him so that he could not move. Then, with a victor's face, he proudly snatched the reactor from his chest and let him feel it. As death approaches step by step, if Boz hadn't decorated the reactor he used and wanted to throw away as a souvenir, returned it to him, and Tony replaced it in his chest in time, then he would really have died. Thinking of Obadiah's misdeeds, Tony can't let Obadiah go under any circumstances today. Therefore, when he heard Obadiah promising benefits to Gao Ming, Tony immediately came forward and said unhurriedly, "Obadiah, don't forget that the Stark Group is mine. What do you have? Capital negotiates terms." Shut up. Tony's words immediately angered Obadiah, and he roared angrily, If it weren't for you, the Stark group would be mine now. Why don't you just want to die honestly? The armor visor opened to reveal Tony's calm look. Tony raised his hand, touched his chin, and said, how could a young, promising, and wealthy person like me be so unlucky and short-lived? It's you who are so old. You can't imitate the old people in the park and walk the dog for a while. Are you kidding? Tony suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a bad tone, I hope you have prepared a cemetery for yourself and can lie down anytime and anywhere. Tony Stark has such a vicious tongue and can always easily anger others. Obadiah was completely offended by Tony. He forgot all about compromise and escape. The anti-tank launcher on the shoulder of the armor of the aircraft was raised, and the remaining rocket was fired towards Gao Ming and Tony. This time, Tony Ma, who was prepared, raised his hands and fired the arc pulse cannon. The pulse cannon hit the rocket and detonated between the two sides. The flames of the explosion knocked both Iron Overlord and Iron Man away. Only Gao Ming was completely unaffected by the explosion. Affected by the impact, he stood firmly in place, letting the bursting flames hit him head-on. Well, the clothes made by Melvin are really high quality. Gao Ming looked at the undamaged uniform. The only damage caused by the missile collision explosion was the golden lightning patterns on the clothes. Those patterns were made of sturdy materials. The metal was made into the shape of lightning, and then sprayed with golden paint. At this time, the lightning lines had lost a lot of color. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. Look at Tony's gold and red armor. It's also stained after every battle. The paint on the armor is messy and scratched by various attacks. He looks so embarrassed after changing his handsome appearance when he goes out. In contrast, Gao Ming only lost some color in the golden lines of his uniform, but the overall appearance remained the same, full of mysterious temperament. However, it is not difficult for Gao Ming to lose color. He only needs a healing power to solve it. After all, besides healing and purification, the horse charm also has a recovery ability, which can restore objects to their original state, which is similar to turning back time. Therefore, Gao Ming can easily restore the uniform he is wearing to its original appearance. But there is no rush now, just wait until he returns to restore it. After the explosion, sparks scattered on the ground. Iron Overlord and Iron Man got up from the ground. Seeing Gao Ming standing intact, fear flashed in their eyes. Obadiah became more and more afraid of Gao Ming and felt that he would not be able to escape today. Tony, on the other hand, has a deeper understanding of Gao Ming's strength. Before he has enough trump cards, Tony is considering how to make friends with Gao Ming. Such a strong man should not be an enemy. Not mentioning the psychological activities of Obadiah and Tony, Gao Ming checked all the lightning patterns and found that they were all faded to varying degrees. He sighed without getting angry, looked at Iron Overlord, and said casually, have you finished talking? If you haven't said enough, just keep barking a few more times. After all, after today, you won't have a chance. Hearing the tough attitude in the other party's words and leaving no room for negotiation, Obadiah gave up completely and vented all his emotions, roaring hysterically. Why do I have to accept my fate and wait for death? I am Star, the leader of the Crooked Group. Tony Stark is just a clown waiting to die. Hey. Tony was very unhappy when faced with Obadiah's crazy words. Don't slander me. I was just waiting to die. If it weren't for me, an arms genius, how could the Stark Group be as glorious as it is today? The achievement and the armor you are wearing, don't think that it will be yours after just a few changes. This is also my invention. Obadiah didn't listen to Tony's rebuttal at all and just shouted angrily. Shut up. If I hadn't come forward to help you take care of everything and grow the Stark Group would have been destroyed by you, a loser. The Stark Group is what it is today because I, Obadiah Stan, have spent half my life working hard to achieve it. The Stark Group belongs to me, of course, and no one can take it away. Obadiah had lost his mind and laughed like crazy. Soon, the Stark Group, no, I should say the Stan Group, will be in my hands and become more powerful. The whole world will be for me. Obadiah trembling. Seeing Obadiah's sure-leggy look, Tony also felt uninterested. There was no point in arguing with a madman, so he might as well do it. Tony raised his arm, facing Iron Overlord with his palm, and fired the arc pulse cannon. More. The arc pulse gun is a common attack method for Tony's armor. Although it cannot be compared with other armored weapons in the later period, its power is also leveraged. However, now it has no effect on the Iron Overlord, who is huge and has extremely strong defense. So Tony wanted to launch his most lethal attack, cluster cannon, concentrate the energy in the reactor on his chest, and fire it out all at once, causing some damage to Iron Overlord just now. However, along with the emergency sound of beep, Jarvis's voice sounded. The energy remaining is 15. It is not recommended to use attacks that consume too much energy. This is so embarrassing. Even the mighty Tony Stark encounters a time when he can't spend as much as he wants. Just when Tony was debating whether to activate the emergency backup power supply, add 5 energy, and let himself be willful, Obadiah took Tony's attack as a provocation and rushed over with a roar. Fuck Tony. If Obadiah really hits him, Tony's small body will not be able to stop him. From his size, it can be seen that the flexible Iron Man will undoubtedly hit the stone with an egg against the stone. So, when the Iron Bully was charging towards him, Tony immediately activated the jet thrusters on the soles of his feet and palms, and flew into the air, leaving Gao Ming standing in place, facing the brutal impact of the Iron Bully. Hey, you are too enthusiastic, I can't bear it. Tony flew into the air and did not forget to taunt Obadiah. Gao Ming secretly rolled his eyes when he saw Tony flying away in fear, then stopping in the air to watch. Tony, a good teammate who cheated and sold things, didn't know how to help cover, and would only hide to the side and watch the fun. The Iron Overlord slammed into him fiercely, but before he could get close, Gao Ming kicked him out. With a huge metal impact, the Iron Overlord was kicked backwards, scraping out streaks on the ground. After hitting several cars, it got stuck in the wall outside a building. Fortunately, although they were fighting on the traffic highway, passers-by evacuated in time, and most of the drivers left this section of the road. Some car owners also abandoned their cars and ran away from this place of right and wrong. The only dozen or so wounded at the scene were those who were innocently involved at the beginning of the battle. The reasons for their injuries were that Iron Man and the Iron Overlord collided with each other, or they were too late to abandon the car and were thrown at Iron Man by the Iron Overlord. I have to say, it's really unfortunate and tragic. The area where the fierce battle was fought has been cordoned off by relevant personnel. It is not clear whether S.H.I.E.L.D. was involved. The ambulance had already arrived at the scene, but because the wounded were lying near the center of the battle, unable to leave on their own, the medical staff who arrived did not dare to approach this dangerous area and could only watch the wounded groaning in pain. Gao Ming noticed the situation and decided to save people first. As for the Iron Overlord, let Iron Man deal with it himself. Hey, Stark, Gao Ming said loudly without joking this time. You can restrain this big guy first, and I'll take the wounded away from this place. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Ming rushed to the wounded person's side, carrying a person in one hand, and then, as quickly as lightning, he sent the wounded person outside the cordon and placed him in front of the medical staff. Seeing the medical staff stunned and unresponsive, Gao Ming shouted, "Hurry and save people." This group of medical staff, who seemed to have just woken up, hurriedly pulled the wheeled stretcher from the ambulance, put the injured person on the stretcher, pushed it into the ambulance, and rushed to the hospital. There were 3 ambulances at the scene, which were not enough to send all the wounded to the hospital at one time. Therefore, after the ambulance sent the wounded to the hospital, it must return immediately to pick up the remaining wounded. However, there is no need to be so anxious. While bringing the wounded to the medical staff, Gao Ming used the power of recovery to stabilize the injury. I believe that after the wounded is sent to the hospital for examination, all doctors will doubt their life. Gao Ming quickly sent the wounded outside the fighting area one by one, and the medical staff tacitly gave emergency aid to the wounded, although it was completely unnecessary. On the other side, Tony heard Gao Ming's order and knew that it was important to save people, so he landed and started firing a series of shots at Iron Bully, with the sound of ding ding dong dong, one after another. Tony didn't expect the attack to be effective. He just launched all the weapons he could use, just to delay the time and let Gao Ming deal with the Iron Overlord when he came back. As soon as Obadiah recovered from Gao Ming's counterattack, he was hit by Tony's artillery fire. Even an honest person would be angry when encountering this situation, not to mention that Obadiah hated Tony so much that Ma was attracted by Tony's attack. Tony. Obadiah roared loudly, and the missile launcher on his left arm launched all the missiles at Iron Man in the air. Fake. Seeing Obadiah frantically firing a bunch of missiles at him, Tony was so frightened that his face turned green on the spot. He dodged the dense swarms of missiles in a very embarrassed manner. Fortunately, Obadiah's missiles did not hit him. With the tracking function, Tony relied on the flexibility and lightness of the Iron Man suit and the computational control of his smart butler Jarvis to finally avoid being hit by the missile. All the missiles fell into the air, which made Obadiah extremely angry. After all the rockets and missiles were used up, Obadiah was left with only the mechanical right arm that was torn off by Gao Ming. The right arm was loaded with a 20mm caliber rotating barrel machine gun, also known as Gatling. Although the mechanical right arm was torn off, the Gatling on the right arm can be used manually, while the mechanical right arm was thrown away not far away. Obadiah took several long strides and ran to the position where the mechanical right arm fell and detached Gatling from the right arm. The mechanical left arm held Gatling, and the right hand that had lost the protection of the mechanical arm pulled Gatling. Lin fired wildly at Tony, the bullets pouring out in chugging bursts, and the shells falling to the ground making a dinging sound that could not be heard for a while. Shet. Tony couldn't help but swore again, and quickly handed over the armor to Jarvis for control. However, even though Jarvis was an artificial intelligence with supercomputing power, he couldn't dodge all the attacks in the face of such intensive attacks. After all, a few bullets hit the armor. The armor was damaged, and 3 bullets were detected that penetrated the armor. The dangerous siren sounded, and Jarvis reported without any fluctuation in tone. Tony said with a painful look on his face, "I know. The bullet hit me. Frank. Shet. It really hurts me to death." There were 3 more holes in the steel suit. The bullets penetrated the armor and shot into Tony's body. All 3 bullets hit Tony's right thigh. The bullet in the thigh made Tony deeply feel the pain of heartbreaking pain. The suit Tony is wearing now is the steel suit Mark III, which is the model he officially launched. Compared with the original model Mark I made of Jericho missile materials and the experimental test model Mark II, Mark III is already very complete. The hull is made of gold titanium alloy. It stands to reason that the defense is sufficient. However, during the design, it was considered that the Mark I was too heavy and difficult to move. Therefore, when designing the Mark III, we focused on reducing the weight of the armor. Therefore, the armor was not very thick. Even if it was made of gold titanium alloy, after experiencing a series of after impact and explosion, the defensive properties of some parts of the armor are greatly reduced, which leads to bullets. Tony's face turned pale, and he kept sweating. He gritted his teeth and said, "Jarvis, for the next stage of armor design, give me the key points to mark the armor's defense. I want to use the hardest material in the universe to make the armor." "Okay, sir." Jarvis meticulously recorded Tony's words. Fake. Is the Godfather still okay? While enduring the pain of his leg injury, Tony continued to avoid the crazy shooting of the Iron Overlord, and responded with a few incendiary bombs or other ammunition weapons from time to time. As for energy-consuming arc pulse guns, he dared not use them. In order to save energy and maintain flight, he complained Gao Ming didn't come to support him yet. Jarvis. Godfather has sent all the wounded to safe areas a minute ago. Then what's wrong with him? Before Tony could ask any questions, he saw Gao Ming, and this look made him almost so angry that he vomited blood. At this time, Gao Ming was sitting on the roof of a taxi, with his legs crossed, the elbow of his left arm resting on the knee of his crossed left leg, and his left hand holding half of his face, feeling very comfortable and looking like he was watching the fun. Word fake. Tony couldn't help but swear, and even the pain from being shot in the thigh was not so obvious. "I worked hard to restrain the Iron Overlord so that he wouldn't notice you, so that you could save people. But after you saved people, you didn't come to help immediately, and you just watched me get shot. Godfather, how dark your heart is." Tony shouted inexplicably with grief and anger. "Come and help me quickly. My armor is almost out of energy." Gao Ming then slowly stood up from the roof of the taxi and replied in a helpless tone, like a parent trying to accommodate his child. Here we go." When the veins on both sides of Tony's temples popped out and his eyes were about to burst out with fire, Gao Ming slowly jumped off the roof of the car and ran to the Iron Overlord in an instant. Seeing Gao Ming suddenly appear in front of him, Obadiah was so frightened that he backed away. Gatlin, who raised his right arm, pointed at Gao Ming and said sternly, "Don't come here, or I will kill you." "Oh, you're quite arrogant." The electric light in Gao Ming's eyes became more and more intense. Finally, he could no longer suppress it, and the golden electric light shot out from his eyes, directly penetrating the Iron Overlord's thick armor and breaking a big hole. Under Gao Ming's deliberate control, this electric eye passed through the Iron Overlord's abdomen near the edge. It just passed by Obadiah inside the armor. The electric light cut through his clothes, leaving a bloody scar. The electric light finally hit the wall of the building behind Iron Overlord, breaking a large hole in the wall, and then continuously broke the walls between several rooms inside the building before disappearing. Well, this building has really suffered an unreasonable disaster. The compensation and repair issues should be left to S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. is better at wiping the butt. A certain director whose face turned darker. Say it again. Obadiah yelled in pain. Made fact. Gao Ming took a few steps forward calmly. Before Obadiah could step back, Gao Ming stretched out his left hand to grab the armor. It could be seen from the dent in the armor that Gao Ming used a lot of force. "My hands are strong." Being held tightly by Gao Ming and unable to move, Obadiah panicked and wanted to shoot at Gao Ming, but Tony, who descended from the air, finally regained his composure and used the last 2 of his energy to fire an arc pulse cannon, shooting Gatlin away. Losing Gatlin, Obadiah became more confident, raised his huge mechanical left arm, and punched Gao Ming down, but Gao Ming raised his right arm and blocked the giant steel fist again and again. Beat. Obadiah screamed in shock and anger mixed with despair. Let go, let go. Another futile attack. The mechanical left arm was raised, but before the fist fell, Gao Ming gave up on defense, turned his right arm, made a fist with his right hand, and met the Iron Overlord's fist to fist directly. Gula. The sound of broken bones. What? Obadiah screamed like a slaughtered pig. Well, a slaughtered pig. It was obvious that Obadiah's left arm was at a disadvantage in this collision, and his left hand was completely scrapped. The strong mechanical left arm hung down weakly, and the bones in the left arm broke in several sections. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Obadiah cursed in pain. Gao Ming didn't pay attention. He let go of Iron Overlord's left hand, took a few steps back, looked at it carefully, then walked forward and suddenly tore off the left arm of the robot. Looking at the Iron King who lost his mechanical arm and Obadiah's 2 arms were exposed, Gao Ming nodded with satisfaction. Well, it looks more balanced this way. Tony behind him already had an awkward expression on his face. He had to tear off the remaining intact robotic arm just for the sake of symmetry. This is really an obsessive-compulsive disorder. Of course, Tony only dared to complain in his heart. He didn't want his steel suit to enjoy such cruel treatment. Under the helmet, Gao Ming said with a half smile, "You like this armor very much." In vain, he tore off a large piece of the steel plate on Iron Balwan's chest. "It's tattered. I don't like it." Without stopping, Gao Ming began to destroy the Iron Overlord armor. Every tear on the breastplate, back armor, left leg armor, and right leg armor would forcibly dismantle Iron Overlord's parts. Such violent removal of the armor made Tony feel frightened and break out in cold sweat. Tony called out to Jarvis in a low voice, but before he realized it, his suit had run out of energy, and the connection with Jarvis was naturally disconnected. He also thought about asking Jarvis to scan and calculate Gao Ming's current strength, at least to get approximate data, and then enhance the performance in the subsequent armor design. However, since he could not contact Jarvis now, Tony had to estimate it himself. The current public record of the limit of human strength is 4,575 kilograms, but this does not include those well-known boxers. The average strength of a world-class boxing champion is around 500,800 kilograms. However, Tony saw Gao Ming's posture and did not give all his strength. The human method does not apply to him at all. Tony estimated Gao Ming's strength with a frown, but Gao Ming's current strength cannot be measured with specific numbers. If we find a reference object, if Gao Ming exerts his full strength now, it will be close to 60 to 70% of the Hulk. Of course, this refers to the weakening of the movie. The basic state of the version is too exaggerated to compare with that of the comics. The angrier the Hulk gets, the more powerful he becomes, and there are no limits to the theory. Of course, Gao Ming can't compare to the Hulk now, but please note that this is only Gao Ming's current level. The current maximum strength is 60 to 70% of the ordinary Hulk, but the future may not be certain. The power of the spell originally varies from person to person, and how much it can be used is determined by the potential of the user. Even the original owner of the spell, the Demon Lord of Fire, did not fully arouse the power of the spell. The limit of the spell's power is still unknown. Therefore, Gao Ming's current strength is only his limit, and to what extent his limit can ultimately reach, perhaps the answer can be found in the high-risk realm of Marvel. Let's not mention the future, which is too far away. Tony's estimate in his mind has not been concluded yet. Gao Ming's demolition project is coming to an end. The Iron Overlord's armor was torn into 8 pieces by Gao Ming, leaving only an iron helmet still attached. At the head of Obadiah, Gao Ming flicked his thumb casually, and the helmet flew high into the air. It fell to the ground with a clang, revealing Obadiah's face. At this time, the ambitious majority shareholder of the Stark Group was no longer as arrogant as before. His eyes were dull and lifeless. His face was twitching slightly due to pain, and he let out intermittent, screams of pain. Faced with this villain who lost his will to resist, Gao Ming was not interested in continuing, covered his mouth and yawned, and said, "Stark, leave it to you. I'm leaving first." Before Tony could speak, Gao Ming disappeared from Tony's sight, which surprised Tony again. Is this too fast or invisible? If it is the former, Tony has already seen Gao Ming's speed, but if it is the latter, it means that Gao Ming has shown a new ability, and the strength he has shown before is just at the tip of the iceberg. Looking at the Iron Overlord armor in pieces, Tony frowned and couldn't help but smile bitterly. After all, it was the first set of armor I invented. It was destroyed too completely. Seeing Gao Ming disappear, hope reappeared in Obadiah's eyes. He hurriedly got up from the ground, holding his broken left arm with his right hand, and ran away in one direction without looking back. When Tony saw that Obadiah was about to run away, he subconsciously stood upright, palms down, and made a motion to activate the jet thrusters, wanting to chase him. Well, Tony forgot about running out of energy. There was no way Tony could let Obadiah run away, let alone Obadiah trying to kill him again and again. If he wanted Obadiah to run away today, he would have to worry about it in the future. Tony is not afraid of his own safety. He has a steel suit and his own safety is adequately guaranteed, but he is worried that the people he values around him will be harmed. With this idea in mind, Tony hurriedly chased after him, but he discovered something even more tragic, because his current armor was artificial clothing and could not be taken off casually. He needed to return to his research laboratory, let the machine help dismantle the armor. Therefore, since Tony was unable to disassemble the armor on his own, he could only continue to wear this armor made of gold and titanium alloy. Naturally, his running speed was not much faster. Every step was truly difficult in the literal sense. "Stop, Obadiah, you can't run away, give up now." Before he had even run a few steps, Tony was already out of breath, talking nonstop, and the steps he took became smaller and smaller, and his speed became slower and slower. "Shut your stinky mouth, Tony. When I escape, sooner or later, I will repay you and the people around you for today's failure 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Obadiah said extremely arrogantly, which immediately angered Tony, and he found the strength to continue chasing, although it was still in vain. The 2 people you chased after me didn't realize one thing, that is, this area was cordoned off. On the edge of the cordoned off area, except for the medical staff and a small number of people who were not afraid of death to watch the excitement, there were a bunch of police officers with guns stand guard and stand ready. Not to mention that a few SHIELD agents who followed Xiao Jiao to arrest Obadiah were blown away by the Iron Overlord. It is very likely that the director will send more people to support, and there are a bunch of people in the crowd agents of SHIELD, waiting in the wings. Therefore, Tony does not need to chase Obadiah at all. Obadiah without the Iron Overlord armor is no threat, just like a lamb with no sense of crisis, walking step by step into the trap. After dismantling the Iron Overlord to pieces, Gao Ming really disappeared, and then flew away to the roof of the building where Sophia was put down earlier. Sophia grabbed the rooftop railing and leaned out slightly. It seemed that she had been watching the situation below. When Gao Ming descended to the rooftop, canceled his invisibility, and walked behind her, Sophia had not noticed it yet. Wow! Gao Ming suddenly let out a strange cry, which startled Sophia as expected. If it wasn't for the railings, she might have jumped forward and fell from the 10 or 20-story building. Sophia clung to the railing tightly and turned her head in panic. Just in time to see Gao Ming take off his helmet, she relaxed and patted her chest, causing the pair of majestic peaks to tremble slightly. Gao Ming's eyes suddenly froze, and he couldn't turn around. "Opened. Scare me to death. You are so bad." Sophia didn't realize that her tone was a bit coquettish. The double impact of vision and hearing made Gao Ming's heart beat. Soon, Sophia noticed that Gao Ming's eyes were a little dazed. She looked down in the direction of his gaze and found out what the other person was looking at. She blushed and tightened the jacket slightly. Sophia's little move made Gao Ming come back to his senses, retracted his fiery eyes, smiled awkwardly, and said, "Well, I removed that iron knot, and the danger is gone." The 2 of them gradually became familiar with each other, and although some details would still cause embarrassment, it would not be as embarrassing as when they first met, when the slightest problem occurred. Sophia actually didn't care much about Gao Ming's eyes. After all, she was an American woman with a relatively open personality. Moreover, when she was rescued, Sophia was exposed to a large amount of white. She subconsciously felt that she had been seen anyway. It's not much of a problem to be stared at while wearing clothes like this. Of course, it would still make people feel disgusted if Gao Ming stared at him unscrupulously. Sophia turned around, and then focused on Gao Ming's uniform. It has to be said that the white tight-fitting leather jacket highlights Gao Ming's strong and slender figure, adding a bit of nobility and heroism. Because the lightning patterns baked and faded by the flames not only do not destroy the beauty, but because there are traces left over from the battle, there is a trace of a chilling air arose spontaneously. Looking at Gao Ming at this time, Sophia's heart was inevitably moved, and a look of admiration appeared on her face unconsciously. "Ahem, I wanted to find some time for you to take a good look at my new uniform. I didn't expect that my clothes would get dirty in an unexpected situation," Gao Ming said rather helplessly. Sophia shook her head and murmured as if she was dreaming. "No, I think he's very handsome." Gao Ming. Sophia, once again plunged into an atmosphere of mystery. "Well, it's getting late. I'd better take you home." Gao Ming changed the topic at the right time, and Sophia nodded in agreement, her blush still lingering on her face. He put the helmet back on his head. With the helmet covering his head and face, he felt inexplicably relieved. So Gao Ming's brain twitched, and he jokingly said, "I carried you twice today. Do you want to relive the princess hug?" After finishing speaking, Gao Ming immediately had the idea of slapping himself. Why did Shirleji suddenly become angry? Sophia's face suddenly turned red. Just when Gao Ming was flustered and didn't know what to do, he heard Sophia say in a low voice, "It's not impossible." Gao Ming was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked over, and saw Sophia's shy and pretty face. White heat gradually floated on the spectacle lenses, covering the pair of spring-like pupils under the spectacles. So cute. Gao Ming only had this idea at the moment. Since the other party didn't refuse, Gao Ming, a big man, couldn't act coy and pretend to be dumbfounded. He kept encouraging himself in his heart. Didn't you have this experience once? Don't be timid. Taking advantage of that moment of distraction, Gao Ming forgot all his troubles and suddenly stepped forward, bending his body, reaching out with his hands, and hugged Sophia. Without any mental preparation for both parties, Gao Ming leaped forward without saying a word, flew high into the sky, and flew towards Queens at high speed. The soft fragrance is in my arms. I'm the one who sits calmly in my arms. Gao Ming said this as he used the power of healing crazily to stabilize his emotions. Sophia, who was held in Gao Ming's arms, felt extremely at ease. She showed a quiet and gentle smile and secretly put her forehead close to Gao Ming's chest, listening to the slightly disordered heartbeat. It didn't take long for Gao Ming to carry Sophia to Sophia's new residence and landed in front of an unpretentious apartment building. Many residence windows still had bright lights, and there were passers-by walking on both sides of the street. Soon you will pass by the apartment building and see Gao Ming in uniform. Although wearing a uniform can hide Gao Ming's appearance in the dark streets, the tight white leather jacket will still attract attention. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Gao Ming immediately concealed his body after putting down Sophia. Seeing Gao Ming suddenly disappear, Sophia didn't know whether he was invisible or left, so she curiously reached out and groped forward. Before she touched anything, she felt her wrist being gently grabbed. "Hey, Sophia, I'm still here." Gao Ming's voice came from the front, but there was no one in front. Even if the street lights were shining, there was no shadow of Gao Ming. This is the power of the snake charm. The invisibility is very thorough, although the body is still there, but the shadow is invisible. After letting go of Sophia's hand, Gao Ming hesitated to speak, and in the end he just said, "It's getting late. Go to bed early. Good night, Sophia. Good night." "Wait a minute," Sophia replied subconsciously, but Ma responded, "Can you leave your contact information?" "Oh, okay. I almost forgot. My phone number is." Gao Ming suddenly realized and reported his phone number several times. After Sophia took out her mobile phone and entered the number, she left. Sophia felt a gust of wind blowing, and there was no sound in front of her. Knowing that Gao Ming had left, she smiled quietly and said, "Good night. The cover is done, and for now it's this speedy image." The next day, Tony held the latest newspaper and read the report about last night's incident. The title of the newspaper was "Who is Iron Man?" It has to be said that the work efficiency of those newspapers is really impeccable. As soon as they heard that there was a robot war in the Stark group, Ma behaved like sharks in the parade and smelled the blood. They swarmed in and rushed to publish papers nonstop all night long. Even though they don't know much about the inside story, these newspapers have seized the attention of ordinary people, exaggerated their claims about robots, and even insinuated Tony with the title of Iron Man. Tony said with great interest, "Iron Man, the name is very catchy, but it is not quite accurate. It is made of gold and titanium alloy, but it is quite appropriate to use as a slogan." Little Pepper on the side carefully put foundation on Tony's face, covered up the wounds, and gently peeled off the tape on the bridge of Tony's nose. At this time, a kind-looking man in black came over and handed Tony a prepared manuscript. "Your speech is all here." This man with a face that makes people naturally fall in love with him is none other than Phil Coulson, an elite agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although he looks simple and honest, his sharp eyes from time to time imply that this honest man is not simple, but has enough strength to deserve the status of an elite agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson meticulously described for Tony the rhetoric they made up for him to deal with the outside media. You just have to read it as it is written. "Wait a minute," Tony interrupted Coulson, wondering, why is Stan not mentioned here? Different from the movie, after Gao Ming got involved, Obadiah, who was supposed to receive a box lunch, was successfully knocked down and caught by a group of police with the hope of escaping and the ambition of making a comeback. As for the situation after Obadiah, Tony didn't know much about it, so he asked Coulson about it. "We've settled it. He's going to a very lively place to meet more friendly friends," Coulson said with a smile. Hearing this, Tony probably guessed what happened to Obadiah. Fu Lisher was imprisoned in an unknown, high-security prison and picked up soap every day. Tony couldn't help but feel happy when he thought that Obadiah might have to spend the rest of his life in an anus-like atmosphere. After coming back to his senses, Tony complained about the story concocted by S.H.I.E.L.D. "Don't you think this is too much like a movie plot? My bodyguard got a robot." Coulson still smiled and said, "Mr. Stark, this is not within the scope of my consideration. As long as you read according to the script, the matter will calm down soon." After all, Coulson was about to leave. Pepper expressed his sincere gratitude to Coulson for his assistance. Coulson humbly greeted him and then left. In order to prevent what happened last night from continuing to ferment and eventually turn into a difficult situation, Tony held a press conference to explain the incident after undergoing surgery to remove the bullet from his thigh. Although Tony walked with a limp due to the surgery he had just had, he still acted in high spirits and walked towards the press conference platform. There were already a lot of reporters sitting below, waiting for Tony's explanation. By the way, Tony currently lacks people worthy of trust. After experiencing Obadiah's betrayal, Tony is more cautious. The only people he can trust now are Pepper, Roddy, Happy, and E. So sad. Roddy is a soldier, so it is naturally impossible to stay by Tony's side all the time, and Ethan, after changing the ending of the movie's death, was warmly entertained by Tony for a while, and then left on his own. After all, he also has his own life. Therefore, Pepper and Happy are the only ones left with Tony now. Seeing Tony coming, Rhodey, who had been chattering about Tai Chi with the reporter, made way for Tony to stand in front of the podium and start speaking. Tony took out the manuscript and read it word for word. In the middle, a domineering female reporter directly interrupted Tony's speech. "I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Stark, but do you really think we will believe in a magical world, bodyguard, and you also?" Before he finished speaking, Tony showed his cynical side and smiled evilly. "I know this sounds very mysterious. Of course you can also question the official statement, but don't make random guesses or insinuate that I am a superhero." The female reporter slyly retorted, "I didn't say you were a superhero." Indeed, these reporters never express their views in black and white. They only use some small tricks to lure the ignorant people to think in that direction. Tony, who had been defeated by an army, froze. He looked at the extremely confident female reporter and said, "No, it does sound too sci-fi. I'm not a hero. I have so many shortcomings that I have added to everyone. So much chaos." Tony's eyes were a little wandering, and his attention was obviously not on the manuscript, because he was thinking about whether this female reporter had a one-night passion with him. Otherwise, why would he speak so annoyingly? But Tony himself had too many romantic histories, and he also remembered, "I don't know if I've ever had sex with this female reporter." Hearing that Tony's words were increasingly deviating from the script, Roddy silently approached Tony's ear to remind him, "Say it according to the script." Tony finally came to his senses and responded, "Yeah, Okia." Picking up the manuscript again, the actual situation is Tony paused, then gently lowered the manuscript in his hand, and calmly made an earth-shattering declaration, "I am Iron Man." At this time, the scene completely exploded. All the reporters rushed in, grabbed their cameras, took pictures, and asked all kinds of questions noisily. As he was lying comfortably on his sofa, Gao Ming smiled softly when he saw the news broadcast live on TV, picked up the remote control, and turned off the TV. There is also a newspaper on the table. In addition to the news about who is Iron Man, there is also another news. The mysterious savior, who is suspected to be the godfather of Iron Man. Unexpectedly, his title was misinterpreted to mean this by reporters who were very imaginative. To be honest, he was just titled Godfather, but he never intended to recognize Tony Stark as his son. I walked to the windowsill and looked at the street with people coming and going outside. It was still so noisy today. Gao Ming murmured to himself, "New era." Tony Stark announced that he was Iron Man in front of the whole world. Maybe it was just a whim, but he didn't know that his words ushered in a new era. Unlike Tony, who is enjoying the applause and praise with high spirits now, Gao Ming, a time traveler, has the advantage of the plot and is deeply aware of the earth-shaking changes that will happen next. Before long, Dr. Banner will transform into the Hulk and fight the Abomination on the Broadway block. A reckless man who lost his divine power fell from the sky. Then, after seemingly spending a year or two in peace, New York will usher in an invasion by an alien army. The bustling New York City will be ruthlessly destroyed and turned into ruins. In the end, it will almost receive a government the gift of nuclear peace. In the future, we will continue to face various disasters, such as the evil god Dormammu, the Dark Elves, and the artificially retarded Ultron. 10 years from now, the biggest challenge ever will come. Gao Ming looked up at the vast sky. His solemn gaze seemed to have traveled across countless light years to the other side of the depths of the universe, where he faced the being who sat on the throne and despised all living things. Thanos, the destroyer who makes the entire universe fearful. This cosmic overlord who attempts to become omniscient and omnipotent will not give up collecting infinity stones. However, the Earth, an ordinary blue planet, has magically concentrated the 4 infinity stones of mind, time, space, and reality. Although the Space Stone was later given to Asgard for safekeeping and the Reality Stone was given to the Collector, the Earth still has the Mind Stone and the Time Stone, which are respectively in the forehead of Vision and in the hands of Doctor Strange, who later became the Sorcerer Supreme. The Earth with 2 Infinity Stones is destined to usher in the invasion and plunder of Thanos. Gao Ming was unable to wait for the release of Avengers 3 before traveling through time, and the plot advantage stopped at the end of Thor 3. Thor and Loki led the surviving residents of Asgard to prepare to go to the Earth, but they encountered Thanos' huge fleet. Although Gao Ming has watched some trailers of Avengers 3, the scenes of superheroes working together to protect the Earth and fight against Thanos are indeed very exciting. But gathering the power of everyone to deal with Thanos alone does not reflect the power of Thanos. The scene where Thanos casually threw the Space Stone into the hole in the Infinity Gauntlet. Now that I think about it, I can feel the powerlessness contained in it. The despair of being unable to fight against Thanos. Gao Ming slowly closed his eyes. He doesn't know how powerful Thanos is, and he doesn't know how much his little butterfly flapping its wings will change, let alone how to solve it when that moment comes. But he knew very well that he was already living in this world. He would not take a chance and pray that he would be the half of the creatures in the universe with a 50% chance of survival. Instead, he would try his best to find ways to change the future, protect everything, and solve problems. Bad guy. I, Gao Ming, am a person who is lucky enough to live in this world, a person who suddenly gained extraordinary power. Gao Ming said softly, "Swear to eradicate all evil, protect innocent people, stand up when disaster strikes, and face difficulties when the end of the world comes." The plain and unmodified words became more and more firm. Even in the face of that despairing existence, I gritted my teeth and punched him in the face with all my strength. Gao Ming opened his eyes fiercely and punched the sky. His fist cut through the air, causing a burst of sound. "Thanos, I'm waiting for your arrival." Well, from the perspective of a bystander, Gao Ming just stood there motionless, his expression changing, and then suddenly punched the sky. Full of deep ice style, Tony self-willedly declared himself Iron Man in front of people all over the world. That night, a director of S.H.I.E.L.D. broke into his private house and proposed a plan to form a women's federation. But these have nothing to do with Gao Ming. How to live his life is still the same. The only thing that has changed is that Gao Ming, the mysterious superhero, can finally appear openly after media reports and the influence of Iron Man. Thanks to the unyielding reporter friends, they would always ask about the identity of the mysterious savior every time Tony went on a high-profile trip. Some reporters even directly asked Tony, "Is that your elder?" Tony had no choice but to tell the media with a stinking face. The name, the Godfather, and the process of getting to know the mysterious superhero were announced. After receiving the information from Tony Stark himself, major newspapers have reported on this mysterious Godfather with great fanfare. Of course, the reviews have been mixed. Some praised the Godfather for defeating the evil robots and quelling the chaos, while others, seeking to increase the reputation of their newspaper, made wild remarks, saying that the Godfather did not dare to take off his helmet and hide his head. Well, Gao Ming was quite angry at first, and he thought about a small revenge, but once he saw that the newspaper that criticized him the most was the Daily Bugle, he took it lightly and let it be. The Daily Bugle is the place where Peter Parker works in the classic Spider-Man movie. The owner of this newspaper has always disliked Spider-Man. He bought Spider-Man's photos from Peter in order to publish some news about Spider-Man Noir. Although I don't know if the new version of Spider-Man who joined the Marvel Cinematic Universe went to the Daily Bugle class to sell selfies after hugging Stark's father's lap, but judging from the fact that the Daily Bugle is now happily teasing Gao Ming, the boss is still the old man who looks like he escaped from a mental hospital. He naturally dislikes superheroes who disguise their identities. Gao Ming didn't bother to care about this brainless Shin Jinping, so he just let him go. More than a week has passed since the Iron Overlord incident, and Stark Group has turned this incident into a favorable factor. The company shares are rising day by day. Not only has Stark Group not declined, but is thriving. Thanks to Gao Ming's secret treatment when rescuing people and the timely escape of the crowd, Iron Overlord was quickly stopped, and the impact was not large. Therefore, miraculously, no one died in the Iron Overlord incident, and the citizens of New York recovered quickly. And treat this matter as a popular topic today, and discuss it tirelessly. The Godfather, a superhero with unknown identity and abilities, was accepted by ordinary citizens in this way, and even many children and teenagers regarded him as an idol, and his limelight even surpassed that of Iron Man. This made Tony, who loves to be famous, feel I'm a little annoyed. It was another ordinary afternoon. Pedestrians walking on the street suddenly felt a strong wind blowing past them, and then saw a white afterimage. They couldn't help but cheer. Oddfather. Most of the pedestrians who saw the white afterimage cheered and expressed their excitement for the appearance of this superhero. After Gao Ming no longer needed to hide his identity, he ran around every corner of the city every day to fight criminals and rescue citizens. His actions were efficient. In just over a week, he was affirmed by New York citizens. Gao Ming, who was immersed in running at full speed, was happy with the cheers of the pedestrians along the way, but he gradually got used to it and would not be affected too much. It didn't take long for Gao Ming to arrive at a fire scene. Several floors of a high-rise building with more than 10 floors were covered in flames, and thick smoke drifted outside. The building where the fire broke out was the U.S. branch of a Sanshin mobile phone company. I don't know if there was a problem when testing the performance of the mobile phone. There was a boo, explosion, and the fire started. By D, who did not want to reveal his pen name. He did not have any unreasonable resentment, but as a former Sanshin user, he felt that he had no hope of life after encountering a freeze and crash, and then issued a complaint with a mixture of sadness and anger. As a person with heroic professional ethics, Gao Ming certainly would not ignore the innocent employees who were trapped inside and desperately calling for help just because his Sanshin cell phone exploded in his previous life. He still had to save a lot of people, and there was no way to put out the fire. Gao Ming did not have the ability to spray water, so he could only watch with great regret and joy as the Sanshin branch burned to rubble. 2 fire trucks have been parked below the building. Some firefighters are spraying water cannons outside to reduce the intensity of the fire. Some firefighters are fully equipped and ready to rush into the fire to save people. Seeing Gao Ming's arrival, the firefighters expressed surprise. The fire chief took a few steps forward and solemnly said, "Godfather, please please help us to rescue the people trapped inside. When human life is at stake, there is no intrigue, and you will not think that superheroes have robbed you of your own job. On the contrary, with the assistance of superheroes, the safety of firefighters themselves is also guaranteed. Gao Ming nodded and said in a low voice, I will save people as soon as possible. Before the words were finished, the person flew up and rushed to the most violent floor of the fire. The fire started on the top floors, and all the employees on the remaining floors were evacuated and ran out of the company. Only the 13 employees on the top had no time to evacuate from the fire scene. He flew to the floor where the cry for help was loudest, punched it unceremoniously, and opened a big hole in the wall. Then he flew in instantly, picked up 3 people on each shoulder, and flew downstairs to the ground, killing them. As soon as they were put on the ground, they gave each person a quick blow and were lightly treated to stabilize their condition before continuing to fly back to the fire scene to rescue the remaining people. After a few back and forth, Gao Ming rescued all the trapped people and quickly searched the entire building. After making sure that nothing was missing, he directly broke through the wall and rushed out of the fire scene. After confirming that everyone was rescued without incident, thunderous applause and cheers erupted at the scene, expressing praise to the Godfather for another successful rescue operation. Well done, Godfather. It was resolved very quickly again. Godfather, please be my boyfriend. Don't fight with me. Ahem, the crowd is so enthusiastic. Gao Ming silently took a look at the people who wanted to be his girlfriend. Well, some of them were pretty good looking. God actually had such a dangerous weapon in the world. At a glance, he saw several pairs of trembling snow-capped peaks, and even the exposed clothes. The big white rabbits would jump out with the shouts of their masters. Gao Ming's eyes straightened all of a sudden. After collecting these beautiful pictures in his brain, Gao Ming stopped looking at them. Don't look at anything inappropriate. Watch from a distance, but don't play with it. Gao Ming said to the fire chief, rescue everyone, and the rest will be left to you. The fire chief nodded and thanked sincerely. Thank you for your assistance. With you here, this city will definitely get better and better. Gao Ming smiled, said nothing, and quickly ran away from the scene. Somewhat speechlessly, several enthusiastic girls chased him along the white afterimage, shouting don't go, and the like. What a passionate American woman. He has been busy running around all day. Although he is full of energy and never feels tired because of the power of the dog charm, Gao Ming will not be like a machine, catching bad guys and rescuing people 24 hours a day. Besides, things don't happen in this city 24 hours a day. If that were to happen, Gao Ming alone would be unable to do everything. If he had to do everything by himself, what would the police and firefighters be doing? Born in sorrow, die in happiness. Gao Ming also hopes that everyone will have a sense of urgency and will not develop a reliance on superheroes will solve problems. Well, having said so much, the main reason is that Gao Ming needs his own personal time. Gao Ming was in a particularly happy mood tonight because he had a date. During this period, Gao Ming still occasionally called Sophia late at night to chat, or waited until she came out of school to go shopping or walk in the park together. Both Gao Ming and Sophia are very satisfied with the current relationship of friends, but not lovers. Even further development is not impossible, but Gao Ming needs to make it clear. After all, if you want to go further, it is often better for the man to take the initiative. So yesterday, when Sophia came home for the weekend, Gao Ming was talking to Sophia on the phone and proposed to go to Broadway to watch an opera together tomorrow night, and Sophia agreed. Gao Ming's plan is to confess his love to Sophia at the end of the opera. After all, you're going to watch an opera on Broadway, so you should not dress too casually. Although formal attire was not strictly required, Gao Ming still went to buy a suit. The outside is a black suit jacket and black trousers, and the inside of the jacket is a finely textured purple shirt. Gao Ming is not used to wearing ties, and the 2 top buttons are unbuttoned. He wears a pair of shiny black leather shoes on his left wrist, wearing a very fashionable watch. Gao Ming also went to a high-end salon and asked a professional barber to trim his hair. Gao Ming didn't see the secret behind the scratching cuts, but he looked energetic anyway. The whole person is like a facelift, a new look. The new hairstyle looks energetic, but the suit and leather shoes reveal a lazy temperament. The 2 conflicting performances make Gao Ming full of mature charm. In particular, the spell has strengthened Gao Ming, making his appearance and figure increasingly perfect. His sharp-edged muscles are not obvious under his clothes, but with that majestic face, if he has enough capital and confidence to go shopping in the street, he can get it. To a bunch of women's phone numbers. Standing in front of the mirror in his bathroom, looking at his current appearance, Gao Ming couldn't help but admire. Sure enough, people rely on their clothes. I feel a lot more handsome. Until now, Gao Ming was still a fan of the authorities and didn't realize that he had really become much more handsome. He did notice the changes in his figure. After all, it was easy to spot the 8-pack abs that gradually appeared on his abdomen. In response, Gao Ming just said happily, brother is also a man with 8-pack abs. After straightening his suit jacket and making sure there was no problem, Gao Ming left home with his head held high. In fact, the moment he walked out of the house, he still felt a little unsure, because just wearing this outfit cost him what little savings he had left. Now, there are only 3 items left in the card. 0, and it may drop to 20 in a few days. You need to pay attention to finding a job, but it is not something that can be solved in a short while. You should concentrate on tonight's date. Broadway is also located in Manhattan, which makes Gao Ming want to complain. He always has to go to Manhattan, and there are a few times when he can stay in Queens. Sophia was going home for the weekend, and it wasn't too far from Broadway. It didn't take long to take a taxi to the agreed opera house. So when Gao Ming flew to Broadway, found a corner to tidy up his clothes, and came to the opera house, Sophia was already standing at the entrance of the theater, waiting quietly. Gao Ming's eyes lit up when he saw Sophia's outfit tonight. Sophia's long dark brown hair is still as smooth as ever. The bangs in front of her forehead are pinned to one side with a beautiful hairpin. She wears light foundation on her face and a layer of bright red lipstick on her lips. She unexpectedly doesn't wear her usual large-framed glasses. It shows Sophia's beautiful and charming side. Similarly, Sophia was wearing a silky and beautiful rose-red skirt, with the hem just above her knees, revealing a pair of flawless white calves, small and exquisite feet, and a pair of high heels. Tonight Sophia seems to have changed into a rather bold style, and her clothes look extraordinarily mature and glamorous. Gao Ming was quickly captured by her beauty after just one glance, and he couldn't look away. Beautiful flowers that are sure to attract some annoying buzzing bees. At this time, there were several human-looking beasts enclosed beside Sophia, Gao Ming, who thought so and kept nagging and pestering her. Sophia frowned in embarrassment. Gao Ming straightened his sleeves, put on an extremely confident smile, and strode towards Sophia. When Sophia was flustered, seeing Gao Ming approaching, she immediately calmed down and showed a charming smile. When Gao Ming walked up to Sophia, he said with a hint of apology, sorry, I'm late. Sophia's eyes had narrowed into cute crescent moons, and she said happily, no, I came earlier. The men around you are not happy, so why should you follow a beautiful woman when you come, even if you are a female companion? Just when he was about to say something, Gao Ming's eyes moved to this group of people. So, how frightening was that look? As if there was endless murderous intent rushing towards their faces, those men shuddered, completely speechless, and could only walk into the theater in desperation. Gao Ming was able to force others to retreat and flee with his eyes. In addition to the fact that he had actually experienced killing, there was also the effect of the pig charm. The pig talisman, which emits electric light through its eyes as an attack, naturally has a certain impact on the eyes. The original work has a description of the pig talisman's ability. Electric eyes are overwhelming. Although it sounds very crude, it also reflects that the pig talisman gives the eyes the fierce and sharp aura may not be able to kill people with one look, but it is more than enough to scare people away with one look. After scaring away those annoying guys, Gao Ming put down his momentum and smiled gently. Sophia, you are so beautiful tonight. Sophia's pretty face blushed slightly and said, thank you. You are very charming tonight too. Yes, seeing the energetic Gao Ming in a suit and leather shoes exuding an indescribable charisma, Sophia's heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. Gao Ming leaned forward, brought his face closer, and asked with a somewhat uncertain tone, Are you wearing contact lenses? Sophia blinked and asked with expectation in her eyes. Yes, what do you think? Gao Ming said without thinking. They are all so beautiful, but at this point, Gao Ming deliberately dragged his voice. Sophia ignored her shyness and looked at the skirt she was wearing, then touched her hair and asked anxiously, Am I messed up somewhere? Gao Ming smiled mischievously. But I feel like I saw a beautiful princess tonight. Only then did Sophia realize that she had been molested. She frowned slightly, her mouth puffed up, and her eyes were full of dissatisfaction. My fault. Gao Ming apologized with a smile, but then added, But you are really stunning tonight. Being praised by Gao Ming again, Sophia's little bit of anger disappeared, leaving only full of shame. Gao Ming adjusted the collar of his suit jacket, bent his left arm, and said gracefully, I wonder if I have the honor to invite this beautiful lady to watch a wonderful opera. Sophia was amused by Gao Ming's actions. She burst out into a smile, put a smooth jade arm around Gao Ming's left arm, and smiled playfully. Okay, gentleman full of demeanor. Gao Ming, who was wearing a black suit, and Sophia, who was wearing a red dress, walked leisurely into the opera house and sat down at the reserved seat. The opera performed tonight is Les Miserables, a musical co-written by French musical composers Claude Michel Schoenberg and Alain Boboli. It is adapted from Victor Hugo's work of the same name and is famous in the world of art. As for the story, it can be summarized simply as the struggle history of people in society who are released from prison and start a new life when they encounter a series of practical difficulties. At least this is what Gao Ming understood after a cursory search on the internet. Gao Ming didn't have much artistic talent and couldn't understand the charm of opera. The only thing he had to do with art was that he joined the animation club at school in his previous life and practiced painting for a period of time. Well, opera is not just about performances. You can also listen to the singing of those opera singers. It is also good to feel the emotional and charming singing. Gao Ming looked at Sophia's side face, and the more he looked at it, the more pleasing it became. However, as he looked at it, he found that although Sophia's eyes were fixed on the stage, her face was flushed. It seemed that Sophia was not unaware of Gao Ming's gaze. It was not polite to keep staring at others. Gao Ming quietly shifted his gaze to the opera that was about to start. Let's think about how to express our feelings after the opera is over. At the same time, Gabon College. At this time, Samuel Stern was extremely excited. He got off work from school as usual today, but when he was leaving the school gate, he was stopped by a woman named Elizabeth Rose and introduced a man to him. When the other party tentatively asked Mr. Lon, Dr. Stern knew that the person he had never been able to confirm whether he really existed was standing in front of him. Dr. Stern is preparing an unimaginable human experiment, but the subject of the experiment is not him, but the worried man next to him, Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner is also a talented and knowledgeable doctor. He was supposed to teach and educate people at a university or join some research institutes like other doctors. However, he accepted an invitation from the military to participate in a secret research. Dr. Banner thought he was studying methods of anti-radiation. After achieving certain results, he confidently began to conduct human experiments, using himself as the experimental subject. However, when he was injected with the so-called anti-radiation potion and was hit by gamma rays, his body mutated uncontrollably. Another personality appeared in his mind, and he was deprived of body control, becoming a madman who wanted to destroy everything. Dr. Banner discovered that he had been deceived by the military when he saw the green monster. There has never been any research on radiation resistance. From the beginning to the end, the person in charge of the project, General Ross, and the father of Dr. Banner's girlfriend Betty, were deceiving him into researching the super soldier serum from the World War II era. During World War II, the great genetic biologist Dr. Elkins studied a super soldier serum that could strengthen the human body to the limit. This invention created an American symbol of justice, the tyrannical and invincible Captain America. Captain America leads his howling commandos to repel enemy invasions time and time again. With his superhuman physique, he can often turn the tide of a battle with just one person. However, when Dr. Elkins was assassinated and killed by hostile agents, the formula for the super soldier serum was also lost. As one of the few people who successfully injected the serum, Captain America also died with the enemy in an operation and was buried in the glacier under. General Ross has always been very disdainful of the R&D department's idea of just making better weapons. He prefers to build stronger soldiers. Therefore, he coveted the effects of the super soldier serum and relentlessly invested a lot of money and talent in an attempt to replicate the super soldier serum. Banner's uncontrollable mutation was both a failure and a success. After General Ross saw the destructive power of the green monster, he made up his mind to capture Bruce Banner, thoroughly study his body mutations, perfect this evolution, and create an army of giants who obey orders. From the moment Bruce Banner transforms into the Hulk, his body, every drop of blood, and every cell, in the eyes of General Ross, is the property of the country. Pursued by General Ross's army, Banner has been living a life of hiding and hiding incognito for many years. He even fled to Brazil, living in a slum and working in a soda bottling factory. Banner went to work in the factory every day and spent his spare time learning various methods of controlling his emotions. Unable to bear the loneliness, Banner even kept a dog to accompany him. However, a dramatic thing happened. He accidentally cut his finger in the factory, causing a drop of blood to stick to one of the soda bottles. After the soda was put on the market, it was drunk by someone, Mr. Stan Lee, and the result was that the blood contained it. Poisoned by gamma radiation, the military followed the clues at the soda bottling plant and found Bruce Banner. The military set up a siege, ready to take down Banner in one fell swoop. Banner fled in a panic, but was blocked by a few unfriendly workers in the factory. Under the strong emotional fluctuations, he reached a critical point. He lost consciousness again and became crazy. The Hulk killed several encircled and suppressed soldiers, and then walked away under the unwilling gaze of General Ross. When Banner woke up again, he was already in a different place. His whereabouts were exposed, and he had failed to save himself many times. He decided to return to New York and look for Mr. Lon, whom he met online, because Mr. Lon said that he had found a way to completely cure him. So Banner went through all kinds of hardships and finally returned to New York. When he returned to this long-lost city, he couldn't hold back his longing and went to secretly visit his girlfriend Betty, but was discovered by Betty. Reunited after a long absence, Betty did not want to lose Banner again and tried hard to keep him, but Banner was exposed, and the military launched an arrest at Betty's university. Banner inevitably turned into the terrible monster in front of Betty. The Hulk tore apart several tanks, smashed dozens of soldiers, and destroyed all targets that attacked him. When General Ross ordered the soldiers to retreat, Betty walked up to Hulk absent-mindedly, and the furious Hulk was surprisingly quiet. When Betty was almost caught in the artillery fire, he used his huge and strong body to block Betty from a hail of bullets. Finally, he fled the scene holding the unconscious Betty. When the two woke up again, Banner and Betty began to search for Mr. Blue. After using various means, they finally found Mr. Blue, Dr. Samuel Stern. In order to eliminate the Hulk in his body and end this source of pain once and for all, Banner made the decision to accept Dr. Stern's experiment after much hesitation. Dr. Stern excitedly operated various precision instruments, loaded the antidote he developed into the blood separator, and then walked to the experimental bed. Dr. Stern said with a nervous and expectant look on his face, "Okay, lie down." Banner and Betty looked at each other. Seeing Betty's extremely worried look, they smiled to reassure her. Then they lay naked on the experimental bed and allowed Dr. Stern to use the straps of the experimental bed to secure him. The blood separator's delivery tube was inserted into Banner's arms and thighs through needles, quickly pumping the blood from Banner's body and mixing it with the antidote. But the antidote will not work until you completely transform. While explaining, Dr. Stern picked up a pacemaker shaped like an earphone, but it was smaller, and when the two sides got closer, a strong, crackling, electric current appeared. Betty stroked Banner's arm and comforted. "Relax, nothing will happen." Banner had the cork in his mouth, and although his eyes kept telling Betty to calm down, his face still looked very nervous. Dr. Stern reminded Betty to step back, and then quickly used a pacemaker to shock Banner's temple. Banner was shocked by the strong current, and his body twitched. His pupils instantly turned green, and veins all over his body rise violently. Immediately afterwards, Banner's bones began to undergo strange distortions and deformations. To be precise, they continued to grow, and his muscles continued to swell. His skin gradually turned green. Banner gasped in pain, and the cork in his mouth also disappeared. I couldn't help but spit it out and screamed in agony. Seeing that Banner's body was more than twice as big as before, Dr. Stern subconsciously prepared to inject the antidote into Banner's body. Betty on the side immediately stopped him. Wait is not over yet. Under Dr. Stern's surprised gaze, Banner became stronger and bullier. After waiting for a few more seconds, Banner's body finally stopped changing, but he had turned into a tall and strong green giant. Hulk. At this time, Hulk took control of most of the body, roaring angrily, and pulled hard with his thick and powerful arms, trying to break the belt that fixed him, and Banner's consciousness was shocked by Hulk's destructive consciousness. Bits and pieces. Betty yelled in panic. Hurry up now. Wait a moment. However, Dr. Stern did not execute it immediately, and looked at the perfect creature in front of him ecstatically. He was knocked to the ground by Hulk, who suddenly exploded, and he was still watching obsessively. Seeing the fierce look on Hulk's face and the critical situation, Betty turned over and sat on Hulk's body, touched Hulk's face with her little hands, and softly comforted him. Bruce, look at me. Then, he grabbed Dr. Stern, who had just helped him up, and scolded him fiercely. Inject the antidote, Stern, quickly. Hurry up. Dr. Stern was still thinking about touching the Hulk's body, but was frightened by Betty's harsh tone. He put away his outstretched hand and hurriedly turned around to control the machine. However, the machine suddenly malfunctioned and did not respond. Dr. Stern immediately panicked, cursed, and kicked the machine using the universal opening method. No matter what kind of machine encounters a malfunction, people usually respond by tapping or kicking it. It's really funny. Dr. Stern was lucky. He kicked the machine and it finally took effect. The blood separator began to transport the prepared antidote into Hulk's body. Hulk just raised his right hand to touch the girl in front of him. On my back, I felt some strange substances entering my body, and my consciousness was fading. Hulk hung down his struggling arm weakly, and took a last look at the girl who could make him feel at peace of mind, then let out a cry of relief, fell back, and his body slowly shrank. The green color of his skin also gradually dissipated like ebbing water, returning to Banner's original white complexion. Accompanied by the sound of bone contraction, Banner returned to his original state, but passed out from the pain. Bruce, Betty called, touching Banner's face anxiously. Banner suddenly took a deep breath and opened his eyes. When he saw Betty, he looked around in a panic. Betty quickly comforted him. It's okay, you did it. Banner gradually calmed down, not feeling Hulk's violent consciousness in his body, and finally smiled with relief. Dr. Stern looked at the computer data and said in shock, he's fine. That's great. It's over. After a while, Banner, who had recovered, put on his clothes and sat on the sofa with Betty, listening to Dr. Stern explain the experiment just now with great interest. Suddenly, a piece of information that Dr. Stern leaked to excitedly caught Banner's attention. Experimental sample. What experimental sample? Dr. Stern, who realized that he had leaked something, had no choice but to compromise when faced with Banner's questioning eyes. He said helplessly and with a hint of excitement, follow me. Dr. Stern led Banner and Betty to another laboratory. As soon as they walked in, they saw several glass cabinets with countless blood bags hanging inside, and Banner felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Dr. Stern's words also confirmed his bad guess. This is all your blood. Banner had previously sent Dr. Stern some of his blood, hoping that Dr. Stern could study a way to destroy the Hulk from his blood. However, he did not expect that Dr. Stern would cultivate and manufacture the secrets of Banner's blood in order to study it. More blood. Banner knew very well what these densely packed blood bags meant, which meant that once something went wrong and leaked out, more Hulks would most likely be created. Thinking of the scene of a lot of Hulks destroying everywhere, Banner interrupted Dr. Stern's speech and said coldly, no, we have to destroy it. Dr. Stern was furious on the spot. We can win the Nobel Prize, why should we destroy it? Banner and Stern were locked in a dispute for a while, completely unaware that there were already several snipers lying down in the building opposite, aiming here. Outside the school, dozens of military vehicles stopped at the stairs. Soldiers with full equipment quickly got out of the car, rushed into the school, and quietly approached Banner's laboratory. Thanks to S.H.I.E.L.D. intercepting the information Banner sent to Dr. Stern on the internet, General Ross traced Dr. Stern's address, knew Banner's next destination, and launched a new round of capture operations. Banner and Dr. Stern had been arguing furiously, but there was no sign of transformation again. Dr. Stern never understood the hidden dangers caused by leaving blood, which made Banner very angry. He went to Dr. Stern to prepare a theory, and passed the glass window, and his whole body was exposed to the shooting range. The sniper who seized the opportunity quickly fired, and the tranquilizer gun hit Banner's back without any accidents. Banner fell to his knees limply, and Betty hurriedly supported Banner. Banner saw Blonsky walking in angrily, so he weakly reminded Betty, go quickly. As soon as Betty turned around, she was pushed away by Blonsky, who was walking quickly. She hit the glass cabinet next to her and fell down. Blonsky pinched Banner's face with a ferocious expression and shouted, where is it? Emil Blonsky is a foreign mercenary with outstanding achievements in his life and rich combat experience. However, as he grows older, his physical fitness is not as good as before. In order to save the shame of Yeshua being escaped by the Hulk in Brazil, he volunteered to become Ross. The general's experimental subject underwent body strengthening experiments and returned to the peak state of his youth. However, during the second arrest at Carver University, Hulk once again trampled his confident dignity to the ground. He was kicked directly into a tree by Hulk, like a bereaved dog being carried back for rescue. Because of the body strengthening experiment, Blonsky survived the catastrophe, and with incredible recovery ability, in a short period of time, he recovered from being seriously injured and unable to move, to a state of life and death. The target escaped from the 2 arrests, and was even hanged and beaten the second time. This made the proud Blonsky feel extremely humiliated. That kind of power is not worthy of a powerless nerd like Bruce Banner. But he, Emil Blonsky, an elite warrior. Blonsky beat Banner crazily, trying to anger Hulk out and avenge his shame, but failed. Banner just shook his head under the effect of the anesthetic, feeling dazed, and showing no sign of transformation. The angry Blonsky punched Banner and knocked him unconscious. Watching the unconscious Banner being carried out by the soldiers, Betty reprimanded General Ross coldly, and Blonsky noticed Dr. Stern, who was cowering, and felt a little hot in his heart. After the soldiers exited, Blonsky stayed in the laboratory without anyone paying attention, and quietly walked behind the female soldier who was interrogating Dr. Stern. The female soldier was seriously interrogating Dr. Stern when she suddenly felt a pain in her back, received a heavy blow, and fainted. Blonsky said impatiently, she is really annoying. Dr. Stern asked incomprehensibly, why do you always hit people? Just when he was about to ramble, Blonsky pulled out a pistol and pointed it at him, and Dr. Stern suddenly did not dare to say anything more. Dr. Stern said frighteningly, what did I do to piss you off? It's not something you do, it's something you want to do. Blonsky said coldly, I want what you extracted from Banner. Noticing the desire in Blonsky's eyes, Dr. Stern immediately became interested and no longer afraid. He smiled with interest and said, it seems that you have been injected with something. Blonsky made no secret of his thoughts. I want more, and you saw him turn into Hulk. Dr. Stern murmured obsessively, yes, it's so beautiful, like a god. Blonsky said in a non-negotiable tone, I want to be like that. You want to make me like that. I don't know what's in your body. Mixed together, it could become a scourge. As soon as he finished speaking, Blonsky put away his pistol, grabbed Dr. Stern, and raised it above his head. Dr. Stern quickly begged for mercy. I said I didn't want to. I just need your consent, and you agreed. Blonsky then put down Dr. Stern and said with a bad attitude, go and get ready. Dr. Stern was so frightened that Pityiner ran to prepare for the experiment, and Blonsky showed a ferocious smile. However, they had no idea what a terrifying monster they would create next. Bang 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 bang. There was thunderous applause, and all the audience applauded in unison at the end of the opera. Sophia applauded equally excitedly, and Gao Ming also clapped his hands in agreement. Les Miserables is indeed a well-deserved masterpiece. The actors used their vivid acting skills and singing to deeply affect the audience present. Even people like Gao Ming who do not understand opera will inadvertently soak it up. The opera curtain call ended, the audience gradually left, and many people stayed behind, reminiscing and discussing the opera experience just now. But Gao Ming and Sophia didn't have that idea. They left their seats together, chatted and laughed happily, and walked out of the opera house. After leaving the opera house and feeling the cool breeze blowing across his face, Gao Ming's heartbeat was speeding up and his palms were sweating. He suddenly shouted, "Sophia." Well, Sophia looked over in confusion and found that Gao Ming looked embarrassed and hesitant, as if he was planning to say something. Sophia immediately understood what Gao Ming was about to say, and lowered her head with a blushing face, anticipating his words. Silently using his healing power to calm down his emotions, Gao Ming took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to say, "Sophia, are you willing to be mine?" Before the word girlfriend could be uttered, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded not far away, and then Gao Ming and Sophia saw many panicked passers-by fleeing in all directions. The next moment, a 2-meter-tall green giant with long bone spurs on its back and sharp teeth and claws flipped off cars and stood in the middle of the road. This giant, even more ferocious and terrifying than the Hulk, is Blonsky injected with Banner's blood. The violent and brutal Hulk hates. Seeing the hatred of wanton destruction in the distance, Gao Ming couldn't help but cursed. Fake. Is it easy? I finally asked a girl to watch an opera, and then I was ready to declare my love and break up. But by accident, an abomination appeared and started to destroy everything. It's funny, right? At this moment, Gao Ming deeply felt that the world was full of malice toward him. A certain Bai Di, who did not want to reveal his pen name. Even I am single. How can it be so easy for you to have a girlfriend? Wow. Really beeping a dog. Although Gao Ming knew that the plot of the Incredible Hulk would not be long after the plot of Iron Man 1, he did not expect such a chance encounter. It was still in the later stages of the plot, with Hulk fighting against the abomination. I just want to have a date in peace and express my feelings, Gao Ming thought with resentment. But now that I saw it, I couldn't just sit idly by and watch. But I didn't expect something like this to happen, and I didn't bring my uniform with me, so it was inconvenient to rush out directly. As for flying back to get the uniform like last time, haha, it's too troublesome, don't even think about it. Later, Bruce Banner will take a leap of faith, jump out of the helicopter, and transform back into the Hulk. Gao Ming actually doesn't have to worry about that. Otherwise, just wait until Hulk appears to solve the problem. However, as soon as he turned his head and met Sophia's nervous gaze, Gao Ming could only sigh softly in resignation. He couldn't let the girl be frightened. Oh, it's so uneasy. Gao Ming took off his coat, unbuttoned the cuffs of his shirt, and pulled it down to his elbows to avoid ripping his clothes with too much movement. Then, he looked at the ground, walked to a corner, bent down, and picked up a brick. With a brick in hand, I have the world. Bricks, the first artifact. No matter how high your martial arts skills are, you are afraid that a kitchen knife will knock you down with just one brick, no matter how good your intelligence is. Well, to say so much is just that Gao Ming is accumulating strength in order to unleash the power of bricks. He grabbed the brick with his right hand, but of course, he didn't grab it hard to avoid accidentally crushing it. At this time, the muscles of the arm suddenly bulged and gradually expanded. After a while, the right arm became extremely strong and rough, and the swollen muscles appeared powerful and full of power. However, because only the right arm has enlarged and the rest of the body has not changed, it looks a bit deformed. Domestic friends will be amazed by the Kirin arm after seeing it. The Ox Talisman not only gives immense brute strength, but also makes the muscles expand and become strong. But this characteristic of strength will only be highlighted when all the strength is gathered. But Gao Ming now concentrates all his strength on his right arm, so there is a strange change in the growth of his right arm. Well, it doesn't matter. After gathering all the strength in his right arm, Gao Ming grabbed the brick, aimed at the still laughing abomination in front of him, and threw it with all his strength. The brick flew out like an arrow from the string, piercing the air and causing a sound like a sonic burst. At this time, the impact of the brick was no less than a small shell. Abomination was holding a taxi, preparing to smash it at the military off-road vehicle in front of him. A group of soldiers were sitting in the car. He had just fired a rocket launcher at Abomination, but was caught with his bare hands. After the explosion, even Abomination's skin was not broken. At this time, seeing Abomination preparing to throw cars at them, and the road behind them being blocked by a large number of cars making it impossible to retreat, these soldiers were so frightened that they even forgot to fire back. At the very moment, an unknown object shoots over like lightning, hits the chest of the Abomination, and knocks it upside down with a huge impact force, and the taxi held in both hands also falls down. The dead taxi driver, as the taxi fell and exploded, his body was also buried in a sea of flames. 3 seconds of silence for the innocent driver who lay on the gun. Amen. Abomination got up from the ground, shook his head that was a little dazed from the collision, and touched the shattered bricks around him. He was stunned for a moment, and then became furious. What the hell bug threw a brick at me? The hatred roared like a thunderbolt. As for the person involved, Gao Ming stopped throwing the brick when he threw it, and his huge right arm returned to normal. He put his trouser pocket in his pocket, looked up at the sky, and stood there whistling, as if, and I don't care. Behind Gao Ming, Sophia, who was holding his coat for him, was frightened and couldn't help but feel funny. Could she pretend to be more fake and tell the other party that it was him who did it without telling the other person? Hatred ignored the soldiers and jumped out of the car and ran away. After scanning angrily, he naturally saw Gao Ming and Sophia. After all, in a scene where everyone was running away, there were 2 people standing still, which seemed extremely strange. After finding the person who attacked him, Abomination suddenly smiled ferociously and said, "Little insect, are you ready to die?" Before the hatred came over, Gao Ming slowly raised his hand, with his middle finger facing the sky. Gao Ming was not provoking hatred, but pointed to a certain target in the sky. "The next one to fight with you is not me, but forgive the giant." High in the sky, Banner and Betty kissed passionately, fell back, and jumped out of General Ross's helicopter. Faced with the Abominations wreaking havoc, the situation was completely out of control. No matter how unwilling General Ross was, he was helpless. He could only choose to let Banner transform into the Hulk to kill the Abomination. Banner fell rapidly from the air, closed his eyes tightly, gritted his teeth, and looked like he was holding his breath. It stands to reason that Hulk has been eliminated after accepting Dr. Stern's detoxification experiment. But in order to stop the hatred, Banner can only take a gamble and bet that Hulk's consciousness is only temporarily suppressed. But no matter how Banner recalled some things that made him angry, stimulated his nerves, and even made crazy moves like jumping out of a helicopter, his heartbeat had reached an extremely high frequency, and there was still no sign of the Hulk's appearance. It was Dr. Banner, who was highly educated. At this moment, he couldn't help but swear. He fell from the air to the ground with a look of despair, making a huge crater in the ground. Gao Ming, whose eyesight has been greatly improved, watched the whole process carefully, nodded thoughtfully, and murmured to himself, "It seems that Bruce Banner is still Edward Norton now. I don't know if he will be the same when the Avengers reunite." Become Mark Ruffalo. As we all know, due to various reasons, Edward Norton, who played Bruce Banner in The Incredible Hulk, did not continue to cooperate with Marvel. Later, Mark Ruffalo took over as Bruce Banner and became popular with the superhero image of the Hulk. In reality, it is not unusual for film and television roles to be changed by actors. For example, Tony Stark's best friend, Roddy, was also played by a different person. However, Gao Ming is now living in the real Marvel world. If Bruce Banner, who looks like Edward Norton, will look like Mark Ruffalo in a few years, then the problem will arise. Dr. Banner has to what kind of unimaginable life did he go through to suddenly evolve from a gentle and handsome uncle to a happy and funny hairy fat uncle? By D, who did not want to reveal his pen name. In fact, I still admire Uncle Ma very much, but the role of Bruce Banner was played vividly by Edward, Edward, so I am a loyal fan of Edward. When Gao Ming was thinking wildly, Banner fell into the big pit created by the ground and suddenly punched out a giant green fist. Immediately afterwards, the Hulk climbed out of the big pit and let out a deafening roar. Roar. Hulk's roar attracted Abomination's attention. Seeing Banner transform into Hulk again, Abomination suddenly showed surprise in his eyes, as if he had found his prey. He is really eager for a worthy opponent now, and Hulk is his dream opponent. Hulk. Hate walked towards Hulk with a grin on his face. Hulk casually tore off the remaining pieces of clothing hanging on his body and threw them away. When he saw the Abomination in front of him, he began to run over, and his pace began to quicken, and he also rushed towards the Abomination. Soon, the two giants ushered in the moment of collision. Hulk roared and threw a punch, but Abomination nimbly dodged it and hit Hulk's abdomen, knocking Hulk and rolling several times. Stop. Hatred stepped on the remains of the bus with a joking look on his face and uttered an extremely annoying sneer. Ha han. Just when he was right, he was defeated by the other party. This made Hulk even more angry. He smashed the police car next to him in half frantically, grabbed half of it with one hand, and used it as a weapon, and glared with hatred. When the Abomination rushed in front of Hulk, Hulk grabbed the police car and beat the Abomination a series of bang bang bang, beating the Abomination until he was unresponsive and was knocked to the ground before he had time to fight back. Withstand Hulk's angry attacks again and again. When Hulk threw the remains of the police car in his hand until only a small piece of iron remained, Hulk threw the iron piece aside, raised his strong left arm, and punched Abomination in the face, but Abomination just turned around. He turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood, but his face was still extremely mocking. That's all you have. Before Hulk could throw another punch, Hate lifted his foot and kicked Hulk away, then got up and bounced a few times, rushed to the place where Hulk fell, looking for Hulk's figure. High in the sky, General Ross saw that Hulk was always at a disadvantage. He couldn't help but became anxious. He frowned and gave the soldier driving the helicopter a serious order. Support him with machine guns quickly. The driver didn't react for a while and asked stupidly, "Who can I help?" When he heard the questions from his subordinates, General Ross's forehead popped out with veins. If in the comics, he could transform into a red giant every minute to educate this sightless soldier, and in a tone of, "I hate iron, it cannot be transformed into steel," he gritted his teeth and said, "Help that green one shoot the other one." As if hearing the anger in General Ross's tone, the pilot finally reached the IQ level and no longer ignorantly asked which green one to help. Although Abomination also had green skin, his skin color was more yellowish-green, not as green as Hulk. Obvious. The driver of knowing the general pressed the machine gun firing button, and the machine gun equipped with the helicopter aimed at the hatred and launched a continuous barrage of bullets, successfully angering the hatred and attracting hatred. This is a professional teammate, helping to draw out hatred when necessary. Gao Ming watched Abomination climbing to the roof, jumping and running between floors, dodging machine gun fire from helicopters, and caressing his chin as if nothing had happened. It seems that everything is developing according to the original plot. In the end, Hulk will still live up to expectations and kill him. Hateful. Do I still need to take action? But when he thought of the oath he made, he couldn't help shaking his head with a wry smile. Fine. He caressed the suit he was wearing with great affection. I've only worn it once. It seems I have to do it quickly. Beware of that ugly monster getting close enough to break it. It doesn't seem like it's okay if it's broken. Anyway, he can use the power of healing to restore it. Hulk smashed through several buildings, and then fell heavily into a trash can in the back alley of a high-rise building, crushing the large and hard trash can into a discus. Hulk hummed and climbed up, heard a sound in the air, looked over, and found that Abomination was just crossing from the front building to the back building, and General Ross's helicopter was shooting nonstop. Discovering that his enemy was crossing the building, Hulk immediately saw sparks in his eyes. He roared and jumped onto the wall. He dug his hands and feet into the wall, and then used his strength to climb and jump in pursuit. Abomination jumped to the rooftop of another building and hurriedly found a cover. Then he found the right opportunity and kicked hard when the helicopter was approaching. He grabbed the landing gear of the helicopter. Before he could punch it, he suddenly felt a heavy weight on his back, only to realize that Hulk had just caught up with him and caught his bone spur. Hulk kept pinching the bone spurs on his back hard, which made Abomination suddenly feel uncomfortable. He was so angry that he directly gave Hulk an elbow strike and hit Hulk's face hard. Hulk's face was hit like this, and he inevitably struggled to escape in pain. He opened his hand, but luckily he caught Abomination's ankle in time to prevent him from falling again. Thump 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 thump. The helicopter sounded a very ominous siren, and the driver said anxiously, "I have to make an emergency landing." The helicopter was hoisting two heavyweight giants, which was completely unbearable. General Ross also realized this and shouted, "Hold on." General Ross didn't need to remind her that when the alarm sounded, Betty was already nervously grasping the armrest behind her. The helicopter's wing hit a sign on the roof of a building, and the people in the cabin immediately rolled from their seats to the ground and bumped into each other. The helicopter spun uncontrollably, and the Abomination was holding on to the landing gear and refused to let go. In the end, the helicopter finally let go of the burden and landed on the ground of a demolition house with a bang. The soldiers in the cabin lay staggered and collapsed. Most of them were unconscious and their life or death was unknown. Only one or two still had a trace of consciousness, moaning feebly in pain. Betty frowned. She was also severely hit by the emergency landing of the helicopter. Fortunately, her injuries were all right, except for a little bruise. Carefully pushing away a few unconscious soldiers beside her, Betty saw General Ross was lying on the side. His expression was not very good. After all, he was an old man. Even if he was a soldier, no matter how strong his body was, he would still be worse than before. Unlike those soldiers who were seriously injured and unconscious, they still suffered a lot of injuries from the sudden collision. "Dad, are you okay? I'm here to help you." Betty quickly walked to General Ross and tried to help him up. General Ross was so painful that he wanted to scream out, but with the backbone of a soldier, Gabby had already come over. In order to maintain the majesty of a father in front of his daughter, General Ross said bravely despite sweating, "I'm fine. Find a way to get out quickly." Hum, crunch. General Ross and Betty suddenly heard a loud noise above their heads. The entire helicopter shook, and then there was a very unpleasant sound of metal squeezing. At this moment, Abomination was standing on the top of the helicopter, looking ferociously at Hulk below. Hulk was frightened by the Abomination's ferocious appearance for a few seconds, and then he grinned angrily at the Abomination. The two giants were just about to continue a new round of confrontation, and at the same time they rushed towards each other in strides. When the distance was less than 2 meters, a fierce electric light suddenly fell from the sky and hit the ground between the two of them. The ground suddenly exploded, flying sand and rocks, billowing smoke and dust. Both Abomination and Hulk were shaken back several steps by the sudden explosion. After standing firm, they both looked at the situation angrily and vigilantly. The smoke dispersed, and a strong figure stood there. It was such a beautiful night. Why were there so many fights and killings? I saw that Gao Ming was still wearing the purple shirt and black trousers. The sleeves of the shirt were still pulled to the elbow position, revealing his strong forearms, with his hands in his trouser pockets on both sides, with a half smile on his face. In the clear and deep eyes, there are still a few traces of lightning. It is obvious that the lightning just shot out from Gao Ming's eyes. The scene at this moment is like a well-dressed passerby who accidentally stumbled into the scene of a monster battle, but still remained unhurried and looked very out of place. When he saw an ordinary young man appearing, Hulk, who only knew how to fight, looked at Gao Ming blankly like a young child. Abomination, who still had a clear mind, was a little vigilant, but because of his confidence in his current strength, he did not have any fear. Instead, he said arrogantly, "Where did the ant come from? Just die." "Oh, that's quite loud." After hearing the hateful words, Gao Ming kept smiling, but his eyes suddenly became cold, and lightning gradually appeared. Abomination still didn't realize the danger, and still said with a manic smile, "Ha, you are still a weak yellow-skinned monkey. Do you know Kung Fu?" Ha ha ha. Abomination did not hide the sarcasm in his tone, and sneered arrogantly. The smile on the corner of Gao Ming's mouth became stronger and stronger, and the lightning in his eyes became more and more intense, and there was a crackling sound. slowly raising his right hand. A crimson flame gradually formed in his palm. Your voice is too ugly. I don't like it. Abomination suddenly felt a dangerous aura, and before he could hide, he saw a flame dragon formed by condensed flames, entwined with sparkling golden light, and penetrated his body with its teeth and claws. Puff. Hatred spit out a large pool of dark green blood from his mouth, and his chest felt empty. His whole body suddenly became weak and weak. He lowered his head with difficulty and saw a big hole in his chest, and his flesh and bones could be clearly seen. How could there be someone stronger than a giant? On the verge of death, Hatred flashed this thought, and then, the whole person fell down heavily. Gao Ming put down his right hand with a smile on his face. The light in his eyes gradually dissipated, and he returned to calm, as if he was talking to himself, or as if he was explaining. Dragon Explosion Fusion Lightning Eye is my strongest attack. It can kill you. With this move, you can be regarded as an honorable death. Well, I am indeed a generous person. Faced with the offense of the young man, I still used my ultimate move to kill him. I am really a model of young people with good conduct. By the way, the combination of Dragon Talisman and Pig Talisman is my ultimate move. What name should I choose? Evil King Flame Killer. You can't just copy names all the time. I'm not some kid with big eyes on my forehead. Dwarf. Ignoring the hatred that had already fallen to the ground, Gao Ming turned around without changing his expression and walked towards Hulk. Hulk couldn't help but have a look of fear on his face when he saw the man who had easily killed his kind approaching. He took a few steps back and shouted with anger. Hulk. It's rare to see Hulk, who has always been fearless and only destroys everything in anger, showing a timid side. So Gao Ming was a little bit dumbfounded when he heard Hulk's seemingly bold roar. Hey, big man, I'm not going to punch you in the same way. Take it easy. Gao Ming tried his best to speak in a gentle tone, as if to appease the stray animals on the roadside, but Hulk obviously didn't like this. He felt that Gao Ming had bad intentions at all, so he swung his fist at him when he was surprised. Gao Ming's expression suddenly changed, and the horse floated into the air. Damn, don't ruin my clothes. Dodging Hulk's punch, and before he could react, Gao Ming appeared behind Hulk in a flash, grabbed Hulk's head, and activated the healing power. The healing power not only quickly restored Hulk's injuries, it also made Hulk's angry brain gradually calm down. But when the emotions calm down, it means that Hulk's consciousness will be suppressed, and Banner's consciousness will regain control of the body. Feeling that he was about to fall asleep again, Hulk roared unwillingly. No, no, no. The voice became weaker and weaker, and the anger continued to decay. Hulk, who had lost his anger, was powerless to resist, and his body was gradually shrinking, returning to Banner's original appearance. In an instant, he transformed from the tall and strong Hulk back to the thin and thin Banner. Banner fell into a coma, naked, and still firmly clinging to his territory in a pair of pants. One of Marvel's unsolved mysteries is that the Hulk always wears his pants intact every time he transforms. Through preliminary observation and identification, Gao Ming was able to confirm that what Banner was wearing was just a pair of pants made of ordinary material, but the elasticity was good, and there was nothing strange about it. Sure enough, is it still the function of the consciousness of the big universe, Marvel? Although he was thinking wildly in his mind, his hand did not stop its healing power, but instead increased its strength. He is not just planning to help Dr. Banner heal his injuries, suppress Hulk's consciousness, and then stop, but he is also going to use the power of healing to reduce the gamma toxin in Banner's blood. Of course, Gao Ming is not unable to completely remove the gamma toxin. It is easy to do this with the power of the horse charm, but removing the gamma toxin has a high probability of obliterating Hulk's consciousness. He never thought about killing the Hulk. The future reunion still needs the Hulk to join. However, under Gao Ming's treatment, although the gamma toxin in Banner's body was not completely eliminated, it was greatly reduced and reached a stable index. From now on, Banner can still turn into Hulk, but if he wants to transform, he needs a higher emotional index. This also means that Banner no longer has to worry about being unable to control his emotions and becoming Hulk if he is accidentally too excited. I deeply sympathize with you for not even having sex with your girlfriend. After grasping the degree of treatment, Gao Ming withdrew his hand. Suddenly, he heard some noises behind him, and his whole body immediately shook, making his whole body blurry. Without wearing a uniform, this is the only way to disguise your identity. He turned around and said in a low voice, "Hello, Miss Betty." The helicopter fell to the ground. Betty climbed to the door of the cabin very carefully and saw the extremely ferocious abomination lying on the ground. There was a big hole in his body, and it was obvious that he would not survive. But at this time, all her attention was focused on being unconscious. Banner, and the unidentified person standing next to Banner. Betty was worried about Banner's condition and asked loudly, "Who are you, and what did you do to Banner?" "I am the Godfather." Gao Ming put his right hand on his left chest and bowed slightly, introducing himself in a gentlemanly manner. However, his whole body was still shaking, and his figure looked vague and uncertain. "I am just helping Dr. Banner with his treatment." Betty did not believe the other party's words so easily. Just as she was about to ask a question, Gao Ming interrupted. "I'd better rescue you all first. The helicopter seems to be about to explode." Only then did Betty notice that the helicopter was dripping gasoline. The helicopter was severely damaged, and sporadic sparks were scattered everywhere. According to this trend, it was certain that the helicopter exploded. Just as she was about to call for help, Betty found that the other party was missing from her sight. Only Banner was still lying there, and before she had the thought of could he run away, she felt a strong wind rushing into the cabin, and she didn't react at all. When he was about to die, he found himself and the others leaving the helicopter and staying with Banner. As expected, the helicopter was engulfed in flames. The raging fire burned the entire helicopter. Betty and others were only a few meters away from the helicopter and could fully feel the heat of the flames. Betty looked around and found that the mysterious man who called himself the Godfather was squatting next to each soldier. He put his hand on the soldier for a while and then released it. This behavior was a bit strange, which made Betty mistakenly think that the other person had some kind of hobby. After Gao Ming treated the last soldier, he shook his head and stood up. After all, 2 soldiers died unfortunately. Although the horse charm was very powerful, it could not bring the dead back to life. Even the dog charm, which was said to be immortal, could only make Gao Ming inscribe yourself to remain young and immortal. Gao Ming won't feel guilty if he can't save everyone. He also knows that he can't prevent all disasters. He will feel sorry for this, but he is not a holy mother and will not take all the responsibility on himself. However, if something happens to someone around him, maybe Gao Ming will become very crazy. Except for the 2 who died early and could not be rescued. The other soldiers were saved by Gao Ming. When Gao Ming came to General Ross and was about to treat this old-fashioned old man, Betty on the side misunderstood that Gao Ming would not even spare the old man and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? My father's sexual orientation is normal and different from yours. You faggot." Gao Ming. General Ross. Gao Ming's face suddenly darkened, especially when he saw General Ross holding his wound and breathing in air conditioning. He suddenly looked horrified and shouted to him, "Listen, don't come near me. I am General Ross. I order you to stop. I like women. I'm not gay. I just want to help you heal your injury." Gao Ming emphasized every word with veins popping out on his forehead, feeling like he was being force-fed. Betty realized then that she had thought wrongly, and smiled awkwardly but politely. "Sorry." General Ross found that he was accidentally led astray by his daughter, so he tried his best to maintain the aura of a soldier for decades, and returned to his usual calm and prestige, showing no trace of embarrassment at all. Gao Ming withdrew his hand with a dark face, and said in a bad tone, "It's better to send it to the hospital for treatment. Anyway, the old man has a strong body, and I don't want to be misunderstood that I have special hobbies." Betty and General Ross looked away involuntarily, their eyes wandering. Ignoring the embarrassed Ross father and daughter, Gao Ming walked up to Banner and slapped him in the face a few times, which made Banner's face slightly swollen, but he was also successfully slapped awake. Regarding Gao Ming's actions, Betty glared at him and shouted, "Why are you crazy?" But General Ross felt a dark feeling in his heart, and even regretted that he didn't give Banner a few slaps himself. Where am I? Banner opened his eyes in confusion, and there was a burning sensation on his cheeks, which made his facial muscles twitch in pain. When Banner saw the blurred figure standing in front of him, he couldn't help being filled with fear, and some fragments of Hulk's remaining memories flashed in his mind. Banner knew that the fear he was feeling now was the instinct left by Hulk. After taking a few deep breaths, he gradually calmed down and recalled the memory fragments left by Hulk. After considering the current situation, Banner also reacted. It was the other party who solved the mess, and he immediately thanked her sincerely. "Thank you for preventing the disaster." "You're welcome." Gao Ming waved his hand casually, ready to leave. He has no interest in staying here any longer. "By the way, I lowered the gamma concentration in your body for you, so you won't become Hulk so easily in the future, Gone." Hearing this, Banner's eyes lit up and he asked in disbelief, "Is what you said true? How is this possible?" Gao Ming shrugged, not intending to explain much, and said, "I'll give you a suggestion. Join S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. can protect you. Say goodbye to your girlfriend and run away. Wait until you join S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. General Ross can't catch you either." S.H.I.E.L.D. Banner muttered this name he had never heard before in confusion, and secretly made a note of it in his mind. Gao Ming suddenly leaned into Banner's ear with a smirk on his face and whispered, "It's not easy for you to transform into Hulk now. Don't worry too much. Find time to have an in-depth communication with your girlfriend." Banner was stunned at first, and then couldn't help feeling embarrassed, but there was obviously a hint of emotion on his face, and he looked at Gao Ming. Although he couldn't see Gao Ming's appearance clearly, they were both men and could understand the deep meaning in each other's eyes. Gao Ming casually flew away, ignoring the bursts of exclamations behind him. After flying back to the original intersection, Sophia still stood there waiting for him with a worried look on her face, still holding the coat he took off in her hands. When Gao Ming slowly fell from the sky, the worry on Sophia's face disappeared. She just showed a hint of joy, and then seemed to remember something. She looked around nervously and relaxed after finding that no one was paying attention. One breath, Sophia asked with concern, "How come there's no big problem?" Gao Ming made a gesture and said proudly, "Of course it's no problem. I killed that monster in one move." Seeing Gao Ming's smug look with his nostrils almost upturned, Sophia couldn't help laughing, covering her small mouth and giggling. Gao Ming was not embarrassed. He raised his left hand and looked at the watch on his wrist. There was not much time left. In this case, he might as well be quick. "Sophia," Gao Ming suddenly said with a serious face, "are you willing to be my girlfriend?" Faced with Gao Ming's sudden confession, Sophia acted a little panicked, and at the same time her heart was pounding, but at the same time, there was a hint of sweetness. Sophia's face was red, and her cheeks were so red that they seemed to drip with water. She slurred and wanted to respond in the affirmative, but because of her shyness and reserve, she couldn't say anything. Gao Ming was a little anxious when he didn't get a response for a long time. He made it clear tonight, if there was no clear result, it would definitely become very embarrassing for the two of them to meet in the future. "Mr. Gray, lend me your bossy style for a moment." Gao Ming hugged Sophia's waist and felt the silky feel of the red skirt around her waist, but he controlled his thoughts well and did not show it. His eyes were bright and aggressive, and the corners of his mouth curved into an evil arc. His temperament suddenly changed drastically, and he was full of domineering strength. Before Sophia could utter an exclamation, Gao Ming lowered his head and kissed Sophia's delicate red lips. He also took the opportunity to insert his tongue into the red lips, found Sophia's small and delicate tongue, and then entangled it without any scruples. "Stand up." Sophia's lips, her teeth, her fragrance, and her soft tongue all touched Gao Ming's heartbeat. He was instantly immersed in this beauty, and the kiss became more intense, with no intention of stopping. Sophia, on the other hand, was suffocated by Gao Ming's overbearing and forceful kiss. She had no intention of resisting at all. When her lips were pressed hard, her whole body became weak. Her feet were soft, and she was completely relying on Gao Ming. He hugged his waist and managed to stand, like a well-behaved rabbit, weakly accepting the teasing of Gao Ming, the big bad wolf. The kiss lasted for a long time, until Sophia felt short of breath. When she was about to faint, Gao Ming left her lips. His face was red and his neck was thick, but he said very domineeringly, "From now on, you are my woman." Sophia's cheeks were so red that her eyes were almost dripping with water. She said softly in a voice as small as a mosquito, "How can you? I haven't done it yet." Before she finished speaking, Gao Ming blocked her lips again and started a new round of tongue war mercilessly. It lasted for a long time before Gao Ming let go. With a red face, he said with words that he could not refuse. The tone said, "No refutation is allowed, no rejection is allowed, just nod obediently." Yeah, Sophia nodded obediently. Looking at the beautiful girl in his arms, Gao Ming was so excited that he couldn't describe it in words. He couldn't help but kiss the tempting red lips again, but this time he was no longer overbearing, but gentle and cautious. Under the Night, who has ever noticed a man and woman immersed in kissing? Ha 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 ha. Gao Ming hummed the famous magical song of God Vitus from the Seventh Element, Avengers 3 to spoof Thanos, and flew towards home. After the third kiss, Gao Ming did not push the envelope even though he already pushed the envelope, but he still knew the limits and did not continue the kiss or make other more intimate moves. Things between a man and a woman should not be rushed or settled overnight. After all, the relationship has just been established, and kissing is already a breakthrough. You cannot be impatient to get involved in that aspect of the relationship all of a sudden. It will only take a long time. Well, no matter how much I say, in addition to Gao Ming's concern about Sophia's feelings, he is also very nervous. He is a magic apprentice in 2 generations. Only a 30-year-old virgin can transform into a magician. When it comes to men and women, he is a complete novice. He had never watched an art film, so he only watched the Enlightenment movies of Mr. Gray's trilogy. He was so red-faced and couldn't take his eyes away from it. Of course, although Gao Ming was thirsty after seeing it, he personally said that the correct uses of ropes and whips taught by Mr. Gray were too exciting to learn. At most, he could imitate Mr. Gray's teachings, domineering CEO style. After sending Sophia to his door, Gao Ming had no idea of going in and sitting there. Sophia went home for the holidays, but Gao Ming was not mentally prepared to meet her parents. After all, he had just hooked up with their daughter. Under Sophia's reluctant gaze, Gao Ming flew into the air, waved goodbye to her, and flew towards his home. After officially leaving the singles, Gao Ming was naturally in a very happy mood. He hummed a magical tune and landed in a corner outside his apartment. When Gao Ming entered the house and turned on the light, he found someone standing in front of the window with his back to him. Hearing the sound, the person who came without asking turned around. He was wearing black clothes and trousers, with a black windbreaker on top. He wore a black eye patch on his left eye, and his intact right eye showed a calm and confident expression. Temperament. With his bald head, dark skin, and all the decorations on his body, Gao Ming immediately recognized the other person's identity without having to introduce himself. Nick Fury, Braised Egg. No, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Gao Ming closed the door without changing his expression and asked, pretending to be confused, "Who are you?" "Braised Eggs." "Okay." Director Fury smiled and said, "Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. has never heard of it." Although he knew clearly in his heart, Gao Ming still pretended to be confused. Fury narrowed his right eye and said with a half smile, "Really? Then why did you suggest Dr. Banner join S.H.I.E.L.D. just now, Godfather?" Dry. Upon hearing Fury's words, Gao Ming suddenly understood that since then, his every move had been under S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance. But he just chose to show off with him today. Although I thought that sooner or later, S.H.I.E.L.D. would come looking for it, I didn't expect it to be exposed so quickly. It seems that Marvel is not the kind of world where everyone is blind and thinks that wearing a pair of glasses can get away with it. Now that S.H.I.E.L.D. has found out his identity, Tony Stark, a genius scientist billionaire with the help of intelligent butler Jarvis, must also already know his identity. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but Gao Ming remained calm on the surface and said calmly, Haha, I didn't expect S.H.I.E.L.D. to be so powerful. So why are you here today? At the end, Gao Ming's eyes flashed with a stern look. With his 12 spell abilities, he didn't have to worry about his own safety. But now that he and Sophia had just established a relationship, he was finally preparing to live the life he had dreamed of, and he didn't want anyone to ruin it. Very peaceful. As the king of agents, Fury naturally knows how to watch people's words. He noticed that Gao Ming's eyes were suddenly full of threats, his face changed slightly, and he resisted the urge to pull out the pistol on his waist, and said sincerely, although I really want to know about an ordinary person. Why did a 14-year-old Chinese youth suddenly have superpowers, and how did he learn about the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D.? But these are not the purpose of my visit today. I can sue you for breaking into a house without the owner's permission. Gao Ming interrupted with a sneer. Regarding this, Fury said without changing his face, as a special organization, sometimes it is acceptable to adopt some illegal means. Gao Ming, haha. Fury suddenly looked solemn, and said solemnly, Mr. Gao Ming, I hope you can join S.H.I.E.L.D. No, Gao Ming replied without hesitation. Fury secretly frowned and asked patiently, why does S.H.I.E.L.D. also pursue world peace and do its part for all mankind? Doesn't this conflict with your heroic career? Gao Ming took off his coat and threw it aside, walked to the sofa and sat down, lazily saying, sorry, from beginning to end, I never considered myself a 100% good person. I never thought that with great power comes great responsibility. That kind of concept is stuck in me, and I want to live a stable life. After hearing Gao Ming's words, Fury secretly labeled Gao Ming as having a medium sense of justice, happy-go-lucky, and difficult to convince. Although he was rejected, he still reluctantly said, don't think about it again, S.H.I.E.L.D. It has a profound foundation and can provide you with many conveniences. Needless to say, Gao Ming interrupted Fury neatly. There is no free lunch in the world. I have to pay more for what I get. It's too much trouble. I can only promise that at a critical juncture for mankind, I will work with S.H.I.E.L.D. to end the disaster. Fury was a little helpless, and his invitations were rejected again and again. This made him, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., feel that he couldn't lose his face. He wanted to change his partner. How could Fury be so polite? He had already sent someone to take him away by force. Because Gao Ming's current actions are all positive, and S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't have a thorough understanding of his strength and doesn't know how much Gao Ming is capable of, Fury doesn't dare to act rashly to avoid irreparable consequences. Although Gao Ming resolutely stated that he would not join S.H.I.E.L.D., he was not too absolute in his words. He was willing to cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D. the Avengers' plan. At present, the Avengers are only in the initial stage of formation, and the only candidate under investigation is the now famous Iron Man. However, Tony Stark's arrogant character makes Fury unable to make a decision. After tonight's chaos on Broadway, Fury has another candidate, Bruce Banner, who can transform into the Hulk, but if the opponent is not careful, he will turn into a lawless and violent monster. The risk is too great. Fury feels still have a headache. In addition to these two, the members who can be confirmed include Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, and Hawkeye, Clinton Patton. These two are his most elite men. Both possess unique skills and are loyal. You don't need to think about too many worries. You can just put it on the Avengers list. The Avengers Alliance, which Fury had planned to form with great ambitions, now has only 4 candidates, 2 of which are unstable factors. This makes Fury not have the confidence to announce the establishment of the Avengers Alliance. It's just that Gao Ming's words made Fu Rui's mind suddenly active. Since Gao Ming is unwilling to join S.H.I.E.L.D., let him join the Avengers. Anyway, Fu Rui's initial idea was to find a group of special people to solve those problems. Trouble beyond common sense. After making a decision in his heart, Fury immediately changed his expression to a very friendly expression and said sincerely, in that case, I won't force you to join S.H.I.E.L.D., but I have a good plan recently, and I hope you can participate. Gao Ming looked very interested. Oh, tell me. After more than an hour of discussion, Gao Ming agreed to Fury's invitation, not to join S.H.I.E.L.D., but to join the Avengers. In order to participate in the subsequent plot, joining the Avengers is the easiest way, and Gao Ming will naturally not refuse. After negotiating, Fury offered to leave contentedly. Thank you for joining. I'm looking forward to working with you one day. Gao Ming politely shook hands with the S.H.I.E.L.D. director and said, thank you. By the way, you might as well recruit Dr. Banner. Fury remembered what Gao Ming said to Banner and asked worriedly, is Dr. Banner really stable? Don't worry. I have reduced the concentration of gamma toxin in Banner's body, which has greatly increased the difficulty of Banner's transformation. Although Banner can still turn into Hulk when he is extremely angry, he will not be like before. In that way, it will transform with a little stimulation, and the stability will be improved a lot. Hearing Gao Ming's answer, Fury felt a lot more relieved. He made up his mind to find Bruce Banner. After observing for a period of time and confirming that Banner was really stable, he immediately recruited Banner to God. In S.H.I.E.L.D., after all, Banner can not only transform into the Hulk to support high-end combat power, but he is also a knowledgeable and high-end talent. Fury resigned, and after opening the door, Gao Ming saw a tall, heroic woman standing outside the house, wearing a dark blue agent tights with a pistol on her waist. Maria Hill, agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury's right-hand man. Let me just say, how could there be no Agent Hill next to Director Liu Dan? This big girl is always by Fury's side every time she appears. Many fans, like Gao Ming, are very curious about the relationship between the two. I don't believe it's just a normal subordinate relationship, but these belong to others, and it is not convenient for Gao Ming to find an opportunity to test them later. After Fury opened the door, he nodded slightly imperceptibly, indicating that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. Agent Hill seemingly inadvertently put down his hand stretched to his waist, as if he had never planned to draw his gun suddenly, followed Fury silently, and walked out of the apartment together. Walking to the windowsill and looking down, Gao Ming couldn't help but smile as he watched Fury and Hill get into an inconspicuous black car and drive away. He casually glanced at the apartment opposite. Opposite Gao Ming's house is also an apartment. In Gao Ming's impression, no one lives in the room directly opposite, but during the conversation with Fury just now, Gao Ming felt like he was being spied on. Sniper? Gao Ming firmly believed in his own feelings. As his body strengthened day by day, his senses were naturally improved, and his instinct to perceive danger was no exception. Yo-ho, I didn't expect him to enjoy the treatment that Uncle Ma was surrounded by a bunch of assault troops in advance, but it's a pity that it wasn't the sexy and enchanting Black Widow who came to negotiate. Gao Ming didn't care. After all, Fury couldn't be alone. It was normal to arrange a group of people to wait for the opportunity. Anyway, the talks didn't collapse. Gao Ming just ignored the villain. Gao Ming seemed to have forgotten something and frowned, racking his brains to think. Suddenly, Gao Ming opened his eyes wide and shouted, damn, I forgot to discuss salary. Inside the car, Agent Hill sat next to Fury with a solemn expression and asked, sir, how is the target's condition? Fury said calmly, he rejected my invitation. Agent Hill asked again, what? But he promised to join the Avengers. Agent Hill was a little stunned. Why let him join the Avengers? For the target person, we don't know how much ability he has, and the risk is very high. Fury said solemnly, a young Chinese American living in the United States suddenly possesses a variety of superpowers. What he has revealed so far may only be the tip of the iceberg, but just this little bit is enough to be included in the danger list of S.H.I.E.L.D. list. If that's the case, why invite him to join the Avengers? Agent Hill was puzzled. Fury smiled bitterly. We don't know his strength. I invited him to join the Avengers Alliance. On the one hand, it is convenient to monitor him and study him, hoping to control the situation as much as possible. On the other hand, the Avengers Alliance needs extraordinary people like him. Join. There are some strange things that can only be solved by strange people, just like the giant that appeared today. Even if Gao Ming didn't take action, it can only be solved by the giant transformed by Banner. Fury sighed softly as he watched the passing scenery outside the car window. What director Lu Dan thinks or plans has nothing to do with Gao Ming. Gao Ming is just unhappy about his salary. Are the Avengers just free labor? Gao Ming thought about the original members of the Fullion. Captain America Steve Rogers, a national symbol, a 90-year-old veteran. S.H.I.E.L.D. assigned houses and jobs, and even arranged the niece of Captain America's first love, Agent Number 1 Sharon Carter, to live in the same apartment as a neighbor who has watched Captain America. Everyone knows that this girl successfully became Captain America's new girlfriend. Iron Man Tony Stark, the helmsman of Stark Industries, is worth billions and is inhumane. His expensive steel armor explodes casually as fireworks. Hulk Bruce Banner, after being recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D., assisted Tony Stark and jointly researched and invented the Hulkbuster armor and Ultron. There was no need to consider money issues when working with Iron Man. Thor, the god of Asgard, the son of Odin, the king of the gods, the identity of the god is there, and S.H.I.E.L.D. must entertain him in place. As for Hawkeye and Black Widow, needless to say, they were originally agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and had a fixed salary. As for the new members such as Falcon, Scarlet Witch, Vision, and Spider-Man who joined later, after Iron Man provided Stark Tower as the base of the Avengers, the daily consumption of the members was naturally included. As for Gao Ming, who possesses 12 kinds of talismanic abilities and is extremely powerful, he actually prepares to be an Avenger without even a salary. Fury is really the same guy on the outside, with a dark face and a dark heart. Gao Ming wanted to make a phone call to protest, but sadly found out that Fu Rue, a treacherous bastard, really left as soon as he said it, and he didn't even leave a contact information. This made Gao Ming maliciously speculate about Fu Rue was it intentional. Next time we meet, we must confirm the salary. Otherwise, Gao Ming will go to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, Gao Ming is running out of money now. The most urgent thing is to find a way to find a job and have a stable income. After thinking hard, Gao Ming also thought of a way. It's time to go to Mr. Stark and ask for reward. The next day, Tony Stark is testing the new armor in the basement of his home, but the new armor is only a semi-finished product, and the various data are still not to Tony's satisfaction. While he was worrying about how to improve the performance of the armor, suddenly, Jarvis's voice sounded in the basement. Sir, I found that the Godfather was in Stark Tower. He said he wanted to see you for something. Tony said with a stinky face. Jarvis, we all know that the weirdo in tights is a stinker named Gao Ming. There is no need to call him that title. Okay, sir. Jarvis Goojing replied calmly. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. can find out Gao Ming's identity, how could Tony, who has the world's most advanced artificial intelligence, not be able to find out Gao Ming's identity? But when he knows that the extraordinary Godfather is just a 24-year-old Chinese youth. At that time, I felt aggrieved and did not come to the door. But why is this guy looking for me? Tony said thoughtfully, and then ordered. Jarvis, help me prepare the Mark IV. The Mark III was seriously damaged in the last battle with the Iron Overlord. Tony, who was rich and willful, did not want to continue wearing it. After the Mark III was repaired, he put it in an exhibition cabinet in the basement as a souvenir, now wearing the new steel armor Mark IV. In fact, the appearance of the Mark IV is not much different from that of the Mark III, but the shoulders, chest, and abdomen of the armor have adopted a new design, which strengthens the armor's defense, and the overall line is relatively tough. Because it only improved a little in some structures, it didn't take Tony much time to make the new armor, and he is now researching the portable armor. Since Tony announced that he is Iron Man, in order to cope with possible emergencies in the future, Tony has conceived in his mind to create a unique armor that can be carried around and assembled by himself anytime, anywhere. It's just that it's not easy to create such an ingenious set of steel armor. We encountered various difficulties when we first started researching it. However, Tony was confident that he could realize the production of this set of armor, pre-named Mark V, because he was Tony. Tucker. Tony stood on the assembly round platform. Jarvis controlled the manipulator that assembled the steel armor, assembling the parts of the Mark IV onto Tony one by one. However, this process was not ideal. After all, the manipulator was just a machine, and Jarvis could not control it. The robot can move freely like a human being, so when the armor is being assembled, the movements of the manipulator appear extremely rough. Hey Jarvis, please be more careful with your movements. Why do you feel like you are suffering every time you assemble and disassemble the armor? Tony complained angrily, thinking that he would need to get a professional equipment for assembling and disassembling armor in the future. Okay, sir. Jarvis responded meticulously, but his movements did not improve much. His ability to control these manipulators was really limited. No wonder Jarvis' service was not in place. It didn't take long for Mark IV to be put on. Tony moved his joints casually and closed the steel mask. He walked out of the basement and came to the balcony. After standing upright, the jets on his palms and soles emitted scorching flames. He flew into the air with a leap and flew quickly towards Stark Tower. When Tony flew to Stark Tower and landed on the top platform, Gao Ming was nowhere to be seen. Jarvis, didn't you say the other party was here? Jarvis explained. Sir, I asked Mr. Gao to wait inside. As Tony walked into the house, he complained. Mr. Gao, Jarvis, did you get the title wrong? This kid is 24 years old now. He just got a girlfriend recently. He has no experience in male-female relations at all. I'm afraid just looking at the cover of Playboy makes you blush. Jarvis still said in a calm tone. Sir, after all, not everyone is as experienced as you. Tony said shamelessly. That's right. Help me check the schedule. If you have time, I can invite the cover girl of Maxim magazine to come over. This one is the only one missing. Do you need to tell Sister Pep? Forget it. Let's cancel it. There's no need to make an appointment. Tony said angrily. When Tony walked into the house, he saw Gao Ming wearing the speed suit lying on the sofa with his legs crossed and watching the TV on the wall. Last year's movie Transformers was shown on the TV. Gao Ming's face was extremely revealing. A pleasant look. Yes, Tony could see the change in the expression on Gao Ming's face at this time, because Gao Ming was not wearing a helmet at all, and the helmet was placed casually on the table. Seeing Tony's arrival, Gao Ming greeted him like he was a guest. Hey, here you are. Welcome. Tony, this seems to be my territory. Gao Ming said with contempt. I'm not blind. Who didn't see the conspicuous Sark sign outside? Do you think you are in the wrong place? Tony said with a grim expression. It's good that you know it. By the way, you're not wearing your precious helmet. I've seen you all. Okay. Fury came to see me last night. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. knows my identity. Haven't you, Tony Stark, found out yet? You know Jarvis is the best artificial intelligence in the world. Right, Jarvis? Jarvis, thank you for the compliment, Mr. Gao. Seeing his smart housekeeper chatting with Gao Ming as if he had been friends for many years, Tony's face darkened suddenly, and he said angrily. Okay, tell me your purpose today. Don't tell me you just came to watch a free show, movie of. Speaking of this, Gao Ming took a more serious attitude and said, I've come to ask you for a reward. How much will Harry get paid? Tony asked confused. Hearing this, Gao Ming narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of danger, and said, destroy the terrorist who kidnapped you in Afghanistan, rescue Ethan who is about to die, and help you stop Obadiah from destroying everything. You won't forget it, right? At the end, Tony saw a faint arc of electricity appear in Gao Ming's eyes. It seemed that as long as he said, yes, he would receive Gao Ming's sincere lightning shot the next moment. Although the defensive capabilities of the Mark IV were significantly improved compared to the Mark III, Tony was still not confident in blocking the electro-optical fire, and it was even more impossible for him to put himself in danger and let Gao Ming attack him to collect data. As a genius scientist, he had, first of all, he is a billionaire and cherishes his life very much. Ahem, how could I forget? Tony replied without thinking, not allowing him to hesitate again. But he saw that the arc in Gao Ming's eyes was condensing, and it might shoot towards him at any time. Only then did Gao Ming put away his plan to fire the lightning, and the lightning in his eyes quietly dissipated, and Tony secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Tony didn't tell Gao Ming, who was occupying the soft leather couch, to get out. On the one hand, he wanted to show his magnanimity as a master, and on the other hand, he didn't want to provoke Gao Ming, a moody person, over this matter. He walked to the side sofa and sat down, put his hands on both sides casually, and imitated Gao Ming to raise his thighs, but he was still wearing Mark, and the whole sofa was pressed down quite a bit. Gao Ming said impatiently, "I've already taken off my helmet. Why are you still wearing that iron shell of yours? Have you finally realized that you don't look that good?" "Nonsense." Tony asked Jarvis to unlock the helmet, and when he took it off, he showed an extremely confident face, and his beard made his smile look even more proud and confident. But Tony discovered that it seemed that maybe Gao Ming was more handsome than him. Jarvis even bluntly said, "Sir, you seem to have lost to Mr. Gao in terms of appearance." TCH, Tony spat in displeasure. Tony himself was not very handsome, but more because of his status as a billionaire. In terms of looks alone, he couldn't compare to Gao Ming, who was becoming more and more perfect after the spell was strengthened. Gao Ming said that I won't hurt your confidence. I'm just smiling triumphantly. Smiling triumphantly. Yo ho 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 ho. How could Tony tolerate others being more proud in front of him, saying bluntly, "But I'm rich"? Gao Ming's laughter stopped abruptly. It seems that Shin also got such an answer when he asked the old man what superpowers he had. The poor man inexplicably felt like he was kneeling down to the old man. "And I've dated a lot of women. Heartbroken. We should all express our disgust at the extravagant life of these nouveau riches." Gao Ming thought this way. Gao Ming refused to admit defeat and said, "I play so much, I don't know how to exercise control, and my heart and kidneys are weak." On the contrary, Tony was not ashamed, but proudly said, "There is no way, the body is so good, and the talent is extraordinary." Seeing Tony's triumphant look, Gao Ming gritted his teeth and admitted defeat. There is no way, when it comes to women, Tony is very charming and spends wonderful nights with many women. It is not something that a virgin like Gao Ming can keep up with. TCH, Gao Ming spat angrily. Ha ha. Tony laughed extremely proudly. Things are changing. Every time the two met, they would start a war of words and ridicule each other, but it was harmless. Instead, they gradually eased the relationship. Gao Ming did not dislike Tony, the arrogant man, as he did when they first met. Of course, now, too. That's a lot better. After some sarcasm, it was back to business. Tony became unusually serious and asked with a serious face, "Tell me, what do you want me to repay?" Although Tony is essentially a profit-oriented businessman, he still knows how to repay favors. When others help him, he doesn't like to owe favors, so he will definitely find a way to repay them. Gao Ming held his chin in distress. "I don't know either. Please give me an idea." Tony was speechless. Without thinking, he came to ask for payment. "How about I give you a sum of money?" "How much is the money?" Gao Ming asked curiously. Tony raised a finger casually to indicate the number. 1 million. "My life is so worthless." Tony instantly felt insulted. He had been saved by Gao Ming, and he only needed to give him 1 million. Is Tony Stark, the billionaire, worth 1 million? Tony was so angry that he vomited blood. "Oh, that thousand." Before he could finish speaking, Tony interrupted Gao Ming angrily. 100 million is 100 million. Unexpectedly, Gao Ming was not as excited as Tony thought, not even a little excited. He said, "Oh," calmly, which made Tony a little puzzled. "It's 100 million, so you're not surprised at all." Instead, Gao Ming said with a strange expression, "Jarvis, check my bank transfer records and tell our Mr. Stark." Jarvis, according to Mr. Gao's transfer records, 100 million was transferred in about a month, but 99 million was transferred out not long after. "Where did you get the money?" Tony asked in surprise. Jarvis, the person who transferred the money was traced to Wilson Fisk from Hell's Kitchen, and the money transferred was also transferred back to Wilson Fisk. After listening to Jarvis's explanation, Tony became even more confused. He didn't know Wilson Fisk. After looking at the personal information Jarvis searched, he found out that he was the gang boss of Hell's Kitchen. However, he seemed to have become a good man recently. He continued to engage in those harmful businesses, but frequently invested money in various charity and poverty alleviation works. Tony frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable. Although he made his fortune in arms, he never cooperated with bad guys. It was just Obadiah who sold arms to terrorist organizations behind his back. He didn't know it before he was kidnapped. Therefore, although Tony does not hate evil, he does not bother to deal with bad people. So if Gao Ming and Wilson have any cooperation deals, Tony does not want to have too much to do with Gao Ming. Tony's tone suddenly became cold. "Wilson is not a kind person. Why would he give you money?" Gao Ming shrugged and said, "Have you not noticed that Wilson has started to get better recently? That is all my credit. Thanks to my help, he abandoned evil and turned to good. Therefore, it is not surprising that he gratefully repaid me with a little money." Asking Jarvis to report this information, he just wanted to tell Tony that he also had a brief moment of 100 million or something. Gao Ming's explanation was not specific and clear. Tony had no idea what method he used to make Wilson, the gang leader, become a good person. He couldn't help but ask, "How did you do it?" Hearing this, Gao Ming said with great interest, "Do you want to try to make Tony Stark become a good person?" Sensing the maliciousness in Gao Ming's tone, Tony refused without hesitation. "No, I'm just a good person. I don't need it." Gao Ming said with regret, "It's really interesting not to think about it." Tony refused more firmly, knowing it wasn't a good thing as soon as he heard it. However, judging from Gao Ming's performance, it wasn't that he and Wilson had done bad things together, and Tony's attitude gradually eased. What a pity. I also want to see how Tony separates into good and evil. The evil one is not difficult to imagine. It just becomes a more asshole, spends money on hookups, and sells arms without a bottom line. But the good one cannot think of what it is. In appearance, could it become that the six sense organs are pure and not close to women? Tony becomes a monk. No, this is the West. He should become a religious believer such as a priest or a missionary. Because of blowing Ting. Realizing that continuing to talk about getting better might cause some very bad things to happen because of Gao Ming's bad taste, Tony decisively returned to the topic. "So, do you want to accept the 100 million I gave you?" Gao Ming intertwined his fingers and placed them on his raised thighs and knees, and said with a thoughtful look on his face, "It would be a lie to say that you are not tempted. 100 million is a pretty big number." Tony pretended to be disdainful and said, "This amount of money is less than 1% of my total net worth, but it is enough for you to spend a lifetime." Hearing this, Gao Ming looked at Tony meaningfully and said, "Sorry, my life may be very long." Just kidding, he is immortal now. If he is not affected by external factors, he can live forever. Although 100 million is a lot, it cannot withstand the consumption of time. Tony naturally doesn't know this, and Gao Ming won't be kind enough to reveal his details. Well, Sophia is his girlfriend. Tony didn't realize that there was something in Gao Ming's words, and said in a rich and powerful way, "You can mention as much as you want." No, 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 I don't want money. Gao Ming shook his finger. "What I want is stocks of Stark Industries." Oh, Tony couldn't help but smile. "You're quite good at planning." Stark Industries was originally one of the world's top companies. Even though Tony made the decision to close the arms department and stop selling weapons, driven by the Iron Overlord incident and Tony's declaration that he was Iron Man, the value of Stark Industries has become more and more important to everyone. The seconds are rising. If Gao Ming can get shares of Stark Industries, he will basically have no worries about food and clothing. He doesn't have to do anything every day and can just wait for the money to be deposited into his account. Tony thought for a moment and said, "I can give you 0.1 shares. Too little, at least give me enough." Gao Ming actually had no idea about these proportions. He just wanted to make it up. But he didn't know that 1 shares would receive dividends of tens of millions, close to, or even more than million every year. Tony, this guy has no idea how much 1 share represents, right? But Tony was still able to accept it. After Obadiah was sent to an unknown place to be crippled by chrysanthemums, Tony took control of most of the company's shares, and only a very small part of the shares were distributed to several shareholders. Tony said with a half smile, I can promise to give you one share, but this seems to be beyond the reasonable range of remuneration. He is a businessman. When he sees something profitable, he must wait for the price to sell it in order to maximize his profits. Seeing Tony's posture, Gao Ming will not be able to fulfill his wish if he does not increase his bargaining chips. Well, Gao Ming thought for a moment and said, I can promise you a condition, but I can't violate the principle. Tony was a little tempted by this proposal, but the lion still said, 10 conditions. 1. Gao Ming said firmly. Seeing that Gao Ming refused to compromise, Tony had no choice but to agree. It's a deal. Tony got up from the sofa and said, I'll ask Jarvis to write and print the share transfer contract. Come to my house to sign it, and follow me. Tony picked up Iron Man's helmet and put it on. Gao Ming also picked up his helmet and put it on, and then the two walked outside to the docking platform. When both of them stood on the edge of the platform, Tony suddenly had the idea to compete with Gao Ming, so he said provocatively, let's see who gets there first. Gao Ming replied casually, I'll give you 10 seconds. Boom. As soon as the words fell, Tony flew out unceremoniously and ordered Jarvis, run the armor launcher at full power. Okay, sir. 10 seconds is very short, but as the most advanced technological invention in the world today, the steel suit can fly faster than a lot of combat aircraft. So in just 10 seconds, it doesn't know how far it flew, and it disappeared from Gao Ming's sight in an instant. Gao Ming was not in a hurry and counted silently. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. After counting to the last number, Gao Ming suddenly remained motionless. After a while, his figure began to blur and gradually dissipate. This is actually just an afterimage. Tony was flying triumphantly, seeing that his mansion was still a few hundred meters away from him, when he suddenly heard Jarvis respond, Sir, the Godfather has arrived. Ha, Tony shouted in shock. When Tony landed slowly and walked into his home, he saw Gao Ming lying on the sofa in a Guyu lying posture. His helmet was taken off again. Gao Ming lazily said hello. Hey, here we come. Ah, it's quite slow. By the way, why don't you even have a bottle of Feijai Happy Water at home? Realizing the disgust in Gao Ming's tone, Tony subconsciously asked, where did Fat Mansion Happy Water come from? When Tony said this word, he showed his crooked American Chinese accent. Just as Tony was thinking about what the so-called Fat House Happy Water was, Gao Ming's answer almost made Tony vomit blood. Fat House Happy Water didn't even know it was Coke. Okay, Tony, I have all kinds of expensive and famous wines in my house. Even the fruits in the refrigerator that are used for juicing are all expensive fruits imported from various countries. How can there be such a cheap drink as Coke? You are awesome. I won't argue with you. Tony didn't want to dwell too much on boring things like Fat House Happy Water, so he took a deep breath and said as calmly as possible, if you want to drink Coke, go to the convenience store and buy a box and take it home. Why are you better than me? Get there quickly. How fast can you get there? Tony couldn't hold back his curiosity. He knew that Gao Ming's speed was super fast, but he didn't know to what extent. Gao Ming answered vaguely, it will be soon, and this is not my limit. Just kidding. The rabbit talisman is supersonic in normal state. After infinite speed, it can eventually surpass time and travel through the past and future. Gao Ming also tried his best to test his current speed limit, but he also failed to achieve the feat of time travel. From this, it can be deduced that either the talisman has not fully integrated with itself, or the human body limits the power of the talisman. In the original novel, you used the rabbit charm to travel to the past, but that was just an accident, an uncontrollable accident. The spell comes from the devil, the Holy Master. As a demon, the potential must be much higher than that of humans. Although it is not clear how much the power of the spell is used by the Holy Lord is very handy in using the spell. Maybe use the rabbit charm to reach the speed of light, can't beat him. Although Gao Ming guessed that he might not be able to fully activate the power of the talisman, but he could have this power that countless people dream of, so why wouldn't he be satisfied? When Gao Ming was thinking about things, Tony also had some thoughts. How fast is the speed of sound? It's impossible for supersonic speed to reach the speed of light. How is that possible? Tony subconsciously forgot the absurd idea that the other party can reach the speed of light, or even exceed the speed of light, because it was beyond imagination, and Tony couldn't imagine how the human body could withstand the speed of light. Therefore, science limited his imagination. Tony didn't know that magical objects like charms were so unscientific. Tony said angrily, do you want to follow me to the basement? Gao Ming said boredly, why not? Anyway, you don't have Fat House Happy Water to drink here. As soon as he heard the words, Fat House Happy Water, Tony couldn't help but frown, took a few deep breaths, and tried his best not to lose his grace, not to be angry, not to be angry. When we came to the basement where Tony personally researched and tested the armor, Tony didn't need to enter the secret. Jarvis helped him unlock it, and the door of the basement opened with a beep, and Tony led Gao Ming into the basement. Walking to the workbench, Tony picked up the contract printed by Jarvis and handed it to Gao Ming. Sign it. Gao Ming read it several times at an extremely fast speed, and after making sure that Tony did not play any word games in the contract, he picked up the pen on the table and signed his name. This calligraphy style is eclectic and can be regarded as the work of everyone. Well, no matter how much you say, you can't hide the fact that Gao Ming's handwriting is ugly. Men, why should you care about these details when doing things? Don't worry about Gao Ming's signature style. Why should you care? Many people's handwriting doesn't look good, such as a certain old white guy. After signing the contract, it also means that Gao Ming is considered a part of Stark Industries. Although he doesn't need to do anything to get money, the point is that Gao Ming doesn't have to worry about money anymore. With shares in Stark Industries 1, Gao Ming really doesn't need to worry about money or anything as long as he doesn't imitate Tony and live a life of debauchery. Putting down the pen and solving the money trouble, Gao Ming inevitably felt happy and thanked him. Thank you, Tony. Suddenly receiving Gao Ming's thank you, Tony was a little taken aback and then reacted, pretending to be indifferent. TSK, it's just a little money. Picking up his helmet and putting it on, Gao Ming said, then I'll go first, and the conditions I promised can be fulfilled at any time. Tony made a rare invitation, don't stay for a drink. Gao Ming disappeared with a swipe, but his voice came faintly from a distance. You don't have Fat House Happy Water? Tony's heart was instantly filled with all kinds of negative emotions, and he couldn't hold it back any longer. He roared angrily, stop talking about Fat House Happy Water. Although Gao Ming left Tony's house first, he could still imagine Tony with a dirty face, humming happily, and flying leisurely in the sky. I am Bliviafly, singing all the way. In order to finish the song completely, Gao Ming even slowed down his speed and flew home slowly. When he arrived home, he happened to sing the last line. I flee. Okay, I know you can fly. After entering the house, Gao Ming put his phone on the table and couldn't help but cheer and applaud himself. It's such a sound. Girls will definitely get pregnant after listening to it. In fact, regardless of Gao Ming Tian's shameless boasting, Gao Ming's voice is indeed good. Although he sings a little out of tune because he has not received professional training, he cannot withstand the strengthening of his body by the spell, which makes his voice full of magnetism. If Gao Ming is willing to become a singer after training, and it is not difficult to become famous. But I don't have this idea. After being intoxicated with himself, Gao Ming took off his uniform, put on a set of casual clothes, and lay leisurely on the comfortable sofa. What should I do next? I have a girlfriend, I have money, and I have 12 magical powers. It seems that I have no regrets in life. No. How can you let yourself be as aimless as a salted fish? With this idea in mind, Gao Ming made a firm call to KFC for takeaway. I want a family bucket. The address is. Time flies like an arrow. The sun and the moon fly like a shuttle. Ahem. In fact, it's only been more than 5 months. In the past few months, Gao Ming has gone out as usual to maintain order every day, teach the bad guys a lesson, and help those in need. As for the relationship with Sophia, Gao Ming is changing rapidly. At the end of November, the university has a 1-month winter vacation. Except for Christmas and other holidays, Sophia needs to go home to celebrate with her parents. The rest of the time is all about dating. They are completely a couple who just started. Then, until now, March 14th is a day worth remembering, because Sophia agreed to live with Gao Ming. To be honest, Gao Ming was thinking that he could try living together after dating for almost half a year. When he proposed the idea of living together to Sophia with a little trepidation, Sophia of course declined with a blushing face. Fortunately, after getting along with each other for several months, Gao Ming also realized that Sophia did not mean to refuse completely, but still had a chance of success. So he stopped talking nonsense and directly hugged the domineering President Fan Air for a long kiss. As long as if she refuses, she will continue to fight with words. In the end, Sophia can only surrender obediently under the attack of Gao Ming's rascals. After moving all Sophia's personal belongings from the apartment she rented into his home, Gao Ming sat on the sofa, hugged Sophia, and said with emotion, "I feel like I am dreaming." Sophia, who was pressed against Gao Ming's chest, blushed with embarrassment and whispered, "Why do you think so?" "Because everything is so beautiful, like a beautiful dream." Gao Ming lowered his head and met Sophia's eyes. "If this is a dream, then please don't let me wake up." Sophia felt that Gao Ming's eyes were filled with endless magic power, which attracted her deeply. Sophia couldn't help but raised her head slightly, and Gao Ming also lowered his head with a heart and kissed her lips. "Everything is so natural, warm, and light kiss. I really want to keep it going forever." At night, Flushing, New York. Accompanied by a burst of passionate accompaniment music, Tony wore a steel suit and danced in the sky. At the climax of the accompaniment music, Iron Man fell from the sky, and with a metallic sound of bang, he knelt down on one knee on the brightly lit stage superior. Tony stood up and waved his arms. Behind him was a row of hot backup dancers who kicked their thighs excitedly to the accompanying music. Under the stage was an endless audience, cheering and shouting. The scene was extremely lively. Tonight, the Stark Expo will take place here. The stage under Iron Man's feet slowly rotated, and several armor dismantling robots stretched out from the bottom to dismantle the steel armor one by one. After a 60-degree circle, the steel armor had been disassembled and put away, and the robots were successful. He retreated and retracted under the stage, and the stage returned to its original state. After removing the steel armor, Tony in a suit and leather shoes put on a very confident smile, and with the last sound of the accompaniment music, he opened his arms and looked at the world with a proud attitude. He, Tony Stark, the proud son of heaven, has the capital and confidence to enjoy this treatment that is beyond ordinary people. "Oh, it's good to be back. Did you miss me?" Tony maintained an arrogant and confident look and spoke at length about the opening speech of the Stark Expo. When one of the sessions played back the video of his father's life, Tony took advantage of the lights dimming and the audience was immersed in the memory of his late father on the big screen. While recording the speech, he quietly retreated to the background and took out an instrument. He stretched out his thumb and pressed it on the measuring point of the instrument. His finger felt a slight pain, and he pierced the epidermis and took out a drop of blood sample. After the instrument quickly tested the blood, it displayed the data, palladium content, 19. Although Tony tried his best to keep calm, there was always a lingering haze between the corners of his brows, and he looked preoccupied. No one knows that Tony, who seems to have a bright future on the surface, is facing the countdown to death. Although the energy reactor on his chest maintains his life, the palladium element in it is constantly eroding his body. It's just delaying the time of death, and now it's slow suicide. When Tony discovered that he had signs of palladium poisoning, he tried his best to save his life. However, he tried every known element and found no element that could replace palladium. Energy reactors require palladium to make. Tony, there is no way to solve the palladium poisoning. If you remove the reactor, you will die immediately. Therefore, Tony knows that continuing to use the reactor will also lead to death, and he can only watch himself step by step toward death. At present, with the help of Jarvis, Tony has also made a drink with an extremely weird taste, forcing himself to drink a cup every day to delay the symptoms of palladium poisoning. But the effect is minimal, and the palladium content in the body is still increasing day by day. Tony was really forced into a desperate situation. He didn't die in the cave where he had been imprisoned for 3 months. He didn't die in the hands of the Iron Overlord who harbored evil intentions, but he was about to die on the reactor he made. I have to say, it's really special. What an irony. Putting away the instrument, Tony hid his distress, regained his confidence, and walked off the stage. With the end of the father's video, Stark Expo also announced the official opening, and Tony only attended tonight as a token, and he was ready to go home and continue to find ways to save himself if he had nothing to do. The conscientious bodyguard team resisted the passionate audience. Under the protection of the bodyguards, Tony calmly faced the camera flashes of various reporters and paparazzi, and walked slowly to his latest luxury car with the driver and bodyguard, happy. They found a well-dressed beauty leaning against the car, looking at them with a smile. Seeing that the beauty was pretty, Tony couldn't help but ask, "Is she included with the car?" Happy also cooperated very sternly. "I hope so too." Of course, the two of them just teased habitually and didn't pay much attention to it, because Tony had seen a lot of beauties in the past, and he had experienced all kinds of personalities and occupations. "Why?" Tony stepped forward, stretched out his hand to shake it, and asked, "Hello, who are you?" The beauty replied with a smile, "Hello, I am a law enforcement officer." Tony didn't care about the other party's law enforcement officer's occupation. He just heard the other party's accent, and while getting into the car, he commented with interest, "Oh, Irish girl, I like it." The beautiful law enforcement officer just kept polite greetings, and then went straight to the point. "You are ordered to appear before the Senate Armed Services Committee at 9 o'clock tomorrow." Tony wants to try the new car and sit in the driver's seat, while Happy, who is sitting in the co-pilot, takes the summons from the beautiful law enforcement officer for Tony. Regarding the receipt of the subpoena, Tony didn't take it seriously. It was just that his steel armor turned out, attracting the prying eyes of those politicians and soldiers, who wanted to find an excuse to take away Tony's steel armor in a grand manner. These people just can't tolerate the slightest threat, and they are very greedy. When they see expensive strategic weapons like steel armor, they want to snatch it from Tony's hands with nothing. But Tony said that no one is afraid of anyone, and there is no way to take his works away. After receiving the subpoena, Tony opened the new car impatiently and walked away. The next day, Washington, D.C. Tony attended the meeting as scheduled. Facing the senator's question, "What is Iron Man if it is not a weapon?" Tony replied calmly, "It's a high-tech prosthetic." The answer, which was obviously fooling people, made everyone laugh. Tony also explained seriously to the senator who was flushing with anger, but he didn't think of any appropriate adjectives, so he had to give up the nonsense regrettably. Later, when faced with the senator's unabashed request for him to hand over the steel armor technology to the country, Tony responded with a sharp retort, mixed with various inappropriate jokes to express his attitude. "Stop dreaming, go to sleep." The senator asked Stark Industries' competitor, the Department of Defense's arms dealer, and the head of Hammer Industries, Justin Hammer, to attend, and said some righteous words, and even asked Tony's best friend Lieutenant Colonel Roddy to read a book that was not conducive to Iron Man. The content of the report also released some video data to show the threat of steel armor. Displeased, Tony directly hacked the computer playing the video with his mobile phone, and then disclosed the complete video. The truth is that Justin Hammer got permission from the Ministry of Defense to sell robots that imitated Iron Man to various countries, causing even more tragic damage to the war. Tony used this image to reverse the unfavorable situation that the senator had laid out step by step. Justin Hammer even unplugged his computer and changed his indifferent attitude. He hurriedly defended, but it was of no use. No one present was. "You idiot." After watching the complete video, you will naturally know that this guy is still a black-hearted businessman who is obsessed with profit. In the end, Tony's momentum suddenly overshadowed all the politicians who had weakened, and he confidently declared, "I can maintain world peace by myself." Immediately, there was thunderous applause, and everyone cheered. No matter how unwilling the politicians were, they knew that Tony had won today. Tony even pointed at the senator and mocked without any modification, "I try to cooperate with those ugly people." The furious senator yelled, "Fuck you, Stark," during the live broadcast. Of course, the live TV broadcast actively used silence to block the sensitive words of our senators, so what we heard was a beep, but the response that everyone knows. With the attitude of a victor, under the applause, cheers, and flashing lights, as usual, Tony left the scene with infinite glory, leaving behind a group of politicians who were furious and seemed to have eaten xiangxiang. But Tony didn't know that his statement that the steel armor could not be copied for decades would soon be ruthlessly slapped in the face, and a person with a grudge against the Stark family would appear. Gao Ming naturally saw Tony's performance at the military committee on the TV. Gao Ming just smiled. As for the morning whip, Ivan Vanko, who was about to appear, he didn't pay much attention. I picked up the remote control and changed the channel. It was a music channel, and a very good song was playing. Gao Ming got up from the sofa, walked to the door of the kitchen, leaned against the edge of the kitchen door, looked at Sophia, who was busy making cakes, and couldn't help smiling. The cohabitation with Sophia has just started for a day. I don't know if it's because foreigners are more psychologically receptive. Sophia was very reserved at the beginning, but she quickly adjusted her mentality. No, now she is still making cakes with great interest. Let Gao Ming taste her handicraft. Gao Ming had already eaten the food made by Sophia before, so he naturally felt no burden on her top-notch cooking skills. I have to say that a girl who can cook is really every man's ideal type. Sophia didn't notice that Gao Ming was standing at the door of the kitchen looking at her. He was completely immersed in making the cake. Seeing Sophia's earnest appearance, there was a saying that was true. Everyone is always charming when they're serious. Gao Ming couldn't help but walk up to hug Sophia from behind. Suddenly being hugged by someone, Sophia was slightly startled, and then she noticed that it was Gao Ming, and said shyly, "You scared me." With his face pressed against Sophia's jade neck and smelling the fragrance from her hair, Gao Ming said leisurely, "Who makes my Sophia so charming?" Faced with Gao Ming's blatant words, Sophia's pretty face blushed slightly, and her heart was full of sweetness. No one doesn't like to be praised, especially the compliments from lovers. Feeling Gao Ming's hot breath, Sophia's ears turned red. She patted Gao Ming's hand holding her and said coquettishly, "Okay, I'm busy. The cake will be ready soon." "Okay." Gao Ming reluctantly let go of his hand, but quickly kissed Sophia's face, and then, under Sophia's coquettish anger, he returned to the living room quite proudly and sat back on the sofa. For the present life, Gao Ming is really full of emotion. He never thought that he could have such a beautiful life. I really hope it can go on forever. But Gao Ming knows that this is unrealistic. Regardless of the various disasters that will occur in the future, just because he is immortal, Sophia, as an ordinary person, can only accompany him for a short few decades. Gao Ming didn't want to watch his beloved woman die, leaving him alone, wandering through the endless years, so he had to find a way to solve the problem. Of course, he has no clue now, but he is confident, because this is the Marvel world. Even if there are no endless, weird mutants, there are all kinds of incredible magical things, and a solution will definitely be found. Now, let him enjoy this rare and precious leisurely life. Gao Ming himself didn't know how long he was distracted, and then he heard Sophia's voice. "The cake is ready. You can eat it and see." After recovering, Sophia had already put the freshly baked cake on the dining table, calling Gao Ming to taste it. "Okay, I'm here." He stood up and walked to the dining table. "What kind of cake are you making?" "It's actually a chocolate cake. It feels quite sweet." "Do you not like it?" "How come? I love everything you cook. I just like to say nice things. I'm being honest, my Sophia is a great cook." "Okay, try it quickly." "Well, it tastes really good. It's as delicious as expected. It's soft in the mouth and sweet on the tip of the tongue." Hey, an ordinary and warm life is what many people dream of and long for. After returning home, Tony smiled extremely proudly when he heard Jarvis's compliments, but when he measured the palladium content in his body, his face suddenly darkened. 4. It's not good. The speed of palladium erosion has not slowed down at all, and the situation is already very bad. Tony held back his stinky face, took off the reactor that had run out of energy, took out the palladium element block in the reactor, inserted a new replacement piece, and then put the reactor back on his chest. Although Tony knows that replacing the new block of palladium element is slow suicide, but slow suicide is better than immediate death, so Tony has no choice but to continue to use palladium element. "Your time and options are running out," Jarvis said worriedly. "Unfortunately, the reactor that can keep you alive will also kill you." Tony exhaled with an ugly face and said, "I know, so I'm trying to think of a solution now." Jarvis, "Sir, maybe you should seek help from Mr. Gao." Hearing this, Tony's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, how could he forget this? Gao Ming still owes him one condition. Wouldn't it be enough to let him save his life? The haze in Tony's heart was swept away in an instant, and he was finally no longer worried. "Jarvis, sir, Sister Potts is here." Mute. Although he had found a solution, Tony still didn't want Jarvis to let Potts know that he was suffering from palladium poisoning. The next day, Tony went ahead with his original plan yesterday and appointed Potts as Stark's new boss. Originally, he had arranged his funeral arrangements because he was about to die soon, but now he felt it was completely troublesome, so he just entrusted the company to Potts. Well, the new secretary seems pretty hot. Tony had just finished fighting training with Happy and was taking a cold shower in the bathroom to wash away his stinky sweat. He couldn't help but feel excited when he recalled the hot female secretary named Natasha that Posy had recruited. Of course, he just thought about it. Now he didn't dare to be as indulgent as before. Posy didn't say anything, but he must have been concerned about Tony's previous romantic deeds. Tony has now changed a lot. After putting on his bathrobe and walking out of the bathroom, Tony took out a bottle of famous wine from the wine cabinet, poured himself a glass, and took a sip with great enjoyment. After finding a way to save himself, Tony finally didn't have to worry about it. He naturally regained his original composure, put down his glass, and asked casually, "Jarvis, tell me about my original planned itinerary." "Jarvis, you are going to Morocco to visit a racing competition. Do you need to cancel?" No. The car race is very interesting. How can it be cancelled? And it's just too boring to watch." "Jarvis, help me inform the race organizer. I want to participate in the race too." Tony is not in a hurry to go to Gao Ming for treatment. Anyway, the palladium content has only reached 4, which is not yet the danger index. He might as well go and have some fun to relieve the boredom during this period. "Sir, racing is a very dangerous activity, and accidents can easily occur if you are not a professional player." Jarvis advised out of concern for Tony's personal safety. Tony said with disdain, "Who am I? A toy like Tony Stark's racing car. I just want to win a championship." So, as in the original plot, Tony participated in the racing competition in Morocco, and naturally had the misfortune to meet Ivan Vanko, who came to seek revenge. The incident of Iron Man's first battle with Whip happened as scheduled, but it had no impact on Gao Ming, who was far away in Queens, New York. Gao Ming was still living his own life, and he didn't know that Tony was going to come to him for help. Although she and Sophia lived together, their respective schedules were not disrupted. Sophia still went to college to attend classes, but after school she returned to Gao Ming's home, the home they shared. Gao Ming still maintains his heroic career and works hard to maintain law and order in Queens every day. However, in his spare time, Gao Ming also has his own activities, which is to study the power of spells and develop new moves and applications. For example, the Tiger Talisman is originally about balancing energy. The power of each talisman is due to the balancing power of the Tiger Talisman so that it does not conflict with each other. However, this does not mean that the Tiger Talisman can only balance the power of the talisman, but it can truly balance all energies. Relying on his immortality, Gao Ming did a very stupid thing. Active electric shock. It feels good. Gao Ming first felt a numbness, and then found that the electric current stabilized quickly after entering his body, and dissipated automatically after a while. Electricity is also a kind of energy, and it is naturally within the balance range of the Tiger Talisman, but because it consumes energy, it cannot be retained in the body. However, it can be seen from this experiment that all energy is ineffective when encountering Gao Ming. In game terms, Gao Ming is magic immune. As for the side effect of the Tiger Talisman, separating good from evil, Gao Ming would not ask for trouble even if he was in a hurry. The super speed power of the Rabbit Talisman has been studied a lot because the flash can be used as a reference. The skill of high-frequency hand knife cutting has been developed before, as well as the 2 methods of high-frequency oscillation to change the sound and blur the figure. Gao Ming's next step is I want to try to see if I can be like the Flash, who can walk through walls after reaching a certain speed. Damn, I gave up. I don't even understand why I can go through the wall so fast. After hitting the wall for the first time, Gao Ming reluctantly announced that the development of the wall through skill had failed. Developing skills is not as easy as a certain explosive engineer. As for traveling through time and space at the speed of light, I mentioned before that Gao Ming had tried it before, but he didn't succeed. It seems that his speed was still not enough to travel through time and space. There is also the dragon explosion of the dragon talisman. In fact, there are no new moves. It is originally the power of violent destruction. There are no more changes. It is just that Gao Ming discovered that when he is angry, the power of dragon explosion will increase accordingly, and it will also appear on the surface of his body. The dazzling light was an unexpected discovery of the skill-enhanced glowing special effect, but the precondition of anger was quite troublesome. Why should Gao Ming be angry for no reason? The horse talisman has a total of 2 abilities, healing and restoration. Needless to say, healing allows Gao Ming to have super self-healing ability and can also heal other people's injuries through physical contact, while restoration allows the damaged person to heal. Things are intact, a bit like stepping back in time. Gao Ming squatted in a corner, endured the discomfort, and touched a certain strong that he had trampled to death. Then, the crushed strong returned to its original state, but it was motionless. Gao Ming didn't know if this guy was pretending. Death. After fiddling with it out of boredom for a long time, I finally came to a conclusion. Sure enough, restoration is just to return things to their original state, but the lost soul still cannot come back. That's right, no matter how powerful the horse charm is, it is impossible to bring the dead back to life. Even the immortal dog charm cannot do this. If you can't achieve the heaven-defying act of returning the dead to life, the importance of the power of restoration will be greatly reduced. Of course, it doesn't mean that it is not important. It can still come in handy when the object is damaged. Then there is the soul out of body of the sheep talisman. In fact, the principle is that it transforms into a spiritual body. In this state, it cannot be seen or touched. Even because it is a spiritual body, the evolutionary path can learn and teach that kind of spiritual system. Superpower, but Gao Ming's current mental power is not strong enough to telepathize, nor can he forcibly control other people's brains to control their bodies. However, in terms of another feature of the sheep talisman, in terms of entering and exiting dreams, Gao Ming actually learned it from a movie. Get inspiration from movies. Inception. Since you can enter other people's dreams at will, does that mean you can construct and change other people's dreams, become the master of the dream, and even change the other person's thoughts by setting psychological hints in the layers of dreams? Gao Ming also found someone to test it. Of course, he was targeting those gangsters. The process was not as easy as imagined. Maybe it was because Gao Ming's mental power was not strong enough, so it took him a lot of time to successfully bury it in the subconscious of these gangsters, planting the seeds of abandoning evil and promoting good. What is surprising is that the time in the dream and reality are not equal. It took a long time in the dream, but only a few seconds passed in reality. This made Gao Ming admire. The result was just as Gao Ming expected. Those domineering gangsters really changed their ways and even participated in volunteer activities collectively. A group of sheep have found their way back again. Gao Ming was very pleased. Finally, what Gao Ming studied was the levitation of the chicken talisman. In fact, it is more accurately said that it is the power of mind. However, in the original work, it was more about acting on itself to float. Therefore, Gao Ming had forgotten the essence of the chicken talisman. After careful study, only then did I realize that the chicken talisman is extraordinary. It can completely control objects with thoughts and control the surrounding things with thoughts. If further developed, it can even create an invisible wall or cage to restrict the enemy's movements. However, this is not something that Gao Ming can do now. It must be mastered accurately before it can be realized. Now, the most common thing is to let yourself float and control things with your mind just getting started. The study of talismans remains to be understood in depth. In Morocco, he encountered a surprise attack by Morning Whip, Ivan Vanko. Although he successfully defeated the opponent and put him in jail, Tony was extremely unhappy when he returned home. Because Ivan Vanko also demonstrated the arc reactor in public, and Tony had previously vowed that no one would be able to copy Iron Man in the next few decades. But Ivan Vanko slapped him in the face with the facts. After Tony returned home, he checked Ivan Vank's information and found out that his father, Anton Vank, had been a partner with Tony's father, Howard Stark, in researching primitive nuclear reactors. However, Anton and Howard had a disagreement. He was deported and took away an original blueprint for a nuclear reactor. Ivan was able to simplify the manufacture of the arc reactor with a single blueprint. There is no doubt that his talent is not weaker than Tony, but the harsh growth environment and the hatred left by his parents made him fall into darkness. His speech that boasted about High Cow was now a well-known joke, so it was no wonder that Tony was depressed. Sir, it's time for you to go to Mr. Gao for help. At this time, Jarvis reminded him in time, and Tony remembered that his life had not been saved, so he went to the garage, randomly selected a cool and expensive car, and drove away. Where is Gao Ming's home? Tony naturally asked Jarvis to collect it early in the morning, so there is no need to look for it like a headless chicken. But when Tony appeared downstairs in Gao Ming's apartment in a famous car, the reaction was not good. Yeah, you showed up in steel armor. Gao Ming heard some commotion downstairs, walked to the window, and looked down suspiciously, and saw Tony surrounded by a group of cheering passersby. And Tony compared a few scissor hands. After showing his usual arrogance, he walked into the apartment. After hacking all the cameras in the apartment, Tony took the elevator to the floor where Gao Ming's house was located. Of course, he did not let anyone else enter the elevator, nor did he let the elevator display the arrival floor number to avoid revealing Tony's destination. However, Tony can obviously go out in a low-key manner and come to Gao Ming's house without attracting anyone's attention. Tony came to the door of Gao Ming's house with a calm face, and Gao Ming himself opened the door and stood at the door, but his face was quite unhappy. You have to be high profile wherever you go, right? Tony took it for granted and said, no way, no matter when and where, I am so outstanding. Hehe. In response, Gao Ming could only sneer ha. Tony shrugged and said, it's not polite to keep guests out if you're not going to invite me into the house. It's a bad guest, Gao Ming replied angrily, turning sideways and making way for Tony to come in. After Tony walked into the house calmly, he subconsciously commented on the house. You live in such a small house. Are you still a child at heart? Do you still want to live in your own castle? As long as I live happily, Gao Ming said unhappily. So why are you looking for me today? If you have nothing to do, just get out. Tony sat casually on the sofa and said very calmly, of course I came to you when I had something to do. By the way, the guests are here, and you don't have anything to entertain them? Do you want me to punch you? Gao Ming said in an unkind tone. He walked to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, took out an unopened bottle of drink, and threw it at Tony. Tony caught it quickly with quick eyes and hands. He touched the bottle, which was still very cold, and took a closer look at Feijiai Happy Water. Oh no, Coca-Cola. Tony suddenly had the urge to throw the bottle of Coke on the ground angrily. There was no reason. It was just that he was very deeply impressed by Coke. However, seeing Gao Ming's appearance of preparing to watch a good show, Tony restrained his impulse, unscrewed the cap of the Coke bottle casually, took a sip, frowned, and said, this Coke is really ordinary. Yes, it's just cheap carbonated water. Drinks. Another day I will show you what is good to drink. Gao Ming pulled a chair aside and sat down. Tell me, what's the matter? Tony also put away his indecency and said with a straight face, I want you to keep your promise and do me a favor. Gao Ming looked at Tony with a hint of eagerness in his eyes, then thought about the current timeline, and immediately guessed Tony's purpose, and couldn't help but chuckle. Palladium poisoning, right? Hearing this, Tony was a little surprised. Although when he went to the prison to see Ivan, it was immediately obvious that he was suffering from palladium poisoning, but Ivan was not inferior to Tony's scientific genius. In addition, he researched and built the arc reactor, so he knew that Tony was poisoned by palladium. It's not surprising, but how did Gao Ming know? Tony couldn't help but ask, how did you know? Gao Ming said meaningfully, I know a lot of things. Just kidding. In addition to the talismans, Gao Ming, the time traveler, also has the golden finger of plot advantage. Without waiting for Tony to ask, Gao Ming replied, I agreed to help you on a condition. How can I use this condition to save your life? Tony hesitated for a moment, but when he thought about how he had tried every possible means to find a way to save himself during this period, but to no avail, Tony really didn't want to experience that kind of despair and powerlessness for a moment, so he said firmly, I want to okay. I'll take this condition in exchange for you saving my life. Deal. Gao Ming couldn't help laughing. Gao Ming really couldn't help laughing, because even if Tony didn't ask him for help, according to the original plot, Director Lin would give Tony's father Howard's belongings to Tony, and then Tony would find clues from his father's video to create a new one. Arc reactor. The energy source of the new arc reactor, Gao Ming vaguely remembered in his previous life, seems to be the result of Howard's research on the cosmic cube, which is one of the infinity stones, the space stone. Due to the immaturity of technology, although Howard discovered this new element, but there is no condition to create it, Tony naturally didn't know that he would find a way to save himself in the end, and it was undoubtedly a waste of conditions to seek Gao Ming's help now. I have to say that Gao Ming made a profit. Since Tony voluntarily fell into the trap, Gao Ming certainly would not refuse, and said readily, okay, let's start now. What? Before Tony could react, he felt a heavy blow on the back of his neck. His vision went dark and he passed out. Gao Ming dragged Tony into the bathroom. Don't get me wrong. It's just that the surgery that will be performed later will require a lot of blood. Gao Ming doesn't want to dirty the floor. The process does not need to be described in detail. It is very simple and crude, just like the last time I helped Ethan remove the bullet and cut it directly with a high-frequency hand knife. But this time it was more troublesome because there were extremely tiny bullet fragments remaining in Tony's body. With Gao Ming's enhanced with eyesight, it is difficult to ensure that I can find them one by one. However, thanks to the arc reactor absorbing the bullet fragments, they did not flow to the heart and stayed in the flesh and blood of the chest. So Gao Ming chose a more brutal method to cut off all the muscles on Tony's chest. The picture is destined to be very bloody. Even Gao Ming has already had the experience of killing people. He can't help frowning secretly, feeling a little nauseous. Of course, he wasn't murdering Tony. Don't forget, he has the healing horse charm and the undead dog charm. The healing power of the horse charm can quickly make Tony's muscles grow. Even the original holes can be restored as before. Moreover, there is also the immortality of the dog spell. Tony will not die at all. Although the dog spell cannot bring the dead back to life or rejuvenate him, he will never die during the process of exerting its power. Of course, Tony suffered. Faced with this kind of violent doctor, he woke up in pain several times. With one blow, he fell into a coma again. As for the cut flesh and blood, Gao Ming directly used his deformation ability to turn them into ants one by one. Of course, they were all dead ants, and he could just flush them down the toilet. The picture is content that cannot pass the review, so it is passed over in one stroke. Yoshihisa. When Tony opened his eyes in a daze, he felt reborn. His mental state was unprecedentedly good. His whole body was refreshed, and every cell in his body seemed to be cheering and full of vitality. Standing up straight, Tony found himself lying on the sofa. His heartbeat was still a little fast, subconsciously patted his chest to calm down, but unexpectedly found that what he touched was no longer a cold and hard reactor, but a real flesh and blood reactor. Touch. Overwhelmed with surprise, Tony pulled open his clothes, revealing his flat and complete chest. Tony immediately exclaimed, "Oh my god, how did you do it? It's amazing. This is unscientific." Tony's reaction was as expected by Gao Ming. The rebirth of flesh and blood was indeed shocking. No wonder Tony was so shocked. In response, Gao Ming just smiled and said, "You should improve your psychological acceptance. There will be more things that cannot be explained by science in the future." "What do you mean?" Tony asked confused. Gao Ming had no intention of answering. Anyway, it will happen in the future. For example, a certain thunder hammer seems to be about to fall to the earth. Seeing that Gao Ming didn't answer, Tony had no choice but to suppress the curiosity in his heart, put on his clothes slowly, and thanked him sincerely. "Thank you for your help. It's okay, just a deal." Gao Ming waved his hand generously and reminded him, by the way, I suggest you go to Fury to retrieve your father's relics." "What?" Tony was shocked again. "What does my father have to do with Fury's shield? What kind of relics are there?" Gao Ming replied casually, "Your father, Howard Stark, is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., and his legacy is a discovery that transcends time, a masterpiece that only you can achieve." I really want to know what Tony's face was like when he found out that he could actually save himself. Tony, who was in shock, didn't know when he left Gao Ming's house. When he came to his senses, he was already in the elevator, and the elevator happened to make a ding sound to open the door. The elevator door opened, and a group of reporters who were on guard quickly pressed the shutter to take pictures, and their mouths spit out one question after another like a machine gun. "Hello, Mr. Stark. Can you tell me the purpose of your coming here? Is this a tryst with my lover? Is this a secret deal?" All kinds of wild conjectures were asked from the reporters. Among the reporters, there were also a bunch of excited onlookers, shouting Iron Man fanatically. Tony had long been accustomed to this kind of scene, and he did not bother to respond to the reporters who wanted to exaggerate. After waving to the fans, he walked towards his car with his head held high like a proud swan, and those people he didn't dare to stop him, and tacitly made way for him. After all, if he accidentally bumped into Tony, even if he just made a wrinkle in his clothes, he might be subject to a huge compensation claim. After getting in the car, ignoring the persistent reporters outside the car window, Tony started the car directly, left the crowd, and then contacted Jarvis through the network installed in the car. "Jarvis, help me get through to Fury. I want to talk to him." He talks about stuff. Because Tony seeks Gao Ming's rescue, the plot also undergoes a big change. In the movie, Tony, who originally lost hope, distributes inheritance everywhere, hands the company to boss, and then holds an indulgent carnival party, deliberately relaxed security, and let his best friend Lieutenant Colonel Roddy wear a suit of steel armor. Now, the company was still entrusted to Potts because Tony wanted to be lazy, but the steel armor was not given to Lieutenant Colonel Roddy, which also meant that War Machine would not appear. However, this has no effect on Gao Ming at all. Anyway, the loss of one War Machine will not change the general trend in the future, and such major events as the Avengers will still happen. Unknowingly, it's already time for Iron Man 2. After the Thor incident of the same period is over, there will be a period of peace for more than a year, and then the real-life version of Avengers 1 will be released. Tony's arrival sounded the alarm for Gao Ming, reminding him suddenly that a tragic war was about to start. The overwhelming aliens were wreaking havoc, and the smoke of war shrouded the bustling New York. High-rise buildings were instantly destroyed into ruins, and countless citizens lost their lives in the face of this disaster. We must prevent this from happening. Now go to S.H.I.E.L.D. and convince Fury that it is the best way to deal with the cosmic cube. But how to do it? After 1 or 2 years, there will be an alien army invading the Earth, and the cosmic cube. Is it the key to the passage? This reason has no basis at all, is difficult to convince the public, and is more likely to be regarded as nonsense. It is impossible for Gao Ming to go directly to S.H.I.E.L.D. to snatch the universal Rubik's Cube, not to mention that he never thought of falling out with S.H.I.E.L.D. No one knows how many secret bases the Bureau has established, and it is even more impossible for Gao Ming to know which base the universal Rubik's Cube is located in. Forget it. Take one step at a time, and wait until that day arrives to prevent Loki from opening the passage in advance. At the moment there is no good way. Gao Ming can only convince himself in this way, and he has the power of 12 spells. If he can't reduce the disaster loss to a lower level, it will be a waste of all his ability. However, Gao Ming didn't know that he was too confident in himself. When the day came when Zarita's army invaded the Earth, he learned an unforgettable lesson, a lesson that was enough to drive him crazy. After Tony and Fury met, Fury's dark face was full of depression because he couldn't figure out how Gao Ming knew about Howard. He left a box of video materials of Howard's life, and Fury hurriedly left. He wants to go back and check if S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database has been hacked, or if there is a traitor within S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury didn't know that because of his temporary suspicion, he accidentally noticed the traces of Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D. After watching Howard's video, Tony naturally, like the original work, quickly captured the information hidden in Howard's words. After taking the Stark Expo model home to scan and combine it, Tony also discovered the new element. Looking at this new element in front of him, and remembering his father's last words in the video, "The greatest work of my life is you." Tony couldn't help but sigh with emotion. His dissatisfaction with his father disappeared, and he murmured to himself, "You have been gone for 0 years. You still have to give me lessons." With that virtual new element in hand. "Thanks, Dad." But when Tony came to his senses, he thought of something and asked Gao Ming to help him. Unfortunately, the new element could obviously solve the problem of palladium poisoning. Forget it, forget it. Now I have solved my worries once and for all. Even the bullet fragments have been taken out. Tony could only comfort himself in this way, but he couldn't help but bleed in his heart. Think about it, how powerful Gao Ming is, with an unknown number of magical abilities, and there are not many opportunities to get help from him. This time, the opportunity was exchanged for shares of Stark Industries 1. Even if he owned most of Stark Industries, Tony, who doesn't care about shares, doesn't care about this small amount of shares, but he feels like he's at a loss no matter how he thinks about it. No, I must find a way to make Gao Ming a favor in the future, and then get him a chance to make a move. As a billionaire and superhero, Tony understands the value of Gao Ming even more. His healing ability alone is enough to save lives in times of crisis. The more he thought about it, the more troubled he became. Tony simply stopped thinking about it. It happened that he had just discovered a new element, so he decided to create it to see the effect. Then, after the new elements were created, Tony fell into a second regret. The new element can definitely solve his original problem of palladium poisoning. There was a ball of depression in his chest that was neither rising nor falling, but he couldn't find anyone to talk to. Tony had to vent his anger on the steel armor. He didn't want to vent his anger by smashing several sets of steel armor, but to vent his depression on making steel armor superior. Turn grief and anger into motivation. Jarvis, list the data of the Mark 6. I want to improve it, greatly improve it. Tony gritted his teeth. Jarvis still dutifully replied, "Yes, sir. Display the various data of the steel armor Mark 6. Tony is currently using Mark 4, which is a work after the Iron Overlord incident. After the battle against Iron Overlord, Mark 3 was retired after Tony restored it and put it in his collection counter. The Mark 5 is a convenient steel armor designed to deal with Ivan in Morocco. It can be assembled independently at any time. However, its shortcomings are also obvious. The defense and attack power are not high. This is a drawback caused by the portable design. Therefore, in the response to Ivan's surprise attack, Tony played quite aggrieved. If Ivan was not wearing a crude device with an arc reactor, maybe Tony would have been killed. Therefore, after the Mark 5 was taken home and repaired, it was also included in the collection. Mark 6 was completed early in the morning, and it also has the disadvantage of high energy consumption. And Tony now wants to test whether the new arc reactor can solve this problem and improve the performance of various aspects, by the way. In a few days, Stark Expo. From the opening day, Stark Expo will last for a year, providing large technology companies with a variety of scientific products to display. Because Tony did not appear, the protagonist tonight was undoubtedly Justin Hammer of Hammer Industries, because the product he displayed was the Iron Soldier. Unlike Tony's steel armor, the steel soldier is just a robot. Although it cannot be compared with the steel armor in terms of technology and innovation, but because it can be mass-produced and only needs manual control, it has also attracted the attention of many military personnel who came to wait and see. Interest. As for ordinary tourists, Justin on the stage was extremely proud because it was rare to see dozens of tall robots applauding and cheering. Of course, because of Gao Ming, Lieutenant Colonel Roddy was not able to appear at the expo wearing steel armor like in the original book, so Justin's effect of relying on steel soldiers is not as popular as the original book. Just as Justin was introducing various types of steel soldiers, suddenly, Tony wearing Mark 6 fell from the sky. Seeing Tony suddenly barging into his exhibition, still wearing steel armor, Justin naturally thought that he was here to play football. His face suddenly darkened, and he said very unhappily, "Hey, isn't this Tony? I didn't expect you to. Come and see the Iron Soldiers I display. Welcome." Tony was too lazy to talk to Justin. He had just received a threatening call from Ivan. Through incomplete tracking of the caller's location, he guessed that Ivan, who was supposed to be in prison, was secretly rescued by Justin. The two of them, they should be cooperating now. Tony raised his right hand, pointed the palm cannon at Justin, and shouted sternly, "Stop talking nonsense. Justin, I know you are cooperating with Ivan Vank. Let Ivan Vank come out." Hearing this, Justin was startled. He pretended to be calm and looked confused, saying, "Hey Tony, what are you talking about? How could I possibly cooperate with Ivan Vank? Didn't Ivan Vank die in prison? Please don't frame me falsely." One thing, Justin was telling the truth. He did not cooperate with Ivan, because Ivan did not cooperate at all. Justin took great pains to rescue him, and as a result, Ivan ate and drank like a big man every day, and refused to help Justin make steel armor. Justin was so angry that he locked Ivan up. It's just that Justin didn't know that Ivan actually made his own steel armor in private, and planned to use it to avenge Tony. Even the two guards who guarded and imprisoned Ivan have been solved by Ivan. Justin still wanted to quibble, but suddenly, all the steel soldiers behind him took a step forward in unison. Before Justin could ask a question, the Iron Soldier answered him with practical actions. 222. Ivan seized control of all the steel soldiers and launched artillery fire on the audience. For a moment, the scene got out of control. The riot of the steel soldiers broke the upbeat atmosphere of the scene, and the audience screamed and ran away, and panic spread all of a sudden. However, Ivan's main purpose was to avenge Tony, so most of the Iron Soldiers were left behind to create chaos. He specially controlled 8 Air Force Iron Soldiers to all lock on Iron Man and start hunting him down. The Iron Soldiers that Justin showed tonight are divided into Army type, Navy type, Air Force type, and Marine Corps type. There are 8 of each type. There is a total of 1 Iron Soldier, except for the 8 Air Force type Iron Soldiers who were chasing Tony. The remaining 4 other types of steel soldiers were controlled by Ivan to wreak havoc. Tony saw the 4 steel soldiers rushing into the crowd and shooting wildly. Innocent people kept falling in pools of blood, and he was extremely angry. However, there were 8 steel soldiers chasing behind him. Tony could only fly into the air and kill the 8. A steel soldier was diverted away to avoid causing greater damage. This is the difference between reality and movies. When watching the movie, I only saw Iron Man easily solving the Iron Soldiers one by one. It seemed that no casualties were seen. However, the reality is not like the movie. Tony was entangled by 8 Iron Soldiers. He was too busy to save the innocent people in time, while flying flexibly to avoid the steel soldiers shooting, finding the right time to fight back and kill the steel soldiers, and at the same time paying attention to the situation on the ground. Tony was also very anxious to see the number of casualties increasing. Although the lethality of the steel armor surpassed that of the steel soldiers by several blocks, Tony could solve it every time with just 1 cannonball from a steel soldier. However, he could not withstand the large number and had to dodge the intensive artillery fire in time. Tony wanted to kill them all, kill the steel soldiers who were chasing him, and then rush down to deal with the few missed fish. It won't be possible for a while. Tony finally managed to get rid of the 8 Iron Soldiers who were chasing him and flew back to the ground without stopping. Just as an Iron Soldier was about to attack a child wearing an Iron Man mask, the child also imitated Iron Man and fired a palm cannon. Action, raising his right hand with his palm facing the Iron Soldier. Tony fell from the sky in time, stood behind the child, quickly raised his hand and fired a palm cannon at the steel soldier, instantly killing the steel soldier, then casually boasted, "Good job, Ghost," and hurried to deal with it. Other Iron Soldiers. The boy wearing the Iron Man mask stood there blankly, watching Iron Man fly away. Under the mask, the childish face was full of excitement. Tony didn't know that many years later, he would see the boy again, and the boy would grow up to be a 15-year-old boy with magical abilities to help citizens in need. Tony hurriedly eliminated 1 Iron Soldier after another. The Iron Soldiers were all scattered. It was not difficult for Tony to solve them, but Ivan would not just watch Tony eliminate the Iron Soldiers one by one. "Wait, Tony Stark, I will kill you with my own hands." Ivan smiled cruelly, and after setting all the remaining Iron Soldiers to attack Iron Man, he turned and left the computer room. Ivan just saw from the surveillance camera that a woman in a black special agent uniform invaded Hammer Industry and knocked down all the security personnel one by one without any effort. It was no longer safe for Ivan to stay here. Just like the original work, the Black Widow, who went undercover as Natalie and acted as a secretary next to Boss, forced out from Justin that after Ivan was hiding in Hammer Industries, she quickly changed into combat equipment and rushed to Hammer Industries, breaking through all the way with extremely amazing skills. But Black Widow was still a step late. When she kicked open the computer room where Ivan was hiding with a gun in her hands, Ivan was no longer in the room. Only the bodies of 2 security personnel killed by Ivan. The Black Widow quickly came to the computer and tapped the keyboard to perform a series of operations that were so complicated that ordinary people were dazzled. She was trying to hack into the Iron Soldier's program, cancel the Iron Soldier's attack command, and support the Iron Man in the field battle. As a member of the top agents, Black Widow naturally masters various agent skills. In addition to various combat skills, she is also unique in hacking. But facing Ivan, a genius who is as technologically minded as Tony, Black Widow's hacking skills are also slightly inferior, and it will take some time to remove Ivan's instructions to the Iron Soldiers. On the other side, Tony found that the Iron Soldiers were gradually gathering towards him. When he realized something was wrong, he immediately flew into the air, and the Iron Soldiers followed closely behind him, chasing after him. Just like in the original book, after Tony lured the Iron Soldiers to the deserted forest park, he first habitually fired a palm cannon to kill a few of them, and when the Iron Soldiers surrounded him, he fired a 60-degree laser to wipe out all the Iron Soldiers. Finally, everything is solved. Throwing the disposable laser weapon device to the ground, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. The Black Widow from Hammer Industries also contacted Tony. Stark, there is another Iron Soldier heading towards you, and the energy index is very high. Wait a minute, what's going on with your outfit? And how did you connect to my communication? Who are you? Different from the original work, Tony still doesn't know that Black Widow is an undercover agent arranged by S.H.I.E.L.D. and his company, so it's no wonder that he is surprised. The Black Widow replied calmly and quickly. I was sent by Fu Rue to your side. You hurry up and get ready. The enemy has arrived. Tisk, it's that Fury guy again. I declare that you are fired. Tony replied angrily, with his hands ready for battle. After just waiting for a few breaths, a tall and mighty steel soldier landed heavily on the ground. Unlike Justin's useless robots, this guy in front of him was obviously in steel armor. No need to guess. The steel mask opened to reveal Ivan's face. Ivan smiled cruelly and bloodthirstily. Are you ready to die? With a flick of his hands, 2 dazzling electric whips appeared in Ivan's hands. Just by looking at it, he knew that these electric whips must be very powerful and would definitely make Tony happy to death. There is no extra nonsense. Ivan flicked the electric whip vigorously and swiped the electric whip towards Tony. Tony, who didn't want to try the electric whip, flexibly avoided Ivan's attack, then quickly raised his hands and kept firing the palm cannon. It's just that the steel armor made by Ivan obviously has extremely high defensive power, and the omnipotent palm cannon hit Ivan's body, but it didn't work, which made Ivan laugh even more triumphantly. Damn it. Tony saw that the attack was ineffective, and Ivan let him attack as if he was playing with a monkey, not hiding at all, and he couldn't help but bite his teeth in anger. Tony also knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely be the one who got killed. He didn't care about his face and ordered Jarvis. Jarvis, help me contact Gao Ming and ask him to come over quickly to support me. Okay, sir. The door of my house is always open. The phone rang. Gao Ming took out his phone and looked at the caller ID. It was so big that he had nothing to do with him. It was rare that he wanted to go to bed early today. What's wrong? Gao Ming asked impatiently. Tony's anxious voice came from the mobile phone. Come and help. I'm about to be killed by Ivan Vank. Huh. Upon hearing that the situation was urgent, Gao Ming ignored his discomfort and quickly stood up and changed into his combat uniform, waking up Sophia, who was sleeping beside him. Don't get me wrong, this guy Gao Ming has a wicked heart, but no guts. He obviously slept in the same bed and still maintained a pure and innocent relationship. I have to say, it's too embarrassing. Sophia stood up while rubbing her sleepy eyes and asked, what's wrong? Did something happen? Sorry for waking you up. I'm going to save Tony Stark. Gao Ming said apologetically. Sophia was also sensible and knew that time was tight, so she didn't say anything. She just said, go early and come back early. Everything is in your mind. Gao Ming put on his helmet, made a K sign, and rushed to the location address Tony sent him. It didn't take long for Gao Ming to arrive at the forest park where Tony and Ivan were confronting each other. He happened to see Ivan waving an electric whip, and Tony dodged in a bit of embarrassment. Why don't you watch it for a while before going down? Gao Ming was thinking in his mind that Tony had already noticed that he had arrived and shouted, don't watch the show. Hurry up and help. TSK, this tone shows that adults don't remember others' faults. Gao Ming landed slowly, and Ivan also found Gao Ming, looking at him solemnly. Ivan has some knowledge about this superhero, but his knowledge is very limited. It is all information collected from the internet. He only knows that this self-proclaimed godfather superhero has magical power and unfathomable strength, but the specifics are Ivan didn't know exactly how powerful it was. Another one is here to die, Tony Stark. It seems that you are quite popular. Ivan smiled rebelliously. Gao Ming is very calm. He is used to it, and almost all the villains he meets are of this kind of virtue, and they are dragged one by one as if they are hanging from the sky. But in the end, they don't want to give the protagonist's head. Tilting his head, Gao Ming said in a strange tone. So, you are so distressed by this kind of stuff. Can't you let me worry less? Gao Ming's tone was like that of an elder educating the younger generation. Tony choked with anger. He took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down his emotions. He said, stop talking nonsense and come and help. Could it be that you will be troubled by this kind of guy? Oh, I'm just confused about how to deal with this guy. Gao Ming pretended to be distressed. Seeing Gao Ming and Tony talking to each other like no one else, Ivan naturally felt ashamed and said angrily, that's enough. You all go to hell. Noisy, Gao Ming frowned, very dissatisfied, and pointed a finger at Ivan. Why are you barking like a dog? White light flew out from the fingertips and hit Ivan. As expected, Ivan was turned into a husky. Why husky? Puzzled. Seeing that the arrogant Ivan was instantly transformed into a dog by Gao Ming, and it was still a husky famous for its stupidity and cuteness, Tony was taken aback for a moment, and then he couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to turn into a dog. Dog, do you want to pick up a bone? Tony teased Ivan, who turned into a dog without any image, and Ivan yelled very fiercely, but what he yelled was nothing more than a barking sound. There are many unreasonable things about the power of the spell, which may be due to the imprecise setting at the beginning. The transformation ability of the monkey spell is also unreasonable. That is, the person who is turned into an animal is completely transformed into an animal with his clothes on. There is no such thing as a person turning into an animal, and the clothes on his body are scattered all over the place. After Ivan turned into a dog, in addition to the clothes he was originally wearing, even the set of steel armor that he worked so hard to make disappeared. If Gao Ming allowed Ivan to return to his human form, the steel armor would reappear on Ivan's body. I have to say, this phenomenon is really amazing. However, as I said from the beginning, spells are supernatural things and cannot be explained by common sense. Ivan rushed in front of Tony, desperately trying to jump up and bite Tony hard. His grinning look made him look even more stupid when he appeared on a husky. Gao Ming also didn't know why Ivan would turn into a husky after saying the designated word dog. When he didn't say the specific designated word, the transformation was completely random, and it was completely unknown what breed the other party would turn into. However, after Ivan became a husky, his intelligence really declined. Although he was still attacking Tony with hatred, he forgot that Tony was now wearing steel armor. Even with his own fangs and claws, it was impossible to break through the steel armor. No, Tony stroked Ivan's dog's head in a very playful way, completely treating Ivan as a playful dog, and with a caring tone for animals, he said, good dog, you are really lively. Wait a minute, Stark Dad, please chew the bones. Hearing this, Ivan barked even more fiercely, but it was completely in vain, and he was even pinched by Tony's neck, unable to break free. After subduing Ivan, Tony relaxed his tense nerves and said to Gao Ming reluctantly, thank you this time. Do you know that I have already fallen asleep and have to get up to save you? If you really want to thank me, can you please improve your strength? Why do you always ask me to save your life? Gao Ming said very shamelessly complained. Blue veins protruded on both sides of Tony's forehead. His breathing became short of breath, and his teeth clucked. Hold it back, considering that he is here to save people, and there is no way to teach him a lesson now. Tony can only convince himself in his heart. Gao Ming only slightly expressed his dissatisfaction. After all, Tony had asked him to save him time and time again, but he had never seen Tony solve the problem independently. However, Gao Ming also knows that this is also the impact of his intervention in the plot. Just like this time, Iron Man and War Machine were supposed to work together to kill Death Whip. However, because Gao Ming rescued Tony in advance, Lieutenant Colonel Roddy did not get Tony. The steel armor did not become a superhero War Machine, so there was no cooperation against the enemy. Tony could only resist Ivan alone. Although Gao Ming wanted to pass, he also knew that he had indirectly obliterated the birth of the War Machine, but he did not feel much ups and downs in his heart. Anyway, the War Machine was not prominent in the movie, and its role was not that big. Roddy was still the same without steel armor. A lieutenant colonel. It would be a sin if Captain America or Thor were missing. He patted Tony on the shoulder and said in the tone of an elder encouraging his younger generation, Tony, you have to work harder. You can't always trouble me. Are you wearing toys? Hurry up and invent something more powerful, otherwise it will happen again. If you have to rely on others, you will also lose Tony Stark's face. Finally, Gao Ming said earnestly, I just want you to remember not to call me at night in the future. Well, the last sentence is the key point. After a hard-hearted education, when Tony couldn't help but lose his temper, Gao Ming finally finished speaking and didn't say too much. He waved his hand casually as a farewell, and then flew into the air. It flew away in the blink of an eye. He had to go back and catch up on his sleep. He couldn't let Sophia wait too long. When would a decent enemy appear? So far, all he had encountered were hot chicks who could be killed in an instant, and none of them could make him even remotely willing to fight. Gao Ming finally understands the feelings of teacher Saitama. How invincible is how lonely, invincible is how empty. Seeing Gao Ming leave, Tony's barely suppressed anger finally subsided a little, but it was still difficult not to let it out. He turned his eyes and looked at the still struggling husky Ivan at his feet. Tony couldn't help but feel worried. He gave a chilling smile. I almost forgot. Isn't there a good person to vent to? It's unclear how Tony is going to really torture the dog. The next day, not to mention that after Tony had a secret meeting with Fury, he asked Fury to help him find a way to make the senator hold back his disgusted face and award Tony with a medal without a smile. Tony once again held it up proudly. The victory sign thing. On the other hand, Gao Ming took the rare time today to leave Queens and head to Hell's Kitchen. He wasn't going to Wilson, of course, or Matt, the famous blind lawyer, but to Melvin for help changing his uniform. There was no problem with the uniform, but I saw that Tony kept changing his steel armor. After thinking about the other superheroes in the original work, it seemed that Captain America had changed his uniform twice. Black Widow changed her hairstyle every movie, and Gao Ming also changed it at the same time. Shaped. Of course, he won't admit it. He just wants his image to become more handsome. Melvin still lives in that secret warehouse, but the difference is that he no longer has to fear being discovered by others. When Gao Ming came to the warehouse with the Melvin gate closed, he suddenly wanted to test whether he could pass through the door after high-frequency vibration. Well, it turns out, not yet. There was a human-shaped dent printed on the gate, and it seemed that it could not be opened normally. Gao Ming could only open the gate from the bottom up with some embarrassment. It seems like the door gets damaged every time I come here. After entering the warehouse, Gao Ming found that Melvin was not there. He must have not returned yet, so he immediately pulled down the crooked gate again and restored it to its original appearance. It was even brand new. Very few, no trace of damage at all. Perfect. Gao Ming nodded with satisfaction, then walked to Melvin's workbench with peace of mind and looked at it curiously. I didn't see a certain dark red leather armor, and I don't know if Matt didn't ask Melvin to help make the uniform, or if he had already finished it and took it away. Gao Ming was just a little curious about whether Matt was wearing a Daredevil uniform or a night suit, but he didn't take it to heart. Anyway, no matter how much Matt jumped around, he was only limited to Hell's Kitchen and had no chance to participate. To the big events later. Seeing several draft designs on the table, Gao Ming picked them up casually and looked through them one by one. Not bad. Melvin's designs are all very handsome. I don't know if any of them meet my requirements. Gao Ming saw that the uniforms in the design drawings were very attractive, so he couldn't help but get interested and quickly browse through them. When he turned to one of the design drawings, Gao Ming's eyes suddenly lit up and his eyes were filled with excitement. Damn, this outfit is so handsome. On the design drawing in his hand, the uniforms painted on it can actually vaguely see the shadow of the speed suit, but the overall image has been drastically improved by Melvin, and it is even cooler than the original speed suit. It is no longer platinum and gold, but changed to purple red, changing the original noble and mysterious temperament, making it appear somewhat magical and more shocking. As for the detailed changes of Ling Ling Zong Zong, it is difficult for Gao Ming to express them in words. In summary, it is more handsome. The more Gao Ming looked at it, the more satisfied he became. He wished that what he was holding was not the design, but the finished product. He looked up and down, left and right for who knows how long, and finally Melvin came back. When Melvin walked into the warehouse and saw Gao Ming wearing the speed suit, he couldn't help but excitedly shouted, Mr. Gao. Gao Ming did not have Melvin's contact information, so Melvin didn't know that Gao Ming was coming today. Long time no see, Melvin. Gao Ming raised one hand to say hello, while holding onto the design drawing with the other hand. He refused to put it down for fear of losing it. How have you been lately? Gao Ming greeted as usual. Melvin said happily, very good, very good. Now I am very happy every day. Gao Ming nodded and said, that's good. By the way, Mr. Gao, what are you doing here this time? Melvin asked. Speaking of this, Gao Ming felt a little embarrassed. After all, he had originally said that he was just asking Melvin to help make a piece of clothing. But now that everyone is here and seeing this design drawing, he can only say shamelessly, it's not a big deal. It's just that I've been wearing this uniform for a long time, and I also want to change the look occasionally, like the one in this picture is pretty good. At the end of the sentence, Melvin raised the design drawing in his hand. After taking a closer look, he realized that it was his work in his spare time. He said a little cautiously, oh this, I drew it in my spare time. Gao Ming couldn't wait to ask, is there any finished product? Yes. Melvin is actually very satisfied with this design. He will naturally make a design that he is satisfied with. Not just this one, but also dozens of other designs. Melvin also made several sets based on his satisfaction. He came to his newly added locker and opened it. There were several suitcases inside. He took out one of them and opened it in front of Gao Ming. It was the uniform on the design drawing. The new purple-red uniform lay quietly in the suitcase. The color and the texture all touched Gao Ming's heartstrings. He was eager to change into it, but Gao Ming still retained some composure. He first asked Melvin, I like this dress very much. Can you give it to me? I can pay for it. Upon hearing this, Melvin became unhappy and said, how can I collect money from you, Mr. Gao? If you like it, just take it. Only in your hands can these works of mine play their greatest role. Thanks, Melvin. After thanking Melvin, Gao Ming changed into the new suit at a speed that could not be seen clearly by the naked eye, and the speed suit was folded and placed on the skin. In the box, when the new suit was put on Gao Ming, Melvin, who was the only bystander at the scene, was shocked. If the speed suit made Gao Ming look noble and mysterious, then the new suit made him look a little evil, making him look a little bit evil. People are shocked at just one glance. Inexplicably, Melvin suddenly had the thought, I shouldn't have designed this dress, in his simple mind. Perhaps it was caused by seeing Gao Ming, who had a completely different temperament. The person involved didn't feel that much. Gao Ming moved around enthusiastically. The clothes fit him perfectly, and there was no discomfort at all. He walked to the long mirror and took a look at his current image. He doesn't seem to be a bit evil, but he is indeed handsome. Gao Ming also felt that his new image was not very upright. He vaguely felt that his reflection in the mirror exuded an evil aura, which seemed to be indifferent or crazy. Somehow, Gao Ming always felt that he shouldn't wear the new suit. At least it wasn't the right time yet. It was this weird feeling that made Gao Ming take off his clothes again and put back on the original speed suit. Seeing Gao Ming take off his new uniform, Melvin couldn't help but panic. thinking that his work dissatisfied Gao Ming. So he couldn't help but ask nervously, "What's wrong, Mr. Gao? Is there anything wrong with this suit? Please tell me, and I will improve." To avoid misunderstanding, Gao Ming immediately interrupted Melvin and said, "No problem, Melvin, your clothes are still as good as before, but I want to find a suitable opportunity to change them, so you don't have to think too much." After listening to Gao Ming's words, Melvin finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt like a child again, proudly recounting the experience of making this dress. Gao Ming listened quietly, but there was always an indescribable feeling in his heart, occupying the depths of his heart and never getting rid of it. At the same moment, the distant Asgard god realm, the reckless and impulsive Thor was finally punished for his arrogance. Standing on the throne, God King Odin angrily tore off Thor's armor and cloak and angrily shouted in a tone of hatred, "You don't deserve the trust of these stars. You don't deserve your name. No, you are not worthy of those who love you and betray you." At the end of the sentence, Odin turned around lonely. He was a father who was disappointed with his son. He took a few steps forward. Odin turned around and declared with great majesty, "I will take away your power now." Raising his hand slightly, the Thor's hammer in Thor's hand flew over and was firmly held by Odin. As Odin pronounced the sentence bit by bit, the armor on Thor's body was also quickly shattered. "For nothing, I, Odin, king of the gods, order you to be banished." Odin raised Thor's hammer and pointed it at the confused Thor. The surging divine power burst out from Odin's body and hit Thor through Thor's hammer. Thor was knocked backwards by Odin's supreme divine power. A dazzling teleportation channel appeared behind him. Without any resistance, Thor crashed into the teleportation channel and was teleported to the earth. Immediately afterwards, after setting a special seal on Mjolnir, Odin threw Mjolnir into the transmission channel. When everything calmed down, the anger on Odin's face disappeared, leaving only endless loneliness and sadness. Loki, who had witnessed everything, glanced at Odin expressionlessly. No one knew what he was thinking. And our god of thunder, Thor, was deprived of his divine power and teleported to the earth just like in the original work. He happened to be driven into the grass next to the road by Jane and his friends. After returning home with a new suit, Sophia hadn't returned home yet. After thinking about it, Gao Ming didn't understand what was going on with his strange feeling, so he put the new suit in a secret compartment of his wardrobe. Although he didn't know what was going on, Gao Ming still decided to trust his feelings, so he would put the new uniform aside and put it on when the time was right. Well, what should I do now? Gao Ming suddenly realized that he seemed to be quite free. Although he goes out every day to maintain order in the surrounding area, rescue people in need, and fight against lawbreakers, with the help of the power of the spell, these things can still be solved easily. The security in Queens has improved a lot recently. If you think about it carefully, Gao Ming just goes out for a walk every day without any effort at all. No wonder he feels very free. Gao Ming recalled the current timeline. Iron Man 2 had some changes due to his intervention, but the ending time was still the same as before. Iron Man 2 was followed by Thor. At this moment, the son of Odin and the hammer should have fallen to New Mexico. Do you want to go and take a look? But there seems to be no use in going there. It will take several days. It seems that the gain outweighs the loss. But with the super speed of the rabbit talisman, Gao Ming could get to New Mexico in the shortest time. At worst, he could go and see Thor's hammer and then come back. He made a phone call and told Sophia that he might go to New Mexico for a few days. Sophia didn't ask too much, but just told Gao Ming to be careful. After the notification, Gao Ming didn't delay. After checking the approximate location of New Mexico, he prepared some luggage and flew away quickly. It didn't take long for Gao Ming to arrive in New Mexico, but this didn't mean that he could see the hammer right away. New Mexico was very big, and Gao Ming couldn't quite remember where exactly Thor's hammer fell. Putting on normal casual clothes, Gao Ming inquired all the way, but to no avail. Thor's hammer had only fallen not long ago, so it hadn't attracted much attention. In the end, Gao Ming could only use stupid methods to search the entire New Mexico. Finally, when passing through the outskirts of Anacapuan City, Gao Ming saw many people gathering at a huge pit from a distance, and in the center of the huge pit that looked like a meteorite smashed open, a hammer stood quietly. There, finally found it, Thor's hammer. Gao Ming changed into his daily casual clothes and walked towards the crowd. Because a hammer that no one could lift appeared on the outskirts of the city of Anacapuan, many people came here because of it. Of course, the main ones who came were men, but there were also many people watching the excitement, and there were even people in the giant pit. BBQs and picnics are held on the side. The purpose of these men coming here is to try to pull out this magical hammer. Because no one can successfully lift this hammer, the saying, "the most powerful man is the one who can lift the hammer," has been spread unknowingly. Such rumors became more and more exaggerated, and more men rushed over to try it. Gao Ming didn't attract many people's attention when he walked over. After all, there were all kinds of men coming, including burly men and thin men who were overconfident. It was not surprising that a Chinese young man came, but Gao Ming was getting more and more. It is interesting to watch, but it has attracted many young women to peek frequently, and a few of the more open and bold ones even directly came forward to flirt with him. Gao Ming, who had a girlfriend, would naturally not mess with things. He smiled politely and declined the explicit invitations from those women. He took the slip of paper with the phone number and just put it in his pocket without responding to his contact information. Although in foreign countries, it is normal for men to indulge and have fun from time to time, but Gao Ming himself is more conservative in this regard. In his opinion, these behaviors are too casual and meaningless. So this is why Gao Ming is still a magic apprentice. After Gao Ming, the white face appeared. Almost all the women's eyes were on him. This made other men who wanted to show off their muscles in front of women feel unhappy, but they did not step forward to find trouble because they saw Gao Ming in full swing. Walking towards the hammer, everyone looked like they were waiting for a good show. Many strong men have tried to pull out the hammer before, but they all failed. And seeing that Gao Ming didn't look strong, how could he pull out the hammer? So the men were all waiting for Gao Ming to be with the woman. If you are embarrassed in front of you, you can regain some psychological balance. Although he looks handsome, he is still not a soft-footed shrimp. This is the mentality of most of the men present. Walking to Thor's hammer, Gao Ming saw that the men who were originally lined up gradually moved out of the way, and found that these people's eyes were full of hostility and joking. Thinking of the scene where the women were making secret glances, he naturally understood what was going on. Something happened. In response, Gao Ming could only shrug. Is it my fault for being handsome? As for being laughed at if he couldn't pull out the hammer, Gao Ming didn't care. He wasn't the only one who couldn't pull out the hammer. Everyone present couldn't pull it out, so why bother? When he came to the hammer, Gao Ming took a closer look at this legendary hammer. There is nothing strange about the image of Thor's hammer. It is plain and simple. Only the two dense lines on the edge of the hammer had slightly aroused Gao Ming's interest. It might be a magic spell, or it might be a divine power seal, but no matter what it was, Gao Ming could not understand it. After recalling it, if you want to pick up Thor's hammer, you must meet the conditions set by Odin that all qualified people will obtain the power of Thor. There are several theories. One is that only truly impartial and selfless people can lift it. Lifting the hammer. The American team almost lifted the hammer in Avengers 2. Secondly, it is generally believed that Odin set a test for Thor from beginning to end. Only Thor can lift it, but from the beginning, the American team can if you move the hammer slightly. You can see that Odin is not playing this trick. Gao Ming was very self-aware. He was not a fair and selfless person, so he was naturally not recognized by Thor's hammer. However, out of curiosity, he still put his hand on the hammer, grasped the handle of the hammer, and pulled it out with all his strength. Well, as expected, it wasn't pulled out. Seeing that Gao Ming pulled it out casually without exerting any force, although he was a little unhappy that he was perfunctory, the result was just as the men thought, so several men sneered unceremoniously. What a pity, but it's normal, right? The rest of the jealous men laughed at the same time. and many women also showed disappointment when they saw this. Gao Ming let go of his hand indifferently, shrugged his shoulders, and walked aside, letting the next challenger come forward, folded his arms, and looked at this group of men who didn't know what they meant. In fact, it is not impossible for Gao Ming to pick up Thor's hammer, because only truly impartial and selfless people are qualified to use Thor's hammer, so as long as Gao Ming's mind reaches that level, he may be able to pick up the hammer. But Gao Ming has an ability to do this, and that is the side effect of the Tiger Talisman, separation of good and evil. As long as he separates himself into two individuals, good and evil, the absolutely kind self has a great chance to pull out Thor's hammer. However, don't forget that there is also an evil self. Gao Ming doesn't know how bad the evil self will be. Anyway, he has made up his mind not to use it lightly. After watching it for a while, Gao Ming felt that it was not interesting, so he decided to go back. He also saw Thor's hammer. As for the Thunder Hammer, there is always a chance to see it in the future. Although Gao Ming thought so, another incident happened on the court, which made him stop. I saw a truck driving to the edge of the huge pit, and then several people helped to drag a thick iron chain off the car, locking the car at one end and tying the hammer at the other end. After everything was ready, the truck started, but the hammer remained motionless. Even the cargo bed of the van was ripped off. Hearing a loud noise, the driver thought that the hammer had been successfully pulled out, so he stuck his head out of the driver's seat and asked curiously, "Did you pull it out?" It made everyone present burst into laughter. Gao Ming didn't smile, but looked at the driver thoughtfully. The driver in front of me is none other than Stan Lee, who appears as an Easter egg in every Marvel hero movie. In reality, he is the father of Marvel. Many superheroes were created under his pen. In Marvel movies, he is said to be a very peculiar existence. In addition to appearing in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Stan Lee has also appeared in old versions of Spider-Man, The Amazing Spider-Man, Man, and other movies. Originally, it was just an Easter egg decided during the filming of the movie in reality, but at this moment, Gao Ming existing in the real Marvel world, everything has a different meaning. This means that the ordinary old man in front of him has the ability to travel through the multiverse and can travel to various Marvel superhero movie universes. He even further speculates whether Gao Ming can use Stan Lee's ability to return to the real world. Gao Ming didn't know whether this Stan Lee could go to the real world, or whether that real world was the one he knew. He felt a little moved in his heart, but then he thought, it wasn't worth taking the risk. Not to mention that if you can go to the real world, that world may be just a parallel world. Stan Lee alone makes Gao Ming dare not act rashly. The movie does not show how powerful Stan Lee is, but from the fact that he can appear anywhere in the universe in one corner, he can travel to other multiverses, which is enough to see his specialness. Even though Stan Lee himself doesn't have much fighting power, the consciousness of the AA Marvel universe that does not exist will definitely kill Gao Ming when he reveals the slightest thought of harming Stan Lee. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of what happens. For the sake of his life, Gao Ming gave up the idea of going forward to talk to Stan Lee, and turned around to leave with regret, only to find that a black car slowly stopped on the hill not far away, and a man in a t-shirt stepped out of the car. A man in a black suit and sunglasses. Judging from the person's thinning hair, just kidding. Gao Ming recognized the man with an honest face at a glance. It was our SHIELD agent, Phil Coulson. Coulson did not see Gao Ming. After all, there were so many people gathered in the giant pit, and they were at a certain distance. How could Coulson see it with normal eyesight? After getting out of the car, Coulson glanced at the huge pit in the distance, then turned around, and replied solemnly to the communicator, "Sir, I found it. I will send people there as soon as possible, and then you will block the scene as soon as possible to isolate the things in the giant pit, no matter what it is." Fury's extremely majestic voice came from the communicator. Coulson replied seriously, "Yes, sir." After ending the call, Coulson had just put down the communicator when suddenly, a hand put on his shoulder. "Hey." Before he finished speaking, Coulson quickly grabbed the hand on his shoulder, and then twisted it with his backhand, trying to press the inmate on the hood of the car to prevent him from moving. But Coulson found that this did not work. The subduing move didn't work. He grabbed the opponent's hand, but couldn't push it down, as if he was facing a towering mountain. As an elite agent of SHIELD, Coulson was naturally a little embarrassed because he didn't have a single move to subdue the intruder. He was about to change his moves against the enemy when the opponent said in a helpless tone, "Hey, Coulson, don't be surprised." "Okay, I just said hello." Only then did Coulson notice the appearance of the person who came, and he couldn't help being taken aback. Coulson is no stranger to Gao Ming. The SHIELD has a file that summarizes and collects his information, and Coulson's level is high enough to consult this file. He knows Gao Ming's basic information clearly, so he can naturally recognize him. Come on, I also know that Gao Ming is the godfather of the superhero. However, Coulson remembered that he had never met Gao Ming. Why did Gao Ming know him? Coulson retracted his hand silently, returned to his smiling and honest look, and said, "It turns out to be the famous godfather. I have admired him for a long time. There is something I am very curious about. I don't know where you know my name." Gao Ming would not be deceived by Coulson's harmless expression. Under this guy's smile, he always maintained a high degree of calmness and vigilance. He would only lose his mind a little when he saw his idol Captain America fall into rabid fandom. Hearing Coulson ask Gao Ming where he knew his name, although Gao Ming didn't have to answer, Gao Ming suddenly had some mischievous thoughts and said meaningfully, "Of course someone from SHIELD leaked it." Hearing this, Coulson was shocked and thought to himself, is it possible that there is a traitor within SHIELD? But if it is true, it would be very serious. While Coulson was worryingly guessing, Gao Ming suddenly laughed, patted Coulson on the shoulder, and said, "You're kidding. I found out about it from Tony Ha." Coulson's hair turned black in an instant, wasting all his worrying. But it turned out to be just a joke. Coulson's heart was really like 10,000 mud horses running past at this moment. However, after listening to Gao Ming's words, Coulson also breathed a sigh of relief and believed that Gao Ming learned his name from Tony. Just as he was about to reply, Gao Ming seemed to say casually, "It's just that there are indeed many the shameless mouses inside." Coulson frowned slightly and asked, "Do you know any news?" "Yes," Gao Ming said with a wicked sense of humor, which made Coulson's curiosity even higher. Seeing that Gao Ming didn't reveal any more information, Coulson had no choice but to give up asking. After all, he couldn't force the other party to cooperate. However, Coulson made up his mind to remind Fury to thoroughly investigate the inside of SHIELD, nip problems in the bud. Without dwelling on this topic, Coulson asked as if he were having a normal conversation, "Mr. Gao is so laid back. How did you come to New Mexico for a trip?" Gao Ming didn't bother to expose Coulson's behavior of trying to find a way. He pointed to the huge pit and said openly, "I'm here to see the hammer." "Hammer? Is there something unique about that hammer that can actually attract Mr. Gao to come and watch?" Coulson was still trying to get more useful information. "Oh, that's Thor's hammer, the god of Thor in Norse mythology," Gao Ming said indifferently. Ignoring this information like a bomb exploded in Coulson's head, making him dizzy. Coulson asked in disbelief, "Don't be joking, Mr. Gao, god of thunder. How can a god exist?" Gao Ming shrugged and said, "Gods are just creatures that live longer than humans. Strictly speaking, they are what we call aliens. They are just seen by humans when they appear on the earth, and then they are passed down." All kinds of fairy tales. Coulson kept telling himself that the other party was just talking nonsense, but seeing that Gao Ming didn't appear to be lying at all, he couldn't help being shaken. Do the gods and mythological stories really exist? Feeling that his worldview was strongly impacted, Coulson quickly asked, "Mr. Gao said that it was Thor's hammer. Is there any evidence?" "No," Gao Ming replied simply. "However, the owner of the hammer has also come to Earth." Coulson was shocked again. "You mean Thor?" Nodding, Gao Ming waved his hand again, interrupting Coulson's questioning. "That's all. Whether you believe it or not, the god of thunder will appear soon, because he needs to find his hammer." Gao Ming was a spoiler in his previous life. He often went to see the gun version of a new foreign movie before it was released in China, and then went to various groups to spoil the movie before it was released in China, and he always spoiled half of it. He aroused the curiosity of others and made others want to kill him. Turning around, looking at Thor's hammer in the huge pit, Gao Ming chuckled lightly. This time, he will not get involved and let the plot of Thor develop normally. I'm going back. You can continue your original preparations. Thor will come soon, but you don't have to be afraid. It's best not to reveal his identity. A word of advice, try your best to avoid plot changes. Gao Ming will disappear without a trace. Gao Ming, who was running at high speed, was about to run back to New York directly, but as he ran, his pace gradually slowed down and finally stopped. Why should I come here when I'm bored? Gao Ming sighed helplessly, turned around, and ran back. Gao Ming suddenly remembered that Loki would send the terrifying destroyer to Earth and order him to kill Thor. The shape of the destroyer is a tall robot. It is a weapon made of special metal by Odin. Its head can emit high-heat lasers. It was originally arranged to guard Odin's treasure house, but it was used by Loki. After the destroyer came to the Earth and came to the city of Antica Puente, he destroyed everything. Even though in the movie, Thor and his team continued to evacuate the residents before the destroyer arrived in the town, how could they evacuate everyone in time? Many innocent people died. Now that Gao Ming has come, even if he makes up his mind not to get involved, it is impossible to let him die. Therefore, Gao Ming can only prevent the residents of the town from dying under the destroyer's laser without destroying the development of the plot. Trouble. It's really troublesome, Gao Ming sighed. But without any pause, after returning to the town, he found a hotel, paid for a week, and then quietly observed. On the first day, Gao Ming saw that S.H.I.E.L.D. sent a group of people to seal off the site of Thor's hammer, preventing others from approaching. Among them, Hawkeye was also sent. It seems that Fury still attaches great importance to this matter. The next day, Coulson brought several of his men to Jane Foster's laboratory, borrowed her materials and instruments, and watched Coulson move her results away in front of Jane with a smile. Gao Ming couldn't help but sigh. This guy must be dark, just as dark as his boss. That night, Jane drove Soul to the blockade site. Perhaps it was Thor's hammer that sensed the arrival of the master. The sky began to rain heavily, accompanied by thunder and lightning. A strong S.H.I.E.L.D. agent came to the hammer and wanted to pull it up, but found that he couldn't pull it up no matter what. He knelt down on the ground, raised his head to the sky, and let out a tragic and desperate roar, and was caught by the shield. On the third day, after being deceived by Loki that Odin was dead, Thor completely gave up hope of returning to Asgard. After learning that Dr. Eric had fabricated a false identity, and Coulson deliberately turned a blind eye, Thor was freed, and went to the bar to drink with Dr. Eric to relieve my worries. On the fourth day, Thor gradually let go of his arrogance, put his mind on his status as a mortal, became mature and steady, told Jane various secrets and strange things, and gained a good impression. On the fifth day, Dr. Eric and others who were frowning about the future in the laboratory welcomed 4 special guests, the goddess Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard. Soul was ecstatic to see his comrades, and Gao Ming, who was observing everything secretly, put on his uniform quietly. After waiting for a few days, they should be ready. Now that Soul's comrades are here, it means that the destroyer will follow and is about to attack. When Gao Ming was fully dressed and came to the balcony of the hotel room, he looked at a tornado appearing in the distance and the destroyer falling slowly. He couldn't help but sigh. Alas, I have such a hard life. After saying that, Gao Ming flew in the direction of the destroyer with a swish. He did not forget that Coulson and his team were still there. He vaguely remembered that several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had no time to escape and were hit by the destroyer's laser. Exploded to death with no body intact. Can save one. After arriving at the scene, Coulson was holding a loudspeaker and ordered the person in front of him to sign up. As a result, the mask on the destroyer's head slowly opened, and the orange-red laser was ready to go. Coulson, who noticed something was wrong, immediately shouted, "It's coming." All S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel retreated in response, and the destroyer's laser shot out, and several cars were hit by the laser and exploded. Just as one of the unlucky ghosts couldn't dodge and was about to be hit by the laser, he suddenly felt his shoulders being grabbed, and then when I didn't see clearly, the whole person appeared in another place and escaped the attack of the destroyer. In addition to this person, several colleagues also suddenly disappeared when they were almost hit, and then appeared in other places. They all looked confused. However, although they did not understand what was going on, they all continued in a tacit understanding. Escape from the destroyer's attack zone. Coulson and his team quickly fled elsewhere, while the destroyer fired lasers and headed towards the town. After rescuing the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who were supposed to receive lunchboxes, Gao Ming ran back to the town without stopping, taking residents who were unaware of the danger to the outskirts far away from the town. The residents were all shocked and uncertain. He watched himself appear on the outskirts of the town. By the time the destroyer approached the town, Gao Ming had already evacuated most of the residents, and a few scattered ones were hurriedly evacuated under the command of Thor and others. Thor and his party, who were so anxious, did not notice that there seemed to be fewer people in the town. In order to buy time for the people to evacuate, the goddess Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard volunteered to fight against the destroyer and delay time. In fact, they thought about annihilating the destroyer in one fell swoop. After following Thor in all directions for so many years, their years of victory made them a little forgetful and overestimated their capabilities. Therefore, under Gao Ming's hidden body, he watched leisurely and contentedly. Goddess Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard were like a few funny uglies, confidently attacking the destroyer, but were tortured to the point of being unable to resist. Just kidding. The destroyer was built by Odin himself, and its duty is to guard Odin's treasure house. If they can kill several of them, then it would be a waste of the destroyer to make it. Seeing his comrades retreating steadily under the attack of the destroyer, and the peaceful town being reduced to ruins under the laser fire, Thor could no longer turn a blind eye. After appeasing everyone, he stood up without hesitation and walked towards the destroyer. "Brother, no matter what I did to make you go astray, no matter what I did to make you do all this, I am very sorry." Thor's face was full of guilt, and he spoke his apology passionately. He knew that Loki could see the scene here through the destroyer, and he hoped that he could influence Loki and make Loki return to his lost ways. It was rare for Thor to have such a humble attitude. It was completely different from his usual recklessness. His words were full of contagion, but of no use. Thor saw the laser on the destroyer's head dimming and his mask slowly closing. He turned around and prepared to leave. Thor thought he had successfully persuaded Loki, and just smiled with relief, but the destroyer suddenly turned around and knocked Thor away with a wave of his hand. The destroyer's casual blow was completely beyond what Thor's mortal body could bear at this time. Thor was hit high and fell to the ground heavily, and his breath suddenly weakened. Jane ran to Saul in horror, touched his face, and muttered, in disbelief. "It's all over," Thor said in a weak voice with some regret and relief. When Saul finished his last words, his eyes slowly closed. Jane let out a heart-piercing cry, and when the destroyer left slowly, Gao Ming noticed that the sky was changing. Dark clouds were gathering. Lightning appeared suddenly, like a harbinger of an approaching storm. As Thor finally returned, Gao Ming waited intently for what was going to happen next. There was a sudden change in the wind and clouds, lightning and thunder, and Mjolnir in the huge crater in the distance suddenly trembled. Then, as if it was being pulled by something, it suddenly rose into the sky and flew rapidly in the direction of Thor on this side of the town. When Thor's hammer flew in front of Thor, the originally dead Thor raised his right hand like a corpse, held the hammer tightly, and suddenly opened his eyes. Boom. Thick and violent thunder and lightning fell from the sky, engulfing Soul in an instant. Soul stood up and endured the baptism of thunder and lightning. This thunder and lightning, which was enough to destroy everything in the past, is now like a symphony celebrating the return of Thor. Under the surprised eyes of Sif and other comrades in arms, and the stunned gaze of Jane and his group, the thunder and lightning gradually formed Soul's armor. When the thunder and lightning dissipated, Thor had resumed his Thor shape in battle armor with a red cloak on his back. Raising the Thor's hammer high in the air, deafening thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, just like Thor roaring into the sky. Seeing that the situation was wrong, the destroyer opened his metal mask and wanted to fire a laser, but Thor's hammer suddenly slammed over, hitting the destroyer's head fiercely, causing the laser beam to miss. Then, Thor's hammer, which returned automatically, hit the destroyer's back from behind, directly knocking the destroyer to the ground. Interrupting the destroyer's attack, Mjolnir returned to Thor's hands. Holding Mjolnir tightly and feeling the abundant and strong divine power in his body, Thor regained his former self-confidence and pride, but was no longer arrogant. The destroyer got up from the ground and aimed at Thor to fire a laser. Thor immediately flew into the air under the pull of Thor's hammer, nimbly dodged the laser fire, rushed into the air, and gradually formed a storm vortex. Thor swung the hammer, causing the whirlpool to expand continuously. Thunder and lightning roared in the whirlpool, and the wind became more and more fierce. Even the destroyer on the ground could not stand, and a bunch of messy things were swept into the center of the whirlpool by the wind. The destroyer was getting closer and closer to Thor. Thor gritted his teeth and looked at the thing that almost killed him. When the destroyer took advantage of the distance between the two and kept firing lasers, Thor was not to be outdone and knocked it away with his hammer. All lasers. When the destroyer gathered all its energy to fire the most powerful laser, Thor didn't even miss the laser. He directly grabbed the hammer and hit it hard, suppressing the laser and retreating. Finally, Mjolnir hit the destroyer's head hard, destroying it into a pile of scrap metal. When Soul landed on the ground, the sky returned to normal, and the strong wind, dark clouds, and thunder and lightning all disappeared. Soul walked towards Jane and his party with a victorious attitude. Seeing this scene, Gao Ming also knew that he could leave. This time, Thor's plot was not affected by him, and everything changed as in the movie. Remaining invisible, Gao Ming couldn't wait to embark on the return journey. Compared with the bloody drama of the two brothers Thor and Loki falling in love and killing each other, he felt that it would be more reliable to go back and continue his heroic career. 009, late July. Unknowingly, it has been nearly a year since Gao Ming traveled through the Marvel world. However, this is not the point. Gao Mingkai does not have the heart to remember how long he has traveled through time. What is more important is that Sophia has spent a year in college. In the second semester, ended yesterday. Starting today, there will be a 3-month holiday. This means that Gao Ming and Sophia will have close to 3 months of time together. It is rare to have such a long time. Gao Ming can't help but fantasize about whether to make the relationship between the two closer. Hee. Damn it. YD, who didn't want to reveal his pen name, was thinking about writing this guy to death. What are you thinking? Sophia's voice suddenly woke up Gao Ming. When he came back to his senses, he met Sophia's confused eyes. Gao Ming coughed a few times in embarrassment, waved his hands in a covert manner, and said, "No, it's nothing. I was distracted. That's it. It's rare that the vacation is so long. Do you want to go traveling?" Hearing this, Sophia was also a little moved, but she frowned slightly and said with some embarrassment, "But where are we going? Do you have an idea?" Well, Gao Ming was also questioned by Sophia, and he didn't make up his mind about where to travel. For no reason, a song suddenly appeared in his mind. "I want to take you to romantic Turkey and then go to Tokyo and Paris together. In fact, I especially like Miami and Los Angeles where there are black people. Oops, I don't know if these places are really that fun." After thinking about it, Gao Ming made a decision. How about we go to Hawaii? When it comes to travel and vacation, most people think of Hawaii, blue sky, white clouds, sea, beach, and bikini. Well, don't worry about the details. Hawaii is a recognized vacation destination, and since it is May, it is not the rainy season, and it has not yet entered the hottest months of July and August, so now is a good time to go. I haven't been to Hawaii yet. It should be pretty good. Sophia has never been to Hawaii either, so she's not sure whether it's worth going to. This couple, who had never been to Hawaii, finally checked the information about Hawaii on the internet. Looking at the photos and detailed introductions displayed on the internet, Gao Ming and Sophia couldn't help but be even more moved. Judging from those photos, it seemed that it was really beautiful. Nice. Gao Ming didn't hesitate and made his decision directly. "Let's go to Hawaii. What do you think? I listen to you." Sophia smiled softly. Gao Ming put his arm around Sophia's waist and put it close to Sophia's ear. He breathed hot air and said with a wicked smile, "Then let's go shopping for swimsuits now. I'm really looking forward to what swimsuit you will wear." Sophia's pretty face turned bright red in an instant, and she gently hit Gao Ming's chest. After saying "bad guy," she buried her whole body in Gao Ming's arms, like an ostrich with its head in the soil. Haha, Gao Ming's inappropriate laughter and Sophia's coquettish voice as thin as a mosquito's silk rang out in the room. 2 days later, after preparing their luggage, Gao Ming and Sophia boarded a plane to Hawaii and chatted enthusiastically about their upcoming trip to Hawaii. It was a rare trip, so it was impossible for Gao Ming to fly to Hawaii with someone in his arms. It was not that he had no money, so Gao Ming booked 2 tickets to fly to Hawaii. The time on the plane is actually very normal. When I'm hungry, I try the legendary plane meal. It's quite rich. Gao Ming, who can't get rid of the remaining mentality of a loser, although he controls his foodie nature, still gets on the plane speechlessly. I ordered all the drinks I could order. Well, this process happened when Sophia was asleep. Gao Ming quietly asked the flight attendant to bring it to him. Although he didn't know what the flight attendant thought, but because of his good looks, the flight attendant still brought all the drinks to Gao Ming with complicated emotions in front of Ming, and then watched him drink one glass after another. After all the passengers got off the plane, the flight attendants on the plane looked at all the empty drink bottles and were speechless for a while. The culprit, Gao Ming, was unaware of this. After getting off the plane with Sophia, they happily ran to the beach together. Stepping on the soft sand, looking at the endless sea, seabirds fly from time to time. The refreshing breeze blows on your cheeks, and you listen to the sound of waves hitting the beach. Gao Ming and Sophia exhaled softly at the same time, and their whole bodies relaxed at this moment. This is the real vacation. Sophia held Gao Ming's arm, and Gao Ming carried their luggage and walked leisurely towards the pre-booked hotel. After checking in at the hotel, Gao Ming and Sophia came to their hotel room. As soon as they entered the room, the first thing they saw was a large double bed. Well, don't think too much. Gao Ming and Sophia both live together. We have long been accustomed to sleeping in the same bed, but there has been no breakthrough yet. Opening the curtains, the beautiful view of the blue sea appeared in front of them. It must be said that this hotel is very good at doing business. The windows of every room face the sea so that guests can see such a pleasing view. Looking at the sea, both Gao Ming and Sophia calmed down. Gao Ming hugged Sophia's shoulders, and Sophia pressed against Gao Ming's chest, enjoying the rare scenery leisurely. Just after getting off the plane, normal people need to take a rest and adjust, except of course, a certain guy with unlimited energy and immortality. Although Gao Ming can use the power of the dog charm to make Sophia instantly refreshed, since he is on vacation, Gao Ming intends to spend it as an ordinary person. Try not to use the spell ability and enjoy the vacation. Evening. After some rest, Gao Ming and Sophia were ready to play on the beach. After changing into black and large swimming trunks, Gao Ming stood outside the bathroom, waiting for Sophia to change into her swimsuit and come out. Click. The door opened, and Sophia, who had changed into a swimsuit, walked out a little shyly. Seeing Sophia's appearance at this time, Gao Ming couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Sophia bought a pure white swimsuit. Compared with those swimsuits that were bold and open and wanted to be exposed, what she wore was more conservative, and the parts that were covered were well protected by the swimsuit. But again, the swimsuit was only thin. A layer of clothing, on the contrary, perfectly outlines Sophia's majestic appearance. The swimsuit only protects 2 parts of a woman's body, and the snow-white skin is naturally visible. Inevitably, Gao Ming's eyes suddenly widened. Unfortunately, Gao Ming had been living together for more than half a year, but Gao Ming behaved himself, and his intimacy only stopped at kissing and hugging. Although they slept in the same bed, they slept with their clothes on and hugged each other. So when he saw his girlfriend's swimsuit, Gao Ming couldn't help but step forward, touched the smooth jade back with his hands, and hugged Sophia into his arms. The soft plump mass was pressed against his chest, and his heart suddenly rose. A ball of fire. Without saying much, Gao Ming directly kissed Sophia's lips. His movements were extremely rough, but he unknowingly aroused an ambiguous lust. For a long time, the lips are divided. Gao Ming felt very restless inside. Although he had no experience in 2 lifetimes, he understood what this feeling was. Looking at Sophia, she was also infected by this invisible lust, with a mixture of trance, nervousness, and expectation in her eyes. It was certainly impossible for Gao Ming to say that he was not nervous at all. Although he could use his healing power to regain his composure and suppress his passions, any normal man would know that he should obey his instinct at this time. Don't be a coward. Gao Ming kept encouraging himself, then picked up Sophia and walked towards the bed. Putting Sophia on the bed and looking at each other, both knew what was about to happen next. Sophia closed her eyes shyly and made no other movements. Gao Ming also tried his best to stabilize his emotions, but the hand he extended was not very good. Following her own thoughts, trembling with nervousness, she carefully unbuttoned Sophia's swimsuit. When everything about Sophia came into view, Gao Ming felt that his brain went blank for an instant. Immediately, as if the desire that could burn his soul was burning, he no longer needed to think. Gao Ming obeyed his body's instinct and climbed into bed. I don't know how long it has been. The original plan to play on the beach and swim in the sea in the afternoon has naturally been replaced by more important things. Plans always fail to keep up with changes, although changes are things that make people blush and make their hearts beat brighter. How are you feeling? Are you okay? Gao Ming asked softly with concern. Sophia's face looked a little tired and happy. She lay on Gao Ming's chest, and a soft quilt covered the two of them. It was obvious that some major life events that they loved to see had been completed. Sophia shook her head gently, stroked Gao Ming's solid chest, and muttered, "No problem. He has recovered." Taking into account that Sophia was also a newbie, even if foreign women were somewhat talented in this area, they would be useless against a monster with unlimited energy like Gao Ming. So Gao Ming suppressed the influence of the dog spell on himself and let this woman the process and time are not extraordinary. Even so, Gao Ming still had to use his healing power from time to time to restore Sophia's strength, lest his slightly drastic actions leave a psychological shadow on Sophia. As for the wonderful process, it's not enough to explain to outsiders. After all the rain, it was the first time after all. Sophia also gradually fell asleep, and Gao Ming had no intention of using his healing power to help regain his energy. At this time, it was better to rest naturally, and he carefully pulled up the quilt to cover her up. Okay, then I hugged Sophia and fell asleep. The next day, the early morning sunlight shines into the room through the gaps between the curtains and is scattered in Sophia's eyes. Subconsciously, Sophia is awakened by the sunlight, squinting slightly and opening her eyes. The first thing she sees is Gao Ming's bright eyes. Greeted her with a smile. Good morning, Sophia. After her sleep gradually faded away, Sophia also remembered what happened yesterday. She felt that the two of them were naked and clinging to each other. Her pretty face turned red all of a sudden. She shyly pulled up the quilt to cover her head, and a weak voice came from the quilt. Came out. Good morning. Gao Ming pulled the quilt down a little to prevent Sophia from covering his face, and said with a bad smile, I was in a hurry yesterday. Let's go over it again now. In Sophia's exclamation, Gao Ming launched the second sacred ceremony. The man and woman who had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time did not struggle for long. After everything calmed down, Gao Ming used the power of recovery to restore Sophia's physical strength, then washed up, and finally dealt with the scene very simply. He directly restored everything to its original state. After everything was done, Gao Ming did not forget the original plan of the two of them, which was to go on vacation. Although some wonderful things happened. After Gao Ming changed into his swimsuit again, Sophia's coquettish man did not cause any trouble this time. He just touched his hand inappropriately and almost started a new round of war, but Sophia knocked the hand off. Facing Sophia's angry gaze, Gao Ming had no choice but to give up. Anyway, he had already developed further, and there would be many opportunities in the future. After arriving on the beach, Sophia cheered and ran towards the sea, lowered her body, and picked up a ladle of sea water and sprinkled it into the air. Seeing such a childish Sophia, Gao Ming smiled unconsciously, then turned his head and cast a murderous look at some men on the beach who were eyeing him. After frightening these weaklings away, Gao Ming faced him with satisfaction. Sophia walked away. Although Gao Ming used his eyes to scare away the other men, he forgot that there were women on the beach. Today, Gao Ming has an extraordinary appearance. In addition, because he usually wears clothes that are not obvious, he is now only wearing a pair of swimming trunks and has a perfect figure. At a glance, his angular muscles and handsome face were full of energy, and he was a Chinese guy, all of which attracted the enthusiastic foreign girls present. Gradually, many foreign girls with open personalities and hot swimsuits took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Before Gao Ming could reach Sophia, he was already surrounded by a bunch of foreign girls. There were even a few pairs of restless hands touching Gao Ming. Chest muscles, abdominal muscles, back muscles. Before his partner was almost bullied, Gao Ming put on a polite smile, easily moved the foreign girls in front of him to one side, and continued walking towards Sophia, leaving a faint sentence. Sorry, my girlfriend is here, wait for me. Ignoring those foreign girls with impure intentions, Gao Ming came to Sophia. Sophia also saw Gao Ming surrounded by a group of women. She was a little dissatisfied and said in a slightly sour tone, why don't you stay there longer? Not at all. There are so many sexy and hot women anyway. Seeing that his girlfriend was jealous, Gao Ming was naturally secretly happy. He reached out to hug her into his arms and kissed her deeply, sweeping away all Sophia's emotions. When the kiss felt like he was about to suffocate, Gao Ming let go of his mouth and chuckled. But they are not as attractive to me as you are. He gently scratched Sophia's nose and joked. Don't you dare to think too much? Sophia had long forgotten her slight jealousy and said shyly but happily, I don't dare. Holding hands, the two stepped on the long sea beach under their feet and enjoyed the leisurely Hawaiian scenery. Gao Ming and Sophia stayed in Hawaii for more than a week and enjoyed the scenery before reluctantly boarding the return flight. After returning to New York, the lives of Gao Ming and Sophia continued as usual. Gao Ming continued to go out every day to maintain law and order in Queens, while Sophia found a part-time job in a cafe. After all, there were still more than 2 months of vacation, and some students would take advantage of the vacation to work. The days are so ordinary. Gao Ming and Sophia have their own things to do, and they live a fulfilling life. After returning home, they get tired of being together. Naturally, this pair of men and women who have tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time do not understand what moderation is, and they have in-depth exchanges almost every night. One time, some lovers will encounter situations where they gradually become indifferent over time, but this has not happened to Gao Ming and Sophia. Their relationship is like a flame that will never go out, always burning. Time passed unknowingly, and Sophia's vacation ended quietly, but in fact, nothing changed. After school, it was still the world of the two of them. While Gao Ming was living a comfortable and beautiful life, some things were changing unpredictably. Shield. Fury looked at the paper document in front of him silently. After reading all the content and memorizing it by heart, Fury took out a lighter, lit this confidential document, and burned it to ashes. Unexpectedly, there are still remnants of Hydra, and they actually infiltrated into S.H.I.E.L.D. Thinking of the information I just read, it was the list compiled by Fury after ordering Black Widow to secretly investigate the inside of S.H.I.E.L.D. A list of Hydra members lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D. Black Widow only found some of Hydra's undercover agents without alarming the enemy's vigilance. And there are more unknown members of Hydra, but this is just the tip of the iceberg, and there are hundreds of them. Such a shocking number. Fury was furious and frustrated. Unexpectedly, S.H.I.E.L.D., which claims to maintain world peace as its mission, would be infiltrated by the notorious Hydra. I have to say, it is a great irony. Although Fury wanted to get rid of these found pests immediately, there were still many unexposed Hydra undercover agents. In order to kill them all, no matter how angry Fury was, he could only stand still and slowly take advantage of them. However, Fury would not just sit back and let these scourges continue to carry out operations under his nose. He seemingly inadvertently sent some S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who were actually Hydra undercover agents to go around the world to carry out some seemingly simple, but actually very dangerous dangerous tasks. For a high-level mission, I believe that these Oscar-winning undercover Hydra agents don't know that they will be tricked to death by Fury when they play a loyal and obedient SHIELD agent. These are only the best solutions, and in order not to alert others, Fury can only use this method to trick more than a dozen people to death. Any more will be noticed by the superiors of Hydra behind the scenes. Finding that SHIELD had been infiltrated by Hydra, Fury felt a heightened sense of urgency and made a decision that caused something to happen earlier. Turn on the tablet on the table, contact Agent Hill, and a video call of Agent Hill will appear on the screen immediately. Agent Hill asked seriously, "Sir, what are your orders? Please bring Dr. Banner and Dr. Eric to me. I have something to discuss." Fury said solemnly. Agent Hill didn't ask any questions and replied meticulously, "Yes, sir." After the video call ended, Fury turned around and looked at a password box on the table. At this time, he was in a secret base of SHIELD, and what was in the box was a priceless treasure, Cosmic Cube. During World War II, Hydra obtained this rare treasure with unlimited energy and developed a powerful energy weapon. Finally, in the final battle between Captain America and Hydra leader Red Skull, the Cosmic Cube and Captain America fell together. Falling under the glacier, Howard Stark originally wanted to search for his partners, but failed to find Captain America as he wished. He only found the Cosmic Cube after detecting huge energy fluctuations. After Howard, Agent Carter, and others founded SHIELD, the Cosmic Cube has been secretly protected and moved every once in a while to avoid leaking information about the Cosmic Cube. For decades, SHIELD has always absorbed advanced intellectuals and cutting-edge scientists to carry out various researches on the Rubik's Cube. Unfortunately, batches of people with high IQs died of old age and failed to achieve any breakthroughs. Progress. After Gao Ming took action to reduce the concentration of gamma rays, Dr. Banner really became stable, and he would not turn into a Hulk after a little emotional agitation. According to the data collected so far, if Banner wants to become a Hulk, it may take extreme anger or a life or death situation to do so. Now that Banner has become stable from an unstable factor, Fury naturally welcomes high in knowledge talents like Banner to join. Without saying anything, he directly promised to join SHIELD, and the military would no longer want to arrest him. He almost slapped his chest and said, "I'll protect you." Although Banner's life on the run for many years has made Banner suspicious by nature, and he is half convinced about Fury's words, it's just that he has had enough of the embarrassing days of hiding into bed. And with the advice given by Gao Ming, the person who helped him, Banner after much hesitation, he still joined SHIELD. Today, Banner has officially become a member of SHIELD, affiliated to the Science and Technology Research Department, and communicates and cooperates with a group of high-end talents in various fields, which has greatly improved the SHIELD. In addition to Banner, after the Thor incident in New Mexico, Eric Selvig, an old doctor of astronomy, also entered Fury's site, although Jane Foster performed more prominently in the Thor incident. But considering her special relationship with Thor, Fury did not invite her to join, but invited Dr. Eric to join. Not long after, Banner and Dr. Eric were escorted by several elite troops to this heavily guarded secret base, and then led by Agent Hill to the room where Fury was. As soon as they entered the room, Banner and Dr. Eric saw Fury open the box with a serious face, showing the Rubik's Cube in the box, and said, "Due to some undisclosed reasons, the situation is urgent. From now on, I hope the two stepped up the progress of the Rubik's Cube." Confused Banner and Dr. Eric nodded. After all, as scientists, they are still full of curiosity about the magical thing with endless energy like the Cosmic Cube. What Fury, Banner, and Dr. Eric didn't know, and Gao Ming didn't expect, was that the future was changing, and some things seemed to be moving ahead. Some corner of the universe. Loki didn't know where he was. After jumping off the Rainbow Bridge, he has been in a falling state, floating in the void, surrounded by only darkness and silence, which made Loki deeply feel a kind of eternal loneliness. This endless loneliness swallowed up his heart, and Loki even felt that he would go crazy in the next second. Suddenly, his whole body was controlled by a strange pulling force, and he flew rapidly in one direction. More precisely, Loki felt like a marionette being forcibly pulled over. In just a split second, Loki was pulled by an invisible traction onto a huge meteorite floating in the universe. Just like a car that couldn't brake in time, he crashed straight into it, and fell to the ground in a very embarrassing manner. "Who are you?" "I am the king of the divine realm." Loki stood up from the ground angrily. How could he be able to breathe after being so humiliated? But when he saw the person in front of him clearly, his pupils suddenly shrank, his face turned pale, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, and his heart was beating violently. In front of him, a tall and burly man was sitting on a throne. He was wearing a set of mighty gold armor, and his skin was an unusually purple color. Next to the throne stood a man covered in black robes, bending grovelingly. Standing on the side, he was obviously a subordinate of the person sitting on the throne. Loki has followed Odin for so many years, so he naturally has some understanding of some powerful beings in the universe, so he recognized who the person in front of him was at a glance, and it was only when he recognized that he fell into extreme panic in an instant. Thanos, the overlord of the universe who destroyed countless planets. Thanos is one of the most powerful existences in the universe. In addition to his own strength, he has a huge fleet. He is invincible and has never tasted defeat. Every time he invades and captures a planet, he will kill all the creatures on that planet. Therefore, he has a reputation for viciousness in the universe, and even Odin dare not easily offend this ferocious character. In comparison, Loki is just an ant who can decide life and death at will. In front of Thanos, Loki can't think of any conspiracy. Loki humbly bent over his luggage and said respectfully, "Supreme Overlord of the universe, I don't know how a humble person like me has attracted your attention." It's no wonder that Loki's attitude is so humble and low. Faced with the existence of Thanos, for the sake of his life, Loki will not die in vain for a little dignity. Thanos sat on the throne with an indifferent expression, casually raised his left hand to support one side of his face, and said, "You should be lucky, Bug. If you didn't have some value, you wouldn't be qualified to stand in front of me." Being so insulted, although Luo Ji was angry, he didn't dare to show the slightest bit. He forced a smile and said, "Yes, thank you for your kindness, which allowed me to survive." "Oh, Bug, don't say these compliments. I have something to tell you. If you can't handle it well, then I will take back your humble life." Thanos said coldly. Loki dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak. He smiled in frustration and said in a low voice, "Please indicate. I will live up to your expectations." Thanos waved his left hand, and the black-robed man next to him picked up a scepter. Instead of walking to Loki and handing it over, he used his mind to control the scepter to float up and fly to Loki. The whole scepter is golden yellow, with a fluorescent blue gem inlaid on the top, exuding strong energy fluctuations. Loki held the scepter carefully. In an instant, his mind became extremely clear, and his mind was filled with a mysterious feeling, as if he could listen to the soul of everything in the universe. Although holding the scepter created an illusion of omniscience, Loki didn't dare to be presumptuous, and still respectfully waited for Thanos' instructions. Thanos didn't say much. He just said indifferently, Go to that weak planet called Earth, then find a cosmic Rubik's Cube, open a passage, and let my Kurita Legion invade this planet." I have to say that sometimes, Gao Ming is really thankful that the world he lives in is the worldview of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Although there are no mutants in Fantastic Four, it saves a lot of trouble. After the Thor incident, the world returned to peace, and no major events occurred. Therefore, Gao Ming also rarely spent a leisurely time. He enjoyed maintaining the order of the city every day. In his spare time, he and Sophia chatted with each other. We also had some in-depth exchanges in the evening, ahem. It was so miraculously spent several months of peaceful time, until one day, Gao Ming had just dealt with another emergency, and was on his way home when he suddenly noticed a figure rushing out of a nearby building. Seeing that person's appearance, Gao Ming couldn't help but stop. The man who ran out of the building was a tall and muscular man, dressed in very old-fashioned clothes, like a person from the last century, looking at everything around him in a daze, as if doubting what he saw in front of him. Is it real? This man with a perfectly strong body and handsome appearance is the symbol of America, the loyal, just, and fearless Captain America, Steve Rogers. Gao Ming looked at our Captain America with great interest. He didn't expect that Captain America's hibernation had ended. However, after sleeping for 70 years, Captain America must have not been able to come back to his senses while looking at this earth-shaking world. Oh, look, there he is. The surrounding crowd suddenly became agitated and began to shout excitedly, but it was not because of Captain America. After all, Captain America was not wearing his unique uniform at this time. Now he is just a handsome guy full of masculine charm. Not many people recognize him. Come out with him. It was Gao Ming, who stood by and watched the US team, who aroused the enthusiasm of the crowd. The superhero Godfather is now a household name. Everyone has seen the heroic deeds of the past 2 years, and they support this righteous and kind man from the bottom of their hearts. Superhero. Even the media newspapers such as the Bugle News that targeted Gao Ming at the beginning. Now because of the aspirations of the masses, they no longer smear this beloved superhero. Topics of public concern. Countless passersby rushed towards Gao Ming, frantically wanting to get up close and personal with the superhero. The dense crowd surrounded the wide road, and even the traffic on the road could not proceed normally for a while. Faced with such a fanatical and obsessed crowd, Gao Ming has long been familiar with it, and he posed familiarly, so that those who took out their mobile phones and kept taking pictures can take good photos. Say hello. Hey everyone. Oh God, he's talking to me. Oh my God, am I dreaming? Godfather, I love you. The crowd responded with louder and more intense cheers, and many female crowds were slightly overexcited. Steve also noticed the commotion here and looked over curiously. Thanks to his height of 1 meter, the dense crowd could not block Steve's sight. With his eyesight beyond ordinary people, Steve could easily. He saw Gao Ming in the center of the crowd and was instantly confused. Well, can anyone tell me why I woke up and found myself in a strange world and saw a man in strange clothes surrounded by people like some big shot? At this moment, Steve was filled with endless confusion and doubted his mental state. Was he still dreaming? Just when Steve was doubting his life, Fury finally came to Steve with a group of well-equipped combat troops and quickly launched an encirclement formation, guarding every position to prevent Steve from escaping again. Originally, Fury and other fighters rushed to the scene in a black car, but the road was blocked by a group of groupies, and the people who were in contact with the superheroes did not consciously give way at all. In the end, Fury had no choice but to leading the crowd. He got out of the car with a little embarrassment and stopped in front of Steve in a hurry. Glancing at Gao Ming, who was interacting with the crowd, Fury had a look of helplessness in his eyes. Then he calmed down his emotions and walked up to Steve with a serious face and said, "I'm sorry for what happened just now, Captain." Steve also temporarily withdrew his gaze and asked in confusion, "Where am I and why am I here?" Fury patiently replied, "You've been sleeping, Captain, for 70 years. Steve was shocked when he heard Fury's words and looked around in disbelief. He actually slept for 70 years. No wonder the whole world has changed. Suddenly, a beautiful image appeared in Steve's mind, and Steve said sadly, "I missed a date." Full of melancholy, Steve followed Fury into the car without any resistance and left in a hurry. During the whole process, Gao Ming did not come to Steve, nor did he say hello to Fu Rui, as if everything had nothing to do with him. After dealing with the enthusiastic crowd in a friendly manner, Gao Ming jumped up without hesitation, quickly flew away from the scene, disappeared, and only released his invisibility when he returned home, took off his helmet, and sat casually on the sofa, lost in thought. I didn't expect Captain America to be back. It seems that there will be an invasion by Zarita's army in about a year. Gao Ming unconsciously touched his chin and muttered to himself. Regarding the invasion of Chi-Ruta's army, Gao Ming still didn't think of any useful solution, and could only think about waiting until then to see the situation and find an opportunity to stop it. There is always a solution to a problem. Gao Ming has absolute confidence in his own strength, and believes that as long as he pays attention, he should be able to easily stop Chi-Ruta's army from invading. However, Gao Ming did not know that because he indirectly led Fury to discover in advance that there was a Hydra undercover agent within S.H.I.E.L.D., which created a huge sense of crisis and increased the research intensity of the Cosmic Cube. Banner and Dr. Eric frequent experiments and studies on the Cosmic Cube have made the energy fluctuations of the Cosmic Cube more and more obvious. And the energy fluctuation of the Cosmic Rubik's Cube is constantly increasing, which means that the easier it is for Thanos to locate the location of the Cosmic Rubik's Cube as soon as possible, so as to lock the coordinates and send Loki over. This moment won't be very far away, and it will even arrive earlier than Gao Ming thought. 010, Month 1. 2 months after 009 passed without incident to 010. On this day, Banner and Eric used various sophisticated high-tech instruments to detect the data of the Rubik's Cube, as usual. "Bruce, come here and take a look. There's something wrong with this data universe cube. It's emitting a strong energy," Dr. Eric suddenly said in panic. "What?" Banner was surprised and quickly ran to Eric to check the data displayed on the computer. At this moment, the data showed that the energy index of the universe Rubik's Cube was rising. What shocked the two was that this was not caused by their experiment, but that the Cosmic Cube was automatically increasing its own energy. Banner and Dr. Eric quickly operated various instruments to prevent the energy from continuing to increase, but they exhausted all their energy. No matter how they could think of, they could not stop the energy of the Cosmic Rubik's Cube from continuing to increase. They don't know what will happen if the energy of the Cosmic Rubik's Cube continues to increase, but they have a certain understanding of the energy intensity of the Cosmic Rubik's Cube during the past few months of research. If the energy of the Cosmic Rubik's Cube continues to increase, eventually, it may cause a shocking explosion. The situation was beyond their capabilities. Dr. Banner and Dr. Eric decisively asked the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent stationed at the base to contact Fury. After telling the story, Fury realized the seriousness of the matter and decided to visit the base in person. At the same time, he ordered Coulson to direct the evacuation of the people stationed at the base. When Fury came to the laboratory, Banner and Dr. Eric were staring at the Rubik's Cube anxiously. Seeing that the Rubik's Cube became brighter and brighter, Fury didn't feel that this rare treasure became more magnificent, but full of danger. It made him uneasy for a while. "What's going on now, Dr. Banner, Dr. Eric?" Fury asked. Dr. Eric said in great panic, "There is something wrong with the Cosmic Cube." Banner, on the other hand, looked calmer, frowning, and added with some worried explanation, "Since this morning, the Cosmic Rubik's Cube has continued to increase its energy uncontrollably, and we have tried everything we can to stop it." Fury said calmly, "Isn't that our purpose? To absorb that endless energy. We're not ready yet. According to my calculations, it will take us a long time to be safe." Dr. Eric gradually calmed down and replied tactfully, "It is still emitting interference and emissions, which are some weak gamma rays." At this point, Banner gradually fell silent. He himself was a victim of gamma rays. Just as Fury, Banner, and the others were talking helplessly, suddenly, the Cosmic Rubik's Cube burst into light and sent out bursts of impact, causing the entire base to vibrate and shake. Fury and the others watched the changes of the Cosmic Rubik's Cube with bated breath. The energy accumulation became more and more intense, and when it reached its peak, the Cosmic Rubik's Cube suddenly shot out an energy ray, which stopped right in front of it, and then slowly formed a very unstable space channel. Fury and others were shocked to find that the other side of the tunnel was obviously a vast and endless universe. The space channel didn't last long, and soon turned into a torrent of energy, which collided with the base, caused the base to vibrate violently, and then dissipated. The space channel disappeared, and the Cosmic Rubik's Cube returned to normal, but a person appeared at the place where the space channel opened just now. The combatants slowly approached the uninvited visitor with their guns in hand, and the visitor slowly raised his head, revealing a sinister and insolent smile. This person is Loki, who was teleported to Earth by Thanos. Loki got up slowly, panting. His face was covered with sweat. Obviously, the teleportation from the universe still caused a certain burden on his body. If he hadn't had the blood of the frost giant, as an ordinary person, he would have crossed the space. At that moment, the body collapsed without any burden. Several fighters around kept raising their guns. Once they found that Loki was making dangerous moves, they would shoot without hesitation. Fury grimaced and shouted, "Sir, please put down the spear in your hand." Hearing this, Loki looked at the scepter in his hand strangely. The one-eyed black man opposite him was missing an eye, and he smiled evilly. Suddenly, Loki raised the scepter in his hand, and the scepter shot out a beam. With the intense laser, Hawkeye Barton standing next to Fury reacted quickly and immediately threw Fury down to avoid the attack. The combatants around immediately opened fire, but Loki grew up under Odin after all, with rich combat experience. Coupled with his physique of the frost giant bloodline, Loki flexibly dodged all the bullets and shot, flashing light and flint. Even killed several combatants in a row. Lasers were continuously fired from the scepter, and in the blink of an eye, the entire laboratory was destroyed in a mess, with the corpses of more than a dozen combatants lying on the ground. Hawkeye rushed in front of Loki and attacked with his fist, but Loki stopped him. Loki said with interest, "You are a little different." While Hawkeye was wondering what nonsense Loki was talking about, Loki raised his scepter and tapped Hawkeye's chest. Hawkeye's whole body shook, and his pupils turned abnormally blue. When Loki let go of his hand, Hawkeye did not resist and stood quietly aside, like a subordinate waiting for orders. At this time, Hawkeye has been controlled by Loki with the power of the scepter. Seeing that something was wrong, Fury quickly put the cosmic cube into the lockbox and was about to leave, but Loki stopped him. "Put the box down." Fury calmly asked Loki about his purpose, and Loki proudly stated that he was bringing freedom to the Earth, and even took control of Dr. Eric in the process. As for Banner, years of life on the run had made him a habit. When he found danger, he immediately hid aside. His heart beat faster, and his pupils gradually turned green. "Damn it, don't come out," Banner said through gritted teeth. He suppressed Hulk's consciousness, which was slightly awakening, and his pupils returned to normal color. Fury and Loki talked a lot of nonsense, trying to delay time to detonate the base, but Hawkeye, a second 5 kid, found out and informed Loki. Dr. Eric confirmed through the computer that Hawkeye's words were true. So Loki coldly ordered Hawkeye to attack, and Hawkeye shot Fury without hesitation. Fury was shot and fell to the ground, and the box containing the cosmic cube was taken away by Hawkeye. Loki left with a group of people controlled by him. Although Fury used the communicator to remind Agent Hill, it was still a step too late. Hawkeye and others got into the car and drove away quickly. Agent Hill and others chased desperately in the car, but finally failed to intercept, which made Loki proud. Yang sat in the car and left. And B. The countdown to the base's self-destruction reached the last count, and the entire base exploded and turned into ruins. Many people who had no time to retreat were buried under the ruins. The base was destroyed by the explosion, causing heavy casualties, and the cosmic cube was also taken away. Banner carried the injured Fury and escaped in time. Seeing everything around him disappear, Fury's heart was filled with deep reluctance. After finishing his day-to-day routine of doing good and punishing evil, Gao Ming returned home. He was about to lie down on the sofa, drink a drink and watch TV, but found that there was already an extra person in the house. Fury stood by the windowsill with his back to Gao Ming. When he heard the sound of the door opening, he turned around with a solemn look on his face. "War is coming." Gao Ming was confused by Fury's inexplicable words and didn't understand. Fury explained extremely seriously. Yesterday, a man who called himself Loki robbed an extremely important item. The cosmic cube was stolen by Loki. Before Fury could finish his words, Gao Ming interrupted Fury in shock. Fury was even more surprised. He hadn't even finished speaking yet and couldn't help asking, "How do you know about the cosmic cube?" "Don't ask. I know the origin of the universe Rubik's Cube much better than you do. Don't expect me to reveal anything." Gao Ming waved his hand, showing no intention of answering, with a depressed look on his face. "What's going on? It's only 010 now. Shouldn't it be a year or two later before the plot of Avengers begins? How could it happen in advance?" Gao Ming had no idea that he, the time traveler, would gradually have an impact on the world. Seeing that Gao Ming refused to cooperate, Fury could have uprightly asked Gao Ming to consider the situation and continue to ask questions, but the situation was now very tense, and Fury had no choice but to give up asking for information about the cosmic cube, and said sincerely, "I'm going to activate the Avengers Alliance plan. I hope you can follow the previous agreement and join the Avengers to prevent this disaster." Gao Ming rubbed his chin and agreed without thinking for a long time. "Yes, I don't want to watch Loki make trouble on Earth, but you have to promise me one request." "Say," Fury said. Gao Ming said seriously, "Help me protect Sophia's safety. It's best to escort her to other places instead of staying in New York." Gao Ming can't be blamed for his selfishness. He can't guarantee that he can stop Chi-Rita's army from invading. If he fails, New York will become a battlefield. He doesn't worry about Sophia staying in New York. It is obviously unrealistic to transfer all the residents of New York. Therefore, Gao Ming can only selfishly ask S.H.I.E.L.D. to protect Sophia from New York. Fury also thought that there might be problems in New York, but he did not expect that an alien army would invade. However, in order to allow Gao Ming to concentrate on handling the incident, he solemnly made a promise. "Don't worry, I will send someone to escort you. Sister Sophia leaves New York." Gao Ming warned. "Find a reasonable reason, such as a school-organized trip or something, and don't let her notice." Fury nodded and said, "It's not too late. It's best to set off now." Gao Ming was still wearing the speed fighter. He returned to the room and packed a few changes of clothes into his suitcase. He suddenly thought of the box containing the new suit under the hidden compartment of the wardrobe. After a moment of hesitation, he took out the box and put it in the suitcase. "In the suitcase. Just in case, bring it with you." He took off the speed suit, folded it, and put it in the suitcase. After packing everything, he zipped up the suitcase. Gao Ming dragged the suitcase back to the living room and said to Fury, "Let's go and prepare for a war." Without any emergencies, Gao Ming followed Fury to the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier. After finding a room to put down the suitcases, he came to the deck and watched the S.H.I.E.L.D. members around them doing their own things conscientiously. Not long after, a fighter jet flew in from afar and parked on the aircraft carrier's tarmac. The hatch opened, and Captain America Steve Rogers stepped out of the fighter jet in casual clothes, accompanied by Coulson, a loyal fan. At this time, Coulson was not as calm as usual. His face was full of nervousness and enthusiasm after meeting his idol. There was nothing he could do about it. This guy had grown up listening to stories about Captain America and admired Captain America very much. After hearing about it and seeing it, when Captain America was still sleeping, Coulson wanted to secretly touch his hero several times. I don't know whether Steve was more happy or more helpless when he met such a loyal fan. After getting off the fighter jet, Steve also saw Gao Ming. After being informed by Coulson, Steve also knew that Gao Ming was the man in a different suit and a superhero with several magical abilities. Although Steve was extremely surprised to learn about Gao Ming's extraordinary abilities when he saw Gao Ming's file information, it did not affect his recognition of Gao Ming's heroic deeds. Steve came to Gao Ming, stretched out his right hand, and said with a friendly smile, "Hello, I am Steve Rogers." Gao Ming held out Steve's hand and said, "I'm Gao Ming. It's an honor to meet you, Captain." Gao Ming shook hands with Rogers and then let go, but Coulson next to Rogers showed an expression of envy and jealousy, as if he was annoyed why he was not the one shaking hands with Captain America. Gao Ming and Steve stood on the edge of the deck, looking at the bottomless water below. At this moment, the Black Widow in casual clothes came over and said, "Gentlemen, you'd better go inside quickly. You won't be able to breathe for a while." Feeling the ground beneath his feet shaking slightly, Steve couldn't help but wonder, "Is this a submarine?" Black Widow smiled and said nothing. Then, Steve saw what he thought was a submarine gradually rising, and the part hidden under the water emerged. Steve was surprised to find that this was actually an aircraft carrier. Gao Ming had already seen the movie and knew that it was an aircraft carrier exclusive to S.H.I.E.L.D. He felt the shock even more when he saw it with his own eyes. However, Gao Ming's out-of-the-box thinking reminded him of a funny thing. SHLD's aircraft carriers are a mess every time they appear. They are always dismantled and destroyed. Just like Iron Man, they are almost always strangled by the enemy. Under the leadership of Black Widow, Gao Ming and Steve walked into the aircraft carrier. Dozens of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents performed their duties diligently and performed their respective tasks of operating the aircraft carrier. Fury stood on the command podium overlooking the overall situation and issued orders to all personnel. Steve looked at everything around him like a curious baby. Things like aircraft carriers were really new to him, a 90-year-old veteran whose thoughts were stuck in World War II. Gao Ming suddenly saw a familiar person walking into the command room. He couldn't help but patted the other person on the shoulder and said, "Long time no see, Dr. Banner." Seeing that Banner is still a handsome uncle full of melancholy, Gao Ming inexplicably feels that he has done a good deed. Our Dr. Banner finally did not change from Uncle Love to Uncle Ma because of malnutrition. Banner had already learned about Gao Ming's identity from the S.H.I.E.L.D. files. Knowing that it was Gao Ming who helped him back then, he said happily, "Hello, Godfather. Thank you for your help last time. No need to be so outspoken, just call me Gao Ming." Gao Ming waved his hand nonchalantly. Okay, Gao Ming. Banner was obviously not good at Chinese either. Gao Ming, it seems that when getting along with other members in the future, you must first teach them to speak Chinese. At least you must be able to pronounce your own name. After the aircraft carrier took off, Fury ordered to activate the stealth mode, which is to use the principle of optics to make the entire aircraft carrier disappear with the background reflective panel. Everything went well. Fury stepped off the podium, and when he came to Steve, Steve took out a bundle of bills, pulled out a $10 bill, and handed it to Fury. When Fury went to meet Steve earlier, he said, "The world is changing so fast that it's beyond your imagination." Steve replied nonchalantly, "I'm used to it." Fury joked, "I bet you were wrong for $10. Steve just remembered this and was willing to admit defeat. Fury accepted the $10 handed over by Steve in a serious manner. The behavior of the two was very casual, which made Agent Hill look confused. Fu Ruwei walked over to Gao Ming and Banner. Gao Ming asked Banner in a serious way if he had asked Betty to revisit the old relationship. Banner hesitated and didn't know how to answer. Fu Ruwei, stop this topic. Dr. Banner, please continue to search for clues to the Rubik's Cube. Hearing this, Banner nodded as if he had been pardoned and hurried back to his laboratory to search for the whereabouts of the Rubik's Cube. She didn't pursue the gossip, and Gao Ming glared at Fury slightly unhappily. Regarding this, Fury just said calmly, "Dr. Banner has been in a stable state since he joined us. As one of us, the military has withdrawn his arrest. Dr. Banner can now appear outside normally." Fu Ruwei and Gao Ming looked at each other meaningfully. Everything was kept silent. These words have answered Gao Ming's question. Since Banner can now appear outside normally, he must have gone to find Betty and meet again after a long separation. The two of them must have a lot of emotions to talk about and even take practical actions. He smiled sternly, and in the next second, both Fu Ruwei and Gao Ming returned to normal, as if they hadn't talked about some men understand topics. Fury said calmly, "Thank you very much for joining us." Gao Ming shrugged and said, "It's just one thing," but the words changed. "By the way, you haven't discussed the salary issue yet. You have already owed me more than a year's salary. Do you want me to join the Avengers? Are you prepared not to pay wages?" Fury opened his mouth in astonishment. Fortunately, after such a long period of surveillance and investigation, he also understood what kind of person Gao Ming was. He had no utilitarianism and was relatively easygoing. So he smiled bitterly and said, "Well, I was negligent. But as far as I know, you now hold 1% of Stark Industries shares. You don't have to worry about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Why do you care about my little money? One thing is another thing, but I don't do it in vain." Gao Ming said angrily. Of course, he was just joking. Now he has a net worth of over 100 million, and he still looks down on Fury's money. Fu Ruwei had no choice but to say, "Okay, I will transfer the wages owed before to your bank account, and I will remit your wages on time every month in the future." Gao Ming clapped his hands with satisfaction and then remembered something important. "By the way, I asked you to help arrange for Sophia to leave New York. Is that done?" Fury said, "Don't worry, at 10 o'clock this morning, Sister Sophia's school just organized a month-long trip to Seattle, and she has already boarded the plane." "Very well, then I'll have nothing to worry about." Gao Ming put his mind down and relaxed. Whether there will be a battle of the century in New York like in the movie, Gao Ming can't guarantee it. So he can only ask the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. to find a reason to keep Sophia away from New York, a place of right and wrong. So he can do it without any worries. Throw yourself into battle. On the other side, on the plane to Seattle. The plane is about to take off, and the students around are chatting enthusiastically about the upcoming trip, but Sophia is a little uneasy. Today, the school suddenly said that they will organize a trip to Seattle, which will last for a month. Sophia didn't see her when she returned home to pack her luggage. When I got to Gao Ming, the phone didn't get through. Unable to contact Gao Ming, Sophia always felt weird when she told him the news, but since she was already on the plane, she couldn't say anything, so she called after getting off the plane and tried to contact her again. Thinking of this, Sophia suddenly found that the surroundings suddenly became quiet. The students who were talking loudly just now were silent. She looked around and found that the students were all groggy. At this time, Sophia also felt a little drowsy. The eyelids suddenly became very heavy, and the whole person collapsed on the seat. A man dressed as a captain walked over wearing a gas mask. Just now, he sprayed sleep-inducing liquefied petroleum gas into the plane, causing all the students to fall into a deep sleep. The captain is disguised as an agent sent by S.H.I.E.L.D., but his true identity is more than one. He is also an undercover agent of Hydra lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D. This HYDRA member was lucky enough not to be exposed, so he was sent into this operation by Fury. This Hydra undercover agent didn't have a high level in S.H.I.E.L.D., so he didn't know the significance of this mission. However, seeing Fury acting so urgently, he decided to take the risk and stun everyone on the plane, then move everyone away. Just as the Hydra undercover was making a plan, suddenly, an unconscious teacher suddenly opened his eyes, quickly threw the Hydra undercover, and instantly strangled the opponent's neck with a crossbody pose, twisting with all his strength. The Hydra undercover suffocated to death. After unexpectedly killing the Hydra undercover agent, the man dressed as a teacher stood up and said with disgust and hatred, "I didn't expect you to be a traitor." This teacher is a real S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who was sent to the school by Fury early on to pretend to be a teacher, and only Fury knew his true identity. But what should we do now? Looking at the group of comatose students and the corpse on the ground, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent scratched his hair in distress. "I haven't learned to fly a plane either." After thinking hard to no avail, the agent had no choice but to take out the contact device, preparing to notify Fury that the transfer operation had encountered an accident and was temporarily delayed. When Fury received the news from his men, his expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal and silently replied, "Dispose of the body and delay the action." Unexpectedly, the subordinate sent to perform the task was actually Hydra's secret agent buried in S.H.I.E.L.D. Fortunately, out of caution, Fredo sent a trustworthy subordinate to prevent Hydra from succeeding. However, Hydra has the audacity to come forward to sabotage the operation. Is it because the recent increase in the number of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra members who have died in the line of duty has made those behind the scenes anxious? He didn't know how many Hydra people were buried beside him, and Fury didn't dare to send someone to escort Sophia out of New York easily. After thinking about it, he decided to take the time to let Agent Hill personally escort him. For now, he can only temporarily let Sophia continue stayed in New York under strict protection. This matter must be kept hidden from Gao Ming to prevent him from being distracted. Gao Ming never expected that Sophia would not leave New York, the place where the war would be fought, as he thought. Unknowingly, it was approaching evening, and Coulson was introducing his collector's edition Captain America card to Steve with an expectant look on his face, preparing to take it out for Steve to sign. Suddenly, one of the agents discovered a clue. Target found, consistent. Degree 67, etc. 79-inch. Hearing this, Coulson immediately returned to his usual serious posture and stepped forward to ask Loki's location. After getting the exact location, Fury said in a deep voice, "Captain, it's up to you." Steve nodded, took a breath, and felt a little heightened. After sleeping for 70 years, this old bone is eager to fight again. Germany, Stuttgart, an upper-class gathering place at 28 Königstrasse. At this time, under the coercion of Rocky, all the guests knelt down to him in humiliation, listening to Rocky's nonsense and preaching his freedom theory. An old man couldn't stand it anymore, stood up, and angrily reprimanded Loki was delusional. "Look at this old guy, he is your role model." Loki's eyes were full of indifference, while he sneered and shot lasers at the old man in front of him, who dared to stand up and speak out to refute him. The old man watched in horror as the laser was shot at him, and there was no way to dodge it. At the very moment, a man in a blue uniform descended from the sky with a shield in his hand, and reflected the laser back with the round shield with American characteristics in his hand, hitting Loki. Loki groaned in pain and fell to the ground. Under the gaze of all the people, the visitor slowly lowered the shield in front of him, revealing his well-known image. When they saw this man who had only seen it in documentaries and textbooks, everyone couldn't help but stand up, with eyes in their eyes, filled with disbelief and ecstatic light. American leader, symbol of freedom and justice, Captain America Steve Rogers. Ah, a soldier, an outdated person. Loki stood up with a mocking look on his face. The laser that could kill ordinary people could not cause much harm to him. Then, Steve began to flex his muscles and fight with Rocky. Steve is proficient in all kinds of fighting skills. He is a master in fighting skills. He has many years of experience in fighting on the battlefield. After being strengthened by super soldier serum injection, his body has exceeded the limits of human beings, and his strength is naturally undeniable. However, Loki is not a simple person. Although he did not show many outstanding skills in the movie, and was more of an elusive magic, his performance from the beginning when he single-handedly solved a dozen shield agents was. It is enough to show that his fighting skills are also top-notch. Steve threw out the shield with all his might, and after hitting Loki, the shield spun back into Steve's hands against the common sense of physics. Steve stepped forward and punched Loki hard in the face. However, with a wave of Loki's scepter, he was hit hard in the abdomen, and his whole body was thrown flying and fell to the ground. Loki fired another laser at the fighter jet driven by Black Widow in the sky. Black Widow avoided the laser shot dangerously because there were still many people on the field who had not evacuated, and Black Widow did not dare to fire back the fighter jet's guns. Steve quickly got up from the ground and threw another shield attack. This time, Loki directly hit the shield to the other side with the scepter. Steve didn't have time to pick up his own shield, and rushed straight to Loki to launch a series of attacks. Fists and kicks were attacked, but they were all blocked by Loki, who received more violent counterattacks. Just as Steve was gradually losing ground and Loki was beating Steve, the distressed Black Widow suddenly saw a system has been rewritten prompt on the console in front of her, and then heard an unserious voice accompanying it. Carnival and BG sounded. "Agent Romanoff, did you miss me?" Hearing this voice, the Black Widow was taken aback for a moment, then showed a helpless expression, but she also breathed a sigh of relief. The gold and red Iron Man flew over from a distance, and Tony in the steel suit looked proud. The protagonist should appear last. Just as Tony controlled the steel suit and flew to the high altitude of Loki and Steve, and was about to launch a surprise attack on Loki, suddenly, a white figure broke into the scene. Before Loki could react, someone had already appeared beside him before. He first snatched his scepter, and then punched him dryly on the ground. Steve's punches didn't cause much damage to Loki, but the person who came made Loki endure it with a single punch. He couldn't help but spit out blood. There was a deep look of horror in Loki's eyes. Only he, the client, could truly feel the power of that punch. It was like a huge force. He was simply a monster. Loki was seriously injured with one punch and lost his fighting ability instantly. The person who came did not attack again, stopped moving, and stood there. It was Gao Ming who was wearing the speed suit. Gao Ming boredly played with the scepter he snatched from Loki. Although he knew that the top of the scepter was inlaid with a mind gem, it was difficult for Gao Ming to remove it in full view of everyone. "Are you okay?" Gao Ming asked Steve. Steve smiled bitterly and picked up the shield that fell aside, saying, "It's okay. I didn't expect you to be so fast." Iron Man landed slowly, and the mask opened, revealing Tony's very unhappy face. There is no other way, and I was thinking of a protagonist to save the scene, but Gao Ming snatched the opportunity again, which made Tony, who wanted to show off, feel extremely aggrieved. Tony felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. How can I let others steal the spotlight from me? Tony Stark. Tony thought angrily, and decided to do a more showy operation next time to attract the public's attention back to himself. Loki, who had lost his combat effectiveness, was filled with shock and anger, but he originally planned to pretend to be captured, and then create chaos and destroy S.H.I.E.L.'s aircraft carrier, so that S.H.I.E.L.D. could not pose a threat to their plan. So Loki followed suit. As for Wei was locked with a strong lock by the Black Widow, bringing him fighting power. Gao Ming, Steve, and Tony also boarded the fighter jets and embarked on the return journey back to the aircraft carrier. Under Loki's gaze, which was about to kill someone, Gao Ming swung the scepter and said curiously, "What do you think will happen if I control you with the scepter?" Loki smiled sarcastically and said, "Stop your imagination. This scepter can only be effective in my hand. You, a mere mortal, still want to get your hands on such a rare thing. Interesting. Do you know the origin of this scepter?" Gao Ming asked. Loki said disdainfully, "Give up. Mortal, you don't deserve to know." Haha, Gao Ming didn't get angry. He just looked at Loki meaningfully. Loki is really ridiculously ugly. He clearly holds the Mind Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones in the universe, but he doesn't know it. He was coaxed by Thanos and sent to Earth to cause trouble, but he doesn't know how to make the best use of it. Unleashing the power of the Mind Stone. As one of the 6 Infinity Stones, how can the Mind Stone be seen? Although the movie does not show how powerful it is, it can be compared to the Professor in Man. His telepathy is just a branch of psychic power, which can sense biological thoughts, and even the body are controlled by the mind. And if magical objects such as the Mind Stone are used, it is not difficult to control the entire planet's creatures instantly. Also in the cabin, Gao Ming chatted with Loki word by word. Our second prince always maintained a contemptuous attitude and refused to answer, while Steve and Tony didn't like each other. Steve knew that Tony was his comrade, the son of Howard Stark. Seeing that the son of his late comrade was so arrogant, and exuding a careless temperament, Steve wanted to educate Howard. Tony the guy. And Tony was because his father always praised Captain America when he was alive. He praised Captain America more than his son. This made Tony very unhappy with Captain America, and Steve was still thinking about it. During World War II, he was a completely out-of-place antique, which made Tony even more displeased. Because Rocky was seriously injured and knocked down by Gao Ming, Steve didn't doubt whether Rocky was acting like in the movie, but he chatted a few words casually, and was still ridiculed by Tony. "Tony, you are very similar to Howard. Both are very smart people." Tony curled his lips and said, "Huh. Thank you for your evaluation as an old man, but you are wrong about one thing. Compared with that bastard dad, I am smarter." Hearing that Tony disrespected his father so much, Steve showed displeasure, and said in a deep voice, "Tony, he is your father, and he has passed away. You should retain the most basic respect. Hey, then should I also respect you as an elder?" Tony said in a weird voice. Just when the conversation between the two was about to escalate into a dispute, suddenly, bursts of thunder sounded in the sky, and lightning flashed outside. Loki became quiet, and a look of fear appeared on his face. Steve noticed that Loki was a little embarrassed and wondered, "What's wrong? Are you afraid of lightning?" Just as Loki was about to pretend to answer easily, Gao Ming chuckled and answered first. "What you are afraid of is coming after thunder and lightning." The next moment, the sound of objects falling suddenly came from the top of the fighter jet, and the entire fuselage shook. Steve put on his helmet in a hurry, ready to pick up the shield to fight, and Tony pressed the button after putting on the helmet. Pressed the door open button to open the fighter cabin door. Seeing Tony's actions, Steve couldn't help but exclaimed, "What are you going to do?" Before Tony could fly out, a figure fell from the sky and landed at the door of the cabin. Needless to say, it was Thor, the god of thunder sent by Odin to capture Loki in return. Thor came over angrily, just before Iron Man raised his hand and fired a palm cannon. Thor directly hit Iron Man's chest with a hammer, knocking him upside down, and then grabbed Luo at the side. Flew out. Gao Ming sat on the sidelines watching the play the whole time, without intervening at all. It was undoubtedly a great shame for Tony to be hit before he even made an attack. Ignoring Steve's advice, Tony immediately controlled the steel suit and chased him out. Seeing that Tony was so conceited and refused to listen to advice, Steve was very angry, grabbed a parachute bag, and put it on his body, then took the shield, and went to the cabin door and jumped down. The Black Widow driving the fighter jet asked doubtfully, "Godfather, aren't you going down?" Gao Ming shrugged, stood up, and walked to the door of the cabin. "It's good to join in the fun." Then flew out at top speed. Black Widow said helplessly, "Oh, it's really not peaceful for a moment." Thor loudly questioned Loki and continued to persuade Loki, hoping to make him return to his lost ways. He was even so excited that he raised his hammer and pointed it at Loki, shouting, "Listen to me, brother." Before Sol could finish speaking, he was knocked out by Iron Man who was chasing him. Loki jokingly said, "I'm listening." Iron Man knocked Thor into the woods below, while Loki was sitting on the hill with great interest, ready to watch a good show. Because Tony had the help of the iron suit, he was as strong as Thor, so the two of them couldn't knock each other down with a punch or a kick. The impatient Thor raised his hammer and summoned a violent thunder and lightning, gathered at Hammerhead, then swung hard at Iron Man. Strong thunder and lightning hit the steel suit, causing crackling electric sparks. Tony was frowning secretly, thinking that this was good. The armor would have to be scrapped, but he heard Jarvis reply. The energy reached 400. Tony immediately breathed a sigh of relief and pretended to be surprised. How could this happen? Thor's lightning summoning move actually charged Tony's steel suit with electricity. It has to be said that it wasn't long, and it's no wonder that Tony looked proud. It's not disrespectful to reciprocate. Since Thor sent Tony a thunderbolt, Tony naturally responded to him. He fired the palm cannon and the cluster cannon on his chest at full power at the same time, directly shooting Thor away. Anyway, the energy was in vain. It was rare to have such enough energy, so of course Tony wanted to squander it. However, the body of God is not a mortal body after all. As the most violent attack in Tony's history, it did not cause effective damage to Sol. Instead, it completely angered Sol, and the two fell into an even crazier fight. Suddenly, a shield flew between the two, interrupting the battle between the two. "Hey, you two, stop it." Steve grabbed the shield that was spinning back and scolded him with great authority. Gao Ming also arrived belatedly, floating in the air, and said with a smile, "Yes, we are all our own people, don't make any noise." Tony was afraid of Gao Ming's strength, so he stopped attacking, but said reluctantly, "Oh, what qualifications does this brash guy with a big head and muscles have to be one of his own?" "Watch your tone. You are offending a god," Thor said angrily. "I told you not to argue." Gao Ming still kept a smile under his helmet, but there was only coldness in his eyes. The golden light instantly gathered in his eyes and shot between the two of them with lightning speed, exploding the ground beneath their feet. Flying sand and rocks blew up a big hole. Startled, Tony flew aside, but Sol took this as a provocation and threw a hammer at Gao Ming in a rage. Don't seeing Sol throwing a hammer at Gao Ming recklessly, Tony couldn't help but want to stop him, but it was too late. The speed of the hammer flying out was very fast, but under the super speed force, the movement of the hammer kept slowing down in Gao Ming's eyes, which was enough to avoid the hammer. Gao Ming easily took a step to the right and visually checked the attack trajectory. The hammer that was not yet close would not be able to hit him. However, Gao Ming had no intention of letting go of this arrogant god. He raised his right hand and pointed at the hammer, taking his time. "Speak out one word slowly." "GS Goose." The white light representing the transformation power of the monkey spell shot out at a high speed and hit Thor's hammer. Then, under the watchful eyes of Steve and Tony, Thor was surprised and angry. Thor's hammer turned into a long-necked, flat, wide-billed goose. The weapon of the majestic god of thunder actually turned into a goose. It's really funny. What's even more funny is that Thor's hammer will fly back to its owner on its own initiative. Therefore, when Thor's hammer flew back to Thor in the form of a goose, Thor had no idea where to hold his partner. Neck? Can you imagine Thor holding a goose by the neck? The picture is so beautiful, I can't imagine it. Thor shouted in anger and horror. "What have you done to my hammer?" There was a kind of collapse and despair in his tone. Gao Ming said with a bad smile, "As you can see, it has turned into a goose. If you don't stop, then prepare to hold this hammer for the rest of your life." The god of thunder holding the goose, ha. Damn it. Sol felt extremely aggrieved, but he didn't dare to get angry. He didn't want to hold a goose in his hands for the rest of his life. Tony on the side laughed loudly. Steve was also amused, and even Loki, who was sitting on the edge of the cliff watching, laughed in a disgraceful voice. "Ha, my brother, why don't you hold your beloved hammer? Isn't it your most precious thing?" Ha ha ha. It was rare to see such a funny scene of Sol, and Loki felt very happy, and even had the idea of learning the art of transfiguration from Gao Ming, and then teased his stupid brother as he wished. Under the invisible threat of having to hold a goose as a weapon for the rest of his life, no matter how dissatisfied Sol felt, he could only hold it back and not vent it out. In terms of combat power, although Sol is confident that he will not lose to the man in the white tights in the air, Sol himself can't fly. Every time he flies, he swings the hammer and lets the hammer drive him to fly. When Sol didn't want to destroy his image to hold it, Sol really had nothing to do with Gao Ming who was floating in the air. And Thor is not a short-sighted person. It can be seen from the laser shot by Gao Ming that shocked him and Tony before. Gao Ming is also a person with magical abilities. Thor will not recognize the system of Gao Ming's ability for a while, so don't dare to act rashly. Thanks to the time Thor was banished to the earth by Odin, he has matured a lot and learned to think before he acts. Before, he would have just gone up recklessly and impulsively. Everything was calm, and after Thor expressed his compromise, Gao Ming stopped playing tricks on him and released the transformation of Thor's hammer. When Sol watched his partner change back to the familiar hammer, he grabbed the hammer very nervously and put it behind his back, as if he was afraid that Gao Ming would turn his hammer into something weird again. "Tony, contact the Black Widow to pick us up." Gao Ming turned and said to Tony. Considering that among the people present, Steve only enhanced humans and did not have the ability to fly on his own, while Gao Ming, Tony, and Thor could all fly, but none of them were interested in flying with a man. So Gao Ming asked Tony to contact the Black Widow pilot fighters come to pick them up. Tony also thought of this, so he said, "Jarvis, help me contact Agent Romanoff and ask her to come over here." When Tony contacted the Black Widow, Thor also flew to the edge of the cliff, captured Loki who was watching the show, and waited for the arrival of the fighter jet. On the aircraft carrier, Loki was escorted to the prison cell by a team of guards arranged by Fury, while Thor recounted the information he knew in the conference room. When Steve and others learned that Loki had an alien army under his command, their expressions gradually became serious. Although Banner is still the melancholic and handsome uncle under Gao Ming's intervention, he has not experienced more hardships, nor is he desperate enough to try to commit suicide by drinking a bullet. But this does not prevent him from making a disgusting evaluation of Loki. He is simply a lunatic. Hearing what Banner said about Loki, Thor was unhappy and retorted, "You'd better be more careful with your words. Even if Loki does something wrong, he is still an Asgardian and my brother." Then, Black Widow said expressionlessly, "He killed 88 people in the past 2 days. He was adopted." Sol took a step back awkwardly, his tone weakening a bit. Ha! Gao Ming remained silent, waiting for this classic dialogue. When he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help it and laughed out loud on the spot. When everyone's attention was focused on Gao Ming restrained himself a little, covered his mouth with one hand, and shook the other hand, expressing that he should not care about him. Everyone tacitly ignored Gao Ming's reaction and returned to the topic. Banner was puzzled by Loki's plan to act as a bait to attract everyone's attention and let Hawkeye seize the metal iridium, but Tony also arrived at this time and responded in due course. It can be used as a stabilizer. After Tony came to the conference room, he first expressed his guess and guessed Loki's plan to almost 10% accuracy, showing his superior IQ. Then he launched a round of daily venom, first mocking Fury. It is usually inconvenient to see with one eye, so he secretly attached a micro device that cracked the program to invade S.H.I.E.L.'s confidential files on his computer. Then when Banner supplemented his remarks, he mocked Banner again. I appreciate how easily you turn into a big green monster. Although Banner was unhappy, he said calmly, sorry, the information you know is outdated. I have received Gao Ming's treatment, and now I am much more stable, and I won't transform at every turn. Hearing this, Tony glanced at Gao Ming with some depression. Why was it this guy again? Seeing Gao Ming smiling and looking calm and collected, Tony couldn't help complaining. Why don't you go to accompany your girlfriend? What are you doing here? Gao Ming said. Fury asked me to join the Avengers. Anyway, I was idle, so I came to help. As for Sophia, I asked Fury to arrange for her to leave New York and go to Seattle for a month in the name of organizing a school trip. Gone. No. As far as I know, your girlfriend is still in New York, Tony said in confusion. He asked Jarvis to keep an eye on Gao Ming and the people he interacted with, so he knew that Sophia had not left New York. Hearing this, the smile on Gao Ming's face gradually dissipated. When he saw Fury walking into the conference room, he immediately asked indifferently, Fury, didn't you say you had arranged to escort Sophia out of New York? Why did Tony say she was still in New York? Fury glared at Tony fiercely before explaining. Sorry, we encountered some emergencies and the plane was delayed. Sophia is staying in your apartment now. I have arranged for the most elite agents to protect her secretly. You do not have to worry about. I'm going to fuck you. When he heard that Sophia was still in New York, Gao Ming suddenly lost his composure and couldn't help but uttered a curse word. After all the instructions, he hoped that Sophia could leave New York, a place of right and wrong. But now he actually told him that he could not successfully evacuate her. When he thought of the overwhelming Zarita army coming to New York and destroying everything wantonly, Gao Ming couldn't calm down and said angrily, Fury, send someone to send her away quickly. Don't bother her until she leaves New York. After that, Gao Ming left the conference room without looking back, angrily returned to his room, and stayed behind closed doors. Gao Ming was very angry. Fury didn't tell him about it immediately, but chose to conceal it, which made Gao Ming feel that he had been greatly deceived. Seeing Gao Ming leaving angrily, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Fu Rui held his forehead with some headache and sighed. After returning to the room, Gao Ming felt that his mood was very unstable, so he activated a healing power on himself to calm himself down, and his anger finally subsided. Keeping Sophia's safety in mind, Gao Ming lay on the bed and used the power of the sheep charm to let his soul out of his body. Then, he passed through the aircraft carrier without any hindrance and floated towards Queens, New York, in the soul state. Although Gao Ming did not have the blessing of super speed, his soul floated quite fast, and he did not feel tired. It took Gao Ming several hours to finally return home. Because the trip to Seattle was delayed for unknown reasons, the school decided to delay it for a week, and even generously compensated for a week of vacation, so Sophia was going to stay at home for the next week. When Gao Ming returned home, Sophia was boringly pressing the remote control to switch TV program channels, but her eyes were fixed on the mobile phone on the table, which was Gao Ming's mobile phone. Sophia was very disturbed because she didn't get through to Gao Ming's cell phone. After returning home, she continued to make calls, but found Gao Ming's phone in the bedroom. Seeing his mobile phone on the table, Gao Ming suddenly remembered that he had left his mobile phone in a hurry. Where are you now? Sophia muttered to herself rather sadly. Hearing Sophia's words, Gao Ming couldn't help raising his hand to touch her cheek, but his hand went straight through without feeling like touching her. Gao Ming is now in a soul state and has no way to contact the material world. It was getting late. Sophia turned off the TV with a sad face, lying on the bed, covered with a quilt, curled up in a ball, and entered a dream with many worries. Looking at Sophia's sad sleeping face, Gao Ming felt very distressed. Thinking that he was in a soul state, he floated above Sophia, fell down, and entered her body. Gao Ming was not trying to seize the body as Xianxia said, but he was using the ability of another dream entrustment of the sheep charm to prepare to meet Sophia in her dream. When Gao Ming entered Sophia's dream, he found that the scene of the dream was still in his own home. Sophia was still sitting on the sofa in the living room and pressing the remote control, but he never took his eyes off the mobile phone on the table. This silly girl. Does she have thoughts every day and dreams every night? Gao Ming walked quietly behind Sophia and said softly, Sophia. Sophia turned her head when she heard the sound and saw it was Gao Ming. She rushed over excitedly, hugged him, and cried bitterly. Where have you been? I'm so worried about you. Patting Sophia's back gently, feeling her tears with the front of his clothes, Gao Ming's heart suddenly softened, and he said gently, Don't cry, silly girl, I'm here. Just when Gao Ming entered Sophia's dream and explained to her why he left without saying goodbye, he rushed to meet Sophia in a hurry and forgot that there would be a surprise attack. On the aircraft carrier, Tony and Banner worked together in the laboratory to study Loki's scepter, trying to find the whereabouts of the Rubik's Cube. During this period, Tony still took an electric shock pen and poked Banner very informally, just like in the original work, trying to see if the current could stimulate Banner to turn into the Hulk, but it was obvious that Uncle Ma's version in the movie Banner would not transform due to this little electrical stimulation, let alone Banner who now has a stable gamma ray index in his body. Regarding Tony's prank, Banner just said calmly, Mr. Stark, do you have any results about my situation? Banner's calm performance made Tony feel uncomfortable. He put away the electric shock pen angrily and said, Well, I can be sure that you are very stable now. However, Steve, who had just entered the laboratory, couldn't see it and scolded loudly. Tony, can't you be more serious? It depends on who it is. Tony looked at Steve disdainfully. The two of them disliked each other. Steve was heartbroken that the son of his comrade in arms had become such a virtuous person, while Tony was jealous that Steve's status in his father's heart was higher than his. At the same time, he was jealous of Steve, who was out of touch with the times. The old antique looked down upon it very much. However, when Tony said that Fury's intentions were definitely not as simple as he said, although Banner and Steve didn't say it directly, they did feel suspicious of Fury in their hearts. After Tony used the micro-device cracking program he secretly installed to invade S.H.I.E.L.'s confidential files, Steve also sneaked into the secret warehouse of the aircraft carrier and found the highly destructive energy weapon developed by S.H.I.E.L.D. Everyone gathered to question Fury. Stop quibbling, Nick. Tony moved the tablet to show everyone the results of his intrusion into the S.H.I.E.L.'s confidential files. On the display screen, a blueprint of an energy weapon was in sight. Steve said angrily, I was wrong, Commander. This world has never changed. Although Banner was not as emotional as in the movie, there was a trace of anger between his eyebrows, and he said coldly, Fury, I didn't join S.H.I.E.L.D. to study weapons of mass destruction for you. Faced with everyone's verbal criticism, Fury was very irritated. Finally, he pointed at Thor who was silent next to him and said, Because of him. Soul was confused for a moment. What does it have to do with me? Fury began to explain. We know that not only are there other creatures in the universe, but they are also more powerful, more advanced, and more developed than us. Thor interrupted Fury dissatisfied. Our people have no ill intentions towards your planet. But you are not the only ones in the universe. Fury looked at Thor with sharp eyes. And you are not the only threat. Everyone stands in their own position, so they are destined not to understand each other. The scene gradually becomes intense and out of control, and they begin to blame each other for their faults. Tell me how you got rich, Stark. I thought people on Earth could be more civilized. You men are so childish. You're just a guinea pig, Rogers. Everyone in the quarrel did not notice that the gem on the top of the scepter on the table was glowing, quietly affecting everyone's emotions, making them irritable and irritable without realizing it. Even, Banner held the scepter unknowingly, making the gem's influence on him continue to amplify, and a sleeping monster in his body was gradually awakened by this invisible spiritual force. Boom! Accompanied by a burst of explosions, the entire aircraft carrier swayed. The violent explosion instantly blew up the engine of the aircraft carrier. The bursting flames whizzed past. Dozens of people were killed by the flames before they had time to react, turning into bodies. Charred corpses. At this time, outside the aircraft carrier, Hawkeye was holding a bow and arrow. After the fighter jet landed on the aircraft carrier, he led a group of combatants who were also controlled and quickly rushed inside to prepare to rescue Loki. The sudden explosion put Steve and the others into a combat state immediately. Regardless of continuing to quarrel, Steve supported Tony and quickly left the conference room, saying, "Go and put on your armor." Tony didn't try to be brave either, and said in shock, "Okay." All the people in the aircraft carrier were busy, manipulating the aircraft carrier anxiously, checking the consequences of the engine being blown up. Perhaps there is an invisible force affecting everything in the dark. A crack was blown out on the floor of the conference room. Both Black Widow and Banner fell in the explosion just now and fell into the computer room below the conference room. The Black Widow was broken, the pipes pressed his legs, and he couldn't get up. But now the Black Widow has no time to worry about her inability to get out, because she found that something was wrong with Banner next to her, clutching her head tightly and screaming in her mouth, as if desperately enduring some pain. Obviously, this is a sign that Banner will transform into the Hulk. "Bruce, you have to hold on. One of Loki's plans is to turn you into the Hulk. You can't let him succeed. Control yourself." Black Widow kept encouraging Banner, hoping that he could control his emotions and not lose control and become that violent green monster. "I'm trying." Banner gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, because Banner's condition has stabilized under Gao Ming's treatment. Although the explosion shocked him, it did not trigger his transformation. The real culprit was the mind gem on the scepter. Just now, Banner held the scepter and let the mind stone arouse his anger to the greatest extent. Banner tried every means to calm himself down, but it was obvious that his will was weaker than the Hulk, who was gradually awakening. Banner felt that the monster was taking control of his body away. No, no, no. Banner howled in pain, but still could not stop the Hulk from appearing. The skin color on his body gradually turned green. His body continued to expand and grow. His clothes were ripped apart by muscles, and his pupils were suddenly occupied by green. Roar, accompanied by a deafening roar, Banner completely transformed into the violent Hulk. Looking at the furious monster in front of her, Black Widow's heart suddenly went cold. The flow of time between the dream and the reality is inconsistent. In the dream, Gao Ming and Sophia lived together for several days, but in reality, only one night passed. "Sophia, I have to go back. You must protect yourself. I will send someone to escort you away as soon as possible." Gao Mingxian exhorted Wan and made a solemn promise. Sophia nodded and said, "Yes, I understand." The two hugged each other. Gao Ming's figure disappeared, and his soul left Sophia's dream. Gao Ming's soul escaped and floated in midair, looking at Sophia, who was still asleep. Sophia's brows had been stretched, and she didn't have the worried look before going to bed. Gao Ming landed on the ground, bent down, and kissed Sophia's face lightly. Although he knew that it was impossible for him to touch it now, he still wanted to do it subconsciously. After taking a deep look at Sophia's sleeping face, Gao Ming floated out of the apartment and quickly flew back to the aircraft carrier. On the way back, Gao Ming suddenly remembered that it seemed that the aircraft carrier would be attacked by Hawkeye at this time, and then suffer heavy losses. Not only was the aircraft carrier destroyed, but a lot of people died, and even Coulson was killed by Loki. It shouldn't happen, Gao Ming thought uneasily. However, when he hurried back to the aircraft carrier and saw the dilapidated aircraft carrier, the trace of luck in his heart was suddenly shattered. Without any time to think about it, he quickly returned to his room, returned to his soul, and then rushed out of the room immediately. Gao Ming immediately came to the room where Loki was imprisoned. Loki had successfully escaped. Coulson, who had been pierced by Loki's scepter, was dying and collapsed on the ground. Gao Ming quickly ran to Coulson and knelt down, ready to use his healing power to rescue him. "Hey, I'm here, don't give up." Fu Rui also arrived in a hurry, watching Gao Ming rescue Coulson very nervously. "No, it's time for me to take a rest," Coulson said weakly, wanting to refuse Gao Ming's rescue. "We must give them a little motivation before they can unite." As he spoke, Coulson's aura became weaker and weaker. Gao Ming didn't listen to Coulson's words, and simply slapped him across the face. He also gave him a healing power, hanging Coulson's life back. "Don't be stupid, just tell them you're dead." "Why are you really dead? Are you crazy?" Gao Ming looked at Coulson with, "Are you stupid?" "Coulson, Fury, it seems like this." Without continuing to refuse treatment, Coulson was successfully rescued by Gao Ming. The wound pierced by Loki was completely healed, and there was no trace of fatal injuries. Only the suit with holes in the front and back proved that Coulson had been shot through by Loki. Although he had long known that Gao Ming had incredible healing abilities, Coulson still felt very magical after experiencing it for himself. He took the trouble to touch the abdomen that had just been pierced. It was flat with a little belly. "Ahem, it seems that I have neglected to exercise recently." Seeing that he was out of danger, Coulson said gratefully, "Thank you for saving my life, Mr. Gao." "Ahem, you're welcome." Gao Ming still felt a little guilty. If he had left the aircraft carrier without leaving his body, he could have prevented Loki from escaping. Although Hawkeye's surprise attack was very unexpected, if Gao Ming had been present at the time, it can still reduce losses to the greatest extent. Fury on the side stepped forward and said solemnly, "Thank you. I saved my most capable subordinate." Gao Ming looked around. The scene was still quite chaotic. The repairmen rushed anxiously to the damaged area of the aircraft carrier and carried out inspection and repair work nonstop. The combatants searched for the casualties in an orderly manner. "Well, it's more or less responsible." Feeling a little uncomfortable, Gao Ming took a deep breath and then said to Fury and Coulson, "I'll see if I can make the situation better." Under Fury and Coulson's puzzled gazes, Gao Ming stretched out a hand and put it against the wall, activating the power of healing. That's right. He wants to use the restoration property of the healing power to restore the aircraft carrier to its intact state. And at the same time, he wants to rescue those who don't know where they fell on the aircraft carrier and who don't know whether they are alive or dead. This is a jaw-dropping operation, but in the face of the unreasonable power of the spell, everything becomes so easy. Fury and Coulson couldn't see the significance of Gao Ming's actions at first, but when Fury's left earphone came from Agent Hill's extremely surprised report, he realized what Gao Ming had done. "Sir, the damaged areas of the aircraft carrier are being restored bit by bit. Even the blown parts have all appeared out of thin air. Now the aircraft carrier is recovering in a very strange state. How should we deal with this situation?" When he heard Agent Hill's report, Fury felt very ridiculous. Anyone who heard it would think that what Agent Hill said was ridiculous. However, Agent Hill was his most trusted subordinate and would naturally not joke about such things. Fury quickly realized that the self-healing of the aircraft carrier must have been caused by Gao Ming's current actions. Once again seeing the strength of Gao Ming, Fury was not only shocked, but also had more fears and worry. The strength that Gao Ming displayed time and time again refreshed everyone's perception of him. It was hard to imagine that there was any shocking power that he hadn't shown. Such a powerful existence also means that it is difficult to control. If it is out of control, the consequences will be unimaginable. Fury even wondered whether Gao Ming had the ability to destroy the world. Although this idea was ridiculous, Fury was a little concerned about what if Gao Ming really had this power. Thanks to the power of the talisman, there is no magic, mental power, or other settings. It is completely a bug and does not need to consume anything. Therefore, except that it took a little longer to restore the entire aircraft carrier and treat the wounded, Gao Ming himself did not feel any problems, and he was still full of energy and in good spirits. Compared with the usual restoration of a single thing, which can be completed in the blink of an eye, restoring the aircraft carrier and treating the wounded wounded at the same time is not completed instantly, but it only took a minute or two, and Gao Ming was done. When Gao Ming let go of his hands, the entire aircraft carrier became completely new without any damage, as if it had never been destroyed by an explosion. And those who had been hurt to varying degrees also scratched themselves in disbelief, wondering if they had a mental problem or they were in a hallucinatory dream. However, those who died were unable to open their eyes again to see the world. Although the power of healing restored the dead to their former appearance, and their clothes and items were not bad, but it only restored the appearance, and the soul in the body still did not come back after all. Although it was not brought back to life, the fact that the aircraft carrier was completely restored and the wounded were intact was enough to subvert everyone's views. Fury tried his best to calm down, but he still couldn't calm down and asked hurriedly, Gao Ming, the entire aircraft carrier has been restored to integrity. Is it you who did it? Gao Ming said calmly, calm down, it was indeed me who did it, isn't it? Although he already had the answer in his heart, Fury's face inevitably changed when he heard Gao Ming admit it. He ignored the offense and asked, how did you do it? Can you turn back time? This is my secret. Of course I can't tell you. Gao Ming shook his index finger, but I can tell you that this is not a step back in time. Didn't you find that those who died are still not alive? If I could turn back time, the dead should come back to life, but obviously, I can't do it. Fury was still shocked when he heard Gao Ming's answer, because although Gao Ming said that he could not resurrect the dead, judging from the fact that he could restore the aircraft carrier to integrity, this was already an incomplete reversal of time. In other words, Gao Ming has mastered part of the power of time. Time is a relatively abstract concept, which is the manifestation of the movement of matter and the continuity and sequence of changes. Human beings currently have very little awareness of time, but it is undeniable that time is a very subtle existence. And Gao Ming can rewind time. Even if it only affects matter and does not involve the soul realm, it also means that he can use time. His heart was filled with endless shock, but as an experienced Agent King, Fury had seen too many incredible things. After trying hard not to think about it in detail, Fury finally returned to his original calm demeanor and said jokingly, I didn't expect you to be able to do something like this. You are really powerful. Why don't you consider introducing it in detail to satisfy my curiosity? Gao Ming rolled his eyes and said, stop trying to inquire about my abilities from me. Everyone has their own secrets, so just let me keep some secrets. Gao Ming didn't want Shield to know all his spell abilities and then turn around and research and invent something that could deal with him. Fury did not try to continue to gather information and said to Coulson, Coulson, you will die next. Coulson smiled slightly and said, okay, sir. After brewing his emotions, Fury announced in a calm and sad tone on the contact channel of all personnel, Agent Coulson was killed in action. Back in the meeting room, Tony and Steve sat at the meeting table in silence, and Fury stood in front of them, holding a few bloodstained cards, his face full of regret and sadness. Several agents stood around sadly. Coulson was a good person and was quite popular among his colleagues. When they learned that he was killed in action, his colleagues felt sorry for him. Gao Ming stood against the wall, expressionless, as if he didn't care, but from the tight mouth and closed eyes, it can be seen that he is not feeling well at the moment. As everyone knows, Gao Ming just didn't want to see Fu Rui perform his superb acting skills, so he couldn't help laughing out loud. Fury casually threw the card on the table in front of Steve and said melancholy, I found this in Coulson's coat. He will never have a chance to ask you to sign it. Steve silently picked up a card with a picture of his Captain America look on it. The bright red bloodstains on the card were so dazzling. Fury slowly recounted his regret for losing Coulson, and then talked about the Avengers' plan. Coulson believed in this ideal and the existence of heroes until his death. Tony couldn't sit still anymore, didn't speak, and suddenly got up and left. Steve got up too, and left the meeting room without a word. Gao Ming, who was leaning against the wall, opened his eyes and made eye contact with Fury in a tacit understanding. It became, Loki is a standard egomaniac. He wants flowers and applause. He wants a landmark building so that his name can stand high. After Tony calmed down, he began to sort out the existing information and interpret Loki's psychology to Steve. But at the end of the analysis, Tony suddenly stopped. A bit annoyed appeared on his face, and he cursed. This bastard. He finally thought of where Loki was going to open the space door, and that was in his Stark Tower. As a tall and iconic building in New York, it was naturally Loki's most satisfying stage. Tony ran back to the laboratory nonstop, repaired his damaged steel suit, and prepared to fly back to Stark Tower to stop it. And Steve also guessed Loki's plan from Tony's words, went to look for Black Widow, and said seriously, it's time to go. Where to go? Black Widow was a little confused. I'm telling you on the way. Steve didn't intend to elaborate as time was urgent. Can you fly a plane? Before Black Widow could respond, the bathroom door opened. Hawkeye, who was out of control and returned to normal, wiped his hands with a towel, walked out, and said calmly, I will. Just when everyone finally worked together and united to rush to Stark Tower to prevent Loki's conspiracy from succeeding, Gao Ming took the lead and set off to Stark Tower. Failing to prevent the aircraft carrier from being attacked has already brought disgrace to Gao Ming. If it wasn't for Fury's acting, he would have flown to Stark Tower long ago. The supersonic flight allowed Gao Ming to arrive at the Stark Tower in a short time. When he landed on the docking platform of the Stark Tower, he happened to see Dr. Eric excitedly operating a device. In the center of the device. At this time, the opening of the space door is ready, and after absorbing the energy provided by the arc reactor in Stark Tower, the Rubik's Cube has been activated. Even if Tony shuts down the power supply operation of the arc reactor through Jarvis remote control, yes, the cosmic Rubik's Cube independently and continuously supplies energy, and the energy continues to gather, making the cosmic Rubik's Cube emit a dazzling light. Seeing this scene, Gao Ming's heart sank. Could it be that he still couldn't catch up? Stop, Dr. Eric, Gao Ming yelled. It's too late, it can't stop. Dr. Eric's face was filled with enthusiasm. It's about to show us a brand new universe. I think you're really smart. There was no nonsense. Gao Ming's eyes instantly gathered a strong electric current and shot out violently. But unexpectedly, the laser fired by Gao Ming failed to break through the energy shield deployed by the universe Rubik's Cube and was instead bounced back. The laser was reflected back with lightning speed. Even though Gao Ming was quick to react, he was unable to completely avoid it. His right arm was exploded by the reflected laser and turned into ashes. Damn it really hurts. Gao Ming's face turned pale. He clenched his teeth and covered the broken arm of his right hand with his left hand, blood spraying out like a fountain. I didn't expect that he would be lucky enough to be the Condor hero for a time. Fortunately, when Gao Ming was injured, the healing power automatically took effect immediately. Gao Ming felt that the severe pain caused by the severed arm was gradually disappearing, and a new arm grew rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, Gao Ming's right arm grew back, without any clothes to cover it, completely exposed to Dr. Eric and Loki's eyes, without any difference. Gao Ming casually restored the battle clothes on his body, and slowly came to Loki, stretched out his hand, and said, are you going to take the initiative to hand over the scepter, or are you going to wait for me to steal the scepter? The body of the cosmic cube is the space gem, one of the 6 infinity stones. The cube outside is just a layer of disguise, and the space gem is hidden inside the cube. As the most powerful thing in the Marvel universe, Gao Ming cannot easily handle it with the power of the talisman. Facts have proved that the power of the talisman is still not as powerful as the infinity stones. Since the electric eyes of the pig charm cannot break through the energy shield of the cosmic cube, the dragon explosion of the dragon charm may not be effective, and even the combination of dragon explosion and electric eyes may not be able to break the energy shield. That being the case, Gao Ming didn't waste time to try it. Just use the mind gem at the top of the scepter to close the device. The same as the infinity stone, the mind stone can break through the energy shield of the space stone without any barriers, allowing it to stop powering the device. Looking at Gao Ming in front of him, although Luo Ji kept a wicked smile on his face, fear and seriousness flashed in his eyes. After he came to Earth, he got a closer look at the people who could pose a threat to his plan from Hawkeye. Among them, Gao Ming was the undeniable #1 threat. He has mastered several magical and powerful abilities, and at the same time, he has not revealed all his abilities through visual inspection. So far, there is no way to counter him, especially Loki has just witnessed the scene of Gao Ming's rebirth from a severed limb. I'm afraid. Loki is self-aware that Gao Ming will be hanged and beaten, but his inner arrogance does not allow him to hand over the scepter obediently, so Loki thought of another way. Loki is proficient in illusion, and the most commonly used moves are phantom clone and changing appearance. It can be said that he is so proficient in illusion that most people can't see through it at a glance. Therefore, when Loki quietly left the clone to talk to Gao Ming and left quietly, Gao Ming didn't notice anything was wrong. Loki's avatar smiled rebelliously and said, "If you want it, I can give it to you, but it depends on whether you can get it." After that, he threw the scepter in Loki's clone's hand and quickly fell downstairs. Gao Ming didn't notice the problem and immediately chased after it. When the scepter fell to half the height of Stark Tower, he finally caught the scepter, but found that the scepter suddenly dissipated and turned into nothing. Obviously, this is also the result of illusion. Gao Ming quickly flew back to the roof, just in time to see Loki's avatar showing a smug smile, and then disappeared. As for Loki himself, he didn't know where he was hiding, and he even hid the scepter. Damn, Gao Ming cursed angrily. He didn't expect that he would be tricked by Loki once. It was such a huge humiliation. Since he didn't get the scepter, Gao Ming could only give up this method temporarily, come to the device, and try again to see if he could turn off the device and activate it. The lightning in his eyes became more and more intense, and a hot flame appeared in the palm of his right hand and continued to grow. At the same time, Gao Ming continued to use his anger to increase the power of the dragon blast, and his whole body was enveloped in dazzling light. Although Gao Ming wanted to accumulate his power to the limit before launching an attack, time did not allow him to delay any longer. When the lightning and flames became extremely fierce, Gao Ming finally made a desperate move and launched them simultaneously. Just like the scene when the abomination was instantly killed last time, the flame turned into a fire dragon with teeth and claws, and the whole body was wrapped with glittering electric current. The only difference was that this time the condensed fire dragon exuded extremely terrifying energy fluctuations, as if it could destroy everything in the world. Everything. Under Gao Ming's expectant gaze, this ferocious flame dragon slammed into the energy shield. The energy shield seemed unable to withstand such a strong offensive. The surface of the energy shield gradually became dim, shaking violently. Just when Gao Ming thought he could break through the energy shield as he wished, suddenly, the universe Rubik's Cube burst into light, enhancing the power of the energy shield. The energy shield that was about to dissipate suddenly solidified and bounced the fire dragon back. This time, Gao Ming had no time to escape and was swallowed by the fierce fire dragon. His whole body was instantly burned to ashes. Gao Ming's remnants were scattered in the wind, and one of them fell in the corner of a nearby high-rise building, growing slowly. The dog talisman and the horse talisman gave Gao Ming immortality. Although he was burned to death by the backlash dragon blast, he could still recover completely. However, because his whole body was burned, it took a long time to grow and recover, and it would take 3 days at the fastest, to 5 minutes. However, there is simply no time to wait now. After seeing Gao Ming's death without a whole body, Loki reappeared in Stark Tower. Fearing another accident, Loki yelled at Dr. Eric, "Quickly open the space door for me." Eric panicked a few times, and the startup speed of the device accelerated again. When Tony flew crookedly to Stark Tower wearing the urgently repaired Mark 6, he saw a dazzling light beam rising into the sky. Rise. The beam of light shot straight into the sky, opening a huge black hole in the sky. Countless Zarita soldiers drove aircraft full of alien technology and swarmed down from the black hole. Zarita's army invades Earth. Ah, Loki opened his arms wide and laughed wildly. After all, Zarita's army successfully invaded the Earth. When Zarita's army successfully takes over the Earth, he will become the master of this planet. Damn. Tony cursed angrily and hurriedly landed on the landing platform of Stark Tower. The armored disassembly device quickly disassembled the severely damaged Mark 6 steel suit on his body, and then Tony hurried into the entrance. In the room, he went to the hidden bar counter, took out 2 metal bracelets, and put them on both wrists. After putting on the bracelet, Tony said seriously, "Jarvis, plan and B." "Sir, Mark 7 is not ready for combat yet." Jarvis's voice came from the radio in the room. Tony said firmly, "The situation is urgent now. We can't control so much. Hurry up." After the words fell, one of the walls in the room slowly moved away, revealing the object under the mechanism wall. It was a red metal cabin with a bright arc reactor directly above it. This is the steel suit, Mark, which is also the design of the Mark for easy mobile assembly, but its performance in all aspects is the strongest among the steel suits currently designed by Tony. The red light on Tony's bracelet lighted up, and there was a rapid DD sound. The Mark steel suit in the shape of a metal compartment shot out 2 infrared rays to connect to the bracelet. After confirming the user's identity, the activated Mark moved toward the Tony flew over and began to transform and assemble it on Tony's body. In just a few seconds, the Mark covered Tony's whole body and turned into a brand new steel suit. Without wasting time, Tony, who was wearing the new steel suit, rushed to the sky nonstop, launching attacks on Chi-Rita soldiers flying out of the space gate. Steve, Black Widow, and Hawkeye also rushed to the scene with fighter jets. After landing on the ground, they immediately entered the battle, fighting back against the Karuta soldiers who were destroying everywhere and commanding the evacuation of ordinary residents. Thor hurried to the top floor of Stark Tower, walked up to Loki angrily, and shouted angrily, "Loki will close the cube immediately, or I will destroy it." Hearing Thor's words, Loki just looked at him contemptuously, pointed his scepter at Thor, and said, "What you can't do, there is nothing you can do to stop it. Now there is only war." On the other side, Banner drove a motorcycle to the center of the war with a sad face. When he woke up, he found that he had fallen into a warehouse. The old security guard who guarded the warehouse kindly gave him a change of clothes and borrowed a motorcycle. Give him. Originally, he planned to return to S.H.I.E.L.D., but this time he let Hulk come out to sabotage again. Banner, who felt guilty, was about to go back to receive punishment, but he saw the soaring beam of light on the way, and then saw countless aliens flew down from the gaping black hole in the sky. Knowing that it was Loki who opened the space gate, allowing the aliens to invade the Earth smoothly, Banner decided to rush to the battlefield to fight after thinking about it. Although now he can't just stimulate his emotions and become Hulk, but Banner knows that when he is in a critical situation, Hulk will still appear automatically, so he only needs to rush to the scene and face a group of vicious aliens. When he is human, if he senses danger, he can transform into Hulk to fight aliens. Just when the 6-member group of the first generation of the Avengers made concerted efforts to fight against the Karuta stars and prevent the spread of this war, Gao Ming's rebirth from a drop of blood finally came to an end, and the entire body regenerated, and the head was the last part to grow. When his body was fully restored, Gao Ming was in a naked state. His uniform had been destroyed by the dragon blast. Not even a scrap was left. Naturally, Gao Ming could not recover. It's just that Gao Ming didn't have time to pay attention to these details. He noticed the pillar of light rising into the sky, the big hole in the sky, and the aliens who were like locusts constantly scurrying out of the black hole. The whole of New York still couldn't escape the disaster and turned into a tragic battlefield. Not good. Gao Ming instantly thought of Sophia, who was unable to leave New York due to unexpected circumstances, and flew quickly towards home without stopping. In desperation, Gao Ming forgot to use his invisibility, but because he was too fast, the residents were concerned about running for their lives, and no one noticed his distressed image. When Gao Ming quickly rushed to the front of his apartment, he only saw a bunch of people crying and running for their lives, but he did not see the Karita alien. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly, several Karuta soldiers who were driving the aircraft attacked with wild laughter, and the energy guns in their hands bombarded all around wantonly. Gao Ming naturally would not let these aliens succeed. He fired several laser beams from his eyes to kill these soldiers before running back to his home. He didn't have anything on him, so naturally he didn't have the key to the house. With a little force in his hand, Gao Ming violently opened the door and then rushed into the house, looking for Sophia. Sophia was hiding by the window, checking the situation outside in fear. When she heard a sound from the door, she looked over in surprise, and then saw Gao Ming walking in, and she couldn't help showing surprise. Sophia shouted in surprise, "Come back." Before I finished speaking, suddenly, boom, Gao Ming's face instantly solidified. Without warning, a strong beam of energy shot in from the window and penetrated directly into Sophia's body. There was a bit of joy and confusion on Sophia's face, and she fell down heavily. No, Gao Ming let out a desperate cry, ran to Sophia, and hugged her, using his healing power like crazy. The power of healing quickly repaired the big hole that Sophia was shot through, and she recovered unscathed in the blink of an eye. Gao Ming's eyes were full of hope, and he kept calling, "Open your eyes, wake up, don't be kidding, I'm back." However, no matter how Ring Gao Ming shouted, Sophia didn't respond. Her eyes were closed. She was very quiet, as if she had just fallen asleep. Gao Ming lowered his head tremblingly and put his ear on Sophia's chest, wanting to hear the expected heartbeat. But there was silence, which meant that the beating of life did not appear. Holding his lost lover tightly in his arms, Gao Ming couldn't stop crying. Why? Endless sorrow filled his heart. At this moment, he felt that the world in front of him had lost its color, leaving only monotonous black and white, and his eyes gradually became hollow. There were bursts of explosions and cries of innocent people outside the window, but Gao Ming did not respond, crying and wailing. Gradually, Gao Ming became quiet, and suddenly, his whole body was divided into two. One person's face was calm, and his eyes were full of lingering sadness. He gently stroked his lover's cheek with great care, as if he were treating a delicate porcelain doll. The other person stood up slowly, with the same expression on his face. He just exuded a strong, murderous aura, and his eyes were extremely cold. Without a word, he walked to the closet at home and took out the new purple-red suit from the secret compartment. Put on clothes. The new suit, which was more dark and evil in style, fit him so well at this time, making him even more indifferent and emotionless. When he returned to the living room and saw the other Sophia in his arms, Gao Ming's cold eyes flashed with warmth, and then he returned to indifference, put on his helmet, and left home. Gao Ming seemed oblivious to the departure of his other self, and quietly hugged Sophia's lifeless body, gently caressed her cheek, and murmured, "Don't worry, I will rescue you soon." The Avengers who were caught in a bitter battle continued to resist the siege of Chi-Rita's army. At this time, Thor and the Hulk joined the ranks of the battle, striving to annihilate the enemy. However, the number of enemies is huge, and new Zarita soldiers are constantly flying down from the space gate. The Avengers are killing them with perseverance, but there is still no tendency for the number to decrease. Tony kept firing lasers and cannonballs to kill the Zarita soldiers one by one. At the same time, he asked Jarvis anxiously, "Jarvis, haven't you found the Godfather yet? Let him come over to support. Where did this guy go?" Jarvis replied, "Sir, we haven't found it yet." At this time, Jarvis paused and said, "Sir, we found a person suspected of being the Godfather approaching." "What do you mean?" Tony asked confused. Suddenly, the Avengers in the bitter battle found that the Kairuda soldiers who were attacking them floated into the air uncontrollably, and then a huge flame dragon hundreds of meters roared past, blasting and killing these Kairuda soldiers. What? The Avengers looked at the sudden change in surprise. The keenly observant eagle eye first discovered the clue. "Look over there." Looking in the direction pointed by the eagle eye, everyone saw a man wearing a purple-red tights walking slowly. Different from Gao Ming's original domineering white gold battle suit, the purple-red suit was full of evil and evil appearance. It's so vicious that it makes people feel repulsed. At the same time, for some unknown reason, everyone watched each other approach step by step, as if they could feel the unimaginable anger and madness hidden under that calmness. The person in front of them, who was suspected of being Gao Ming, silently walked closer. Even though they were in a battlefield with constant explosions, the Avengers felt a sense of oppression, as if the whole world fell silent the moment this person appeared. Every time, Gao Ming slowly took a step forward, the Avengers felt that the monstrous murderous aura emanating from him became more intense. The air was solidified, and the overwhelming murderous aura spread, making everyone unable to help but feel fear in their hearts. "Is this the one?" Tony swallowed uncertainly and asked in horror. Thor watched with incomparable solemnity. Even though he was as powerful as him, he felt a strong sense of crisis at this moment. This was unbelievable for him as a god, but his intuition developed from years of fighting told him that the person in front of him it was very dangerous, and he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the hammer. When Hulk saw Gao Ming, he instantly lost his violent and ferocious attitude and shrank back in fear. Although the image in front of him was different from last time, Hulk's almost beastly instinct still noticed that the two were the same person. The lesson he learned last time made him remember it hard. He felt that the opponent's current aura was so terrifying, and Hulk did not dare to be presumptuous. Steve resisted the influence of the invisible and heavy pressure on himself and asked loudly, "Who are you, Gao Ming?" Gao Ming didn't reply, but stopped a few dozen meters away from the Avengers, slowly raised his head, looked at the densely packed Karita soldiers in the sky, and said in the cold wind, "Everyone has to go, die." As silent as an abyss, the terrifying murderous aura stagnated for a moment, and then evaporated as if it had lost its restraint. As soon as the words fell, the Avengers saw the demon-like figure disappearing in front of their eyes. A flash of enchanting purple passed through the Karita soldiers who were firing and destroying on the ground, and a blood hole was opened in their chests. These reactions were beyond response. The Zarita soldier fell heavily to the ground as his heart was penetrated and stabbed. In just a few breaths, Steve and others saw that the surrounding Zarita soldiers were completely wiped out. Most of them died instantly with their chests broken, and some were even cut in half with bloody violence. Thick blood and a bunch of messy flesh were scattered on the ground, making them look pale and feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, the evil Gao Ming who was separated from Gao Ming only had the desire for killing and revenge in his heart, harvesting lives one by one, and watching the Karita soldiers die in his hands was not enough to calm the desire in his heart. Anger. Tony looked at this death god with fear and said in horror, "Hey, tell me, am I hallucinating? Is this ruthless person the same person I know?" Steve frowned, with a bit of worry on his face. From the voice just now, they all recognized that this person was the Gao Ming they knew. But what happened to make such an easygoing and righteous person? People become so terrifying, cruel, and even crazy. Although Steve didn't know what caused Gao Ming to seem like a different person, he was still in the battle and couldn't care about anything else and restrained other emotions. Steve said calmly, "Don't worry about him. We must continue to prevent the aliens from destroying them. Tony, go and see if there is a way to turn off the device. Thor, go and summon thunder and lightning to stop the aliens from flying down. Hulk, don't back down and continue to smash those aliens. As for Agent Romanoff and Agent Clinton, join me in evacuating the crowd." Hearing Steve ordering everyone in an orderly manner, others also came to their senses and carried out their tasks according to Steve's arrangements. Evil Gao Ming. No, he is still Gao Ming. Whether he is evil or kind, At this moment, he only has the idea of killing Kurita's soldiers, but evil Gao Ming can be more thorough and obey the endless killing and killing in his heart. Crazy. After Gao Ming eliminated most of the nearby Kurita soldiers, he flew straight up and stopped in the air, watching countless Kurita soldiers attack him one after another. Instead of choosing the extremely fast piercing attack method just now, he slowly raised a hand with his fingers spread out. The black gloves had a claw design made of black metal on the fingertips, exuding an unknown metal reflection. Suddenly, he squeezed hard with his open palm, and all the Kurita soldiers who besieged him were stunned, and they were all pulled together by the invisible power of thought. Then, heavy squeezing pressure came from all directions, and nearly 100 Kurita soldiers, there was no way to stop the tower soldiers. They were squeezed into a ball in an instant. The corpses could not distinguish each other. A huge amount of blood was squeezed and sprayed out, scattering on the ground like a heavy rain, spreading a terrifying blood rain. You all have to die, Gao Ming said coldly, flashing above the head of a leviathan monster. The entire body of this behemoth was densely covered with ferocious and sturdy scales. It was tens of meters long. Its body was so large that it could block the sky and the sun from the perspective of pedestrians below. It made people feel deep despair at a glance. In addition to serving as a transport ship for Zarita soldiers, the leviathan's huge body is the largest war weapon. After flying down from the wormhole, countless Zarita soldiers descended from it to the ground to wreak havoc. The leviathan monster effortlessly destroyed everything in its path. Various buildings collapsed under its impact, and countless people were buried under the rubble, causing heavy casualties. The number of leviathan trolls is very small. Compared with the densely packed Zarita soldiers, there are only a few. The first one was punched by the Hulk so that its body burst, and then it was bombed by a shell fired by Tony. Now, 2 leviathans have passed through the wormhole and are crashing around New York. Gao Ming came to the top of one of the leviathan monsters, pointed a finger at the leviathan monster, and said coldly, "Insects." The white light, symbolizing the power of transformation, shot out from the fingertips and hit the leviathan monster. Under everyone's surprised gaze, the huge leviathan monster suddenly disappeared, as if it had disappeared all of a sudden. On the ground, an inconspicuous earthworm twisted its body and was trampled to pieces by a fleeing citizen. Gao Ming came to the top of another leviathan monster, repeated his old trick, and turned it into an earthworm indifferently, watching it fall to the ground. He raised his head and saw a new leviathan protruding half of its body from the wormhole. Gao Ming flew straight to a stop about 100 meters away from the wormhole. There was a flash of golden electricity in his cold eyes, and his hands lifting up, fierce and hot flames appeared in both palms. The whole body was radiant, exuding scorching heat, distorting the surrounding air like a dazzling sun. The power of the dragon talisman will increase as the host's anger increases, and a spiritual light will appear all over the body. At this time, the light is so dazzling that it is enough to see that under the cold and ruthless surface, there is endless anger. The light concealed Gao Ming's figure, but could not isolate his voice. Die. As Gao Ming let out a scream that was like a roar under the 9 netherworld, the lightning in his eyes and the flames in his hands shot out at the same time. The 2 bursting flames merged as they shot out, turning into an unimaginable 100-meter-long line. The flame dragon, the dazzling electric arc wraps around the huge body of the fire dragon, so terrifying. The leviathan monster was like an insignificant ant in front of the fire dragon. The fire dragon opened its huge mouth and swallowed it in one bite. At the same time, it slammed into the wormhole, knocking out countless Zarita soldiers who were swarming towards it. Burn down. Boom. The explosion of flames resounded through the sky, and some people on the ground were stunned by such a shocking scene. They stared blankly at the waves of fire rolling in the wormhole, and countless Kurita soldiers were burned to ashes, with scattered sparks falling down. Earth. After launching the most powerful attack in history, Gao Ming did not stop and shot lasers and flames like crazy. Before the new batch of Kurita soldiers could fly down, they were hit by countless lasers and explosive flames. Kill and turn into ashes. The Kurita soldiers on the other side of the wormhole focused their fire on Gao Ming. Gao Ming did not dodge, and allowed the intense energy beams to hit him, leaving bloody holes. Although the attack of the Kurita soldiers successfully hit Gao Ming's body, leaving him completely damaged, what horrified the Kurita soldiers was that Gao Ming's injuries were like a flash in the pan, and he recovered completely in the blink of an eye. The evil Gao Ming did not have any psychological shackles, so he exerted the power of the talisman to the extreme that he could achieve. The self-healing speed of the horse talisman completely exceeded the speed of Kurita soldiers firing at him. Almost as soon as the energy beam penetrated the body, it was restored the next moment. The new suit on his body became tattered. Gao Ming did not restore it, and exposed his true face without any scruples. His indifferent face gradually became ferocious, and a big arc formed around his mouth. Ah ha ha ha, you will all die. Gao Ming couldn't control the pleasure of killing in his heart, and laughed maniacally. At this time, Gao Ming's clothes were in tatters, his exposed body was dyed red with blood, and he was laughing maniacally. It was so vivid and creepy. The Kurita soldiers were aroused by Gao Ming. These alien invaders didn't know how to back down. They only knew how to attack and destroy, so they rushed over like a ruthless force. Facing such a huge worm swarm, Gao Ming can only kill the group with a single blow unless he uses a big move, but that requires a process of accumulating energy. Those who were constantly paying attention to the situation on the other side of the wormhole on land were startled. Tony and Soul, the only Avengers capable of flying, subconsciously wanted to fly up to support them. Sudden change. A dazzling white light suddenly appeared in the dense worm swarm, and with a bang, a huge figure broke through the layers of encirclement, knocked Kurita soldiers into the air, and fell to the ground. Roar. Gao Ming. No, it should be said that Gao Ming, who transformed into a certain creature, let out a deafening roar. At this time, Gao Ming no longer looked like a human being, nor did he look like any animal, but a monster that looked like a human body and a dragon head. His eyes were as red as blood, filled with a violent aura. There are sharp dragon horns on both sides of the head, a mouth like a crocodile, and a long and soft tongue like a snake. It has a ferocious face, a tall and burly body, a dark yellow complexion, and a dragon tail behind it. What is this? With the help of the steel suit, Tony naturally captured the image of Gao Ming at this time. Seeing him transform into a monster with the head of a dragon, he couldn't help but tremble. As a god, Soul saw Gao Ming's appearance with his own eyes. The image of the devil full of evil temperament made him unable to hold the hammer tightly, and a strong sense of crisis filled his heart. Seeing the roaring monster in the sky, everyone on the ground fell into panic and fear. Even though they knew that it was Gao Ming's transformation, they still couldn't stop the fear from growing and expanding in their hearts. People in this world don't know what Gao Ming has changed now. If you have watched Jackie Chan's adventures in his previous life, you will be able to recognize it at a glance. This is the cruel and cold fire demon Holy Lord. It stands to reason that the transformation power of the monkey talisman can only change the creatures existing on the earth. However, the talisman comes from the ancient magic era of the earth. In that era, there were mages and demons everywhere, and there were countless rare and exotic beasts. Like those extinct animals, they continue to decline over time and eventually become extinct. Therefore, in the era when the talisman was produced, there were all kinds of creatures that were unimaginable by ordinary people. In reality, dragons are just mythical creatures that also existed in that era of magic. And the Holy Lord, the fire demon, is a Chinese dragon. The divine dragon is just evil in nature, and does not have the powerful, domineering, and noble temperament of the Chinese divine dragon. The monkey charm allowed Gao Ming to successfully transform into the terrifying and ferocious Holy Lord. Perhaps because of the transformation into the image of the Holy Lord, Gao Ming felt even more crazy in his heart. He opened his bloody mouth and laughed wildly with that numbing voice. Ah ha 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 ha, destruction. Killing. It really makes me feel so incomparable. Die happily, and let your death add some joy to me. With a wave of his sharp claws, all the Karita soldiers blocking him were gutted. Holy Lord Gao Ming laughed and punched hard. The Karita soldiers surrounding him were like exploding watermelons, and they were all completely released. Holy Lord Gao Ming, who used brute force, punched him to death with one punch after another. One by one, the Karita soldiers were beaten to death and maimed by Holy Lord Gao Ming using only brute force. Those with missing arms and legs fell from high altitude to the ground, completely crushed to death. Holy Lord Gao Ming's muscles bulged, and his body continued to expand and grow, just like the process of Banner transforming into the Hulk. After a while, he became taller and more powerful than the Hulk, and could kill him with just one punch. Enemy. Even the body's defense has been improved to a certain extent. The energy beam that was originally able to penetrate the body can only slightly burn the dark yellow skin. The Karita soldiers can only watch the burn marks disappear in a blink of an eye, and it will be restored immediately. Holy Lord Gao Ming used practical actions to explain what the aesthetics of violence are. Even though the people watching the battle were afraid of his image, some people still felt a little restless in their hearts. Some people couldn't help but cheer loudly. Come on, kill this guy. Help the aliens. Gradually, some people abandoned their prejudice against the terrifying image of Holy Lord Gao Ming, cheered for him, and cheered for him. Although there were only a few voices, too weak to be heard, they still shouted out after all. Even if he appears as a demon, what he does, whether it is good or bad, is visible to others. Holy Lord Gao Ming naturally didn't know that there were people below who were supporting him. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have any trouble in his heart. He just wants to kill and kill now. His chest bulged, and a ball of violent explosive flames spurted out from the huge mouth of Holy Lord Gao Ming, instantly covering the Karita soldiers who rushed over, causing them to only let out a little wail before being burned clean. The Karita soldiers continued to pass through the wormhole one after another without any intention of being deterred. In their hearts, they only had obedience to orders and a desire for destruction. These made them pass through the wormhole risklessly and attack the saints who stood in front of the wormhole. Lord Gao Ming. And Holy Lord Gao Ming did not stop killing as many as he came. The power of the dog spell made him not know what fatigue was. As long as he wanted, he could keep killing like this until all the enemies who rushed towards him were destroyed. While Holy Lord Gao Ming was fighting madly, the Avengers on the ground did not watch. In addition to solving the missing fish and rescuing the people in the ruins, they also did not forget about the main business, which was to turn off the device that opened the wormhole. Loki looked at the monster in the sky with resentment and fear. He was angry that Holy Lord Gao Ming had hindered his plan to rule the earth, and was terrified by Holy Lord Gao Ming's tyranny and invincibility. Just thinking about what to do next, suddenly, Hulk jumped up from downstairs and slammed into Loki heavily. Loki was hit by Hulk's savage impact and hit the wall, then fell to the ground. Just when Hulk was about to continue attacking, Loki stood up from the ground suddenly, his face full of anger, and shouted loudly, "Enough of you humble and lowly people. I am a god, and I tell you, I will not be killed by ants." Before he finished speaking, Hulk grabbed one of Loki's legs, and then violently smashed it back and forth, making two big holes in the ground. He was grabbed by Hulk without any resistance, and was thrown continuously. When Hulk let go of his hand, Loki could only lie in the pit with dull eyes, breathless, and let out a whine like a bereaved dog. What a weak god. Hulk strode away with disdain on his face. Tony tried his best to turn off the device, but Dr. Eric, who finally got rid of control and regained consciousness, said the solution. His scepter, Loki's scepter, that energy, the Rubik's Cube can't fight it, because it can't compete with it. Perhaps Loki's scepter can turn off the device if you fight against it yourself. After hearing this, Tony immediately asked Jarvis to search for Loki's location. Then, he saw the scene of Loki being bombarded by the Hulk. He couldn't help but laugh and felt secretly happy. Then he found Loki's lost power. He picked up the scepter and looked at the Holy Lord Gao Ming, who was still killing crazily in the air. He hesitated for a moment, and finally took the risk of making this monster angry and prepared to turn off the device. At this time, Tony suddenly received a very urgent contact from Fury. "Stark, did you hear that? A fighter plane carrying a nuclear bomb flew over." Tony stopped what he was doing and asked angrily, "How long?" "It will destroy the entire city in 3 minutes." Shet, Tony couldn't help but cursed. Those politicians were so smart that they didn't help at the critical moment, but instead came to cause destruction. Black Widow had just eliminated a Zarita soldier who was driving an aircraft. When she passed the top floor of Stark Tower, she rolled and jumped down, allowing the unmanned aircraft to hit the building and explode. As soon as she landed, Black Widow saw Tony walking towards her, handed her the scepter, and said anxiously, "The scepter can turn off the device. You will follow the instructions and turn it off later. There is a nuclear bomb heading this way now. Come over." Black Widow quickly took the scepter and watched Tony fly out in a hurry. After scanning and tracking the missile, Tony immediately controlled the steel suit to run the thrusters at full power, and finally caught up with the nuclear bomb. Holding the nuclear bomb with both hands, he forcibly changed the launch trajectory of the nuclear bomb. Tony pushed the nuclear bomb upwards and shot it in the direction of the wormhole. Holy Lord Gao Ming was still fighting in front of the wormhole, immersed in the endless pleasure of killing. Suddenly, Tony shouted from behind through the loudspeaker, "Get away!" Holy Lord Gao Ming did not stop attacking. He turned his ferocious dragon head and saw Tony flying towards him carrying a nuclear bomb. He let out a creepy laugh. Then, a flash appeared next to Tony, and the devil suddenly appeared next to him. With a claw, he grabbed the nuclear bomb in his hand and threw the nuclear bomb into the wormhole in a flash of lightning. Seeing that the nuclear bomb was taken away by the Holy Lord Gao Ming and thrown into the wormhole, Tony was shocked at first, and then immediately contacted the Black Widow. "Hurry, close the space door now." On the top floor of Stark Tower, Black Widow, who received the signal, grabbed the scepter without hesitation, penetrated the energy shield on the surface of the device, and stabbed the cosmic cube in the center of the device. The next moment, the space beam of light emitted by the device disappeared in an instant, and the wormhole in the sky gradually shrank and dissipated. At the moment when the wormhole completely dissipated with a roar, you could see the nuclear bomb hitting a vast and majestic alien ship. The battleship exploded. The wormhole disappeared before the flames of the nuclear bomb explosion spread to this side of the wormhole, leaving only the alien fleet on the other side of the wormhole to bear the baptism of nuclear bombs from the Earth. The disappearance of the wormhole means that the people on Earth have won the war against alien invasion. Countless survivors cried, laughed, and vented their complicated emotions. With blood-colored eyes, he watched the wormhole in the sky disappear without a trace, and the terrifying killing on his body gradually dissipated like ice melting, returning to calm. Floating in the air silently, white light flashed. Gao Ming changed from the image of the Holy Lord back to the original. His upper body was naked, revealing his muscular figure. The new battle suit was dilapidated, and only a large piece of cloth was left on his lower body to cover his body. Focus on important parts. Gao Ming's face was still so cold, with no emotion at all. Without any communication with Tony beside him, he suddenly flew towards the direction of Stark Tower and landed heavily on the top floor of Stark Tower. At this time, the rest of the Avengers also came to the top floor of the Stark Tower. After the wormhole disappeared, the remaining Chi-Rita soldiers fell down one after another like robots with power cut off, losing their vitality. Finally, they could relax and rush to the top floor of the Stark Tower collectively. When everyone arrived at the room on the top floor of Stark Tower, they saw Gao Ming with a cold face, slowly raising his right hand, which was vibrating at an overclocking speed. There was no doubt that this right hand was vibrating at an overclocking speed. Can completely break steel and shatter iron. Seeing Gao Ming walking towards Loki, who was collapsed and moaning in the pit, and still pretending to kill him, Thornton panicked and immediately ran to Loki, holding the hammer tightly, and asked with great solemnity, "What are you up to?" Gao Ming stopped and said coldly, "He must die." Hearing this, Sol couldn't help but feel angry, but he also knew that this time the Cheerita army invaded the Earth. In the current situation in New York, the culprit was still Loki, who committed such a crime, and Loki's death would not be a pity. But Loki is still his brother after all. After so many years of friendship, even though Thor is disappointed with Loki's repeated mistakes, deep down, he still hopes to save Loki. So, Thor said calmly, "Loki is from Asgard, and I will take him back for trial. He must die." Gao Ming repeated with his eyes becoming colder. Sol was angry, but due to the tyrannical strength that Gao Ming had shown before, he didn't dare to act rashly. He just raised the hammer to show that he would never give in. The scene suddenly became tense, and others did not dare to step forward to persuade, and watch nervously. After a stalemate for a while, Gao Ming's right hand stopped shaking and let it go. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Ming turned around, walked out of the room, and came to the device that opened the space door. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the cosmic Rubik's Cube that was flashing fluorescent in the middle of the device, and held it in his hand. The cosmic Rubik's Cube is hot and cold. Ordinary people can't hold it in their hands for a long time. Gao Ming can feel the cosmic Rubik's Cube burning the skin of his palm, but the healing power quickly and automatically heals the wound, burning and healing at the same time. It was very painful, but Gao Ming still held onto the Rubik's Cube tightly, his face expressionless, and he didn't intend to let go at all. Seeing Gao Ming grabbing the Rubik's Cube, Sol was startled again, walked out quickly, and said, "Put down the Rubik's Cube. There are many powerful beings in the universe who are eyeing the power of the Rubik's Cube, which is beyond your control." Gao Ming turned around, holding the cosmic Rubik's Cube tightly, and said indifferently and unquestionably, "Either he dies, or it belongs to me. Loki or the Rubik's Cube." Gao Ming gave Thor a multiple choice question. Judging from his tone, there was no room for negotiation. Thornton was stumped. If he chooses Loki, then the cosmic Rubik's Cube will be handed over to Gao Ming, which is very likely to attract more greedy enemies, and the Earth is very likely to be in crisis again. But if he chooses the cosmic Rubik's Cube, that is to let Sol watch Loki being killed by Gao Ming. His eyes kept flickering. Sol was caught in a fierce psychological struggle and couldn't make a choice. Gao Ming didn't have that much patience and said coldly, 10, 9, 8. The 10-second countdown starts. If Sol still can't make a decision, then Gao Ming will make a decision for him. When the time comes, he can't help but regret it. Thor stared at Gao Ming in shock and anger, but did not dare to get angry. When Gao Ming counted to 4, he finally couldn't help it and shouted loudly, "I choose Loki's Rubik's Cube for you." Sol figured it out. Instead of letting Loki die in vain, it is better to give up the Rubik's Cube. On the one hand, the cosmic Rubik's Cube has been left on the Earth for so many years, and it only caused disaster this time. On the other hand, Gao Ming's own strength is against the sky, enough to protect the Rubik's Cube from falling into the hands of others. Thor made a decision hastily, and he didn't know whether his choice was correct. He could only pray that Gao Ming would not abuse the power of the cosmic cube. Hearing Sol's choice, Gao Ming didn't show any emotion. His face remained expressionless, neither happy nor sad. Holding the Rubik's Cube in hand, Gao Ming's figure disappeared in front of everyone in an instant, leaving behind a group of Avengers with complex and unclear hearts. Apartment building, Gao Ming's home. The kind-hearted Gao Ming was still hugging the lifeless Sophia, with a calm face and a slight smile on his mouth, holding Sophia's hand and clasping his fingers tightly. The evil Gao Ming grabbed the glowing cosmic Rubik's Cube and returned home. Without saying anything, he threw the cosmic Rubik's Cube on the ground casually. When he looked at Sophia, the coldness in his eyes disappeared instantly, and his eyes suddenly softened. The two Gao Ming didn't have any conversation. They merged back into one body naturally, and the recovered Gao Ming said with a faint smile, "I will get you back." After finishing speaking, Gao Ming lost his breath. His soul left his body and floated in the air. His eyes still did not leave Sophia, but his mind instantly calmed down. Gao Ming has never been so peaceful. In such a state of mind, he can perceive some hidden things and prove some of his conjectures. Many times, Gao Ming wondered, since the talisman existed on him as a power instead of turning into the octagonal rune stone in the original work, then where was the talisman hidden in his body? If it exists somewhere in the body, it doesn't make sense, because Gao Ming's body will inevitably encounter huge damage, and even the whole body will be reduced to nothing like the dragon explosion that suffered the backlash earlier. Wouldn't the spell be destroyed along with the body? And disappeared? Obviously, this conjecture is wrong. Since the talisman does not exist in the body, Gao Ming has another guess that the talisman exists in the soul. The soul is the source of any living thing. The body is just a shell that will eventually come to an end due to new levels of metabolism, but the soul has the possibility of becoming immortal. Without the soul, the body will also lose life, just like a machine losing power and energy. Therefore, the soul is undoubtedly the core existence. If the talisman was really entrusted somewhere in Gao Ming, it would only be in the mysterious soul. Sure enough, when Gao Ming fell into a state of absolute calm and calmly felt his soul, he gradually discovered something extraordinary. Gao Ming's ethereal soul body gradually underwent strange changes. For a long time, 12 special totems appeared in Gao Ming's chest, not in his body, but in his soul. The 12 totems are the talisman patterns that symbolize the 12 zodiac animals. They form a circle in the order of rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, sheep, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig. They connected and appeared on Gao Ming's chest, emitting a faint light. As expected, Gao Ming finally looked away, lowered his head slightly, and stared at the 12 zodiac totems on his chest. His eyes passed over each zodiac totem, and finally, Gao Ming's eyes stopped at the penultimate zodiac totem, dog. Gao Ming became surprisingly nervous. He didn't know whether he could succeed in what he was going to do next, so he couldn't stay calm. The right hand is placed in front of the chest, just in the center of the circle surrounded by 12 totems. Among the 12 shimmering totems of the zodiac, the tiger-shaped totem representing the tiger charm shines brightly, and the other 11 charms instantly become dim. Gao Ming, whose soul can only leave his body because of the sheep charm, has become very unstable at this time, as if his soul may fly away at any time. Knowing that time was running out, Gao Ming didn't care about whether he could succeed, so he could only put all his eggs in one basket and bet that his guess was correct. Without too much hesitation, Gao Ming focused on arousing the power of the tiger talisman. The tiger-shaped totem became brighter and brighter, while the other totems became darker and darker. The power of the tiger talisman quickly reached its limit, while the power of other talismans was also suppressed to a minimum, allowing the last link to be carried out, which is also the most important link. Gradually, the glowing tiger-shaped totem shot out a ray of light, hitting the dog-shaped totem that symbolized the dog talisman. After the dog-shaped totem was hit by the light, Gao Ming tried his best to control the tiger talisman, pulling the dog-shaped totem bit by bit out of position. When the dog talisman leaves its position, all talismans suddenly become unstable, flickering, and dimming. This is because the balance of the talismans is disrupted. Gao Ming felt that his spirit body was getting weaker and could not last long, so he quickly controlled the power of the tiger talisman and pulled the dog talisman hard, and it actually came out and was suspended in the air. Resisting the damage caused by the faint collapse of the spirit body, Gao Ming held the dog charm in his hand without hesitation, floated to Sophia's side, and quickly put the dog charm on her forehead, and the dog charm instantly integrated into Sophia's body. After doing this, Gao Ming did not dare to continue to maintain his spiritual body, and immediately rushed back to his body. Then he opened his eyes and nervously lowered his head to check Sophia's condition. The dog talisman was stripped out by Gao Ming and integrated into Sophia's body. Under the power of the dog talisman, Sophia's Sophia's face turned rosy and her silent heart started beating again. Gao Ming looked at Sophia expectantly, but Sophia didn't open her eyes. Her whole body recovered a little bit of vitality, but there was a hint of death in it. The two opposite situations of life and death appeared on her body at the same time. Although Gao Ming was a little disappointed in this regard, he also expected that the dog talisman could make her immortal. However, Sophia only integrated the power of the dog talisman after her death. Therefore, the immortality of the dog talisman turned her into a kind of strange state between life and death. If he wants to reverse this situation and let Sophia come to life, then Gao Ming needs something crucial, something that can reverse this situation. Under the balancing power of the tiger talisman, the remaining 11 talismans gradually stabilized and finally did not collapse due to the loss of the dog talisman. But the loss of the dog talisman was not without side effects. When it is too much, it is all turned into white. Without the dog charm, Gao Ming is no longer immortal. Although he is only in his 20s now, because of the separation of the dog charm, he has lost a lot of vitality. The most intuitive manifestation is that his hair has completely turned white and his appearance has also changed. I have matured a lot. Not caring that he had aged more than 10 years, Gao Ming reached out to pick up the Rubik's Cube on the ground and squeezed it hard. The cube was crushed by him. Opening up his hand, among the scattered fragments, a bright blue round stone lay quietly in the palm of his hand. After the war, everyone needs a period of time to face the bustling New York that is now full of holes. Collapsed buildings can be built again, but those who died cannot come back to life, and those who survived must bear the pain of facing the death of their relatives and friends. Some people cannot accept this disaster and sink into pain day and night. Some people choose to put away their sorrow and bravely face a new day. In any case, this painful and heavy war has finally come to an end. 3 months later, one day, Stark's private residence and underground laboratory. Tony ended the research and development of another set of new steel armor without sleeping and eating. After testing and collecting basic data, Tony stopped working, took out a bottle of famous wine from the wine cabinet, walked to the sofa and sat down, drinking for himself. Unlike the movie where he personally went into battle to deliver a nuclear bomb to the other side of the wormhole, Tony didn't experience this, so he naturally wouldn't suffer from anxiety like in the movie. However, the invasion of aliens made Tony clearly realize how weak his own strength is. In order to prevent new crises in the future that he could not cope with, Tony still immersed himself in the research of new armor without accident. In 3 months, although Tony did not exaggerately design and manufacture the 4ND generation of steel suits as in the movie, he also developed to the first generation. Tony named it Mark No. 1 Midas, which belongs to a set. The ultra-high altitude combat armor is in a bold and conspicuous pure gold color, and Tony's narcissistic character is instantly revealed. While drinking, he was thinking about the design inspiration for the next set of armor. When the glass of wine was finished, Tony stopped thinking, put down the glass, rubbed his temples, and asked slightly tiredly, "Jarvis, sir? Is Ming still in London?" Jarvis's voice rang from the room. "Yes, sir. Mr. Gao has been in London for 3 months since the New York incident. He still lives in an apartment building in London and rarely goes out every day. The place he goes to more often is an abandoned building 1,000 meters away from the apartment where he lives, and he stays there 3 or 4 times a day before leaving." Hearing this, Tony couldn't help but frown and asked for an unknown number of times, "Jarvis, you still haven't noticed anything special about that abandoned building?" "No, sir. After countless monitoring and inspections, it was found that it was just an abandoned building. Due to conflicts in negotiations during the construction process, the construction of this building was stopped when the 0th process was completed. It has been shelved until now. This abandoned building was bought by Mr. Gao when he was 2 months old, but no decoration work was carried out, and it was kept as it was." Tony is also very curious about Gao Ming's series of puzzling behaviors. After the incident in New York, Tony once went to Gao Ming's house to look for him, but he only saw a room with nothing left, and Gao Ming and Sophia disappeared at some point. It wasn't until Tony conducted a worldwide search through Jarvis that he discovered that Gao Ming had gone to London. When a street traffic camera accidentally captured Gao Ming, and when Tony received the video, he couldn't believe that the person shown on the screen was the Gao Ming he knew. Gao Ming's hair is all white, and his appearance has changed a lot, as if he has grown into a teenager all of a sudden. He wears a monotonous black coat every day, exuding a decadent atmosphere. Tony really didn't know why Gao Ming became like this, but after a period of investigation, Tony found that Sophia was not by Gao Ming's side. Similarly, Tony used various methods and channels, but failed to find Sophia's whereabouts, as if this person suddenly disappeared. After searching to no avail, Tony also vaguely had an answer. That is, something happened to Sophia, most likely in the New York incident, which can also explain Gao Ming's crazy killing performance at that time. Tony didn't bother Gao Ming. He could only order Jarvis to report Gao Ming's situation regularly. Alas, Tony sighed in annoyance. London. Gao Ming walked home lifelessly. After returning to a dark room, he sat on the ground and stared blankly at the ceiling. The room that Gao Ming moved into didn't have any furniture and equipment. It was as empty as when he first moved in. There were bags of food packaging and empty drink cans on the floor, and nothing else. After sitting there for a while, Gao Ming came to the bedroom. Likewise, the bedroom was empty. There wasn't even a bed. Gao Ming usually just lay on the floor and fell asleep. It's hard to imagine that Gao Ming would become as decadent as he is now. After walking into the bedroom, Gao Ming finally regained some energy. With a smile quietly appearing on his face, he raised a hand. A faint blue light appeared on his hand, and he swiped forward. A distorted spatial crack suddenly appeared. Gao Ming he walked in slowly, and when he was completely submerged in the crack, the space crack disappeared immediately. Going through the crack in space, Gao Ming came to a strange space. This space seemed to be boundless, with no upper limit, no end, and the whole space was a deep blue. In this vast space, there is a house standing here abruptly. The house is also blue, and it is obvious that it was built with the energy of this space. Pushing open the door of the house, Gao Ming walked in. The scene that caught his eye was his home in New York. After he created this house here, the layout of the house completely copied his home in New York. It can be said that this was his real residence after moving to London. Stepping briskly into the bedroom, Sophia lay motionless on the bed in the bedroom, like a sleeping beauty, sleeping quietly. After coming to the bed and sitting down, Gao Ming regained his expression on his stiff face, smiled peacefully, took Sophia's hand, and whispered, "Hurry up, wait for me for a while, and you will be back." Gao Ming looked at Sophia's beautiful face quietly, his eyes filled with endless love. After moving to London and checking the abandoned building every day, Gao Ming discovered that what Gao Ming was doing was none other than the ether particles that later appeared there, which are the reality gems among the infinite gems. After Gao Ming obtained the space stone, as he expected, although the infinity stone was very powerful, with the balancing power of the tiger talisman, he still successfully controlled the power of the space stone. Now, the space stone was used by him with the power of the tiger talisman, hidden in his soul. After mastering the space gem, Gao Ming naturally also mastered a series of space abilities and gained a deeper understanding of space. In addition to the superficial means of opening space doors, Gao Ming also developed various space skills, among which, carving out this space is one of them. This space belongs to an independent different dimensional space, similar to the storage space and cave heaven paradise in the previous life cultivation theory. It is constructed with the power of space gems. Except for Gao Ming, who is the user of space gems, no one else can enter this space in any way. Space. Since the tiger talisman can balance and coordinate the power of the space gems, allowing Gao Ming to use the power of the space gems, then by analogy, Gao Ming can definitely master the reality gems, which are also infinite gems. The reality gem is what Gao Ming must obtain, because Gao Ming needs the power of the reality gem to change reality, reverse Sophia's current state, and revive her completely. The reality stone can be said to be the most powerful of the 6 infinity stones, because all rules are meaningless in front of it. It can modify everything at will, even as long as the user makes a wish. Even if the wish is an impossible fantasy, it can become a reality. Therefore, in order to resurrect Sophia, Gao Ming must get the reality stone. If anyone dares to stand in the way, kill him. Wait for me. I'll take you back soon. Gao Ming's faint murmur echoed in the silent space. Not only Tony, but also the Avengers, except for Thor, the god of thunder, who rarely comes to Earth and doesn't know anything about it. The rest of the Avengers know Gao Ming's current situation through the intelligence agency shield. When they looked at the image of the lifeless man displayed on the screen, they all felt complicated and inexplicable. They couldn't match this walking corpse with the cold-blooded, cruel, but invincible strong man in their impression of the New York War. Like Tony, they gradually guessed the reason and made the same choice. They did not disturb Gao Ming's life. However, they would inevitably feel regret and sadness in their hearts. Will the superhero, the Godfather, who eliminates evil and promotes good return one day? Time flies like an arrow, and time flies by unconsciously. 2 years have passed since the New York War, and people have welcomed 01. In the past 2 years, there have been no major incidents in the world, and it has been relatively peaceful. The citizens of New York have come out of the shadow of the tragic disaster, cherishing the memory of the dead, cherishing the precious lives that survived, and trying their best to live everyday life. New York has also restored its former prosperity. Month. Stark's private house, underground research room. In the 3 months after the end of the New York War, Tony devoted himself to researching the new armor without sleeping and eating. After being discovered by Pep, he was persuaded a lot. Tony also felt that he was too nervous, so he relaxed, worked, and enjoyed. Neither fall. Therefore, Tony's process of developing new armor has become an average of 1 month to manufacture a new steel suit. As of now, it has reached the 4th generation of development. The 4ND generation steel suit, named by Tony as Mark No. 4 Prodigal Son, can be assembled automatically and controlled remotely. It is controlled by a miniature remote control device injected into Tony's arm. More convenient. But there are advantages and disadvantages. Although automatic assembly eliminates the need for screws on many parts, it is also easy to be damaged. If it is hit by a large impact, the parts will be disassembled, and the weapons and equipment are also very shabby. There are only basic palm cannons, cluster cannons on the chest, and missiles on the arms. Other than that, there are no weapons. It is considered the most ammunition-saving model among all Tony's armors. However, this one was designed mainly for melee combat, because Tony found that his fighting skills were too weak. In the past, he used to find his bodyguard happy to practice boxing. There were not many moves to speak of, so Tony found many coaches in various fields have taught them, and they even practiced a little Wing Chun recently. There is a wooden dummy in their underground laboratory. Kong Dang. Tony was testing the performance of Mark No. 4 Prodigal Son, and asked Jarvis to play a leisurely music. The whole person twisted his body sullenly, controlling the parts of the suit to be assembled on him one by one. In the end, he flipped forward and put the steel mask on his head. He knelt on one knee and punched the ground. He landed in a very handsome posture. However, he was hit from behind by a leg part that arrived late, and he threw himself forward. When he got out, the entire suit of armor was scattered, leaving only one helmet still on Tony's head. Sir, it has always been my pleasure to watch you work. Jarvis's tone was still so calm, but what he said seemed to reveal a kind of ridicule. It has to be said that those who are close to vermilion are red, and those who are close to ink are black. Even a high-level artificial intelligence like Jarvis, who has been with Tony for a long time, has learned and evolved a personality that is biased towards Tony, and he is very vicious. In response to this, Tony could only get up in frustration. He also knew who he learned his smart butler from. He sat on the ground and moved his injured arm. 3 days later, when Tony finished his work and turned on the TV with nothing to do, he saw a piece of news. A bearded man who called himself Mundar issued a terrorist declaration on TV and publicly broadcast the terror of his men. The elements shot civilians and even carried out a series of inhumane executions. The American TV network was hacked by hackers, causing this horrific declaration to appear on the TV screens of thousands of households, causing people to panic. The government expressed great concern about this matter, and various departments intervened to investigate this Mundal. Tony also felt that this Mundal was a big cancer, so he asked his friend Lieutenant Colonel Roddy to inquire about the situation at the same time. A high-spirited man in a suit and leather shoes came to Stark Industries. With a gentle smile on his face and his handsome appearance, he attracted the attention of countless opposite sexes along the way. But no one noticed that while he was smiling, there was a flash of hatred in his eyes. His name is Aldrich Killian, an unknown person who was forgotten by Tony. He was once as humble and ridiculous as an ugly figure. Now he has been reborn and will launch a revenge feast for Tony. Gao Ming, who is far away in London, does not know that Tony has been visited by his enemies again. He is still in the same depressed state. 2 years have passed, and there is no dog charm to stay young forever. Gao Ming has also grown and aged like ordinary people. Now, from the appearance, he looks just like a normal person. He looks like a middle-aged man in his 30s, full of mature charm. His gray hair adds a bit of character, and he has a lingering decadent temperament, which is in line with the tastes of many women. It's just that Gao Ming's eyes were like a pool of stagnant water that kept those women away. He was turbid, empty, and lifeless, as if without any emotion. When people looked at him, they instantly lost interest. No one knows that the only time Gao Ming appears as a normal person is when he enters the dimension space to accompany Sophia every day, where he will show a natural smile and become flesh and blood, again, full of emotions. During this period of time, he behaved like a human being who still has feelings. It has been 2 years since he came to London. Gao Ming didn't know how long he would have to wait before he could wait for that once. In 5000-year wonder, the 9 worlds were connected in a line, causing the space to intersect and become confused, and then the hidden ether appeared, a different dimensional space of particles. But no matter what, he will wait. This time, he will not let others obtain the ether particle reality stone. It is Gao Ming's hope to save Sophia. Gao Ming does not allow any mistakes to occur, causing the reality stone to fall into the hands of others. A few days after Mundal appeared, Gao Ming came back from the abandoned building. When he passed an electrical appliance store, the news that Tony Stark's residence was attacked by terrorists and his whereabouts are unknown was broadcast on TV. Gao Ming was just walking. He paused for a moment, then moved on. The words Iron Man, Extremist Virus, and Killian flashed through Gao Ming's heart. He disappeared for 2 years, and everything returned to its original track. But what does this have to do with him? However, when Gao Ming returned home, perhaps because he had not heard about Tony for a long time, Gao Ming also rarely used his brain to think about issues other than resurrecting Sophia. He suddenly thought that when he took Sophia with him when I came to London, I didn't tell anyone. So what happened to Sophia's parents? Are they running around looking for their daughter? When he thought of this, Gao Ming was suddenly filled with guilt, but he did not dare to call Sophia's parents. He sat on the ground and pondered for a long time. Finally, Gao Ming took out his mobile phone and dialed the phone number. This is the contact information Fury left. Long time no see, Godfather. On the other side of the phone, Fury was extremely surprised that Gao Ming called him, and his tone did not conceal his emotions at the moment. There was no fluctuation in Gao Ming's heart, and he asked without joy or sorrow. I want to know the situation of Sophia's parents after I took them out of New York. Without any digressions, go directly to the topic. Hearing Gao Ming's lifeless words, Fury felt deeply regretful, sighed, and said, I found my agent who is best at acting, coupled with the top technology, disguised as Sophia. This her parents haven't noticed for 2 years, so you can rest assured. After listening, Gao Ming said silently, thank you. Fury paused, and then said, if you want to thank me, then I hope you can come back. Recently, a terrorist named Mundal appeared. Tony was attacked by his terrorists, and his whereabouts are still unknown. I hope you can come back and help. Okay. Gao Ming was silent for a while and responded. After hanging up the phone, Gao Ming stared blankly at the ceiling for a while, then opened the space crack, entered the dimensional space, came to Sophia, and whispered, Sophia, let's go home. Tony gritted his teeth and watched Killian's leaving figure. At this moment, he was locked by his hands and hung on the shelf, unable to break free. On the night Mundell appeared on TV, Tony's bodyguard Happy was attacked by unknown persons and was sent to the emergency ward of the hospital, where he is still unconscious. When Happy ended up like this, Tony was naturally furious. When a group of reporters interviewed him about how he planned to reply to Mundell, Tony let go of the declaration of war angrily, bluntly letting Mundell have the ability to attack him. As a result, Tony didn't expect that Mundell was really so crazy. He sent his men to come to his house by helicopter, and then fired rockets to bombard his house indiscriminately. It happened so suddenly that Tony had no time to put on the powerful steel suit. He could only wear the melee type, marked number 4 Prodigal Son, handed over to Jarvis to control the armor, fell into a coma, and fled in embarrassment. When Tony woke up again, due to damage to his armor and insufficient energy, he crashed near Rose Hill, in Tennessee. It was a snowy winter there. You can imagine that Tony, wearing a thin short coat, was dragging an unpowered steel suit. How refreshing it is to walk in the snow. There is no need to go into details about what happened after that. After Tony investigated step by step, he found that the so-called Mundar was just a hired actor, and the real mastermind behind the scenes was an unknown person who was forgotten by Tony, Killian. In 1999, as a Tony fan, Killian listened to Tony's words with joy and went to the rooftop to wait for Tony. With hope, he wanted to tell about his great experiment. As a result, Tony, who casually mentioned it, did not come to the meeting at all, which made him sad. Killian huddled up on the rooftop like an ugly man, suffering from the biting cold wind. From that day on, Killian made up his mind that one day, he must make Tony feel despair. It took him a year and countless efforts to finally successfully develop his masterpiece, the terminal virus. The extremist virus is a great result of his painstaking research. It can make up for genetic defects, greatly enhance the nervous system, and evolve to a level beyond ordinary people's physical fitness. It can even regenerate amputated limbs, and can erupt from the body with temperatures exceeding 000 degrees Celsius. High temperature flame. Although the extremist virus is very unstable, and anyone who fails to inject it will self-destruct, after years of optimization, the injection success rate of the extremist virus has been very high. Killian himself was also successfully injected with the extremist virus, and suddenly became a superpower. Ranks. Killian used the extremist virus to buy a bunch of disabled veterans, and created several extremist warriors. After making sufficient preparations, he launched a revenge plan against Tony. But now, Tony was caught by him, and watched helplessly as Pep was injected with the extremist virus by Killian. He was suffering from the huge pain caused by the extremist virus, but he was helpless. While Tony was exhausted waiting, the steel suit, marked for Prodigal Son, who had set the time in advance, finally arrived. Fortunately, the enemies who were left to guard were just ordinary people. Tony put on the armor and easily eliminated all the enemies. Quickly broke out. Okay, let me see where you are, bastard. Tony contacted Jarvis angrily, and then discovered that Killian had done a big thing to kidnap the president. Although because of Gao Ming, Roddy did not get the steel suit given by Tony. Killian naturally couldn't manipulate the steel suit, patriotic guardian, to sneak into the president and take him away like in the movie. So Killian chose in the most violent and direct way. 3 extremist virus fighters were sent to forcibly capture the president. Through Jarvis's search, Tony first rushed to a plane to search and rescue the president. But the president was not on the plane. There was only one extremist soldier and more than 10 innocent passengers. After Tony tried his best to kill the desperate virus fighter, another thrilling high-altitude rescue operation took place, saving passengers who had fallen from the plane. Finally, Tony launched another search and finally learned that the president had been caught on an oil ship. When Tony secretly came to the oil ship, he not only saw the president hanging in the air, but also more than a dozen or 20 fully armed desperate virus fighters. While he was using his bare hands and the steel suit, marked for Prodigal Son, not long ago, I was hit to pieces by an oncoming truck on the highway. Although Tony asked Jarvis to activate all the iron suits in his basement, it would still take a few minutes for the iron suits to arrive here. Before that, Tony could only hide and wait for the iron suits to arrive. However, just as Tony was counting the time in his mind, suddenly, a patrolling extremist virus warrior discovered him and quickly opened fire on him. 222. Tony hid behind the container. Hearing the sound of bullets hitting the container, he panicked and felt more and more that he had to confess here before the support arrived. Just when Tony was in dire straits, suddenly, a faint blue space door appeared in the center of the oil ship, and a figure slowly walked out of the space door. Seeing the appearance of an unknown person, or appearing in an appalling manner, all extremist fighters concentrated their firepower and shot at the person in the center. The person didn't make any move. After he walked out, the space door behind him disappeared. He stood motionless and allowed the enemy to keep shooting at him. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of bullets hitting the ground was endless, but the extremist fighters who fired were horrified to find that their attacks hadn't worked at all. At some point, a light blue transparent cube protective film was shrouded around the incoming person, and all the bullets failed. Break through this layer of protective film that seems to be broken at the touch of a touch, and all of them are bounced away. The visitor slowly raised his right hand. A faint blue light emerged from his palm, and he lightly snapped his fingers. The next second, all the extremist virus warriors found that the air around them was distorted. No, to be more precise, the space where they are is distorted. Click. Without attracting much battle, these hopeless virus fighters didn't even have time to struggle before their bodies were swallowed by the distorted space, completely annihilating from the world. Hearing a sudden silence behind him, Tony waited in surprise for a while, and then cautiously poked his head out from behind the container. He saw that all the enemies had disappeared, and there was a person standing in the middle of the deck, which surprised Tony a little. Gao Ming. The person who came was none other than Gao Ming, with lusterless white hair, a slumped face, and wearing a simple and monotonous gray coat. Tony walked forward with some excitement, but when he got closer and saw Gao Ming's current appearance more clearly, the excitement subsided immediately, and he sighed with complicated eyes, and said, "Long time no see, Gao Ming." "Long time no see, Tony." Gao Ming's voice became deeper and deeper. After losing the dog charm of eternal youth, he would mature over time like ordinary people. However, the gray hair and vicissitudes of face that did not match his age made Tony feel a little uncomfortable. Heart-wrenching. Tony suppressed the sadness in his heart and said, "I haven't seen you in 2 years. Your son has grown up too." His white hair is very distinctive. There was no ridicule in the words, but a trace of worry. Gao Ming still had a decadent look on his face, and he said flatly, "Fury, please let me help you. Finish the job early and go back early." Just as Tony was about to say something, Killian suddenly walked out of the cabin of the oil ship with an expression of unwillingness and hatred. When the enemy met, he was extremely jealous. As soon as he saw Killian appearing, Tony stopped chatting with Gao Ming and asked angrily, "Killian, where's Pep?" Killian smiled rebelliously. "Oh, ask Sister Potts. She is in the room behind me. Just like the image you saw before, she was injected with the extremist virus and has now completed her evolution." Hearing this, Tony's eyes suddenly widened, and he cursed angrily, "You damn trash." Just at this time, dozens of figures appeared in the distant sky, and the night shrouded their figures. It was not until the dozens of figures quickly approached the oil tanker that they showed their true colors under the light. Shockingly, there are all kinds of steel battle suits. With all the steel suits in place, Tony looked coldly at Killian, whose face had become ugly, and said sarcastically, "Welcome to my family banquet, Killian." With a steel suit supporting the field, and the only enemy being Killian, Tony couldn't help but feel confident. And don't forget that the great man who once single-handedly slaughtered Zarita's army is now standing next to Tony. Gao Ming stood silently at the side, watching Tony and Killian confront each other. Tony opened his arms vigorously and said, "Jarvis, I'll focus on attacking Killian." "Yes, sir." After receiving the order, all the steel suits moved upon hearing the sound and launched all-round artillery strikes towards Killian. When Iron Man of different models collectively fired cannonballs at Killian, Killian's face turned ferocious. His body instantly turned red and shiny. His mouth opened, and extremely hot flames spewed out from his mouth. The flame with a high temperature of more than 000 degrees Celsius hit the densely packed shells, causing a huge explosion in an instant. The heat wave of the explosion rushed to his face. Tony put on a steel suit and flew into the air in a hurry. Gao Ming stood on the spot. The blue light on his right hand was on, and a dark blue energy shield was in front of him, blocking all the scorching fire waves. The flame struck from both sides of the shield, and the gust of wind caused Gao Ming's head to be messed up. White hair. The fire wave gradually subsided. The ground was scorched black by the fire. Sporadic sparks spread all over the surroundings, and there was no sign of Killian. Heart. Tony discovered Killian through heat induction search. Killian took advantage of the fire caused by the explosion and rushed behind Gao Ming. The cracked skin quickly recovered, and orange-red flames spread between the flesh. The whole person is glowing. Killian stared with eyes as dazzling as fire, opened his mouth ferociously, and spit out flames that could burn everything at Gao Ming. In a state of super speed force blessing, although the world Gao Ming perceives does not reach the level where time seems to stand still, all movement slowed down in his perception. Feeling the high temperature heat coming from behind, Gao Ming did not turn around, did not dodge. He just slowly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers again. Despair. With a slight snap of his fingers, a faint blue space crack appeared out of thin air behind Gao Ming, like a giant beast opening its bloody mouth and swallowing up all the flames spewed by Killian. After all the flames were engulfed, the cracks in the space quietly shrank and dissipated. Under Killian's resentful and frightened gaze, Gao Ming slowly turned around and said coldly, "Looking for death." When Gao Ming's emotionless eyes stared at Killian, Killian was instantly horrified, and a sense of crisis of death arose spontaneously. Without any hesitation, Killian rushed to the edge of the oil ship, preparing to jump ship and escape. Gao Ming didn't try to stop him, but just watched indifferently. When Killian rushed to the edge of the ship, Tony immediately realized that the other party wanted to escape. Without his deliberate instructions, several sets of steel suits flew to the front of Killian under the control of Jarvis, blocking his way. "Go away." Killian furiously punched the steel suit in front of him. Blocking Killian directly in front of him was the Mark IV tank, a heavy combat armor with high defense, but under the furious Killian, Lian attacked with a heavy punch and was sent flying backwards. But the other sets of steel suits rushed over quickly. When Killian spit out fire angrily, the high temperature resistant Mark Shadow blocked the front, and then the Mark V shotgun, with a speed exceeding Mach 40, was flashed with lightning. Flashing next to Killian, he fired palm cannons continuously, hitting Killian, who couldn't react and leaving craters in his body. But before reaching the fatal blow, Killian, who had endured a series of attacks, slashed at the Mark #40 shotgun frantically, splitting it in two. Although two sets of steel suits fell behind in front of Killian, it also delayed time, allowing the remaining dozens of sets of steel suits to fly around Killian, surrounding him layer by layer. Killian let out an unwilling roar. He kept kicking, slashing, and spitting out balls of flames. He dealt with several steel suits roughly and neatly. However, he could not withstand the large number and intensive attacks. The extremist virus has powerful self-healing capabilities, and Killian could not withstand such firepower, and his whole body became shaky. Tony, who was wearing Mark #10, fell from the sky to the ground. Looking at Killian, who was attacked by the crowd, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Haha, how are you? My family is very enthusiastic. You should be more enthusiastic. Light a fire to liven up the atmosphere." Hearing Tony's taunt, Killian suddenly became angry, stood still, and once again fell into a state of crazy counterattack. He suddenly split open the steel suit in front, and then rushed towards Tony at lightning speed. Tony immediately raised his hands and fired palm cannons continuously, but Killian greatly strengthened his reaction nerves with the extremist virus, flexibly and quickly dodged all the attacks from Tony, and charged in front of Tony. When Killian opened his mouth ferociously and breathed fire, Tony only had time to take a few steps back and did not escape the attack range at all. When the flames spurted out of Killian's mouth, Tony could only watch the blazing flames attack him. An energy shield appeared in front of Tony in time, helping him block the high-temperature flames that could cause damage. Tony turned his head to look at Gao Ming, who was standing not far away. Gao Ming looked at them blankly. His raised right hand still maintained a snapping gesture. At this time, Tony noticed that from Gao Ming's appearance to the present, Gao Ming used attack methods that he had never seen before. Tony subconsciously guessed that it was one of Gao Ming's undisclosed abilities, but Gao Ming, the faint blue light in his right hand, was so familiar, it reminded Tony of the mysterious cosmic Rubik's Cube. Recalling that Gao Ming took away the Rubik's Cube after the New York War, Tony immediately realized that Gao Ming had mastered the Rubik's Cube. The cosmic Rubik's Cube, which Shield spent half a century failing to understand, was actually mastered by Gao Ming. Just when Tony fell into deep shock, Gao Ming spoke coldly, with a rare tone of impatience. "It's really troublesome." The right hand, shrouded in blue light, was raised in front of the body. The next moment, a sharp and huge energy blade condensed and formed. With a slight wave, the energy blade flew out, and in the process of shooting out, it separated into countless energy blades of the same size, creating a violent storm. Attacked Killian. Then Killian enjoyed the torture of being cut into pieces. He couldn't even react. His whole body was cut into countless pieces and scattered on the ground. Tony's face froze when he saw such a bloody and violent scene. Sure enough, Gao Ming is still the same cruel guy. Cut into countless pieces. No matter how powerful the extremist virus is, it can't heal the shattered Killian. He is not a deadwaiter. This time he is so dead that he can't die anymore. With a flick of his hand, a space crack appeared under Killian's wreckage, and Gao Ming casually teleported Killian's wreckage to an unknown corner of the universe. After killing Killian, Gao Ming put down his right hand. The blue light on his hand gradually dimmed, and finally disappeared. Gao Ming returned to his taciturn appearance, looking blankly into the distance. Seeing that Gao Ming didn't pay attention to him, Tony had no intention of provoking this murderous god. He hurriedly ran into the cabin and rescued Pep. As soon as the restraints were released, Pep hugged Tony and cried loudly. "Tony, I'm so afraid that there seems to be something wrong with my body." As Pep cried bitterly, he did not notice that the temperature of his body surface was rising. Tony, who was wearing armor, could clearly feel that his partner in his arms was getting hotter and hotter. The steel suit was emitting frequent and intensive moans because it could not withstand such high temperature. When the alarm sounded, Tony quickly reassured. "Relax and calm down. Don't worry. I will cure you. I promise." Under Tony's constant persuasion, Pep finally stabilized his mood. Feeling that Pep's body temperature gradually dropped to the level that a normal person should have, Tony couldn't help but let out a long breath in a cold sweat. When Tony helped Pep out of the cabin and onto the deck, Gao Ming was nowhere to be seen. Gao Ming left without saying goodbye again, just like 2 years ago. Tony was thinking melancholy, and suddenly, a voice came from above his head. "Hey Stark, can you put me down?" A certain president of the United States, who had a slightly lower sense of presence and was suspended, shouted anxiously. "Tony, okay, I'm here to save you, Mr. President." After getting rid of Killian and a group of desperate virus fighters, Gao Ming did not stay on the oil ship. When Tony rushed into the cabin to find Pep, he opened a space portal and ignored the president hanging in the air calling for help, alone. Left. After passing through the space door, Gao Ming came to his home in New York. The room was empty, just like when he left. No one had been there for a long time. There was a thick layer of dust everywhere in the room, and the corners were knotted. Lots of spiders. Gao Ming walked silently through every corner, the living room, the kitchen, and the bedroom. The good times with Sophia in the past gradually emerged in his mind, and waves surged in his stagnant heart. Standing at the door of the kitchen, Gao Ming seemed to be able to see Sophia cooking the newly learned delicacies with great interest. His wooden face softened, and a slight arc was drawn at the corner of his mouth. After watching quietly for a while, Gao Ming opened a space door again and left the room. There was silence in the room, filled with endless loneliness and desolation. The blue light dissipated, and Gao Ming appeared in a dim back alley after exiting the space door. There were faint lights flickering, and there were still a few drunks lying on the ground clutching wine bottles and talking drunkenly. He looked up and saw that he had not specified a teleportation destination. Random teleportation locations were generally not very far away. At this moment, he was standing in the back alley of a bar. The flickering light was the sign of the bar. It was just because it was hanging on the back door. The wiring failure caused the sign to flicker and dim, but it was not repaired. Putting his hands in the pockets on both sides of his coat, Gao Ming walked slowly towards the exit of the alley. After walking a few steps, he arrived on the street. For some people, night is just the beginning of the day. The number of people walking on the street is not much less than during the day, showing the bustling and noisy nightlife. Gao Ming was walking aimlessly on the street. His pupils dilated. His face was expressionless. He looked like a dead person. The decadent aura emanating from his body all the time made passers-by shy away. No one knew that this man, who was full of decadent temperament, was the superhero who became a household name in the past. In the past 2 years since his disappearance, the name Godfather has gradually been forgotten. Gao Ming walked slowly to a park, found a public bench, and sat down. He raised his head. It was rare to see stars tonight. The moon was also dotted with stars. A crescent moon peeked out from behind the clouds, forming a charming picture. Night view. Looking at the stars and the waning moon in the sky, Gao Ming's mood became calmer. He thought of many things, including his past demeanor as a superhero, his invincible appearance as the demon lord in the New York battle, and the dark elves he would bring after seizing the reality stone. Sooner or later, he would have to fight Thanos for the same stone. Various things flashed in his mind, but he didn't think about it carefully. Now, there is only one idea of reviving Sophia deeply rooted in his heart. Gao Ming stared at the night sky for a long time, and suddenly said, "Come out." Fury, who was wearing a black windbreaker, came out from a dark corner, waved his hand, and signaled Agent Hill beside him not to follow, then walked towards Gao Ming and said, "Long time no see, Gao Ming." Gao Ming said calmly, "What's the matter?" Fury helped create a false impression with Sophia's parents so that they did not notice Sophia's departure. For this reason, Gao Ming left London and came back to help Tony at his request. Now, Tony is safe and sound, and Gao Ming has completed Fury's commission, has cleared up the favor. When Fury came to Gao Ming and saw his current appearance, like Tony, he felt extremely sorry and said sincerely, "I don't know what happened to you, but people always have to look forward. Yes, you should come out. I hope you can stay and be the kind and upright hero who punishes evil and promotes good." Regarding Fury's request to stay, Gao Ming just replied indifferently, "No need, I decide my own affairs. Before it is completed, I have no interest in thinking about other things." Standing up from the chair, Gao Ming's right hand glowed with a faint blue light. Seeing this, Agent Hill, who was on standby in the distance, nervously put his hand on the pistol tied to his thigh, ready to draw the gun and shoot at any time. Fury just frowned slightly, but didn't make any movements. Gao Ming waved his hand aside, opened a space door, walked over without looking back, and then disappeared in front of Fury as the space door dissipated. Fury looked at Gao Ming's disappearing figure with solemn eyes, seeming to sigh in fear, and said, "Becoming stronger and more dangerous." After returning to London, Gao Ming's life returned to the same monotonous and boring life. He came to the abandoned building on time every day to check if there were any strange phenomena. After returning home, he entered the dimension space to visit Sophia. In the past few days, TV and newspapers have been reporting on the incident in which the President of the United States was kidnapped by criminals and successfully rescued. Iron Man Tony Stark, who was the biggest contributor to this incident, said one thing in an interview with reporters. "The successful conclusion of this incident is not only due to me, because it was the godfather of superheroes who defeated all the bad guys." Tony's words caused an uproar. The Godfather, who had disappeared for 2 years, had reappeared. This was big news. Countless reporters and media anxiously asked for more details, but Tony had no intention of answering the question, but looked at him seriously. "Camera," said, "I look forward to your official return." Therefore, in addition to reporting the news of the rescue of the US president, major newspapers and news media also reported overwhelming news such as "The Godfather is back," "The hero is back," "A warm-hearted good neighbor in those years," or exaggerations, or objectively reported on the matter. However, none of this attracted Gao Ming's attention, and he continued his journey day after day. And those who are expecting the Godfather to show up are doomed to be disappointed. 01 October. A year has passed quietly, and the topic of the Godfather only lasted for 2 or 3 months before it fell silent. After all, there was no sign of the Godfather appearing, and the media that could not see much profit would not be kind enough to do publicity. There is no media to fuel the flames. The Godfather craze naturally sank before it started to stir up. To the general public, the Godfather did not appear, but there was one less thing to focus on. However, Tony and others felt a sense of disappointment. After all, the scornful figure had not returned. A year passed without incident, and one day in July, Gao Ming finally ushered in the moment he had dreamed of. On this day, the weather in London was still so cool and humid. Gao Ming came to the abandoned building as usual. As soon as he stepped in, Gao Ming felt a special spatial fluctuation, and a faint burning sensation came from his right hand. The blue light flickered on and off. Upon discovering these anomalies, Gao Ming was stunned for a moment. Then a look of boundless ecstasy appeared on his face, and he ran as fast as he could to search the entire building. The space gem was fused into the right hand of the soul by him at the beginning, and every time the power of the space gem was activated, a faint blue light would appear on the right hand, which was the energy manifestation of the space gem. After integrating the space gem, Gao Ming can naturally feel that the space fluctuations in the building today are a bit chaotic. In addition, the space gem resonates with something, all of which remind Gao Ming of the reality of ether particles hidden in it. The dimension of gems appears. Gao Ming walked anxiously through every part of the building. When he reached the second floor and passed a corridor, he stopped. The floor of the corridor was covered with fallen leaves. Even though the surrounding windows were closed tightly, at this moment, for some reason, the wind was blowing, and the fallen leaves on the ground were rolled up and danced in the corridor. Gao Ming ignored the spooky phenomenon like a horror movie, and stared intently at the end of the corridor, which was a deserted room. But what caught his attention was the strong spatial fluctuation in front of the room. Stepping towards the end of the corridor, Gao Ming could clearly sense that the closer he got, the more he could feel a huge traction force. When Gao Ming came to the front of the room at the end of the corridor, the traction force reached its peak. He stood firmly, and had long been pulled by this strange traction to directly hit him. After taking a deep breath, Gao Ming took a step forward without hesitation. The next moment, Gao Ming found himself in a very dark space with only a little light. He was standing on the edge of a cliff, and there was a bottomless abyss below. Turning around, Gao Ming excitedly saw a stone pillar in front of him. The top of the stone pillar was connected to the unreachable black sky, and the bottom was connected to the bumpy land under his feet. There was a fault gap in the middle of the stone pillar, and a coquettish bright red light emanated from the gap. Impatiently arriving in front of the stone pillar, Gao Ming could clearly see pieces of liquid-like material rolling and flowing in the gaps. The dark red color was like mellow red wine, attracting people to taste it. Gao Ming stared blankly at the rolling dark red fluid and murmured, "Reality gem." Gao Ming stared obsessively at the reality gem in front of him. Instead of stretching out his right hand fused with the space gem, he put his left hand into the gap. The next second, like a beast that smelled its prey, the reality stone pounced over fiercely, wrapping around Gao Ming's left arm like countless red snakes, and quickly seeped into Gao Ming's skin. Gao Ming could clearly feel that the reality stone quickly occupied every corner of his body. It was not until he reached his right hand that he was blocked from moving forward. However, except for his right hand, the rest of Gao Ming's body was completely occupied by the reality stone. the surging energy. Soon, the reality gem completely infiltrated Gao Ming's body and began to drain Gao Ming's life force hungrily. Gao Ming could feel that his life force was continuously being lost, being mercilessly swallowed by the reality gem. Gao Ming, who lost the dog talisman, naturally did not have endless vitality to supply the reality stone. He would also become weak due to the decline of vitality. Even if he used the healing power of the horse talisman, he could only delay time until all his vitality was swallowed up by the reality stone. Gao Ming will usher in death. However, this does not faze Gao Ming. Even if the dog talisman still exists, it only provides vitality to replenish the reality gems and meets the needs of the reality gems. At best, it can only be regarded as getting the right to use the reality gems. Gao Ming is not satisfied with this. What is important is to completely master the reality stone. The reality stone had been sealed for a long time, but now it was broken and lodged in Gao Ming's body, which naturally increased the speed of extracting life force. Gao Ming felt that his mind was dizzy and he was a little unsteady, and he staggered to open a space door. When I got home, I lay down on the ground and felt completely dizzy. Within the body, the healing power of the horse talisman stubbornly resisted the reality gem from eating away Gao Ming's vitality. However, the healing power was still too weak in front of the reality gem and could only slow down the loss of vitality. When Gao Ming passed out, he found himself in a world full of dark red fluid, which rushed from all directions and was about to drown Gao Ming. This is the scene where the reality stone appears in Gao Ming's consciousness, seeming to show Gao Ming its supreme power. Gao Ming looked at the dark red fluid coming in like a wave of the sea and couldn't help but sneered. If you want to intimidate me, I will let you know who is the master. As soon as the words fell, 11 zodiac totems appeared on Gao Ming's chest, and a bright blue oval gemstone appeared in the palm of his right hand. The tiger-shaped totem lights up to symbolize the activation of the balancing power of the tiger talisman. The next moment, the menacing dark red waves suddenly stood still, then shrank back like the ebbing tide of the sea, gradually gathering and shrinking, and finally condensed into a red oval gem. Seeing this, Gao Ming couldn't help laughing. As expected, the tiger talisman did not disappoint him. As a power that could balance the other 11 spells, it reflected that its power was obviously greater than that of the other 11 spells. Perhaps the tiger talisman does not have the destructive power of the dragon talisman's explosion, nor does it have the speed of the rabbit talisman to catch wind and shadows, but it has the power of balance to subdue all forces. Even the infinity gem, the most powerful cosmic treasure in the Marvel world, was subdued by the tiger talisman at this moment, and was controlled to solidify into an oval gem of the same size as the space gem, with a bewitching color like blood. The reality gem obediently floats in front of Gao Ming, waiting for Gao Ming to collect it. The space gem was placed on Gao Ming's right hand, and Gao Ming thought of where to place the most powerful infinity gem, the reality gem. He reached out and grabbed the reality stone, and then he pressed it heavily on his chest, in the center of the circle where the 11 spells were arranged. The reality stone blended into Gao Ming's chest, as if it was embedded there, but it looked so natural, as if it was born on his chest. In reality, Gao Ming suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Gao Ming's dark eyes gradually turned into a deep amber color, full of intimidation. Coupled with the original pig charm's strengthening of the eyes, Gao Ming's eyes completely transformed to the point of not being angry or intimidating. Anyone who looked at him will lose their fighting spirit, and those who are not determined may even be frightened to death. Regarding the changes in his eyes, Gao Ming didn't know what they were like without looking in the mirror, but he didn't care about these superficial changes. He paid more attention to the substantive changes. With a thought, countless dark red fluids slowly flowed out from the body, floating around Gao Ming, and following Gao Ming's thoughts, they turned into the appearance of things. This is just a simple use of solidification, just like the energy shield and energy blade that Gao Ming made with the space gem. The reality gem can do this easily, and it can also automatically sense when danger is approaching and automatically send out a circle of the resistance halo, which has the characteristics of automatic protection of the master. But these are just means. What Gao Ming wants to experience is the power of reality gems to change reality. The reality gem can realize people's dreams. All scientific codes and natural laws are meaningless in front of it. Even the most absurd ideas can become reality in front of it. With a wave of his right hand, a space crack leading to the dimensional space appeared. Gao Ming came to Sophia's side with heavy steps in an uneasy mood. When Gao Ming came to the bedside and saw Sophia's peaceful sleeping face, he became more and more anxious, and at the same time, there was a flash of fear. If the reality stone cannot be used, it may not be possible. If the reality stone is not enough to resurrect Sophia, then he will seize the other 4 infinity stones and gather 6 infinity stones to resurrect Sophia. Crazy thoughts flooded Gao Ming's mind, and his uneasy mood finally calmed down a little. He took a deep breath and said silently in his heart, "Reality stone, if you can really realize all my wishes and change reality according to what I want in my heart, then I ask you to resurrect the girl in front of you and bring my Sophia back." Gao Ming has never prayed for a certain existence so earnestly as at this moment. But in order to let Sophia return to his side, even if he knew that the reality stone was already in his hands, he still wanted it to fulfill his wish like a loyal believer. The dark red fluid surrounding Gao Ming exploded and turned into countless drops of water, pouring into Sophia's body and quickly penetrating into it. When all the dark red fluid seeped into Sophia's body, Gao Ming held his breath and looked at Sophia intently, expecting a miracle to happen. First of all, a familiar dog-shaped totem was forcibly forced out of Sophia's body by the power of the reality gem. When the dog spell came out, it immediately sensed the other 11 spells and hit Gao Ming's chest in a flash. The chest of Gao Ming's spiritual body, which was lined with spells, quickly returned to its position. When the dog charm returned, 12 charms lit up at the same time, as if to welcome the return of the dog charm and celebrate the reunion of all members. Sensing the dog charm returning to his body, Gao Ming felt complete again, but Gao Ming had no time to take care of this change and looked at Sophia nervously. After waiting for a while, Sophia still didn't open her eyes. This made Gao Ming finally unable to suppress the despair in his heart and lay beside the bed and cried desperately. What? Why? Gao Ming's pain over the past 3 years suddenly burst out, and he fell into boundless despair. Suddenly, Gao Ming felt a hand gently caressing his head, and a haunting voice sounded in his ears. "Why are you crying?" Lifting his head in disbelief, Gao Ming trembled and saw Sophia smiling quietly, looking at him with eyes as soft as water. Gao Ming hugged his long-missed lover and cried like a child. Yee. Sophia also patted Gao Ming's back as if to comfort her and whispered softly, "Don't cry, don't cry." The cold and silent blue space became extremely warm at this moment because of the reunited lovers. Somewhere in the universe, a huge spaceship is floating quietly. Inside the spaceship, a thin man stood motionless on the bridge, wearing a covering helmet on his head and connected to a strange device. The helmet gradually opened and closed to both sides, revealing a pale and thin face without a trace of blood. The pointed ears and bright blue eyes showed that this humanoid creature was not human. The Dark Elves once used the reality stone to attempt to fill the entire universe with darkness and evil race. The person in front of them is Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, who has survived for thousands of years. Malekith seemed to have sensed something. He woke up from the survival device of the spacecraft and stood in front of the observatory in the cab with a blank look on his face. He looked at the vast starry sky outside and carefully felt the aura that woke him up. He suddenly fell into boundless ecstasy. Malekith looked at the Dark Elves who were also awakened on the spaceship with majesty and said in strange elven language, "The ether particles awakened us. one after another. The Dark Elves came out of their respective survival devices and consciously arranged themselves into a neat queue. They were all wearing black armor. Looking at it, they were densely packed, black and majestic. The army of Dark Elves that had been sleeping for countless years were completely awakened the moment Gao Ming took out the Reality Stone from the alien space. The standby spaceship restarted, and Malekith sensed the unique energy fluctuations of the Reality Stone and headed towards its planet Earth at full speed. Gao Ming naturally didn't know that the evil Dark Elf army was approaching the Earth step by step. Although he had watched the movie and knew that the Dark Elves would sense the Reality Gem, he didn't have the heart to think about those things at the moment. Ken let go, afraid of losing the lover in his arms again. After a long time, Gao Ming calmed down, gently let go of his hand, and asked nervously, "Sophia, do you feel anything wrong with your body?" Gao Ming's gray hair and vicissitudes of face deeply hurt Sophia's heart. Sophia touched Gao Ming's face sadly and sobbed. "Why are you like this? What happened?" Sophia's memory still stays at the moment of death in the New York War. She remembered that she died, but she didn't understand why she came back to life, let alone why Gao Ming became what he is now. Hearing this, Gao Ming was startled, and then suddenly remembered that his current image had changed a lot. He used a high-frequency hand knife to clean up the unshaven beard on both sides of his cheeks, and hurriedly combed his disturbed white hair. To make himself look more energetic, he pretended to be nonchalant and said, "I'm fine, there's nothing wrong with me." Therefore, Gao Ming, who was reunited with his lover, obviously had a negative IQ. Although he used the power of super speed to instantly tidy up his appearance, he forgot about his white hair and much more mature appearance, and could not be deceived. Sophia's tears couldn't be suppressed after all. She kept falling down and cried out. Seeing Sophia crying, Gao Ming immediately panicked and quickly comforted him. "Hey, don't cry, Sophia, I'm really fine." At this moment, Gao Ming completely lost his usual cold and ruthless attitude. He was like a child who was troubled by a problem. He comforted Sophia in a low voice. "Don't cry, I said so." Then, Gao Ming recounted his experiences in the past 3 years, including defeating Zarita's army in the New York War, moving to London to obtain the Reality Stone, and collecting the stone to resurrect Sophia. Gao Ming tried his best to talk about it as lightly as possible, and some details were simply mentioned in one stroke. However, Sophia still felt all kinds of hardships and pains from his brief description. She knew that the things behind it were not as easy as Gao Ming said, so she hugged Gao Ming's hand. Waist, face on his chest, trembling and sobbing. Feeling the wetness coming from his chest, Gao Ming smiled bitterly and scratched his hair, but his face was no longer stiff and returned to its former look. His amber pupils became bright, and a confident smile hung on the corner of his mouth again. He finally succeeded in rescuing Sophia. In the empty room, a space crack suddenly appeared. Gao Ming hugged Sophia and walked out of the dimensional space to the outside world. Sophia had calmed down and looked around curiously. She found that the room was empty and there was nothing. She couldn't help but ask, "You have lived here for the past 3 years?" "Ah, yes." Gao Ming couldn't help but feel embarrassed when he heard Sophia's question. "Previously, I was only thinking about resurrecting Sophia, so I just installed a house randomly without adding any furniture at all. The family simply didn't even bother to break into the house because there was nothing to steal." Sophia touched Gao Ming's cheek distressfully and said, "In the 3 years I've been away, how could you not cherish yourself so much?" He walked to the window and put Sophia down, letting her stand on his own. She hadn't moved around for 3 years, and her legs were relatively stiff. Gao Ming squatted down and carefully put his hands on Sophia's legs, using his healing power to help her. She relaxed her muscles and quickly recovered the physical condition of her legs. In the blink of an eye, Sophia felt that her feet became stable and powerful, without the feeling of weakness in her thighs. Sophia smiled, looked at the scenery outside the window, and said enthusiastically, "This is London, and I haven't been to it yet." Seeing this scene, Gao Ming immediately suggested, "Then let's go out and see the scenery of London together." Sophia looked at Gao Ming's nervous expression and knew that he was trying to make her forget those sad things. She nodded and said softly, "Okay, I also want to see London." Hearing that Sophia agreed, Gao Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief and was about to take Sophia out, but when he saw how the two were dressed, he immediately stopped thinking of going out immediately. Sophia was still wearing clothes from 3 years ago, so there was nothing wrong with her, but she didn't wear shoes on her feet. Needless to say, Gao Ming himself, dressed in a monotonous gray-black coat, looked very dull. Although Gao Ming put all the things from his home in New York into the house he created in the dimensional space, Gao Ming didn't want to go back in just after he came out, so he changed his mind and activated the power of the Reality Stone. In the next second, dark red fluid came out of Gao Ming's body and turned into countless floating red particles, surrounding Gao Ming and Sophia. The red particles quietly changed the clothes on the two of them into a more casual one. Apparel. Sophia looked at the clothes on her body, which turned into a white short liner on the upper body, a blue coat on the outside, a comfortable pair of jeans on the lower body, and a pair of light blue canvas shoes on her feet. She couldn't help feeling there was a burst of surprise. The gray-black coat on Gao Ming's body has also turned into a casual suit. Although it is also in black style, the temperament it reflects is completely different. If the previous Gao Ming looked like a decadent uncle who was not close to strangers, now he is a handsome uncle full of mature charm. Even the dull white hair, because of the return of the dog charm, reappears vitality, adding a bit of unique temperament. Gao Ming straightened his suit jacket and couldn't help giving the reality gem a thumbs up in his heart. Realistic gems are really convenient to change outfits with one click. If the Dark Elves found out that Gao Ming was familiar with the reality gem and used it to change reality and change their clothes, they would definitely be pissed off. Sophia couldn't help but feel a little excited when she looked at the mature and steady Gao Ming. Gao Ming's majestic amber eyes made her heart beat even faster. She couldn't tell whether she was more afraid or more infatuated. "Your eyes are so beautiful, amber-like in color, and they feel so mysterious." Sophia uttered words that sounded like she was dreaming. Hearing this, Gao Ming realized that his pupil color had been affected by the reality gem, turning it into the charming and intimidating amber color in the movie. It turned into amber, but it made his eyes more dangerous. If he got angry, he might really kill his eyes. Controlling the power of the reality gem in his heart let it lessen its influence on his eyes, and then the color of Gao Ming's pupils dimmed. Although they were still amber, they were not so conspicuous and intimidating. Holding Sophia's hand, Gao Ming chuckled and said, "Let's go." We didn't use our super speed powers or use space gems. We simply walked through the streets of London with a relaxed pace. When Gao Ming and Sophia strolled on the street, they still attracted the attention of many people. Some of them were ordinary pedestrians, mainly because they were attracted by Gao Ming. It has to be said that Gao Ming's previous decadent aura was swept away, as if he had been completely reborn, as if he was a completely different person. His back was straight, his face was radiant, and he looked extraordinarily energetic. Especially the peculiar white hair and amber eyes made him very temperamental. With that black suit, the rate of turning heads is constantly increasing. Some women frequently cast meaningful glances at him, but Gao Ming turned a blind eye. The other part is the secret agent sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. to monitor Gao Ming's daily life. As a person who S.H.I.E.L.D. focuses on, it is natural to send agents to monitor. Although Gao Ming is aware of the existence of these agents, as long as he don't bother him and don't bother to care about it. After seeing Gao Ming change from normal and return to his former self-confidence, accompanied by the long-missing Sophia, the secret surveillance agents immediately secretly filmed the scene and then sent it to Fury to report the situation. When Fury received the message from his subordinates, he saw Sophia, whom he presumed dead, standing next to Gao Ming alive. He couldn't help but be stunned for a while, and then thought solemnly, could it be that Gao Ming has the power to bring the dead back to life? Thinking of this shocking speculation, Fury's heart stirred up huge waves, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. When his eyes turned to the image of Gao Ming, who regained his expression, his heart suddenly calmed down again, feeling a little relieved, a little expectant, and said to himself, he said, "Welcome back, Godfather." Similarly, Jarvis also reported Gao Ming's situation to Tony immediately. Tony looked at Gao Ming, who was no longer decadent on the screen, and was overjoyed. He's finally back, you bastard. Gao Ming took Sophia to visit the city of London together. The buildings in London are actually not extraordinary. It's just that after 3 years, they went shopping together again. Both of them cherished this long-lost leisure and held hands tightly, never loosened. In the next few days, the two of them regarded it as a trip to London. Gao Ming took Sophia to visit the famous tourist attractions in London, such as the British Museum, Big Ben, Hyde Park, and Buckingham Palace. It took nearly a week for Gao Ming and Sophia to visit all the famous tourist attractions in London. Both of them are foodies. The most important and impressive thing is to go to Chinatown in England. They go to Chinatown every day. Enjoy the unforgettable Chinese cuisine. Gao Ming, I want to go back. Sophia suddenly felt a little disappointed. Gao Ming knew that she missed New York and her parents, so he replied without thinking. Okay, we have almost turned around London, and we should gone back. Sophia nodded happily and put her arms around Gao Ming's arm. With a swipe of his right hand, a space portal was opened. Gao Ming walked through the space portal with Sophia on his arm. Looking at the familiar bustling scenery, Gao Ming turned his head and saw Sophia looking very happy and excited. He also smiled from the bottom of his heart, as if in response, and murmured to himself, I'm back. That night, Sophia went back to her home. After all, she had been away from her parents for 3 years, although in her parents' impression, their daughter had never left. No need to take the initiative to contact. When he saw Sophia taking the subway to Hell's Kitchen, Fury told the female agent pretending to be Sophia to return to the team. So, quietly, Sophia and the female agent handed over. Of course, before Sophia went back, Gao Ming used the power of the space gem to set a space coordinate on her body. Once she encountered danger, Gao Ming would sense it and send it there immediately. After Sophia returned, Gao Ming returned to his home and immediately did a general cleaning. He cleaned the house clean and then moved all the things in the house out of the dimensional space and put them back to their original places. With the help of speeding force, it didn't take long for Gao Ming to restore his home to its former state. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking at the familiar environment, Gao Ming fell into peace. Gao Ming stood up, walked to the bathroom, stood in front of the sink, and carefully looked at his current appearance through the mirror. Well, it seems that I have really aged a lot. Gao Ming touched his chin, with a look of distress on his face. Indeed, although Gao Ming's appearance has become more mature and steady, he still looks a bit older, like a man in his 40s. However, Gao Ming's actual age now is 29, 1 year shy of 30 years old. The dog charm is now back, but it cannot rejuvenate you. It can only stay young forever and keep your current appearance unchanged. Although Sophia wouldn't care, Gao Ming didn't want to appear to others as a woman in her 20s following an uncle in his 40s. Gao Ming muttered, this is not possible. Suddenly thinking of the reality stone, Gao Ming suddenly had an idea. There was no one in sight, so he said directly, the reality stone, make me younger. He imagined his appearance in his 20s, and then watched the dark red particles turned into real gems floating around his body, penetrating and transforming his whole body. After a few seconds, Gao Ming saw himself in the mirror instantly become younger, return to the appearance of nearly 30 years old. Because considering his age, Gao Ming is not shameless enough to regain his appearance. He has just the right appearance in his late 30s, not looking old or too young, and still maintaining a mature and steady temperament. However, Gao Ming hesitated again and again, and finally decided to keep his white hair for a while. It seemed quite temperamental. Sophia was resurrected smoothly. Gao Ming's obsession disappeared, and his personality gradually returned to the old narcissism. Of course, after this hard-won lesson, his mentality has also matured. After solving his appearance problem, Gao Ming returned to the living room, walked to the window, and looked out. People were coming and going on the street, and there was no trace of the hustle and bustle that this place had been invaded and destroyed by an alien army. 3 years later, New York people have gradually come out of the shadows and are actively enjoying life. To some extent, Gao Ming is not strong enough and optimistic enough for these surviving citizens. Looking at this prosperous and peaceful scene, Gao Ming couldn't help but sigh. It's really nice. Gao Ming thought that this kind of leisurely and stable life could last for a while. But soon after he returned to New York, on the morning of the 3rd day, Gao Ming suddenly looked up at the sky, his amber pupils full of solemnity. Nowadays, Gao Ming is becoming more and more sensitive to danger, and the infinite gems have also strengthened him to a certain extent, so he immediately felt that any danger was approaching. Sure enough, when Gao Ming stared at the sky, he saw a black spot appearing in the distance and getting bigger. When he got closer, the black spot finally revealed its true face, a magnificent black spaceship. Looking at this sudden spaceship, normal people can tell that it is definitely not here to make friends. It is aggressive, and it is obvious that the visitor is not good. There was an experience of alien invasion, and all the people who saw the spacecraft immediately ran away in panic. Gao Ming looked at the spaceship parked high in the sky with cold eyes, and said with murderous intent, Dark Elf. Gao Ming almost forgot that after the reality stone leaves the different space, the Dark Elves will definitely sense it, and the Dark Elves will not give up on taking back the reality stone. Although Gao Ming has used the reality stone to resurrect Sophia, it does not mean that he has to return it to its original owner. This is not a child's play, and the reality stone is not a thing of the Dark Elves in the first place. It is the origin of the birth of this universe. Fetish. The Dark Elves only know a little bit about how to use the reality stone, so what qualifications do they have to compare with Gao Ming, who has truly mastered the reality stone? Gao Ming's face suddenly turned cold, and a strong murderous aura gradually emanated from his body. If you want to take away the reality stone, I will make it impossible for you to even dream. Gao Ming soared into the sky and flew towards the spaceship in the air at a very high speed. During the rapid flight, the clothes on his body were also turned into powder little by little under the power of the reality gem, and then quickly reorganized into a familiar uniform. By the time Gao Ming flew to the front of the spaceship and looked at Malekith in the spaceship through the glass of the observation deck, he had already completed his combat attire. The speed suit that had been reduced to ashes was put on Gao Ming again. I'm back. Gao Ming floated in front of the Dark Elf spaceship, standing proudly, wearing the familiar speed suit again, showing his former might and arrogance. When Gao Ming regained his previous image and flew into the air, among the fleeing crowd, some people noticed his appearance, some were confused, and some recognized him. Who is that? Looks familiar. It's the Godfather superhero Godfather. He is back. Gradually, more people recognized it, with excited and ecstatic expressions on their faces, and cheered up. Even those who were at a loss suddenly realized when they heard it, and cheered along. Although Gao Ming has been missing for 3 years, not everyone has forgotten him. At this moment, they are all excited for his return, as if a sense of peace of mind that the backbone is back. Hearing the thunderous cheers below, under his helmet, Gao Mingyun calmly accepted the warm welcome of the crowd. Only the slight arc at the corner of his mouth showed the joy in his heart at this moment. Shoo! The gold and red Iron Man rushed over and flew to Gao Ming's side. His helmet opened, revealing Tony's cynical face. Glancing solemnly at the spaceship in front of him, Tony showed his composure, still unscrupulous, and said with a smile, I just came back and met such a big gift. Your welcome ceremony is really unique. Gao Ming turned his head, looked at Tony, shrugged, and replied matter-of-factly, I can't help it. Although I have been away for a while, my popularity is still so high. You see, there are still more people cheering for me than you. Hearing Gao Ming's tone, Tony finally felt relieved. When he heard the voices on the ground shouting the Godfather louder than those shouting Iron Man, he couldn't help but said depressedly, T-Seach, I've obviously always been here. Why am I still popular? I can't compare to you, a missing person who has returned. The two of them were talking as if no one else was around, as if they didn't pay attention to the huge spaceship in front of them. This made the Dark Elf Commander Malekith in the spacecraft look a little angry on his face, and said coldly, Open the hatch. The hatch of the spaceship opened slowly, and Malekith stood at the hatch, with countless Dark Elf soldiers behind him. Everyone's fighting spirit gathered into a strong aura, rushing towards them like a mountain-topped Facing this invisible coercion, Tony couldn't pretend to be calm. Put on his helmet, put all weapons into the state of firing at any time, and looked at the enemy solemnly. Gao Ming looked at the leader Malekith in silence. His amber pupils were shining brightly, full of boundless murderous intent, like a high-ranking god despising a group of ants. With a hoarse voice, Malekith said coldly, "Human beings, you are not worthy of possessing ether particles. If you hand over the ether particles, I will allow you to become a member of darkness." Hearing this, Tony couldn't help but complain. Hey, what did you get again? This sentence was said to Gao Ming. It was not difficult to tell from Malekith's words that he was here for Gao Ming, so Tony couldn't help but ask Gao Ming. Gao Ming didn't answer Tony's question. His eyes were still so cold, but he said in a non-serious manner, "Shouldn't you be curious why this white-faced man speaks fluent English? Has English become popular in the whole universe?" Haha, that seems to be the case. Hearing Gao Ming's words, Tony was also very curious. How could this dark elf, who didn't look like an earthling, speak English? Could it be that English was included in their education subjects? Haha, it seems like every creature in the universe can speak English. Malekith heard that Gao Ming was teasing, and his tone became even colder. "Human, I advise you to obediently hand over the ether particles. They don't belong to you. Haha, you only have some superficial use, and you think you control the power of etheric particles." Gao Ming looked at it indifferently and mocked. "You actually have the nerve to say that etheric particles are yours. You piss me off, human." Malekith raised one hand and made a gesture of grasping. "Since you are unwilling to hand over the ether particles voluntarily, I will take them back myself." Malekith's face was stern, and he decided in his heart to execute the insignificant human being in front of him immediately after taking back the ether particles. But the next moment, Malekith's face changed drastically. He found that he could not pull the ether particles out of Gao Ming's body. The ether particles seemed to be rooted in this human being, without even a trace of response. How is it possible that the ether particles recognized this weak creature? No, this is impossible. Gao Ming crossed his arms, his eyes filled with ruthless mockery. Malekith roared out in disbelief. "You thief! This is the treasure of our dark elves. How can you get its approval? What tricks did you play? It belongs to me." Facing the irrational Malekith, Gao Ming just sneered back. "Who gives you the confidence to say this to Liang Jingru?" Malekith ignored who Liang Jingru was and lost control of the etheric particles. This made him extremely angry and frightened. He shouted hysterically, "Attack all the people to kill this human and take back the etheric particles." As soon as he finished speaking, the dark elf soldiers behind Malekith took action and came to the negative layer area of the spacecraft. Several people boarded a small battleship in teams and then flew out of the spaceship. Watching dozens of warships flying out of the spacecraft, Tony's nerves suddenly became tense. All the weapons and equipment on the steel suit suddenly popped out and came into fire. However, Tony noticed that Gao Ming looked unmoved, and he immediately calmed down a lot, but he still reminded him loudly, "There are still citizens on the ground." After hearing Tony's words, Gao Ming didn't look too anxious and said calmly, "It's just a bunch of fish." Having said that, the blue light on his right hand lit up, and an extremely unstable black hole suddenly appeared in front of each rapidly approaching warship. Most of the warships had no time to turn around, and they all hit the black hole of death and were crushed and torn into pieces. Fragments. In just one encounter, the Dark Elf army lost more than one-third of its strength. Malekith was furious and shouted hatefully, "Fire at him and shoot him to pieces." The order was conveyed to all types of warships. After receiving the order, the Dark Elf soldiers responsible for driving the warships did not hesitate to activate the weapons loaded on the warships, and all aimed at Gao Ming to launch attacks. Faced with the overwhelming artillery fire from warships and amid the hail of bullets, Gao Ming remained fearless in the face of danger. When all attacks came within 10 meters of him, the Reality Stone took full advantage of its loyalty to protect the Lord. The dark red quicksand poured out of his body continuously and turned into a huge red shield, protecting Gao Ming's entire body. Continuous ammunition and artillery fire hit the condensed shield of the Reality Gem, but it was no surprise that they were all destroyed by decay and failed to break through the defense of the Reality Gem. Seeing the red shield around Gao Ming, Malekith's eyes almost burst into flames, and he yelled furiously, "Thief! Thief! You are not worthy of using the power of ether particles." "Haha," Gao Ming smiled coldly, his tone full of disdain. "I have to let you know what despair is." The dark red shield exploded, and the Reality Stone was released unscrupulously by Gao Ming, turning into dark red quicksand flying all over the sky. In an instant, a red ocean covering the sky was formed, and all the warships were submerged. Under Gao Ming's deliberate control, all battleships except the spaceship were spared, and all were reduced to ashes under the explosion of the Reality Stone. Malekith watched with dull eyes as his army was completely destroyed, and he could not stand firmly on his feet. He fell back weakly and slumped on the floor of the spacecraft in a very inconspicuous manner, still muttering, "This impossible." Tony, who was a melon-eating crowd all the time, was also stunned. In only 3 years, Gao Ming has become so powerful, which made the proud Tony feel extremely frustrated. Taking back the dark red quicksand that was floating around, Gao Ming looked at Malekith calmly. As the origin treasure of the Marvel Universe, each of the Infinity Stones cannot be underestimated. Even if they are weakened and not as terrifying as the comic version, they are still extraordinary and supreme artifacts. Gao Ming, who has mastered 2 Infinity Stones, is currently invincible. Unless he is of the same level of strength or holds other Infinity Stones, he cannot pose a threat to him. At this moment, Gao Ming's invincible appearance was deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone watching the battle. Seeing that Gao Ming hadn't moved, and just sent out 2 attacks to wipe out all the Dark Elves, except for Tony who was not useful at the side, who was a little depressed, and Malekith, who couldn't believe the facts and became distraught. All the people watching the battle on the ground, the townspeople shouted like thunder, "Wow, oh, is he a god? I feel like the god of thunder is not as strong as him." Saul was shot innocently. Calmly listening to the cheers coming from below, Gao Ming asked with interest Malekith in front, "Do you have any trump cards that you haven't used yet?" Hearing this, Malekith glared at Gao Ming with hatred on his face and said hoarsely, "Don't be proud. The value of ether particles is beyond your imagination." "Stop, stop." Gao Ming interrupted Malekith impatiently. He really couldn't stand Malekith's self-righteous words. "I know better than anyone how precious ether particles are. But you, even if the true power cannot be exerted, so what kind of confidence do you have to keep claiming that it belongs to you? Okay, don't talk too much nonsense with you. Get ready to go." Gao Ming indifferently made a death declaration to Malekith. Malekith gritted his teeth and looked at Gao Ming, as if he wanted to engrave his appearance deep in his soul and take him to hell together. It's not that Malekith didn't think about running away. After all, he was the last Dark Elf. But after seeing Gao Ming's strength, Malekith gave up this delusion dejectedly. He has also experienced the power of ether particles, and he can be wiped out in an instant, so there is no possibility of escape. "Human, I will wait for you in the dark." Malekith's voice was like a ghost crawling out from under the 9 netherworld, filled with boundless resentment and evil aura, which was creepy. "I'm not interested, just wait." Without giving Malekith a chance to continue his harsh words, the dark red quicksand instantly drowned Malekith. In the dark red quicksand, Malekith's maniacal laughter could be heard faintly. "Ether particle, have you returned to me?" The wild laughter stopped suddenly, when the dark red quicksand slowly dispersed and returned to Gao Ming's body. The place where Malekith originally stood was empty. This ambitious man who wanted to cover the entire universe with darkness, the enemy's existence, was completely erased by the Reality Stone. Looking at the huge ship in front of him, Gao Ming thought for a while, waved his right hand, and a space gate of equal size appeared under the spaceship. The space gate slowly rose and gradually swallowed the entire spaceship. After the spaceship was completely swallowed by the space gate, Gao Ming withdrew the space gate, and everything returned to calm. Seeing that the Dark Elf spaceship was disposed of by Gao Ming, Tony couldn't help but ask, You didn't destroy the spaceship, did you? As for the alien spaceship, Tony is still very interested in studying its structure, and then learning the technology inside to enrich his scientific knowledge. Of course, Gao Ming didn't destroy the spacecraft. He just took it into the dimensional space he created and regarded it as a trophy. However, Gao Ming said calmly, "Yeah, it's not easy to deal with it. It's too annoying." The tone is very natural, and there is no trace of falsehood at all. Tony felt a toothache after hearing this. It was a space battleship. Its value was several blocks higher than that of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s aircraft carrier. Tony could still build it by spending huge sums of money and giving him enough time. Yes, but he doesn't have enough confidence to make an alien spaceship. At least he won't have the ability to make one for a long time. Seeing that Gao Ming destroyed a strategic-level spaceship without thinking, Tony, who has always spent money willfully, wanted to call him a prodigal. Gao Ming didn't say that he was joking. Anyway, he had already put away the spaceship, so don't expect him to hand it over. Awakening from hundreds of years of slumber, he wanted to take back the reality stone and realize his dream of the universe falling into darkness. However, he was defeated by Gao Ming and the whole army was destroyed. It has to be said that the Dark Elves died a very aggrieved death. If they knew that Gao Ming had mastered the reality stone, they would definitely not act rashly. At least they would make a rigorous plan before coming to Earth, and then die a less aggrieved death. Gao Ming, who possesses 2 infinite gems, can be said to be able to kill people when he is in the way, and when he is in the way of gods, he used to have only 12 spells. Although he could solve the attack of the Dark Elf army this time, the battle would definitely not be that easy. It will definitely affect innocent civilians. After resolving this crisis without causing any losses, Gao Ming followed Tony and flew to Stark Tower under everyone's gaze. After coming to the top floor of Stark Tower, Tony didn't need to stand on the special armor removal device. The steel suit on his body was automatically decomposed, and Tony walked out of the steel suit. Under the control of Jarvis, the iron suit walked aside and entered standby mode. After Tony removed the armor, he saw a bunch of dark red particles floating around Gao Ming's body, and the uniform on his body gradually changed into a casual servant. Seeing this, Tony couldn't help but marveled. If I hadn't just seen your new ability, I would have thought it was some kind of nanotechnology. You can also consider researching nanotechnology and implementing it on your armor. Gao Ming replied casually. The speed helmet that covered Gao Ming's face turned into dark red particles of the reality gem and returned to his body, revealing his mature and stable face. Tony had also secretly observed in the past few days that Gao Ming seemed to have used some means to regain his youth, so he didn't show much surprise. He just looked at the white hair, and Tony couldn't help complaining. Why don't you let if your hair changes back? Can't you change it back to black? That's not true. It's just that white looks quite individual, so let's keep it for a while. Gao Ming raised his brows and said with a little complacency, Tony. He took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet, took 2 wine glasses, came to the sofa, and sat down. After pouring it, he handed it to Gao Ming. Tony shook the red wine in the wine glass, brought it to his mouth, and took a sip. Then he asked, your son is finally willing to come back. Last time I told the media that I hoped you would come back, but you didn't show up. It's really shameful. TCH, Tony Stark, you still care about this shame. Gao Ming rolled his eyes at Tony, drank the red wine in the glass carelessly, and said a little dissatisfied, I don't think it tastes good. You rich people, why do I love drinking these messy wines? Tony said speechlessly, hey, don't forget that you own % of Stark Industries shares, and you are also the rich man you say. Putting the wine glass on the table casually, Gao Ming said nonchalantly, I don't know how long it has been since I looked at my bank account. I don't usually spend a lot of money, like famous wines, etc. I haven't drank much. After drinking this, I might as well buy a few carts of Feijai Happy Water. Mentioning the term, Fat House Happy Water, Tony decisively decided to skip this topic so as not to lower his style. Tony's face became serious, and he said solemnly, I'm glad you're back, but I hope you can explain what happened today. Seeing that Tony's attitude was sincere and not as aggressive as usual, Gao Ming did as he wished and patiently explained to him. The people coming today are the Dark Elves, and their purpose is to take back the ether particles in their mouths, which is this. Gao Ming released some dark red particles, letting them beat and circulate on his fingertips, and then continued. The ether particles, whose real name is the reality stone, are the earliest things in the universe, one of the 6 infinity stones, and the original cosmic cube was the space stone among the infinity stones. When Tony heard this, he asked strangely, I remember that you took the cosmic cube, the space stone, right? That's right. Gao Ming raised his right hand, and a faint blue light enveloped his right hand. Each infinity gem has unimaginable power. I obtained this power, and I also attracted greedy people who coveted the gems. Older generations, like today's Dark Elves, are just one of them. Speaking of this, Gao Ming felt a little heavy. He thought of the tall figure sitting on the throne. After getting the space gem and the reality gem, he would inevitably have to face the terrifying overlord of the universe in the future, Tyrant. Thinking of Thanos, the ultimate Marvel hero, Gao Ming couldn't help but have a hint of gloom in his eyes. Although he was unable to catch the release of Avengers when he traveled back in time, Gao Ming still knew more or less about the character of Thanos from some comics and fan stories. Possess unsurpassed strength, endurance, recovery ability, and agility. The skin is almost indestructible, immune to most spiritual attacks, and has knowledge far beyond the Earth's technology. Thanos himself can be regarded as one of the most powerful people in the Marvel world. He also has a huge army and countless capable people and strangers. Facing this big boss, Gao Ming has now. Even though I have obtained 2 Infinity Stones, I can't say I'm 100% sure. Although Gao Ming's world is the background of the Marvel movie universe, and the overall power level has been weakened a lot, but Thanos, as the ultimate enemy of the Marvel movie, must have no doubts about his strength. Now that Gao Ming has obtained 2 Infinity Gems, it is absolutely impossible to hand them over, and confrontation with Thanos is a certainty. Seeing Gao Ming suddenly lost his mind while talking, Tony called out, hello, what are you thinking about? When he came back to his senses, Gao Ming smiled self-deprecatingly. Thanos hasn't come yet, so he's just worrying about being scared here, and he's too unconfident in himself. Gao Ming regained his composure, without showing a trace of sadness, and said with a chuckle, nothing, go on. You have seen the power of the infinite gems. The space gems allow me to control the power of space, such as teleportation, etc. It's a piece of cake, and as for the reality stone, it's like Aladdin's magic lamp that can grant my wishes. Hearing Gao Ming's metaphor of the reality stone, Tony was a little surprised. What is the upper limit of the power to realize wishes? As soon as Gao Ming was about to ask carefully, Gao Ming stood up and walked out. Don't ask. There are some things that I can't reveal too much for now. I can only remind you, Tony, get ready. One day, the Earth will, and even the entire universe may usher in an unimaginable disaster. Opening a space door, Gao Ming left Stark Tower, leaving Tony with a pensive look on his face. The return of the Godfather is like a sporadic spark falling in the vast forest, turning into a raging fire, and unsurprisingly, it caused an uproar. Before long, the major media and newspapers, like sharks smelling blood, seized on the major event of the return of the Godfather and publicized it. The internet, newspapers, and magazines were filled with news about the Godfather. In particular, some clever people filmed the battle scenes and posted them on the internet, making people more aware of the power of the Godfather. Not to mention some suspicious and seriously ill people, ordinary people saw the return of such a powerful superhero. My heart was suddenly filled with a sense of security. When that familiar figure walked through the streets at high speed, passers-by would invariably give out warm cheers. Everything seems to be back to the past. Gao Ming is eager to resume his heroic career and work hard to maintain public security and order in the city. After Sophia went home to visit her parents, she returned to the home they shared. It is worth mentioning that although it was an agent arranged by S.H.I.E.L.D. disguised as Sophia, it was indeed Sophia, who spent 3 years, plus the time spent by Sophia herself. Before she knew it, Sophia had graduated. To be honest, when I woke up, I found that I had only spent half of my college life, and it was over in the blink of an eye. Sophia was a little dazed at the time, feeling that she graduated in a daze, which was unreal. Fortunately, the agent Fury arranged was also a top student. After disguising himself as a Sophia, he ended his college career with excellent grades. What makes Sophia more distressed is that after graduation, Sophia actually went to work at Stark Industries as the secretary of the new Stark Industries, Pep Potts. Regarding this, Gao Ming also knew that Tony and Fury had arranged it for the convenience of cooperating with Sophia's disguise operation, but now that Sophia is back, it is a bit troublesome. Unlike agents who are shrewd and capable and handle everything properly, Sophia has no experience in this job, so when she goes to work as usual, she looks like a novice in the workplace and cannot handle many things well. Although Sophia complained after she came back, she refused to admit defeat, studied hard, and finally became familiar with this unfamiliar job. However, every time Sophia came home from get-off work dressed as a workplace secretary, Gao Ming always became very unruly and personally checked the working status of the secretary. The days seemed to have returned to the calm of the past. On this day, Gao Ming returned home after completing a day of heroic work, looked at the dark red quicksand floating around him, and fell into thought. Although he got the Infinity Gem is still a foreign object after all, something that belongs to this world. Even though its power is so powerful that it is enough to make him invincible, Gao Ming still believes in his spell more. Compared with the Infinity Gems, the power of the charm is much lower, but it is indeed his own power, which cannot be taken away by others, so he has to make a comparison. Gao Ming pays more attention to his own charm. Therefore, Gao Ming was thinking, is there a way to strengthen his spell? After all, the power of the spell is gradually unable to keep up with his footsteps. After thinking about it, Gao Ming also thought of the power of the Reality Gem. Since the Reality Stone can fulfill the user's wishes and change reality, can it help him strengthen the power of the spell? Thinking of this, Gao Ming tried to express his wish. The Reality Gem, strengthen the ability of the 12 spells on my body. The dark red quicksand around him suddenly surged, but what puzzled Gao Ming was that the Reality Stone kept surging like this, but there was no next move. It seemed that it could not realize this wish. Are you kidding? As one of the most powerful artifacts in the Marvel world, the Reality Stone, which claims to be able to change all realities, actually encounters times when wishes cannot be fulfilled. But such nonsense happened. The Reality Stone really can't fulfill this wish. Be puzzled. Gao Ming racked his brains to think about the reason, and finally came up with a very likely answer. Because the spell does not belong to this universe. Why the talisman appeared on him is still an unsolved mystery. After all, time travel itself cannot be explained. However, what is certain is that the talisman does not belong to the Marvel world and is essentially different from this universe. Therefore, the Reality Stone cannot affect the talisman. If the Reality Stone had its own consciousness, it would definitely be depressed, and it would actually lose its reputation in the face of the talisman's ability to lose to it. Although Gao Ming's wish to directly strengthen the spell through the Reality Stone did not come true, Gao Ming soon thought of another workaround. Gao Ming took a deep breath, and then said solemnly, the Reality Stone allows my physical fitness to break through the shackles of human beings. The next moment, the dark red quicksand surrounding Gao Ming couldn't wait to pour into his body. Gao Ming could clearly feel that the Reality Gem was fulfilling his wish, and an indescribable change was taking place in his body, as if there was a fist in his body. The lock was destroyed by the Reality Gem. If we quote the setting in One Punch Man, it is that Gao Ming, under the power of the Reality Stone, broke through the limits of human beings and lifted his own limit device. From this moment on, although Gao Ming was still a human being, his potential was no longer limited by human limits, and he began to evolve. This was another way to strengthen the spell. The power of a spell depends on the potential of the user. Gao Ming knew a long time ago that as a human being, his potential is limited, which limits the power of the spell, so the spell has never shown its full power. Although Gao Ming can transform into the Holy Lord through the Monkey Talisman, which temporarily enhances the power of the talisman, it is not the fundamental method after all. Gao Ming cannot always turn into the demonic image of the Holy Lord, and the Holy Lord is only a demon with potential. Although he is stronger than humans, he still reaches the pinnacle of the spell. Sure enough, it's feasible. Gao Ming felt deep in his soul that the power of the 12 talismans was constantly increasing. As the shackles of potential were broken, the talismans were like experience bars that had been accumulated for a long time, and the power level suddenly increased. Rising up, I am really looking forward to how far the limit of the spell can be reached. Feeling that the power of the spell was still rising, Gao Ming was overjoyed, quietly waiting for the result, and touched his hair by the way. Fortunately, I didn't become bald. Although Gao Ming made a wish to let the Reality Stone break the shackles of his human potential, in fact, nothing changed on the surface. It's not that Gao Ming's physical fitness has directly become stronger than those of Superman. He still has the original human physique, but the lock that restricts his potential has been opened and is no longer limited to humans. Without any potential bottleneck, the power of the talisman naturally soared all the way, presenting an indescribable speed of improvement. While Gao Ming felt himself growing stronger, he waited for the end of the talisman strengthening. Finally, after Gao Ming seemed to have been waiting for more than a century, but in fact it only took about 10 minutes, the improvement speed of the talisman gradually slowed down, and finally stabilized at a level that Gao Ming could not believe. The power of the talisman has reached its end, and there is no way to go any further. No matter how Gao Ming finds any way, he can't make any more enhancements. However, when Gao Ming carefully felt the power of the spell, he knew that he was truly invincible this time. The power of the talisman was fully aroused. What is more intuitive is the youthful immortality of the dog talisman. Every cell in the body remains active at all times. Even the white hair has quietly returned to glossy black. Opening a space crack, Gao Ming couldn't wait to rush into this randomly generated dimensional space. He wanted to experience how powerful the perfect spell was. Just when Gao Ming was testing his strength with great interest, Odin, the God King in the distant Asgard god realm, came to the Rainbow Bridge and stood with the gatekeeper Heimdall. Heimdall was still standing there with meticulous hands. The gorgeous long sword that served as the teleportation key was inserted into the ground, and his dazzling amber pupils stared intently at the starry universe. What's the matter, my king? Heimdall asked calmly. Odin held the scepter that symbolized the king of gods, and was also his own artifact. He stood next to Heimdall with majesty, his face full of solemnity, and said, you should be able to see, Heimdall, that Meter the Guardians got the space stone and the reality stone. Yes, I saw it, Heimdall replied calmly. How are you going to deal with it, my king? Odin thought for a while and said tiredly, no, I don't plan to take any action. Heimdall, I don't have much time. Hearing this, Heimdall couldn't help sighing. Even the aloof god king Odin couldn't withstand the erosion of time after all, and now, this wise and mighty king of the gods, his lifespan is running out. Heimdall knew what Odin was worried about, which was the future of Asgard. Odin's life would come to an end, but the next king of God's domain, Thor, the god of thunder, had not yet grown up. Although Sol has become more stable after experiencing an expulsion, he is no longer as before, only blindly impulsive, regardless of the consequences, and already knows how to think twice before acting. They all see this in their eyes and feel for Sol gratified. However, although Sol has a mature mentality, his own strength has not reached the point where he can protect the realm of the gods. Odin can become the king of the gods in the 9 kingdoms, making the creatures of the 9 kingdoms fear him. The most important thing is his domineering and fierce absolute strength. Odin's power is deeply imprinted in the hearts of every creature in the 9 kingdoms. This made the ambitious rulers of other countries fearful and did not dare to act rashly. If Odin dies, the prestige established by Odin will fall apart in an instant. Without Odin's deterrence, all the enemies who are staring at each other will tear off their false camouflage and set off a ruthless war. Gard will surely become the target of public criticism and usher in a catastrophe. Sol hasn't become strong yet, not strong enough to protect Asgard. I believe he will reach it one day, but I don't have much time. Odin's tone was mixed with a trace of melancholy. A trace of sadness appeared in Heimdall's eyes, and he said, Thor will not let us down. He will definitely become a qualified king. But that will take time, and it will be difficult for me to last until that day. Odin said slowly, with a heavy tone. So, I need to find all the power that can help Thor. This Midgardian is also one of them, Heimdall suddenly realized. Odin's one eye looked at the starry sky in front of him, as if he had traveled through countless light years, staring at the blue earth. Yes, the person who masters the 2 Infinity Stones has no doubt about his strength. Not only that, but also the other people on that planet. Those members of the Avengers who are called the Avengers with Thor are also a little help, and there is also a supreme mage on that planet who holds the Time Stone. Speaking of this, Odin couldn't help but sigh. Obviously Midgard is just a low-level planet, but so many characters were born, and even most of the Infinity Stones were gathered on this planet. Could it be that this planet was affected by the universe blessing? Odin didn't know that his unintentional words were actually close to the truth. Heimdall asked abruptly, what about Loki? What do you plan to do with him? When talking about Loki, Odin's eyes showed a look of loss, regret, and guilt. After a moment of silence, Odin said, I have always recognized Loki's abilities and regarded him as my own. Unfortunately, he cares too much about himself. He thinks he has been deceived and makes mistakes again and again, but I still trust him. At the end, Odin's tone gradually became firmer, as if he had made some decision. Heimdall could hear the change in Odin's tone, but he didn't ask aloud. Heimdall, after I leave, help me protect Asgard. As ordered, the two of them quietly looked at the universe filled with stars. Boom. A space crack opened instantly, and Gao Ming quickly ran out of it, and he could see the fiery explosive flames spreading rapidly behind him. Close the space crack. Gao Ming patted his chest like the rest of his life, breathed out, and said to himself, I almost played Dafa. I didn't expect that Dragon Blast could achieve such power now. Just now he tried other spells in the dimensional space first, and put the most destructive dragon spell to the final test. As a result, he almost played with fire and set himself on fire. It was literally playing with fire. At that moment, he could feel that the Dragon Blast was full of danger, although it won't kill him, but it will definitely leave a painful and deep impression on him. However, Gao Ming finally understood the full power of the spell. Thinking of this, Gao Ming suddenly became interested and used the Reality Stone to create his own speed suit, and then printed a pattern on the uniform. If you have watched Jackie Chan's adventures, you will recognize it at a glance. This is the mass pattern that summons the Shadow Core. The Shadow Core has left a deep impression on many people. They are tireless, elusive, endless, and loyal. There are 9 forms of the Black Shadow Core, and the one printed by Gao Ming is the most common ninja group. Gao Ming did not use the power of the Reality Stone, but chose a talisman rat talisman that he had never used before. For a long time, Gao Ming has always met the enemy directly, almost killing them instantly, so the rat charm is basically useless and useless. Rat charms can give life to dead objects, turning stillness into movement, and even some statues of gods can resurrect them, but their strength is not as good as that of real gods. It's just that, the rat talisman, which has reached its peak, has become stronger and more convenient. For example, the mass pattern that summons the Shadow Core in front of you is not a physical object, just a pattern, but under the power of the rat charm, it suddenly has energy. Gao Ming could feel that this mass pattern was no longer an ordinary image, but had truly unique abilities. When Gao Ming put on the Speedy Fighter, he called out with a little excitement and a little bit of nonsense. Come out, my Black Shadow Core. The next moment, a group of thin people with red eyes and ninja costumes emerged from all the shadows on the wall, on the ground, and in the room. In an instant, the whole room was crowded with ninjas in black. After all the ninjas emerged from the shadows, neatly squatting down and bowing their heads towards Gao Ming, a loyal subordinate attitude. The Black Shadow Core is coming. The original rat charm can only turn dead objects into real creatures, especially the image must be a creature. Generally, it can only resurrect some statues, toys, figures, etc., which has relatively large limitations. And for some statues of gods, even if they are given life and turned into reality, their power cannot reach the real body. Otherwise Gao Ming would have gone to some temples in China to make the gods manifest. It was precisely at this point that Gao Ming felt that the rat talisman could help very little, so he had always subconsciously ignored this talisman. But now, all the spells have reached their ultimate state, and their power is fully displayed. Rat charms are no longer limited to items such as statues, and mass patterns that summon the Shadow Core can also become real magic runes. Looking at the group of ninjas in front of him who were bowing and saluting him, Gao Ming, who was nearly 30 years old, felt a little passionate in his heart and commanded in a pretentious manner, get up. All the black-clothed ninjas stood up in unison, standing straight on the spot, waiting for Gao Ming's instructions without saying a word. The soldiers of the Shadow Core are actually not real creatures, but an effect similar to the activation of a summoning skill. They have no life soul, no independent consciousness, and only obey the orders of their masters. The number is endless. Gao Ming did not immediately issue any orders to the Black Shadow Core because he had to solve a hidden danger. He took off his uniform again and spread it out, revealing the mass pattern printed inside the uniform. The ferocious mask looked a little lifelike, as if it were real. Gao Ming looked at the mass pattern with a half smile and said, "Come out, stop pretending. How should I call you, Ericud Taravalon?" As soon as the words fell, the pattern of the mask suddenly squirmed, and then, a huge head emerged from the pattern, floating in the air, and looked at Gao Ming face to face. The person in front of me with white eyebrows and white beard, blood-red skin, orange eyes, and only one head and no body is the commander of the Black Shadow Corps. He is the leader of an evil force in the ancient times in Jackie Chan's adventures. He once, and his subordinates, 9 times the ghost generals, and the shadow troops they led ruled Japan. They were later defeated by the righteous samurai, and their souls were sealed in masks. Although the rat talisman has reached the ultimate state of perfection, and its ability is not limited to things like statues, it cannot escape the fact that dead prototypes must have souls. The reason why the mass pattern that summons the Black Shadow Corps can be successfully turned into reality is because the mass pattern contains the soul of Terra, the commander of the Shadow Corps. Terra, who had only one head, was suspended in the air and threatened fiercely. Humans, surrender to me and serve me. If Gao Ming hadn't revealed Terra's disguise at a glance, Terra might have remained hidden, waiting for the opportunity to attack Gao Ming. Gao Ming looked at this big head with disdain. Terra hadn't realized that she was the manifestation of the rat charm, so she thought she was awakened. Haha, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Gao Ming's eyes widened, and a strong mental oppression hit Terra. Before Terra could say anything else, she was annihilated by this huge mental power and completely dissipated. Terra's state was equivalent to that of a spirit body. Although Gao Ming could easily eliminate him with the Reality Stone, Gao Ming chose to use a spell to eliminate the villain who appeared for less than a minute. The Sheep Talisman, the only talisman linked to the soul, originally could only cause one's own soul to leave the body and enter the dreams of others. Now, it has been directly upgraded to the point where it can use the power of the soul to attack, which is mental damage. As for dreams, dreams can be easily constructed. Become the master of dreams. Therefore, facing Terra in her soul state, Gao Ming effortlessly killed her, essentially killing the villain. The Sheep Talisman has been upgraded to unleash a soul attack that will knock the wind out of your enemies. After Terra was eliminated, the mass pattern lost Terra's presence and became an ordinary summoning rune. The summoning power of the Black Shadow Corps became ownerless at this moment, and only the person wearing this uniform could to command the Shadow Corps. Putting on his combat uniform again, Gao Ming looked at the group of loyal men in front of him and said with high spirits, "Black Shadow Corps, follow my orders." I don't know since when, the citizens of New York discovered that when they encountered danger, some people dressed as ninjas would appear out of thin air around them to solve their problems for them. These ninjas are powerful and elusive. Their origins are unknown until now, but they always help people in need every time they appear, so they are quickly recognized by the citizens. Nowadays, after the appearance of these magical ninjas, the situation in New York is getting better day by day. Many ninjas will appear at the scene of disasters, such as fires, to rescue the trapped people. When encountering bad guys such as robbers, these ninjas will seem to be sensed, appeared immediately, and subdued the bad guys quickly. Where these ninjas come from, how many there are, and what abilities they have, everything is so mysterious, but it is undeniable that the appearance of these ninjas has made ordinary citizens feel more assured about their personal safety. Watching the ninjas of the Shadow Corps appearing and disappearing outside the window, Gao Ming lay leisurely on a recliner, took a sip of steaming coffee with a cup of steaming coffee in his hand. It's so easy, Gao Ming sighed with great ease. After being able to summon the Shadow Corps, Gao Ming decisively handed over his daily heroic career to the Shadow Corps. The ninjas of the Shadow Corps are endless, tireless, loyal, and extraordinary. They are the ideal subordinates. Under Gao Ming's order, the Shadow Corps has filled every corner of New York. They usually hide in the shadows. Once when citizens encounter difficulties, they show up to offer help. With the Black Shadow Corps, Gao Ming doesn't have to run around in person. Moreover, the Black Shadow Corps is more efficient. It exists at all hours. There is no need for rest or private time. It can ensure that citizens will appear immediately when they are in trouble. Although the existence of the Shadow Corps made some officials and wealthy businessmen panic, thinking that the elusive ninja group threatened their personal safety, and put forward opinions to relevant organizations and institutions, asking them to search for this group of ninjas of unknown origin, but tried every means, they also failed to find out the master behind the ninja group. It's not like they never thought about catching a ninja and then torture them to extract a confession. But what was very helpless was that when they went through all the troubles to catch a ninja, they were horrified to find that the ninja turned into smoke and disappeared without a trace. The Shadow Corps are not real creatures. They're just phantoms that can have as many as they want. Gao Ming put the coffee in his hand aside. Seriousness appeared on his face. He meditated for a while. Gao Ming stood up, opened a portal, walked through it, and came to a place. SHIELD headquarters. When Gao Ming stepped into this place, he immediately attracted the attention of all SHIELD personnel, who all drew their guns and pointed at Gao Ming, who had just walked out of the space gate, not daring to relax at all. Seeing that he caused such a big scene, Gao Ming was not embarrassed and raised his hand to say hello. Hello, everyone. However, no one present relaxed their vigilance and still pointed their guns at Gao Ming. Gao Ming's identity is only authorized to be known by members of a relatively high level. Those present are all relatively low-level SHIELD staff, so they don't know that the person in front of him is the famous superhero Godfather. When everyone was waiting in full force, Gao Ming didn't care, and when the scene fell into a stalemate, Fury finally arrived and shouted very majestically. Everyone put away their weapons and returned to their posts. Hearing this, everyone put away their guns and continued to do their work without daring to ask any questions. Seeing Gao Ming's nonchalant look, Fury frowned with a headache and seemed to complain. Can't you come here in a normal way? It's more convenient this way. Gao Ming replied with a smile. Find a place. I have something to ask you. Fury brought Gao Ming to a conference room in confusion, and then asked, tell me, do you have anything to ask me? Gao Ming asked lightly. Is Loki's scepter no longer in SHIELD? Hearing this, Fury's face changed slightly, and he said calmly, where did you hear that? Hearing Fu Rui's words, Gao Ming sighed, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. After all, I still missed it, the soul gem. Because there was the Black Shadow Corps who could take over his heroic career, Gao Ming couldn't help but think of the infinite stones when he was free. Now he and Thanos are starting a battle. So far, Gao Ming has obtained the 2 infinity gems of reality and space, and is temporarily leaving 4 infinity gems. In order to stop Thanos' ambition, collecting infinite gems is an unavoidable plan, so Gao Ming thought of the 2 infinite gems that still exist on the Earth. The time gem is hidden in the mysterious magical holy land of Kamatage, and it was made into the eye of Agamotto, the inherited artifact of the Supreme Mage. The current owner is the Supreme Mage Gui. Thinking of that enigmatic bald woman, Gao Ming felt a little headache. Don't look at it. It seems that he didn't show too much strength in the movie. In the end, he chose death and passed the position of Sorcerer Supreme to Doctor Strange. But as the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One is not an ordinary person. He must have endless magic behind him. And in the movie, she didn't use the Eye of Agamotto and the Time Stone. Although Gao Ming now possesses the 2 infinite gems of reality and space, and the power of his own 12 charms has also been raised to the extreme, he still dare not say that he is absolutely sure of defeating Gui. Therefore, although Gao Ming intends to seize the time gem, he is concerned about Gu Yi's strength, and the 2 of them have no hostility, so the plan for the time gem can only be shelved temporarily. Unable to get the time stone, Gao Ming set his sights on the Mind Stone embedded in Loki's scepter, another infinity stone. After the Battle of New York, Loki's scepter was accepted by SHIELD and sent to the relevant scientific research department within SHIELD for research. However, Gao Ming remembered the plot of Avengers, and it seemed that the scepter was planted by Hydra in SHIELD. An undercover agent inside stole it. It is now 01 and close to 014. It is actually about a year away from the time of the Avengers in 015. Thinking of Hydra's experiment of using the Mind Stone to develop superpowers, it took countless efforts to create the 2 characters of Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. No matter how you think about it, a successful case will take a long time. It can be inferred from this that Loki's scepter was stolen a long time ago. Gao Ming was still thinking about whether the plot would change with him as a time traveler. Unexpectedly, Loki's scepter fell into the hands of Hydra. Gao Ming said somewhat depressedly, your SHIELD security work is so poor. First it was the Cosmic Cube, and now it's Loki's scepter. Fury, however, keenly captured the key information from Gao Ming's complaint. Gao Ming put the Cosmic Cube and Loki's scepter together and thought of the Cosmic Cube opening a wormhole to allow aliens to invade. Fury, he couldn't help but ask with solemn eyes, is Loki's scepter very dangerous? Although it can change a person's mind, it can't be compared with the Cosmic Cube, right? Gao Ming shook his head helplessly, opened a portal and left, leaving only one sentence that frightened Fury. They are treasures of the same level. Back at his home, Gao Ming was lying on the recliner again in the posture of Gu Yu lying down. The warm sunlight shone on Gao Ming's handsome face. It was just this handsome and masculine face. Depressed. The time stone will be kept with Ancient One for safekeeping first, and the soul stone should be lent to Hydra out of kindness. Otherwise Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch would not be born. Gao Ming muttered with a depressed look on his face. The soul stone is not, I know where it is, but looking at the Avengers trailer, Thanos must have found it in the end. So my remaining target now is the Power Stone. The Power Gem is no longer within the scope of the Earth, but is going to the universe, to a planet called what? The power of the spell has been developed to the limit, and the strengthening of Gao Ming himself has reached its peak, and his memory has also been greatly enhanced. After carefully recalling the plot of the Guardians of the Galaxy, Gao Ming finally found a clue in one of the clips. In the movie, Star-Lord went to a desolate planet and entered an abandoned palace to obtain the Power Gem of the Cosmic Spirit Ball. The screenwriter did not mention where Star-Lord found the Power Stone in the opening scene, but fortunately, from the conversation between Yondu and Star-Lord, we know that the Power Stone is on a planet called Morag. I remembered the location of the Power Stone, but it was still of no use. Gao Ming had never left the Earth, so how could he find the inconspicuous star Morag in the vast universe? Although Gao Ming has a space gem, he can directly open a space door or teleport wherever he wants, but the premise is that he must know the coordinates. Thinking of the spaceship lying quietly in the dimensional space, Gao Ming became even more depressed. There was a warship capable of interstellar travel in front of him, but he couldn't operate it. It felt like a pearl was dusted. Before I can think of a way, the Power Gem can only be placed there for the time being, and I hope to get it in time in the future. Well, what can I do now? Gao Ming found that he was really free, and his eyes were confused. One morning, the sky is just slightly bright, and people are still asleep. A black man was wearing casual sportswear and was doing his daily morning jog. The surroundings were quiet, allowing him to jog with peace of mind. Suddenly, a tall and strong figure rushed out from behind, quickly overtook him, and shouted, "On your left," as he passed by. The black man looked at the morning runner who suddenly rushed out in astonishment. Unlike him running slowly, this morning runner who appeared suddenly seemed to be running at full speed, and disappeared from the black man's vision in an instant. The black man did not stop and continued to jog at a steady pace. Not long after, the black man heard a familiar voice coming from beside him. "On your left." Turning his head subconsciously, the black man only saw that the morning jogger still passed him like a gust of wind and ran away. This made the black man a little competitive, and the speed under his feet began to increase slowly. But soon, the voice sounded in the black man's ear again. "On your left." Looking at the figure walking farther and farther in front of him, the black man's newly raised fighting spirit was instantly extinguished, and he shouted depressedly at the man who was about to disappear. "I know the left side." But when he passed a corner in the park, he caught a glimpse of the familiar figure behind him and said in a panic, "Stop talking, stop talking." However, it didn't stop the dialogue from uttering the phrase "on your left" that made him almost collapse, and then watched feebly as he was easily left behind, and soon turned into a black spot in his vision. "Please," the black man yelled in great frustration. His legs were a little weak. When the whole morning run is over, God knows how many times the black man heard the nightmare, "To your left," and watched the other party leave him behind. The black man was lying on the grass covered in sweat, leaning against a tree, breathing hard. At this time, the morning jogger came to him. His face was not red, and he was not out of breath, and he did not seem to have consumed any energy at all. "Chile, do I need to call a doctor?" The black man looked at the blonde man and couldn't help but joke. "Go ahead and run another lap. Or should you say you've already finished? I'll treat it as if you finished another lap." "Haha." The blonde man smiled heartily, held the hand extended by the black man, and helped him to stand up. "Sam Wilson." The black man introduced himself. "Steve Rogers." The blonde man also introduced himself. This is the first time Falcon and Captain America met, because of an ordinary morning run. Perhaps because they are both soldiers, the first meeting between the American team and Falcon was very harmonious, and the friendship was formed in this way. Falcon enthusiastically recommended Marvin Gaye's 197 album Black Hand. That album mentioned many things, which could just add some knowledge to Steve, who was out of touch with the times. Steve also carefully took out the pen and memo he carried with him and wrote down the information, Black Hand album. This page of the memo is also densely written with I Love Lucy TV series, Moon Landing, Building and Tearing Down of the Berlin Wall, Jobs Apple, Disco, Thai Food, Star Wars Trek, Nirvana, Rocky, and all kinds of uninvolved information. After waking up from the freeze, Steve felt that he was out of tune with this era. Even though he still looked young, his thoughts were out of touch for 70 years. Therefore, Steve worked hard to learn to integrate into the modern era and absorb all kinds of knowledge. Hoped to adapt to new things beyond his imagination as soon as possible. Just as he memorized this new message, the phone ringing DDD sounded on his body. Steve took out his phone, and a message was displayed on the screen. "I have a mission. Leave immediately. See you on the roadside." Steve put away his phone and stretched out his hand to Sam. "Okay, Sam, I have a mission. Thank you for running with me." Sam smiled and shook hands with Steve, but he didn't expect Steve to change his words. "If you call that running." As for saying that, Sam said depressedly. As for, "Okay." Sam looked shocked, but shook Steve's hand warmly to say goodbye. At this time, a cool black sports car parked slowly on the side of the road. The window was lowered, revealing Natasha, the Black Widow, sitting in the driver's seat. Natasha joked charmingly. "Hey guys, who are you? Know how to get to the Smithsonian? I'm going to pick up a fossil." "So funny." Steve walked toward the car, casually replying to Natasha's comparison of him to a fossil. After Steve got into the sports car, he bid farewell to Sam again, and Natasha drove away in this cool black sports car. The next day, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Steve walked into Fury's office very dissatisfied. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was sitting leisurely in his office chair, with his back to Steve, looking at the scenery outside the glass wall. "You're just full of lies, aren't you?" Hearing Steve's angry words, Fury turned around helplessly. Last night, Steve received a mission to rescue a group of hostages taken by pirates with the S.H.I.E.L.D. team. Black Widow was assigned the task of backing up Data by Fury, but Steve didn't know this, which led to the rescue. The hostages' actions almost went awry. Steve doesn't like his subordinates to go their own ways, which means that a team is not united, which is a very serious problem in operations. A little carelessness may lead to the failure of the operation, and even cause irreparable losses. At the same time, Steve hated the feeling of being kept in the dark. What he needed was for his comrades to be honest with each other and trust each other instead of hiding things. Facing Steve's questioning, Fury said calmly after a bunch of rebuttals and defenses, "You misread me. I will share." Then, Fury used his authority to show Steve a helicopter carrier 3 generations ahead of the Insight project, which was made using the best technology available, and Tony Stark even participated in part of the design. Steve looked at this steel behemoth in shock. Compared with the one in the Battle of New York, the aircraft carrier in front of him was obviously improved several grades. The fuselage of the aircraft carrier was equipped with a neat row of machine guns, making people look at it without any doubt that once there is a riot, it will be smashed into a sieve in an instant. The fighter jets were pulled up by the crane and placed in the designated docking area on the aircraft carrier deck. Countless staff walked between the aircraft carriers, performing their respective tasks. Some people fixed the fighter jets and the aircraft carrier, and some inspected them. The ammunition data of various weapons performed their duties in an orderly manner. "We can nip many threats in the bud," Fury said with some pride. Steve frowned secretly and said, "Only those who have done bad things should be punished. We can't wait for someone else to do something dangerous," Fury said righteously. However, this conversation is destined to break up badly. Steve believes that Fury's Insight project is basically aimed at everyone. This is not protection, but threat and fear. Fury believes that this is a necessary insurance method. There are too many unstable factors in the world, and threats are everywhere. The two people had different ideas, which made them unable to understand each other. Steve left Fury with a cold face, and Fury's dark face suddenly became darker. Steve and Fury had an unsatisfactory meeting. Naturally, Gao Ming didn't know about it. If he knew, then he would instantly understand that this was the story of Captain America. But even if he knew, Gao Ming wouldn't pay much attention to it. After all, Captain America tells the story of Captain America and the Winter Soldier falling in love and killing each other. Gao Ming said he liked the scene of the Winter Soldier punching Captain America's chest, but he wouldn't. How interested are you? After all, I have seen a lot of them on and be stationed in my previous life. And the point is, it's not like a particularly dangerous incident happened to the US team. It was just a traditional phenomenon of S.H.I.E.L.D. The aircraft carrier was brought out to show off and was immediately bombed. Leaving aside the matter of Steve and Fury, Gao Ming has one thing that he has forgotten for a long time, which is buying a car. As a person, you must have a house and a car, and if you don't have one, you have to fight for this goal. Gao Ming has a house for a long time now, but he didn't buy a car. Although he doesn't need a car himself, but he has nothing to do, he still plans to buy a car, and his main purpose of buying a car is not transportation. Wearing comfortable casual clothes, Gao Ming went to the nearest car dealership unhurriedly, and then looked around the cars on display carefully. Soon, Gao Ming found his target, a yellow Camaro, or this name is unfamiliar to many people, but this car is very famous in a movie, that is, Transformers. Yes, this yellow Camaro is the prototype of the Autobot Bumblebee in the movie, but it doesn't have the black pattern like the Bumblebee, and the entire car is yellow. However, what Gao Ming needs is to 100% restore the image of Bumblebee. At least the appearance of the car needs to be restored to the color of yellow background and black stripes. I didn't mention those salesmen who looked down on Gao Ming because of his clothes. A well-dressed salesman saw Gao Ming standing in front of the Camaro and found out that he was interested in buying. He immediately stepped forward and asked Ben, introduced the performance of this car to him politely. "Sir, this one." Before he started to narrate, Gao Ming directly took out the card and said casually, "I want it, just swipe the card." The salesman was stunned for a moment, and then he looked happy and immediately replied, Okay, I will handle the formalities for you. It was rare to meet such a straightforward and forthright customer, so the salesperson couldn't help but feel happy and immediately went to handle the relevant procedures for Gao Ming. As everyone knows, Gao Ming felt secretly happy at this time. I have long wanted to try saying this pretentious thing, saying that I can find an opportunity to book a high-end restaurant and have a candlelight dinner with Sophia. Under the evil Franklin, Gao Ming bought the car very smoothly. He didn't even know whether it was because of Tony or Shield, and galloped away in the sight of everyone. Gao Ming had never driven a car before, but with his incredible reflexes and body coordination, Gao Ming quickly got started and drove the car skillfully to an open construction site. Everyone at the construction site must have taken a break from get-off work, and there was no one around at this time. After Gao Ming got out of the car, he looked at the bumblebee that lacked black patterns. According to the image in his memory, he used the reality gem to change the shape and structure of the car. Under the influence of the reality stone, this Camaro not only transformed into the familiar bumblebee image, but its structure also became the same as a real Autobot, and it can switch from car form to Autobot form. However, only the structure has changed. The rat spell quietly activates. Click. Accompanied by a click sound, the body of the yellow Camaro sports car in front of it began to flip and fold, showing a state of deformation. After a few breaths, the yellow Camaro sports car is no longer a car, but the yellow robot in front of you. Autobot Bumblebee. It has to be said that Bumblebee has always been a transformer that men love. Although he is not as tall and mighty as Optimus Prime, the leader of the Autobots, and gives people a visual shock, his charm is still undiminished. It can be called a man's romance. You know, when Gao Ming watched the Transformers movie, on the one hand, he was directed at the heroine Megan Fox, and on the other hand, it was Bumblebee. The influence of Bumblebee is not inferior to Optimus Prime and Megatron. It can be said that when asked about the roles of Transformers, most of them talk about Optimus Prime, Megatron, Bumblebee, and Starscream. The four are well-known Transformers. After the Bumblebee completed its transformation, it still looked a little not fully awake. It blinked its bright eyes, raised its hand to touch its own head, and looked around in confusion, with a very simple and honest appearance. Who are you? Where's this? Is there anyone who can help me? Suddenly, Bumblebee uttered a sharp female voice, interspersed with the sound of ZZ radio waves. Hearing this, Gao Ming was stunned at first, and then realized that Bumblebee was talking to him through the broadcast system, and it should be switched to a horror story channel. The Bumblebee's voice system was damaged in a certain battle, and then it can only rely on connecting to the broadcasting system and switching the content in the channel to achieve dialogue. I am a hardworking bee. Switch the channel again and switch to a children's song channel. Gao Ming's face became very strange when he heard the crisp and tender children's voice coming from Bumblebee's mouth. Although Gao Ming barely understood that the first sentence of Bumblebee meant to ask where he was, the second sentence should be to introduce himself. Hardworking bees. Gao Ming helplessly supported his forehead and said, "Wait a minute." He walked forward and put one hand on Bumblebee's body. Bumblebee looked at the short creature curiously, wondering what Gao Ming wanted to do. Because the other party showed no malice, Bumblebee allowed Gao Ming to put his hands on him. The healing power of the horse talisman is activated. Bumblebee suddenly felt a warm current filling his body. This was an unprecedented experience for a mechanical life form like him. If Bumblebee had to use an analogy, it would be like drinking 97-octane gasoline. But Bumblebee hasn't drunk number 97 gasoline yet, so I can't find a suitable adjective. It can only feel like it has been infected by a virus, and the entire mechanical body trembles slightly. This warm and comfortable feeling didn't last long. Gao Ming's hand rested on the Bumblebee for less than 10 seconds, and he let go. When Gao Ming stepped back a few steps and looked up at the Bumblebee, he seemed to see an unsatisfactory expression appeared on Bumblebee's face. Obviously Bumblebee just looked like a robot, but Gao Ming felt that he was showing that look. Gao Ming smiled lightly and said, "You can try talking now." Well, Bumblebee also felt that his voice system seemed to be repaired, and said a few words tentatively. "Hi, hello, my voice is better." Bumblebee fell into shock all of a sudden, and kept talking like a child. The content was completely unrelated, and he said whatever came to his mind. It was very funny. Seeing Bumblebee's ecstatic expression, Gao Ming was very proud. The healing power of the horse talisman has restorative properties, which is enough to restore Bumblebee's voice system to normal. Moreover, the horse talisman, which has been developed to the extreme, is now more than just that. The fully developed horse charm can eliminate all abnormalities, and is no longer limited to healing at the biological gene level. It can also be completely immune to the influence of supernatural forces, such as magic, curses, and even damage from infinite gems can be quickly recovered. Speaking of which, I have to mention the golden partner of the horse talisman, the dog talisman. As we all know, in order to have a true immortal body, the dog charm and the horse charm are indispensable. The horse charm can make the host automatically heal, but it cannot make it immortal. Once the damage it sustains exceeds its recovery speed, it will definitely die, while the dog charm can make the host immortal, stay young forever, and have unlimited vitality, but the injury will not heal itself. If you lose your arms, legs, or even your head, you will still be alive, but you will have a profound experience of what it means to live worse than death. The ultimate dog spell has further strengthened the characteristic of immortality. Gao Ming has become a truly immortal existence, and even the reality stone cannot erase his existence. Gao Ming used the reality gem to make a wish to break through the shackles of potential and fully develop the spell, and the charm developed to the extreme has been able to resist the power of the reality gem to change reality. So even if the reality gem is taken away, Gao Ming does not have to be afraid the reality gem can work on itself. From this point of view, the spell that is strengthened with the help of the reality stone has a tendency to become a landlord. After Bumblebee gradually calmed down, he said in his unique and magnetic voice, "Thank you, amazing carbon-based creature." Gao Ming said helplessly, "Hello, Bumblebee, just call me Gao Ming, carbon-based organisms, or something like that." Bumblebee tilted his head, expressing confusion, and said, "Okay, Gao Ming, by the way, why do you know my name and where is this place?" It seemed that what was manifested was a Bumblebee that had not yet reached the earth. Gao Ming took out his mobile phone, searched for the Transformers movie, then clicked to play, and said, "Take a look, the answer is here." Gao Ming came to Bumblebee and showed him the movie played on the screen of the mobile phone, and Bumblebee also squatted down stupidly, bent down to look, blinking its mechanical eyes constantly. "Oh, why am I there? Optimus Prime and the others are also in there. Megatron, Starscream. Car people never say never." While watching the movie, Bumblebee seemed very excited, as if he was immersed in the scene. He was surprised by his own appearance, happy for the appearance of Optimus Prime and his companions, laughed weirdly because he peed all over the agents in gasoline, and Sa Wei Jintian was furious when he was waiting for the Decepticons, and his blood boiled when he saw that his lower limbs were broken and he still insisted on fighting. When the movie ended, Bumblebee fell silent. Gao Ming put away his phone, looked at Bumblebee, and asked softly, "Bumblebee, I am a fictional character." Bumblebee asked in confusion, but he used an affirmative sentence, and his tone was full of depression and confusion. Having watched the movie, Bumblebee also understands what Gao Ming showed him. His original future, more precisely, is a predetermined script, a movie that satisfies spiritual entertainment. Knowing that he is only a fictitious existence, Bumblebee is naturally shocked. His worldview completely collapsed, and he lost himself in an instant. Seeing Bumblebee's performance, Gao Ming sighed softly and said, "Bumblebee, you shouldn't think like this. There are countless parallel time and spaces in this world, and among these parallel time and spaces, there must be a world of Transformers. Although I used my own power to manifest it, but don't doubt your own existence. In some parallel time and space, there will definitely be you, Bumblebee." Hearing Gao Ming's consolation, Bumblebee regained his energy a little. He was an optimist in nature, so after the initial confusion, he slowly calmed down, stood up, clenched a fist with one hand, and beat his chest. Solemnly said, "Thank you, my friend. I swear I will protect you." Hearing Bumblebee's knight's declaration, Gao Ming couldn't help but his blood surged into his head, and he said excitedly, "I believe in you, my most loyal friend." In this way, Gao Ming and Bumblebee formed a friendship between humans and Earthlings. Suddenly, Gao Ming suddenly thought of himself from Bumblebee. Bumblebee doubted his own existence and thought that he was false. And Gao Ming, who is in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, is also false. Is everything he is doing now? It's also a movie for people to enjoy. Considering that Marvel Studios is unlikely to remake a movie for this little-known character of his, they still added the setting of a spell. It is most likely that some crazy street writer wrote a book with him as the protagonist. Marvel fans tell me, haha, how is this possible? Random thoughts. Smiling to himself and forgetting the nonsensical thoughts, Gao Ming looked at the Bumblebee in front of him and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Bumblebee is a special bodyguard prepared by Gao Ming for Sophia. With the previous painful lessons, Gao Ming dare not prepare any means of protection for Sophia. Bumblebee is just one of them. Gao Ming will continue to think of more ways to protect Sophia's personal safety and strive to be foolproof. While thinking about it, suddenly, a dark ninja slowly emerged from the shadows in the corner, came to Gao Ming, and knelt down on one knee. Although the Black Shadow ninjas are not real creatures and cannot communicate like ordinary people, Gao Ming, as the master of the Black Shadow Corps, is the core of the entire Black Shadow Corps. All Black Shadow ninjas act according to his thoughts and exist. An invisible spiritual link. So even without dialogue, Gao Ming received the message conveyed by the Black Shadow ninja. Nick Fury is chased by a group of unidentified enemies on the road. Oh, Fury is being hunted. Gao Ming felt a little surprised and muttered. The dignified director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He seems to have some impression that he will be hunted down as a joke, right? Bumblebee looked at the ninja who appeared from the shadows curiously and asked, Gao Ming, who is this? This is my subordinate, belonging to the Shadow Corps. Gao Ming replied casually, and at the same time, recalled it. Captain America, the Winter Soldier plot. I didn't expect that it was already Captain America's timeline. That's right, it's about time now. Looking at the Shadow Ninja kneeling in front of him, Gao Ming ordered in a deep voice, protect the nearby people to prevent them from being implicated. At the same time, contain the enemy's offensive and cooperate with Fury to allow him to escape smoothly. The Black Shadow Ninja put his right hand on his left chest, nodded without saying a word, and then merged into the shadow on the ground. Seeing the shadowy ninja acting so elusive when he arrived, Bumblebee couldn't help but admire. It's really magical. It is indeed quite magical. Gao Ming can also let the Black Shadow Corps take him into the Shadow World, but that world is only darkness and nothingness, which is not interesting. In the original book, Fury was not killed by the Hydra soldiers headed by the Winter Soldier, but also played a fake death to TOB on the safe side. Gao Ming ordered the Shadow Corps to help resist the enemy so that Fury could retreat safely. It seems that Steve has to prepare for the return of his gay friend. Chug tug 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 tug. The gunshots were heard continuously, and all the bullets hit Fury's car. Fortunately, Fury's car was bulletproof, so although the outside of the car looked bumpy, Fury sitting inside the car was still unscathed. However, this did not last long. The tablet loaded on the vehicle showed shell strength 79 and continued to fall as the enemy kept firing. Before long, the car will have to be scrapped, and Fury will be sifted by this group of enemies. Get out of here quickly. Fury ordered the artificial intelligence in the car in an irritable tone. Just when 4 police cars suddenly surrounded and hit him, Fury's left arm was broken, and there was a wisp of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. Damn. Fury looked at the enemies attacking him with shock and anger. They were all dressed as police and special forces. But where were the police and special forces nearby? This was simply a well-planned murder. He watched intently as the so-called Special Operations Force took out a ramming machine from the car, came to the car, aimed it at the window, and hit it hard. Boom. Under the violent impact of the impactor, the car was hit so that the whole car leaned left and right, and then fell heavily to the ground. Window strength 1. Prepare countermeasures. The artificial intelligence prompted timely. Wait a minute, Fury ordered, calmly waiting for the opportunity to counterattack, with endless anger in his eyes. Bang, another hard blow. Window strength 19. It is recommended to initiate countermeasures. Hold on. Bang, third impact. Window strength 1. Now, Fury shouted, and a machine gun popped out from between the driver's seats. Fury pulled the machine gun and launched an unexpected counterattack at the enemy outside the window. Thump thump thump. The enemies who surrounded the car and fired at them were killed by Fury before they could react at all. Only some enemies who were far away were embarrassed to avoid Fury's crazy shooting. Pressing a button, the machine gun fired a bomb, blowing away the police car blocking the side. At this moment, the artificial intelligence finally sent a timely message. The power system has been restored. Full speed ahead, Fury fired back fiercely. After his command, the car switched to intelligent driving and galloped forward at full speed. Activate the helicopter function, Fury shouted anxiously. Flight system damaged. Then turn on the navigation camera. Fury moved from the passenger seat to the driver's seat. The movement of his body affected the pain caused by the fracture in his left arm. He couldn't help but groan in pain, then held the steering wheel and ordered, let me drive. Fury used his decades of experience as a driver to nimbly maneuver the car past the cars on the road, leaving the enemies chasing him behind. Call Agent Hill. Communication system damaged. Is there anything good? Fury asked angrily. The air conditioning system is completely fine. Fury shat. One of the car windows is broken. The air conditioner is useless. At this moment, Fury was filled with depression. Fury and a group of pursuers staged a life and death speed fight on the highway. The process was extremely thrilling. More than a dozen cars crashed into one side, and pedestrians on the roadside ran away screaming in fear. Fury and Hydra members who were chasing after me didn't notice that when they caused panic among the crowd, countless shadow ninjas quietly emerged from the shadows and rescued them in an orderly manner. After finally getting rid of the enemy's pursuit, Fu Rui just breathed a sigh of relief, but found a person standing directly in front of the road. The man in front has disheveled hair, wearing a black mask covering the lower half of his face, a pitch black mercenary uniform, combat trousers, and military boots. He is equipped with a pistol, an assault rifle, and a military dagger. A steel left arm stands in the sun, shining brightly under the sunlight. A red 5-star logo modeled with vicissitudes of life is printed on the arm. Winter Soldier. Fury realized the danger when he saw the Winter Soldier and found that the other party was about to attack him. He quickly tried to turn the steering wheel, but it was too late. When the magnet plate containing the timed explosive device flew out of the launcher in the hands of the Winter Soldier and quickly shot to the bottom of Fury's car and was about to absorb the bottom of the car and explode, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the car, and it was lightning fast. Grabbing Fury while covering his ears, he kicked the car door, clamped Fury under his arm, and left the car with a few bounces. His movements were very sensitive. And B. Fury's car was blown upside down, billowing thick black smoke. The Winter Soldier, who was about to step forward to check the situation, discovered that among the thick smoke and dust, countless figures slowly emerged from the ground. When the smoke dissipated, hundreds of shadow ninjas stood in front of them. Fury was blocked by this group of black shadow ninjas and retreated under the cover of dozens of black shadow ninjas. There was no need for any probing attacks at all. The Winter Soldier and the group of shadow ninjas attacked each other at the same time. The shadow ninjas all threw cross darts at the Winter Soldier, but the Winter Soldier with sensitive combat nerves dodged in time. This wave of intensive cross dart attacks, I grabbed my assault rifle and started shooting wildly at the ghostly ninjas in front of me. One by one, the shadow ninjas disappeared under the rifle fire, but the rest of the shadow ninjas remained unmoved and continued to shoot cross darts at the Winter Soldier. Because Gao Ming did not plan to kill the Winter Soldier with the human C tactic, the black shadow ninjas who could infinitely regenerate did not appear continuously, but were sharply reduced one by one under the Winter Soldier's fierce gun and artillery offensive. After the last shadow ninja was shot and disappeared, Fury was nowhere to be seen. The Winter Soldier was not angry because of the failure of the mission. He was brainwashed by Hydra, making him like a cold machine and losing the emotions that humans should have. The target fled and continued to hunt the Winter Soldier with only this thought in mind. He coldly got into an inconspicuous car and quickly left the scene. With the help of dozens of shadow ninjas, Fury escaped from the pursuit of the Winter Soldier without anyone noticing and came to a deserted alley. No one was passing by in the alley, and there were no cameras. The Hydra people would not be able to locate and track Fury for a while. After escaping to this alley, Fury could rarely relax his tense nerves. However, the previous car accident caused a fracture in his left arm. He had not felt much pain in the life and death chase just now. Now that he relaxed, he felt pain in his left arm. The soreness described above was unavoidable for Fury, an experienced Agent King. The muscles on his face twitched slightly in pain at this moment, and fine cold sweat covered his entire dark face. Although the fracture of his left arm brought extraordinary sourness, Fury had not completely relaxed his vigilance and acted very calmly. He said to the shadow ninjas surrounding him, "Thank you for helping, but please tell us now where to go." Hearing this, all the shadow ninjas stopped and remained motionless, as if they had suddenly lost power. Fury looked at the group of dead shadow ninjas in surprise and didn't know how to react for a while. As everyone knows, the Black Shadow Ninja was just contacting Gao Ming, who was on the other side of the city, asking for the next step of instructions. Gao Ming quickly responded, "Take Fury to Steve's house." After receiving the order, the Black Shadow Ninja on Fury's side resumed his movements, turned around, faced Fury, and moved closer to him. Seeing the Sombra Ninjas constantly approaching him and even grabbing his limbs, Fury subconsciously wanted to struggle, but with dozens of Sombra Ninjas grabbing him at the same time, it was not easy to break free. Fury had no choice but to give up resistance. He said with a weak tone, Okay, I won't resist, but can you care about my feelings? My left arm is broken. Can I move more gently?" Just as Fury kept talking about wanting to let the black ninjas loosen the restraint of their left arms, the black ninjas gradually sank, sinking into the shadows on the ground. Fury, who was caught by the Black Shadow Ninja, also watched in horror as he merged into the shadows. Not long after, the remaining bald head was about to sink. He only had time to utter "shade." In Fury's whole body, he was dragged into the shadow world by the Dark Ninja. After being dragged into the shadow world, Fury could only see the darkness around him. There was nothing but the shadow ninjas holding him were moving fast. In this dark shadow world, the shadow ninjas were like a fish in the water, it moves freely. Fury hadn't even experienced the emptiness, loneliness and coldness of the shadow world. Suddenly, he felt the shadow ninja around him move upwards, and he immediately felt like he could see the sun again. He left the shadow world and stood in an ordinary room, apartment room. After a quick scan, Fury recognized that this was the residence he had arranged for Steve. The legendary shield was quietly leaning against the shelf. There was no one in the room. Steve should have gone out and returned. Did not go home. Fury took a few steps, and his broken left arm made him hiss. He turned around, ready to thank the Black Shadow Ninja, and try to extract any useful information. "Thank you." The sound stopped abruptly, and Fury looked at the empty wall in front of him, feeling a little helpless. These ninjas are really mysterious. Fury could only hold on to his injured left arm helplessly, walked to the living room, found a single sofa chair and sat down, and turned on the record player placed aside. Listening to the beautiful music coming from the record player, Fury frowned, brows, quietly waiting for Steve's return. After receiving the message from the Shadow Ninja, knowing that Fury evacuated safely and was successfully sent to Steve's house, Gao Ming stopped meddling in his own business. As for whether Fury will still fake his death like in the movie to deceive everyone, is not in the scope of Gao Ming's attention. Back here, Gao Ming looked at the Bumblebee in front of him and couldn't help feeling interested. In addition to Bumblebee, how about embodying the other Autobots? Optimus Prime's big truck seems hard to find, but it can be created with the Reality Stone. However, it doesn't make much sense to embody other Autobots. Although the Autobots themselves are very powerful, they are not particularly strong. Moreover, not to mention that leaders like Optimus Prime will not be inferior to others. Ironhide alone, this grumpy Autobot, Gao Mingjiu, is just asking for trouble when he appears. However, apart from the Autobots, Gao Ming can also consider other options. After all, there are too many powerful characters for him to choose from, and after these characters manifest, they will all be his help against Thanos. Originally, the Rat Talisman could not reach 100% of its power even if it was the manifestation of a god. The power of the manifestation of a god-level character would be very low. However, the Rat Talisman that has now reached its ultimate level has greatly increased its upper limit. Although powers like Pangu and Sanshing that can destroy the universe with a flip of their hand still cannot be manifested, a certain monkey with great supernatural powers and a god of that level can still be fully manifested. As soon as he thought of that legendary monkey, Gao Ming, who is a Chinese, had the urge to manifest it immediately, but his rationality still suppressed his eager thoughts. After all, that monkey who is fearless lord, rebellious and lawless. If you really want him to appear now, you must poke a hole in the sky. Of course, that doesn't mean that Gao Ming has given up on this idea, but he is just considering using him as one of his trump cards against Thanos. As for the monkey with a calm mind later on, Gao Ming was not interested. That person had already been put on a layer of invisible shackles and was not the monkey he recognized as causing trouble in heaven. After regaining consciousness, Gao Ming said to Bumblebee in front of him, "Bumblebee, change back to the car form. I will take you to meet someone." Now that he has made up his mind to let Bumblebee become Sophia's bodyguard, it is natural for him to get to know Sophia. Okay. Bumblebee obeyed Gao Ming's words, quickly transformed, and switched back to the form of a yellow Camaro sports car. Looking at the car form of Bumblebee, Gao Ming realized that the image that looked like Bumblebee was too eye-catching. Giving it to Sophia seemed to attract the attention of many people. After all, Bumblebee, a Transformers car, has now become a car because of the movie. Gotta be very hot. Although the Bumblebee can scan other cars to change its appearance, after Gao Ming thought about it, he did not let the Bumblebee change its appearance. If it is attractive, it is not a problem. Protecting Sophia's personal safety is the first criterion. It will affect this, so there is no need to pay attention to it. Gao Ming came to the Bumblebee car, the door opened automatically, let Gao Ming enter the car and sat down, and then closed automatically. Before the car started, Gao Ming said, "Bumblebee, let me drive." Okay. Bumblebee's voice came from the speaker. Although Bumblebee can be allowed to drive by himself, Gao Ming still wants to drive by himself. After all, it is the first time he has come into contact with it. He has just experienced the feeling of driving a car. It feels quite fresh, so he naturally wants to experience it for a while. The sound of the engine was exciting, and Gao Ming held the steering wheel with a little excitement, started the car, and sped away. When Gao Ming drove the Bumblebee to the outside of Stark Industries company building, it was after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was a few minutes before Sophia got off work. What a great 9 to 5 job. A Camaro sports car in the shape of a Bumblebee was parked on the side of the road, which naturally attracted attention. Some passersby stopped to watch curiously, wanting to see who was driving such a cool Bumblebee sports car. Snapped. The car door opened gently. Gao Ming got out of the car unhurriedly. His black leather shoes stepped on the ground, and he was wearing a neat and dignified black suit. Wearing a suit made Gao Ming look radiant, exuding a confident temperament, which made passersby feel ashamed. That's right. On the way here, Gao Ming used the Reality Stone to change his clothes. After all, wearing casual clothes to the company is too informal. After all, he is also a shareholder of Stark Industries, and this is his first formal appearance. When you come to the company, you have to pay attention to your image. Gao Ming pushed it casually, closed the car door, and walked towards the gate of Stark Industries calmly. After entering the interior of Stark Industries, Gao Ming took a look and saw that the employees in the company were all working conscientiously at their posts. After all, they were working in the famous Stark Industries. Who dared to be lazy at least? You also have to act serious on the surface. Gao Ming walked to the sofa in the lobby and sat down. At this time, his mobile phone rang. He took out his mobile phone and the caller ID showed Tony Stark. After answering the call, he put the phone to his ear and heard Tony's familiar tone. "Hey, I didn't expect you to come to the company. I just heard Jarvis said that you went to the company. I didn't believe it. Why? Finally remembered that I also hold shares in the company. Would you like to come and inspect the company?" Gao Ming smiled casually. "Yes, as a shareholder of Stark Industries, I should also show my face, lest people in the company don't recognize me. TSK Tisk." Even though he couldn't see it, Gao Ming could guess that Tony rolled his eyes on the other side of the phone. Tell me, what is it? You need to go to the company specially. Tony didn't believe that Gao Ming would care about the company's situation on a whim, so he asked. Gao Ming didn't hide it either, and smiled politely at the few employees who came over, and replied, "It's nothing serious. Just come here to pick up Sophia from get off work." That's it. Tony was obviously a little stunned by this answer. That's it, Gao Ming said frankly, without any deception in his tone. TCH, you are really free. By the way, does the ninja in black who appeared recently have anything to do with you? Tony asked as the words changed. Tony noticed that after the appearance of these ninjas of unknown origin, Gao Ming seldom appeared in the public sight. It was the ninjas who were helping the common people. However, Gao Ming, a hero who often appeared in the past, disappeared during this period gone. Gao Ming asked with slight interest, "Why do you think so?" Tony paused for a moment, then sounded a little discouraged, and said, "It seems it really has something to do with you. I discovered it." Before Tony could start to talk about the guess he came up with after observing, he heard Gao Ming suddenly say, "Okay, no more nonsense. Sophia is off work." Beep. Tony, who was far away in the basement of Stark's private residence, looked at the call ended displayed on the screen of his mobile phone, feeling a little confused. He actually got hung up on by someone else. Gao Ming didn't know that our Tony Stark fell to grief because he was hung up on. When he saw Sophia walking out of the elevator, he got up from the sofa and walked towards Sophia. Seeing Gao Ming appear here, Sophia looked extremely surprised and couldn't help walking towards Gao Ming. "Why are you here?" "Come to pick you up." Gao Ming took Sophia's hand and said with a smile. With so many colleagues looking at her, Sophia felt a little embarrassed and said loudly, "Others are watching. Hey, just take a look." Gao Ming led Sophia towards the gate without a care. "I'm also one of the shareholders of the company anyway, so they don't dare to say anything." After hearing this, Sophia said nothing and let Gao Ming lead her away. When she came outside the company and saw the Hornet sports car, she couldn't help but be surprised and said, "You bought this?" Gao Ming nodded and said, "Yes, I just bought it." Sophia said in confusion, "But, do you need a car?" Because of the power of the rabbit charm, Gao Ming has amazing speed, and now he has mastered the space gem, so he can just teleport wherever he wants. So in Sophia's view, the car is meaningless to Gao Ming. Gao Ming didn't answer, and opened the car door for Sophia in a graceful manner. After she got into the car, he closed the door and then came to the driver's side to open the door and get in the car. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the Bumblebee sports car sped away. In the car, Sophia was surprised to find that Gao Ming was not driving, but the car was driving by itself, and asked, "Is it intelligent driving?" "No, of course not. Bumblebee, say hello." Gao Ming said meaningfully. Immediately afterwards, Sophia heard a voice from the car stereo. "Hi, Sophia, I'm Bumblebee. Nice to meet you." Hearing this, Sophia looked at the speaker in surprise, then looked around, and finally looked at Gao Ming and said in disbelief, "You won't tell me that this is the Bumblebee I know?" With Sophia full of tension and expectation, Gao Ming nodded matter-of-factly. "What?" The long-lost scream. After some explanations, Gao Ming finally made Sophia accept the magical thing of the Autobot Bumblebee appearing in reality. Sophia happily communicated with the Autobot Bumblebee and chatted nonstop. On the other side, Steve and Natasha stood nervously outside the operating room, separated by a glass wall, watching several doctors in the operating room rescuing the seriously injured Fury. Just like in the movie, after Steve returned home, Fury had a walls-have-ears conversation with him, and was sniped by the pursuing Winter Soldier. After being shot several times, Fury stuffed a USB drive into after being told, "Don't trust anyone," in Steve's hands. He fell unconscious and was sent to S.H.I.E.L.D. for rescue. Agent Hill came to the two of them and observed the situation in the operating room intently, with lingering sorrow filling his brows. "He's going to die. The blood pressure has come down. Please perform voltage rescue quickly. Back off. 3, 2, 1, start." Seeing the doctor pressing the pacemaker on Fury's chest again and again, Natasha couldn't help but murmured in a low voice, "Fury, you can't do this. You can't die." However, after repeated electric shocks, Fury still showed no pulse. Finally, Steve and others lowered their heads and gritted their teeth, with grief in their eyes, listening to the doctor announce in frustration, "Time of death, 1:30 in the morning." Steve turned and left. He couldn't believe that the shrewd Fury would die. Natasha stood stiffly on the spot. Agent Hill also left with heavy steps. She needed to find a deserted corner. Let the tears flow. Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, declared dead. "It's strange. This guy is just like a movie. He faked his death and deceived everyone, but no one knows yet." For Fury's death, Steve brooded. Fury was shot to death by the enemy in front of him, and he watched the enemy flee from him. Steve hammered the wall angrily. Suddenly, he remembered the USB flash drive that Fury had given him and took it out of his trouser pocket. Fury's words, "Don't trust anyone," still echoed in his mind. Taking a look at the vending machine in the hospital corridor, Steve had an idea. When no one was watching, he quietly hid the USB drive behind a row of snacks, and then walked towards the commando who had been urging him to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. teammate Rumlow. "Let's go," Steve said calmly. Rumlow summoned the other team members to follow him and left the hospital, heading to S.H.I.E.L.D. together. Natasha walked out of the corner of the corridor and came to the vending machine with a USB flash drive hidden in it. A solemn look appeared on her face. Alexander Pierce, a member of the S.H.I.E.L.D. board of directors and Fury's superior, was already the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. when Fury was still the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The friendship between the two has been accumulated over decades of cooperation. Fury even took a bullet for Pierce once. It can be said that the two are close friends of life and death. After Steve was summoned back to S.H.I.E.L.D., he was immediately arranged to meet with Pierce. Pierce was very amiable. He first lamented the friendship between him and Fury during his lifetime, and then asked Steve why Fury appeared. In his house, faced with Pierce's probing questions, Steve became increasingly suspicious and shook his head with a puzzled expression, indicating that he didn't know. Pierce did not continue to ask, but took out a bunch of detailed information, which clearly recorded Fury's various shady and betrayal of S.H.I.E.L.D., listed in an orderly manner, without any hypocrisy. But it was too real to be believed. Although Steve had some ideological conflicts with Fury, he never believed that Fury was the traitor Pierce said. Therefore, no matter what Pierce hinted, Steve did not reveal the slightest bit about Fury and the USB drive. He picked up his shield and carried it behind his back, and calmly left Pierce's office, leaving Pierce with a gloomy expression. Steve walked into the elevator and was about to leave, put his hands on the handrails, turned his back to the elevator door, and said to the voice control device of the elevator, "Operate the control center." Confirmed. The elevator door slowly closed. When it was about to close, someone suddenly blocked the elevator. Immediately afterwards, several commando team members walked into the elevator. The leader, Rumlow, said in an easygoing tone, "All commandos are ready to take their positions." "Understood." "Okay, sir." The rest of the team immediately responded. Steve didn't see the flash of tension on Rumlow's face. When Rumlow greeted Steve, Rumlow's face had returned to normal. However, Steve noticed that the hands of these team members were intentionally or unintentionally resting on the pistols on their thighs, as if they were ready to draw their guns at any time. This made Steve vigilant and kept silent on the surface, but his whole body gradually entered the combat state. Next, every time the elevator went down a few floors, it would stop, and several people would walk in one after another. Before they knew it, the elevator was full of people, and Steve stood in the middle, invisibly, like a quilt. Siege situation. When the elevator door closed again, the atmosphere suddenly became stiff, and no one spoke. At this time, Steve suddenly laughed, as if talking to himself. "Before we do anything, does anyone else want to get out?" At the end of the sentence, Steve put away his smile, full of majesty, and glanced at the people around him indifferently. Suddenly, the person standing in front of Steve threw out an electric shock baton, and the strong current coiled around the stick. He turned around and stabbed at Steve quickly, and Steve, who reacted quickly, avoided the shock. Hit. Then, other people rioted at the same time and attacked Steve. Several people rushed to Steve at the same time and clamped his limbs. A strong man even grabbed Steve's neck from behind to prevent him from after making a counterattack. The rest of the people took out their weapons and attacked Steve like hungry wolves. The electric shock baton hit Steve's body, and the strong electric current evaporated all over his body in an instant. The pain from the electric shock irritated Steve. As a superhuman strengthened by serum, Steve's physical fitness has surpassed the limit of human beings. An ordinary punch can directly knock people unconscious. In addition to his rich fighting skills, more than a dozen enemies were defeated by him in the blink of an eye. Get rid of it all. Looking at the enemies who were knocked unconscious on the ground, Steve looked angrily. When the elevator reached a certain floor and the elevator door opened, Steve saw a group of special effects troops pointing guns at him. Put down your shield and raise your hand. Raise your hands. Steve reacted quickly and decisively used his shield to cut the lifting rope next to the elevator, causing the elevator to make an emergency landing. When the elevator crashed to one of the floors and stopped, he opened the elevator door with his hand and saw a group of people who were also fully equipped. The special forces team rushed here, and Steve had no choice but to close the door again, then estimate the current height. He held the shield in front of him, smashed through the glass of the elevator, and fell straight down. Thanks to this shield, it absorbed and slowed down the impact of the fall. Although Steve couldn't help but groan in pain when he hit the ground, he was fine. Steve got up quickly, rushed to the garage, and rushed out of the blockade on a motorcycle. When a fighter jet flew in front of him and fired continuously with machine guns, he still did not flinch and bravely threw out his shield, making a terrific attack. Fight back. Steve turned over and jumped onto the fighter jet, showing a series of difficult gymnastics moves, combined with his proficient shield-throwing skills, single-handedly knocked the fighter down to the ground, and successfully escaped. Steve, disguised as a passerby, returned to the hospital and was about to retrieve the USB flash drive hidden in the vending machine. However, when he came to the vending machine, he was suddenly shocked that the USB flash drive was missing. Steve saw his panicked face reflected in the glass of the vending machine, as well as Natasha behind him, who was calmly chewing gum and blowing bubbles. After some questioning and confession, Steve and Natasha finally reached a consensus, trusted each other, and were ready to find the truth together and avenge Fury. The two came to an electrical appliance store in a large shopping mall and inserted the USB flash drive into the laptop computer displayed in the store. Natasha used her first-class hacking skills to crack an address before the USB flash drive signal was intercepted and locked. They disguised themselves as an ordinary couple and left the mall with no risk while a group of enemies were walking around searching. Shall we head to Whitten, New Jersey now, Captain? Natasha sat in the passenger seat with her feet on the dashboard in an awkward manner. The car the two of them were sitting in was stolen by Steve. Not many people would believe that the dignified Captain America would actually do this trick of stealing a car. Steve looked at the road ahead solemnly, drove the car with familiarity, thought for a moment, and replied, "No, we need to find a foreign aid. So, you two came to see me." Gao Ming looked at Steve and Natasha, who came to the door in surprise. Gao Ming was sitting leisurely at the computer table and found a free movie watching site. He was watching a love movie, Love You, Rosie, which had just been released. The plot was so bloody that he couldn't stand the good-looking male and female protagonists. He was stunned. Such a bloody movie is made to attract the audience to watch it. Just as Gao Ming was complaining about the plot and watching with gusto, he heard a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw Steve and Natasha in casual clothes. After Steve and Natasha entered the room, they relaxed in unison. Steve smiled and said, "Long time no see, Gao Ming." Natasha also said lazily and charmingly, "It's been a long time, handsome guy, you're more mature now." The tone was provocative, but both Steve and Gao Ming knew that Natasha was just joking, so the somewhat rigid Steve would not yell at Tony like he did when he first met Tony. "Hi, long time no see, you two." Although he was confused, Gao Ming was still very happy and said hello to the two of them. After sitting down, Steve went straight to the topic without saying any polite words and said solemnly, "Gao Ming, I'm here to ask you for help." Hearing this, Gao Ming couldn't help but be stunned. Steve calmly explained the current situation. Fury was killed, and the two were wanted. They were going to Whitten, New Jersey, to look for clues and reveal all the information they had. Steve naturally kept in mind Fury's words, "Don't trust anyone," when he was alive, but in front of Gao Ming, he could say it without any worries. It's not just because they are both Avengers. After all, the only time the two of them fought together was the Battle of New York, and they didn't have many contacts in private. Although Steve admired Gao Ming's character, he didn't give in. 100% trust. The reason why Steve was willing to confess to Gao Ming was simply that Gao Ming was very powerful. That's right, it's the reason why the bull's head is wrong. Gao Ming's own strength is extraordinary, and the scene of the Battle of New York incarnated as a demon fighting an alien army is still vivid. As far as Steve knows, Gao Ming still has mastered it. New power, stronger. Steve had no doubts that Gao Ming could even destroy the world with ease. As such an unparalleled powerhouse, it is impossible to have any relationship with those enemies who hide their heads and show their tails. If Gao Ming is also a member of the enemy, then there is no need to play. It is because of such a simple and rude reason that Steve can trust Gao Ming. After listening to Steve's narration, Gao Ming had a strange look on his face. If I remember correctly, Steve and Natasha should team up to go to Whitten, New Jersey at this time. See Dr. Zola, who has become an electronic life, and then find Falcon to join the team, and have a long-lost reunion with the Winter Soldier on the way meet. The new aircraft carrier that sneaked into S.H.I.E.L.D. at last, destroyed the aircraft carrier, and made S.H.I.E.L.D. public to the public. There is such a long game route. Why don't you do the tasks properly and move towards clearing the level? Instead you come to find him? This is simply not following the routine. In particular, Gao Ming also knows the next development of the plot, which is equivalent to mastering the strategy of clearing the level. Moreover, with Gao Ming's own strength, there is no need to follow the steps so troublesomely. Just sweep the past. Steve and Natasha didn't realize that when these two players came to seek Gao Ming as a foreign aid, they were not recruiting teammates at all, but just like a super cheat. It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse that you can't avoid. You obviously don't want to get involved, but the incident comes to you on its own. It's like this every time. Damn it. Gao Ming was a little helpless. Could it be that God didn't like that he was so idle recently? So he had to find something to do for him? He complained a little in his heart, but Gao Ming still said with a serious face, "Okay, I'll help. Your next step is to go to Whitten, New Jersey, right? Without further delay, let's set off now." After finishing speaking, Gao Ming got up from the sofa, the blue light in his right hand lit up, and he swiped lightly. A space door was formed. Thumbs up, pointing to the space door, Gao Ming said casually, "Let's go, New Jersey Whitten is right in front of you." Steve and Natasha curiously followed Gao Ming through the space gate and came to a forest area. Not far away was a camp surrounded by iron fences, which was the origin of the signal they found on the USB flash drive. Natasha couldn't help but admire. It's such a convenient ability. Traveling around the world is completely easy. Steve also felt very novel, but at this time, his mind was no longer on Gao Ming's new ability. When he saw the camp ahead, his eyes were complicated and unclear, and his thoughts were a little far away. Although there are many differences between this camp and his memory, Steve is sure that this is the place he knows. Once upon a time, he was also a recruit who received military training here. "Let's go in and have a look." Gao Ming's words interrupted Steve's memory, and Steve put away his complicated emotions and walked into the camp together. The camp covers a large area and has several buildings. Natasha took out the signal searcher and carefully searched for the signal found from the USB flash drive, but did not find any signal. But Steve noticed that there was a building. The location violated military regulations and should not be built here. So the three of them came to the illegal building. Steve used his shield to break the lock on the iron door and opened the door. Steve and Natasha walked into the house cautiously. Gao Ming, who was following behind, was speechless when he saw their appearance. Hey, let's not mention that he knows that the only one here is Dr. Zola, who has turned into an electronic life. Come on, he came with you. With him here, what are you afraid of? He complained secretly in his heart. Gao Ming followed behind calmly, which formed a stark contrast with the two of them. Although Gao Ming knew that it was useless here, he just listened to Dr. Zola's stuttering nonsense, such as SHIELD has long been infiltrated by Hydra. But he was also idle when he was idle, just talking to Steve and not a Sarah come here. After finding the secret elevator hidden in the archives, Natasha used the instrument to scan and decipher the password. The three of them successfully arrived at the computer room at the bottom. Gao Ming stood aside and watched Natasha insert the USB disk into the computer room to read it. Inside the device, Dr. Zola, who then turned into an electronic life, appeared in front of the three of them. A bunch of B and B and B. Hydra's new world order will be here. Dr. Zola shouted passionately, but before he finished speaking, Gao Ming said impatiently, "Okay, your voice really sounds like a duck." He walked up to Steve and Natasha and said casually, "Get ready to leave." At this time, the door of the computer room suddenly closed, and Dr. Zola said proudly, "Quack, you can't escape. Prepare to face death." Dididi. The mobile phone on Natasha's body rang. Natasha picked it up and looked at it, and her expression turned pale. A missile is coming here. But when she looked at Gao Ming beside her, Natasha's frown relaxed again. Steve also realized this, so he quickly asked, "What is in the USB flash drive?" "Quack, yes. Inside project." Gao Ming said impatiently. Dr. Zola seemed to be strangled by the neck and roared angrily, "Don't interrupt me. That's quite arrogant." Gao Ming watched Natasha step forward to pull out the USB flash drive, then glared. Her dim amber pupils lit up instantly, and an invisible spiritual power spread overwhelmingly, invading all the equipment in the computer room. Came to the online world and instantly killed Dr. Zola, who had electronic life. It's not possible. Dr. Zola seemed to have encountered something terrible. He only had time to say this sentence intermittently before completely disappearing from this world. Gao Ming curled his lips, his eyes full of disdain. He was joking. The ultimate sheep spell can directly launch mental attacks. Your electronic life is also a mental body. If you fight against me, you are simply courting death. Putting two hands on the shoulders of Steve and Natasha, Gao Ming said, "Let's go," and then teleported the two of them to the woodland a few hundred meters away from the camp. Looking at the sky, the flaming missile landed on the camp and exploded. And B. The huge camp was instantly turned into ruins by missiles, and the raging fire erased all traces of the camp's past existence. Steve and Natasha looked at the camp that turned into a sea of fire with lingering fear. Gao Ming looked at it with dissatisfaction and muttered, "I give 0 points to this explosion. It is completely incomparable with my dragon explosion." The next day, after finishing his daily morning run, Sam returned home sweating profusely. He took out a large bottle of juice from the refrigerator, unscrewed the cap, and put it to his mouth to take a sip when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Knock knock. Sam screwed back the bottle cap in confusion, then put the juice on the table aside. He walked to the door and pulled up the curtain. He saw Steve standing outside the door, the long-haired girl he had met before, and an unknown person. "Asian man." Sam opened the door to hear Steve say apologetically, "I'm sorry, we need a place to hide from the limelight." Natasha added with a serious face, "Everyone I know is hunting us down." Gao Ming, who met Sam for the first time, said calmly, "By the way, I asked Steve if he had any trusted friends, and then I came to you." Sam looked around cautiously, and after making sure no one was following or monitoring him, he said, "Come in." The three walked into Sam's house. It was Gao Ming's idea to come to Sam's place. Although Gao Ming could skip all the process and lead Steve and Natasha to SHIELD to destroy the enemy's conspiracy, but in this case, the Falcon would not appear. Because of Gao Ming's intervention before, Tony got rid of the life threat of palladium poisoning in advance, so Tony didn't give the steel suit to Lieutenant Colonel Roddy, and Lieutenant Colonel Roddy didn't become a war machine. Ordinary soldiers. Although Falcon Sam is just like Lieutenant Colonel War Machine Roddy, he is just an ordinary person who relies on technology to arm himself. His personal charm is not as good as that of superheroes such as Iron Man and Captain America, but Gao Ming liked it very much in his previous life. The crosstalk duo is Ameo, who plays the Falcon, and Baozi, who plays the Winter Soldier. Lieutenant Colonel Roddy did not become a war machine. Although Gao Ming would feel somewhat responsible, he would not feel any guilt. However, it would be a sin for a character as happy and humorous as Ameo to not have a chance to appear because of him. Ahem, Gao Ming does not deny that this is his own selfish motives. In the kitchen, Sam was frying eggs in a pan and preparing breakfast. After a brief wash, Gao Ming and the others came to the living room to sit down and discuss the next step. Although I had received Fury's secret mission before, investigated the inside of SHIELD, and knew that there were Hydra people in SHIELD, I really didn't expect that Hydra had infiltrated it so early. SHIELD, Natasha said with some frustration. Hearing this, not only Steve was surprised, but even Gao Ming couldn't help but look at Natasha in surprise. That guy Fury actually noticed that there was a problem in SHIELD. It seems that the original novel didn't notice it. Gao Ming completely forgot that during the Thor incident, he played tricks in front of Coulson, which made Coulson suspicious, and suggested to Fury to check the inside of SHIELD to let them find traces of Hydra in advance. Steve frowned and said slightly unhappily, "You already know that there are Hydra people in SHIELD. Why didn't you and Fury tell me?" Natasha explained, "Because we didn't dare to alert the snake. I only found some low-level members and didn't dare to investigate further. From the missile last night, we can see how deeply Hydra has penetrated SHIELD, who in SHIELD can authorize the launch of missiles within the country." It didn't take long for Steve to think of the answer, and he said a name with a heavy face. Pierce. After Fury's death, the only person in SHIELD who had the authority to use missiles was Alexander Pierce, a member of SHIELD's board of directors and Fury's immediate boss. In addition, he had some doubts about Pierce before, and what he encountered now confirmed Steve's suspicion that Alexander Pierce was a member of Hydra. Thinking of this truth, Steve and Natasha couldn't help but tremble with fear. That was the person with the highest position in SHIELD, and he was actually an undercover agent installed by Hydra. What a terrifying existence. With a heavy and gloomy mood, Steve continued to analyze. He must not be fighting alone. Zola's algorithm is on the Lemuria star, and someone must be helping him. Natasha said expressionlessly. Jasper Sitwell is up there too. Steve suddenly understood. Fury once said that the hostages he rescued were SHIELD staff to launch satellites that matched algorithms with aircraft carriers, and among the hostages, Jasper Sitwell was the person in charge. There is no doubt that Jasper is the man who assisted Pierce, and is also a member of Hydra. The question is, how do two of Washington's most wanted criminals kidnap a SHIELD officer in broad daylight? Steve said with a wry smile. Hearing this, Sam put down the plate in his hand, went to the room, took out a document, put it in front of Steve, and said with a smile. The answer is, no kidnapping is required. What is this? Steve asked, picking up the file in confusion. Sam replied confidently, it's a resume. Natasha turned over the folder, pulled out a photo, and said in surprise, is this Bamera? You participated in the Colicander mission and you didn't say he was an airborne rescuer. Continuing to flip through the folders, Steve asked helplessly, didn't you say you were a pilot? Sam said proudly, I didn't say that. Steve pondered for a moment, shook his head, and said, Sam, I can't involve you. It took a lot of effort for you to retreat from the front line of danger. Hey, Captain America wants my help. Isn't that enough of a reason? Sam replied in a joking tone, but his eyes were extremely determined. Steve's heart warmed, and he looked at the project name on the file, 7 Falcons, and asked, where can I find this thing? Having said this, Sam was a little worried. The last set is at Fort Meade, behind 3 protective doors and a 12-inch thick steel wall. No, it shouldn't be a problem. Steve and Natasha looked at each other and said, Gao Ming, who didn't interrupt the whole process, just watched the three of them discussing the plan, holding a sandwich and a glass of juice and enjoying it slowly. The space door of Fort Meade said casually, Here, there used to be Fort Meade over there. When Sam saw Gao Ming, a man of few words, suddenly showing his hand to him, he couldn't help but be startled. Gao Ming had already walked over. He turned to look at Steve and Natasha and couldn't help but ask, Who is he? Steve and Natasha shrugged, a little helpless and admiring. A very powerful superhero. Jasper, who was kicked by Steve, staggered back a few steps, grabbed his dropped glasses in a panic, and put them back on. His face was full of panic. Steve said without anger, Tell me about Zola's algorithm. Although Jasper was terrified, he still insisted, I've never heard of it. Jasper was forced to back up constantly by Steve. They were standing on the roof of a building at this time. He was quickly pushed to the edge of the roof by Steve. If he took a step back, he would fall to his death. Steve stepped forward and grabbed Jasper's chest clothing, staring at Jasper intimidatingly. Instead, Jasper showed a sneer, pretending to be calm, and said sternly, You are implying that you can throw me away. Lou, that's not your style, Rogers. You're right. Steve suddenly smiled, let go of his hand, and gently smoothed the wrinkles on Jasper's clothes. This is indeed not my style. It is her style. As soon as he finished speaking, Steve stepped aside. Before Jasper could react, Natasha, who was standing aside, stepped forward and kicked Jasper, sending him downstairs. Haha, if I follow my style, I will definitely turn this guy into a dog. Gao Ming curled his lips and said. The corners of Steve's and Natasha's mouths twitched, and they were speechless at Gao Ming's words. If the enemy falls into your hands, if you live in such a miserable state, it would be better to die. Stark's house. A certain husky wears a collar around its neck and is connected to an iron chain. The other end of the iron chain is connected to a dog house. The husky lowers its head and eats high-end dog food helplessly. Even though it was reluctant at first, it has become accustomed to it after so many years, and he couldn't resist the temptation of dog food. Tony looked at the husky, named Ivan Vanko, with boredom. This once ferocious Russian scientist had now given up on himself and accepted the fact that he had become a dog. This made Tony feel very bored. Just think of it as a pet. Tony patted the husky's head and said casually, Eat more dog food. Catch up on yesterday's update. Today is Chinese Valentine's Day. May all lovers in the world eventually become brothers and sisters. I don't like dog food, so I decided to stay home and code today. The three people standing on the roof could clearly hear Jasper's terrified screams when he fell. The sound changed from strong to weak due to the distance, and then from weak to strong again. Steve and Natasha were chatting as if nothing had happened on the edge of the rooftop, when they saw Sam with a pair of steel wings spread out behind him, grabbing the yelling Jasper and flying up, throwing it away like garbage. Jasper threw it to the rooftop. Of course, Steve and the others wouldn't kill Jasper immediately after they were caught. To deal with this kind of bullying coward, they still had to be intimidated. Sure enough, after experiencing such a thrilling death experience as falling from a building, Jasper's pretended calmness no longer existed. He knelt on the ground in embarrassment, holding his hands on the ground. He felt that his legs were weak and he could not stand up at all. Sam landed on the ground in a majestic manner. The giant steel wings on his back shrank and folded into an unattractive metal backpack. Sam turned around, wearing a pair of goggles on his face, and looked at Jasper sharply. Falcon appears. Seeing the four people approaching him, Jasper suddenly raised his hands in a panic to surrender and answered Steve's question honestly. Zola's algorithm is a program that selects targets for the Insight plan. Steve asked sharply, What goal? Jasper was so frightened that he threw all the secrecy and Hydra's torture of traitors behind his mind and screamed irrationally. The TV host in Cairo, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, the Iowa City High School valedictorian, Bruce Banner, Stephen Strange, anyone who threatens Hydra now or in the future. Suddenly, Gao Ming interrupted with dissatisfaction. Hey, why didn't you mention my name? Don't I pose any threat to Hydra? Hearing this, everyone looked at Gao Ming speechlessly. Jasper looked miserable and said, Do you think we can deal with you? Hearing Jasper's dejected answer, Gao Ming nodded matter-of-factly. That's right. If you really take me as your target, you're really humiliating yourself. Everyone still looked at Gao Ming speechlessly. Although they knew this was true, they didn't need to be so straightforward. It was too shocking. If you argue, you will definitely be humiliating yourself, so everyone avoids this topic in a tacit understanding. Steve continues to press Jasper. How can it predict the future? In response to Steve's question, Jasper sneered extremely sarcastically. Haha, of course, the first century is an ebook, and Zora taught Hydra to read it. Jasper was ecstatically explaining how the Zola algorithm can predict a person's future by collecting records of their daily lives. As he spoke, Jasper stopped speaking, with endless fear on his face, and he said in despair, God, Pierce is going to kill me. Then what? Steve asked with a sullen face. Jasper gave up resistance and said dejectedly, Then get rid of these threats through the Lemurian star. Solve millions of people at once. On the highway, Steve and others took Jasper, who had become a hostage, and drove a car on the way to S.H.I.E.L.D. Although he could ask Gao Ming to open a space door directly and reach S.H.I.E.L.D. without anyone noticing, Steve still wanted to try it first to see if he could use Jasper to bypass the DA scan and enter S.H.I.E.L.D. Steve and others ignored the yelling Jasper, but Gao Ming, who was sitting in the middle of the back seat, was alert at this time and quickly looked at Jasper sitting on the left. Suddenly, a flashing the metallic arm forcefully broke the car window and grabbed Jasper. Winter Soldier attacks. The Winter Soldier lying on the roof grabbed Jasper and threw him out of the car. Jasper had no strength to resist, so he was thrown out by the Winter Soldier and fell heavily onto another road. Then he was run over by a passing vehicle that had no time to brake and received a boxed lunch on the spot. The super speed power of the Rabbit Charm, now reaching its peak, can be compared with the super speed power of the Flash. Therefore, although the Winter Soldier's attack was sudden, in the eyes of Gao Ming, who activated the super speed power, time seemed to stand still. If Gao Ming wants to stop it, he can keep Jasper from the menacing Winter Soldier. But the question is, why should he save him? Jasper is a member of Hydra, so he will die. So Gao Ming didn't make any move, watching indifferently as Jasper was thrown out, and the scream stopped abruptly as he was crushed to death. Bang bang. The Winter Soldier held a pistol and fired a few shots against the roof of the car. The bullets made several holes in the roof. The responsive Natasha quickly rolled over and rolled onto Steve, who was sitting in the passenger seat, but she didn't noticing it. Gao Ming grabbed it a few times like lightning. Falcon Sam hurriedly stopped the car. The Winter Soldier lying on the roof of the car was thrown out due to inertia. He spun and rolled nimbly in the air and landed firmly. His metal left hand scraped 5 long deep marks on the hard ground. After the car stopped, Sam looked at the Winter Soldier in front of him in shock and couldn't help shouting, Who is this guy? Steve said solemnly, Enemy. The Winter Soldier stood up slowly and looked towards Steve. The cars behind hurriedly drove to both sides, lest they be implicated. Just as Natasha pulled out her pistol and pointed it at the Winter Soldier in front of her, preparing to shoot, she heard Gao Ming, who was sitting in the back seat, reminding him, Be prepared. Before everyone could react, they found that the car underneath suddenly soared into the air, as if it had escaped the influence of gravity for an instant, and the whole car floated into the air. At this time, an off-road vehicle rushed past. Needless to say, if the car had not suddenly floated into the air, it would have been hit hard from behind by an off-road vehicle. However, because the car suddenly floated into the air, the menacing off-road vehicle could not stop sliding forward for a long distance after the emergency brake. The Winter Soldier immediately raised his metal arm to block the front of the car, so that he was not tricked by his teammates. Die. The car slowly fell back to the ground from the sky. Steve, Natasha, and Sam all looked at Gao Ming at the same time, and Gao Ming also looked calm at this time, stretching out a clenched fist, spreading his palm. A few bullets slipped from his palm and fell to the ground with a jingling sound. Surprise? Gao Ming smiled calmly. Seeing this, the three of them all showed varying degrees of surprise. Sam, a newcomer who didn't know Gao Ming's background, even asked dumbfounded, You actually caught the bullet, and it was you who made the car fly. Gao Ming didn't reply, just nodded calmly, catching bullets with his bare hands. I have to say, Gao Ming showed off a wave of cool moves. Making the car fly is naturally caused by the thought power of the chicken charm, and the enhancement of the body by various charms such as the cow charm and the horse charm has now reached the extreme. It is easy to catch bullets with bare hands. Although Steve and Natasha were also shocked by Gao Ming's actions, they had a deep understanding of Gao Ming's strength and immediately recovered and entered combat mode. Don't forget that there are enemies ahead. Steve grabbed the shield on the side. Natasha also grabbed the pistol. Sam gripped the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and shouted at the same time, "Sit tight." The car quickly turned to the side, preparing to break out of the encirclement, but the Winter Soldier was not covered. When the car passed by with his swish, he immediately jumped back to the roof of the car. His metal left arm smashed the glass, and a handful pulled the steering wheel out of Sam's hand. Looking at his empty hands, Sam couldn't help but said, "Shete, how can you ask him to drive without a steering wheel?" At the critical moment, Gao Ming was still so calm. He raised his right hand and waved in the air. The Winter Soldier lying on the roof of the car was lifted away by the invisible power of telepathy and rolled aside. Putting up their index finger and lifting it slightly, Steve and the others felt that the car flew up again, flew from the highway to the crosswalk below, and then stopped steadily. The three of Steve looked at Gao Ming subconsciously. Gao Ming chuckled and said, "We still have to find a suitable place to fight. The highway is too narrow." After the four people got out of the car, they saw the Winter Soldier holding a submachine gun, and there were several mercenaries who also held submachine guns. They all pointed their guns at them and opened fire without any hesitation. When the bullets shot towards Gao Ming and the others like a torrential rain, Natasha and Sam immediately sought cover to avoid them. Steve raised a shield to block in front of him, while Gao Ming stood motionless. Countless bullets were fired, but they stopped in front of Gao Ming in an extremely weird way, floating in the air, unable to advance half a point. Gao Ming maintained a calm and composed smile, looking at the enemy above with a pair of stunning amber eyes. 222. Bullets poured out like crazy, and the Winter Soldiers still fired with a stern attitude, but the mercenaries around them were no longer firm, looking at the scene in front of them in amazement and uncertainty that violated common sense. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, the Winter Soldier stopped shooting, and the mercenaries around him also stopped shooting, looking at Gao Ming with a solemn expression. "Oh, why don't you continue?" Gao Ming chuckled, and the countless bullets stopped in front of him fell to the ground, making a crisp sound of ding, 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 ding. The psychic power of the chicken talisman made Gao Ming form an invisible wall of psychic power all over his body, blocking all the bullets and making it impossible to get close to Gao Ming. The Winter Soldier was not so easy to admit defeat. He handed over the submachine gun in his hand to the subordinate, then picked up a rocket launcher, aimed at Gao Ming, and fired a rocket. However, the rocket turned around inexplicably and headed towards the sky. Fly straight away, and B. The rocket exploded after flying high into the sky, and the sound of the explosion resounded through the sky. Glancing up at the explosion caused by the rockets, Gao Ming showed a look of contempt and said, "Can you fire a few more powerful ones?" The fireworks are not shocking enough. The Winter Soldier threw away the launcher in his hand without saying a word, took back the submachine gun, and made a gesture with his left hand. The mercenary beside him roughly inserted the mountaineering pick into the car behind him. The mountaineering pick was tied with a strong climbing rope and tied it. After the rope was thrown from the highway bridge, they all slid down the rope. After landing, all the mercenaries rushed towards Gao Ming with submachine guns in their hands, ready for a close-up assault without the order of the Winter Soldier. At this time, Natasha emerged from the cover with a delicate pistol in each hand and shot several times at the rushing mercenaries like lightning. One of the mercenaries had no time to dodge and was shot one shot to the head. Steve threw out the shield in his hand. The shield quickly knocked down an enemy and then flew back. Steve caught the shield without looking at it. Before the enemy got up, he rushed to the enemy. A set of stormy attacks came, directly smashing the enemy to death. Sam didn't just sit still, he quietly approached the mercenaries and threw one of them down. The dagger in his hand slashed across the enemy's neck neatly, killing him with one knife, and then quickly snatched the enemy's submachine gun, rolling several times. Hide behind a bus, jump out every now and then, and shoot a few shots. Seeing that his companions had all been eliminated, the remaining mercenary threw away the submachine gun in his hand in panic, replaced it with a Gatling machine gun, and shot around wildly. The power of thought spread out quietly, surrounding the mercenary from all directions. No matter which direction he fired, the bullets all stopped in the air in a shocking way, as if time had stopped. Suddenly, the mercenary found that Gao Ming had disappeared from sight at some point. Just as he was looking for Gao Ming in a panic, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down with difficulty and saw a hand piercing his chest from behind. At this time, Gao Ming's evil voice came from behind. "Do you feel your heartbeat?" "Uh-huh." The mercenary couldn't say a word at all, and blood spewed out of his mouth uncontrollably. Withdrew his hand nonchalantly. Gao Ming didn't even look at the fallen enemy, and casually wiped away the blood in his hand. The four mercenaries were all eliminated, leaving only the Winter Soldier standing coldly on the highway bridge. The three of Steve came to Gao Ming's side, watching the Winter Soldier vigilantly. The Winter Soldier found himself surrounded by an invisible wall blocking his way. Only the front was still unimpeded, and looked coldly at Gao Ming, who was smiling below. Obviously, it was Gao Ming who blocked the Winter Soldier's retreat with his power of thought, so that he could only fight and could not escape. Unable to retreat, the Winter Soldier would not change his mood much. He jumped straight off the highway bridge and walked towards Gao Ming and the others calmly. Looking at the Winter Soldier walking towards them, Gao Ming waved his hand, and all the guns and ammunition on the Winter Soldier flew away, and he became unarmed in an instant. Well, it's not that it's unarmed. Doesn't the Winter Soldier have a metal arm? It feels like all the equipment is not as strong as this metal arm. After all, it was carefully crafted by Hydra. Gao Ming didn't kill them all. He removed the Winter Soldier's metal arm, so we still have to save some face for our donger. All the weapons were taken away, and the Winter Soldier didn't panic at all. He stopped and looked at everyone indifferently. When the two sides were confronting each other, Gao Ming gently pushed Steve to the front. Steve turned his head and looked at Gao Ming in confusion. "Say hello to your old friend, Steve." Gao Ming replied meaningfully. Hearing Gao Ming's words, Steve was even more confused. But when Gao Ming controlled his telepathy to remove the goggles and mask from the Winter Soldier's face, completely exposing the Winter Soldier's true face, Steve instantly lost his cool. Looking at the Winter Soldier in disbelief, he shouted a name in shock. Bucky. Bucky Barnes, Steve Rogers' best friend since childhood. After Steve became Captain America, he joined his Howling Commandos and became Steve's close comrade in arms. However, in an operation to stop Hydra's conspiracy, Bucky fell from the train into a snow-capped valley. Steve could only watch his best friend fall into the valley in grief, but he could do nothing. Bucky's death is a lingering shadow in Steve's heart. Steve has always been brooding about his failure to keep Bucky. Now, watching Bucky, who he thought was dead, appear alive in front of him, even as Captain America, Steve could not remain calm at this moment. His steady aura was shattered in an instant, and Steve shouted excitedly said, "Bucky, is that you?" But Bucky, the Winter Soldier, didn't have any excitement about meeting old friends again. He looked at Steve expressionlessly and said coldly, "Who the hell is Bucky?" Steve looked at Bucky in shock. Bucky's eyes were so strange. He was looking at an unknown person, but Steve was sure that he had definitely not mistaken the person. Although the opponent's left arm is made of metal, and his hair is not the heroic short hair in his impression, but messy long hair, Steve still recognizes this person at a glance as his best friend, Bucky Barnes. Some vague memories emerged in Bucky's mind. Among them, a blurry face gradually became clear and slowly overlapped with Steve in front of him. Bucky, who had been brainwashed by Hydra and turned into a cold-blooded killer. At this moment, something appeared in his heart. A little shaken, Bucky's eyes flashed with hesitation and confusion. Although it was only fleeting, Steve noticed it, which made Steve even more convinced. He walked forward excitedly and shouted, Bucky, it's me. Go away. Bucky seemed to be stimulated, with a look of violence on his face, and he swung out his metal left arm and hit Steve. Facing his friend's irrational attack, Steve quickly raised his shield to block the sharp punch, shouting in a panic, Bucky, calm down. It's me, Rogers, your brother. Shut up, Bucky roared angrily, attacking Steve with his fists like crazy. The metal left arm hit Steve's shield in a messy manner, making loud and ear-piercing noises. Just when Steve held up his shield to resist Bucky's attack and called out to Bucky eagerly, Gao Ming flashed up behind Bucky with a helpless face, grasped the strength, and slapped Bucky on the back of the neck. Knocked him out. Steve quickly hugged the unconscious Bucky, his face full of confusion and distress. Let's go. Let's talk after leaving here, Gao Ming said lightly. Gao Ming skillfully opened a space door and walked in. Steve carried the unconscious Bucky on his shoulders and followed him through the space door. Natasha and Sam followed closely. After everyone passed through, the space door disappeared, leaving 4 bodies behind. There were corpses of mercenaries and a lot of firearms and weapons. The police who came after hearing the news looked anxiously at this terrible scene. Not long after, several black-clothed staff members calling themselves S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived and took over the mess. After passing through the space door, the 3 of Steve found that they were in a huge space full of faint blue. Looking around, the whole space was boundless and endless. Obviously, this does not correspond to any place on the Earth, and it is not on the Earth at all. For fear of an accident, Steve looked around cautiously and asked, Gao Ming, where is this? Natasha and Sam both looked at the surrounding environment carefully. Being in such a strange place, it is inevitable to feel nervous and curious. This is human nature. Relax, don't be nervous. Gao Ming waved his hand nonchalantly. This is a different space I created. It is very safe. No one can break in. Hearing this, the 3 of Steve felt relieved and looked at the blue space with great curiosity. Sam praised, Dude, you really refresh my understanding of you time and time again. Natasha habitually had a charming temperament and subconsciously wanted to use her communication skills to get information about this space. However, she immediately realized that she was not doing an undercover operation now, so there was no trace of sloppiness. He asked, Gao Ming, how is this alien space formed? Is it some kind of space wormhole technology? Steve frowned and said somewhat displeasedly, Hey Natasha, don't pry into other people's privacy. Gao Ming said nonchalantly, It doesn't matter. You should have guessed more or less that this is a different space created with the help of space gems. Oh, the space gems are the original cosmic Rubik's Cube. Gao Ming's words were an understatement, but they caused a huge shock in the ears of Steve and Natasha. They have all seen the power of the cosmic Rubik's Cube, and after the Battle of New York, the cosmic Rubik's Cube was taken away by Gao Ming. Although through the information system of S.H.I.E.L.D., it is known that Gao Ming has mastered a little power in space, and vaguely guessed that he got the power from the Rubik's Cube. But when Gao Ming admits it himself, they are in such a boundless world. In the space, the inner understanding of the power of the Rubik's Cube could not help but improve a bit. And it is not surprising that Gao Ming, who has mastered the Rubik's Cube, has become so powerful now. Seeing that Gao Ming had no intention of continuing, neither Steve nor Natasha continued to ask. Steve put Bucky on the ground and looked at this close friend who had become a stranger. His eyes were full of worry and he said worriedly, What the hell is going on? Gao Ming, do you know what happened to Bucky? Gao Ming said calmly, Your friend, Bucky Barnes, was not dead at first. He was rescued by Hydra and was brainwashed. After a series of training, he became a member of Hydra. Killing tools are usually frozen by the hibernation device, and whenever there is a mission, they will be unfrozen and sent out to perform the mission. Gao Ming's words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking Steve on the spot. He didn't expect that his best friend would be rescued by the heinous Hydra and brainwashed into a cold-blooded killer. When he thought of Bucky doing countless evil and unconscionable things under the orders of Hydra, Steve was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said, Hydra. Looking at the unconscious Bucky, Steve said eagerly, Gao Ming, do you have a way to get Bucky out of Hydra's control? Facing Steve's request, Gao Ming pretended to be unhappy and said, Please change your tone of affirmation. Of course I have a way to get him out of Hydra's control. After all, Gao Ming walked to Bucky's side, and a vast sea of mental power surged into Bucky's mind, and began to repair the messy brain that was tossed by Hydra. Hydra's brainwashing is nothing more than a psychological suggestion after mental torture. After all, it is only a physical method and has not yet deviated from the natural range. Even if Hydra really uses some supernatural power to change a person's consciousness, it would not be difficult for Gao Ming today. Not to mention that the reality stone can instantly realize what Gao Ming wants and can correct Bucky's behavior in minutes. Thoughts, turning him into a good young man with good character. Well, old age, the fully developed sheep charm alone can solve Bucky's problem. The sheep talisman has the ability to enter dreams, which can enter other people's dreams, and now, it has been upgraded to the ability to construct dreams at will. Dreams are actually the world of subconscious thinking. Anyone who has watched Inception knows that setting a psychological suggestion in the subconscious will subtly change a person's thinking. With Gao Ming's current strength, he doesn't even need to leave his body. He can directly use his huge mental power to sort out and repair Bucky's broken spiritual world. However, this process is definitely not that comfortable. After all, it involves the most mysterious brain area of the human body. The complexity of the brain is incalculable, and the brain is still an extremely fragile organ of the human body. Even if Gao Ming masterfully controls his mental power, Gao Ming's mental power is still too powerful, which is also not a burden for Bucky. Bucky, who was in a coma, felt a heartbreaking pain coming from his brain. Veins protruded on his forehead. His face was ferocious, and he couldn't help but let out a cruel roar. What? Seeing Bucky in such pain. If Steve hadn't had enough trust in Gao Ming, he would have stepped forward to stop him, but he didn't dare to look directly at Bucky in such pain. Turned his head away, his finger bones pinched straight by. The hatred for Hydra deepened in his heart. Hydra, I will definitely destroy you this time. The whole process didn't last long. Soon, Gao Ming withdrew his mental strength and said easily, It's done. As if responding to Gao Ming's words, Bucky suddenly opened his eyes, sat up from the ground, rested his forehead with one hand, panting tiredly, his eyes full of bewilderment. Where am I? The voice is no longer cold and cruel as before, only confused, and the emotional color that people should have is restored. Steve came forward in surprise, with a hint of anticipation and excitement, and said, Bucky, do you recognize me? Hearing the familiar voice, Bucky raised his head in confusion. When Steve's face came into view, Bucky couldn't help but shout out in surprise, It's you, Steve. Seeing that Bucky recovered his memory and recognized him, Steve couldn't help but spread his arms and hugged Bucky. Welcome back, my brother. Bucky was confused for a moment, looking at Steve hugging him inexplicably, looking a little confused. Natasha and Sam felt extremely relieved watching the scene of the reunion of the brothers, and they both understood Steve's feelings. However, when Gao Ming saw this scene, a bunch of Winter Shield and High G came to mind. Why do I think this must be the fault of those rotten girls in my previous life? Shaking his head, Gao Ming forgot those inexplicable things in his mind, and looked at Bucky who recovered his memory. Gao Ming fell into deep thought. The story of Captain America can no longer continue at this point. Even the Winter Soldier has been taken over by him. Next, he will play with Hammer. Thor, my hammer has offended someone. It's a pity that I can't watch the Winter Soldier punch Captain America in the chest. Gao Ming looked at Steve and Bucky with some regret. In that case, just accept this farce. Gao Ming saw that Bucky's expression gradually became cloudy and uncertain, with pain and confusion in his eyes, knowing that while Bucky recovered his memory, he also remembered how many dirty things he had done for Hydra over the years, and secretly sighed in one breath. Bucky is also a poor man. Returning to his nonchalant look, Gao Ming said, Okay, Bucky has just recovered his memory. Let him get used to it, Steve. Hearing this, Steve let go of his hand, and noticed that Bucky's face was a bit uncomfortable, so he said with concern, Bucky, take a good rest and take your time. Bucky nodded with complicated eyes. Looking at Steve's concerned expression, he really didn't dare to tell the bad things he had done, so he could only hold it in his heart, and his whole person became dull. Seeing this, Gao Ming immediately changed the subject and said, Next, let's go see our Chief Fury. Gao Ming's words were like a depth bomb. Natasha shouted in shock. It's impossible that I watched him die with my own eyes. Gao Ming smiled haha and said in a teasing tone, don't you know how cunning that guy Fury is? How can that guy die so easily, unless some purple sweet potato monster snaps his fingers? Natasha didn't understand the meaning of Gao Ming's last sentence. She just took it as an uncommon stock and didn't care. She was completely shocked by the news that Fury is not dead. Steve was also shocked when he heard the news and then asked, then do you know where Fury is now? I don't know. Unexpectedly, Gao Ming gave such an answer. Steve and Natasha were stunned. Are you kidding me? Just when Natasha couldn't help but speak, Gao Ming said slowly, but I know who knows. Natasha said with a black line. Don't be a fool. Take us to see Fury. KK. Gao Ming shook his head helplessly and opened his space door calmly. Young people are just impetuous. Hearing this, Natasha and Sam were both speechless. Hey, everyone here is older than you. Even Natasha, who can't tell you because a woman's age is a secret. Her real age is a little bit older than the 9-year-old Gao Ming. Gao Ming didn't play tricks either. He opened the space door and explained. After we left, in addition to the police, people from S.H.I.E.L.D. rushed to the scene, and I found a familiar face among them. Who? Natasha couldn't help but ask. Agent Hill. Before entering the different space, Gao Ming noticed several S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicles approaching them by virtue of his strong mental power. He remembered that Agent Hill was hiding in these vehicles, so he entered before entering the different space. He quickly used his mental power to find Agent Hill hiding inside, and then placed a space coordinate on her. In a hidden abandoned air raid shelter, Agent Hill said apologetically, I'm sorry, sir. The captain and the others had already evacuated when I arrived at the scene. In front of Agent Hill, Fury was lying on a hospital bed. Judging from his mental appearance, he obviously didn't look like a dead person. Hearing Agent Hill's report, Fury sighed with some headaches, and was about to say something when suddenly, a faint blue wormhole appeared in the room. Facing the unexpected situation, Agent Hill immediately pulled out the pistol at the base of his thigh, pointed at the wormhole, and prepared to shoot, but heard Fury stop him. Put down the gun, Agent Hill. It's a companion. Just as Agent Hill was hesitating, Gao Ming walked out of the wormhole and greeted with a smile. Hey, long time no see, Agent Hill. Immediately afterwards, Steve, Natasha, and Sam also walked out of the wormhole and saw Fury lying on the bed. Seeing that Steve and Natasha's expressions were not looking good, Fury decisively pretended to be injured and muttered weakly. Spinal injury, broken sternum, shattered clavicle, perforated liver, ruptured lung, plus terrible headache. However, it did not arouse the sympathy of everyone. Natasha said coldly. They performed an evisceration operation on you. I saw your heartbeat stop with my own eyes. Please explain. Fury pretended to cough a few times in embarrassment and stopped pretending to be weak. He said somewhat unnaturally, tetrodotoxin can reduce my pulse to 1 beat per minute. Dr. Banner once used it to control stress. Now it's no longer used, but we found a new use for it. Steve said dissatisfiedly. Why do you have to keep it so secret? Why don't you tell us? Speaking of this, Fury pretended to be melancholy. You can't kill a dead person, and besides, I really don't know who to trust. Agent Hill added on the side. In order to let those who intend to murder the director think that the assassination was successful, Fury still wanted to pretend to say a few lyrical words, but Gao Ming walked directly to the hospital bed, stretched out a finger and tapped him, then withdrew his hand and said with a smile, okay, I've healed your injuries. Do you have anything else to say? Hearing this, Fury subconsciously sat up and felt that his healed body was full of strength without any pain or fatigue. He couldn't help but admired. It's really convenient. Fury noticed the cold gazes of Steve and Natasha, as well as Gao Ming who was standing aside waiting to watch the show. He felt a thump in his heart, and his tone gradually weakened. Actually, it's not easy for me either. Fury admitted that he shouldn't be so suspicious, and after expressing his apology for not giving Steve and others enough trust before, Steve and Natasha did not continue to show their faces to Fury. So, the next task is to prevent the execution of the Insight Plan. Captain, you must prevent the Lemuria star from taking off. That is related to the lives of millions of people. Fury said extremely seriously. In addition to the aircraft carrier, we also need to defeat S.H.I.E.L.D., Steve said solemnly. Fury, don't ignore this matter. Hydra has completely infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau. It's just a Hydra with the name S.H.I.E.L.D. Faced with Steve's excited words, Fury still wanted to argue. I discovered the traces of Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D. and took corresponding measures. Then you become the polished commander now, Gao Ming said slowly and authentically. Fury glanced at Gao Ming indignantly. This guy is just like Stark, and he always likes to tear down others. S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, no one can be left alive, Steve said to Fury in a tone that could not be refused. Fury had a sullen face and wanted to continue to argue, but suddenly he heard Agent Hill sitting nearby say, he's right. Agent Hill nodded to Fury, indicating that she agreed with Steve's words. Fury glared at Agent Hill and then at Natasha. The attitudes of both of them were obviously towards Steve. This made Fury a little unhappy. They were obviously his subordinates. Turning his head to look at Sam who was making soy sauce again, Sam said with a smile, don't look at me. I will do whatever he does, just be slower than him. As for Gao Ming, Fury didn't bother to ask him with his eyes. This guy just wanted to watch a good show. Faced with the situation of people rebelling against each other, Fury had no choice but to obey the majority. He leaned on his chair and said dejectedly, okay, it seems it's up to you to give the order now, Captain. Steve was about to launch a war declaration with great momentum, but suddenly he heard Gao Ming remind him, well, let me tell you, don't worry about how to bypass the enemy's defense line and board the aircraft carrier. I will just open a space door and go there. It's over if not. That seems to be the case. Only then did everyone remember that there was a world-destroying powerhouse standing here. Any insight into Hydra's conspiracy seemed like a joke in front of him. Destroying an aircraft carrier was just a piece of cake. However, this made everyone's fighting spirit suddenly drop, and they felt less excited. Why? Museum. The things on display in this museum are different from those in other museums. They are not antique paintings. Captain America posters and promotional videos can be seen everywhere. It is not difficult to see that the things on display here are all about Captain America. The wreckage of World War II fighter planes, the Howling Commandos battlefield motorcycles, and precious videos are all the legacies left by Captain America and his comrades during World War II. Among the exhibits, the most precious one is undoubtedly the dusty Captain America uniform in the center of the clothing exhibition area. It was the former uniform of Captain America Steve Rogers. Although the shape of the uniform seems so monotonous and plain to modern people, it symbolizes the honor of an era and the pride of countless people in the United States. It was already closing time, and all the tourists had left the museum. Only one museum security guard was patrolling, but he had not yet reached the clothing exhibition area. Naturally, he did not know that a faint blue wormhole appeared in front of the clothing exhibition area. The famous Captain America Steve Rogers walked out of the wormhole, accompanied by Falcon Sam. Looking at the familiar uniform in front of him, Steve's heart was filled with endless emotion. Sam asked curiously, why did you come here to pick up this uniform? Hearing this, Steve chuckled, with fighting spirit surging in his eyes. When you go to fight, of course you have to wear a military uniform. Without wasting time, before the security guard could reach here, Steve and Sam took off the Captain America uniform from the mannequin together, and then quickly retreated into the wormhole. Not long after, when the security guard came to the clothing exhibition area and saw the naked mannequin in the middle, the Captain America uniform had disappeared. He helplessly let out a mournful cry. It's over. I'm going to be fired. It is worth mentioning that this security guard is Mr. Stanley. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, monitoring room. The technicians who were chatting suddenly had a collective signal failure, and harsh noises came from the earphones. A technician got up to see what was going on. When he opened the door, he saw Falcon Sam and Agent Hill pointing their pistols. Looking at them, between the two of them was Captain America in uniform and holding a shield. No need to explain why they came. This group of unarmed technicians consciously raised their hands and surrendered when they saw Captain America, and the three of Steve occupied the monitoring room without any effort. In the conference room, Pierce and a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. council members raised their champagne, preparing to drink glasses to celebrate the meeting. Suddenly, Steve's calm voice came from the radio. "Attention, all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. I'm Steve Rogers." Hearing Steve's voice from the radio, Pierce's heart skipped a beat. Realizing that something had happened, his face gradually sank, and a haze flashed in his eyes. All S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel who heard the broadcast stopped what they were doing and listened to Captain America's speech in surprise. "Oh my God, Captain America actually shows up in S.H.I.E.L.D. But I think I should tell you the truth." At this point, Steve paused, and then said firmly, "S.H.I.E.L.D. is not what we thought. It has long been infiltrated by Hydra. Their leader is Alexander Pierce." Hearing this, the whole audience was in an uproar. This news was really shocking. They couldn't believe that the top officer of S.H.I.E.L.D., Alexander Pierce, could actually be from Hydra. Therefore, when they heard this ridiculous news, they felt in their hearts. The first reaction was disbelief, but these words came from Captain America, making them involuntarily convinced. In the conference room, the expressions of other council members changed drastically, and they subconsciously looked at Pierce, their eyes full of vigilance and suspicion, but Pierce still calmly raised the champagne in his hand, not caring at all that Steve revealed his identity. "I don't know how many Hydra people there are, but they are in this building, and they may be sitting next to you." Steve continued to make earth-shattering remarks, and the faces of all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents changed slightly. Looked at the colleagues around them warily. No one can say for sure whether the coworkers I spend time with day and night may be undercover agents of the evil Hydra. At this moment, the prestige of Captain America was fully demonstrated. Even though he was charged with a crime and spoke as a wanted criminal, no one took this ridiculous-sounding remark as a joke. Because he is Captain America, the spiritual pillar of all American people. If you launch the aircraft carrier, Hydra will kill anyone who stops them, unless we stop them now. Steve's tone is still so firm, without flinching. "The price of freedom has always been high. I am willing to pay any price." In the operation room, everyone looked at the person on the other side of the console with full vigilance, watching intently and gradually holding the pistol in their hands. As long as any staff member shows that they want to start the aircraft carrier, they will not hesitate shot to stop. It doesn't matter if I'm the only one standing up. I will also show you what faith looks like. It will never collapse in my heart. After that, the broadcast ended and everyone fell into silence. Steve's words were not passionate, just plain words, but they were full of contagion. An invisible force inspired them and made their blood boil. Therefore, when a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents disguised as Hydra came to the control room and ordered the staff in front of the control desk to launch the aircraft carrier with a fierce face, the staff who behaved submissively did not enter the launch command for a long time. "Is there any problem?" The Hydra agent took out his pistol, pointed it at the staff's head, and yelled angrily. Unexpectedly, facing the threat of death, this weak staff member roared desperately, "I can't do this. This is the captain's order. Then you go die." After saying this, the Hydra agent was about to kill the staff member who refused to cooperate. Agent number 1 Sharon Carter on the side immediately drew a gun and pointed it at him, shouting, "Stop. No one can launch the aircraft carrier. This is the captain's order." Agent number 1 seemed to have lit a fuse, and the whole body was affected. All the hidden Hydra agents took out their pistols and pointed them at Agent number 1. However, Agent number 1 did not panic at all, because the other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents also he pulled out his pistol and pointed it at those Hydra agents. At this moment, it was clear at a glance which side was the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and which side was the Hydra agent, and the two sides fell into a stalemate. It wasn't who fired the gun, but the door to the control room was violently knocked open. Everyone looked over sensitively and did not put down the pistol in their hands. When the familiar Captain America walked in, everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents showed excited expressions, while the Hydra agents showed gloomy and nervous emotions. "Everyone, I'm here," Steve said calmly. On the aircraft carrier, Gao Ming, wearing a speed suit, slowly landed on this aircraft carrier that could kill millions of lives in an instant without anyone noticing. He doesn't look very powerful." Gao Ming looked around casually and commented. Indeed, although the aircraft carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D. has surpassed most of the current technological level, it is only a product of the Earth. In Gao Ming's different space, there is still a space battleship paid by the Dark Elves hidden. The value absolutely kills the aircraft carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D. Therefore, Gao Ming has no regrets about the fact that he is about to destroy this aircraft carrier. That's right. After a series of assignments, Agent Steve, Sam, and Hill were responsible for leading S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to encircle and suppress exposed Hydra agents. Natasha pretended to be a member of the council and took down Pierce with fury, and Gao Ming was sent to destroy the aircraft carrier. However, Gao Ming is a little troubled now. How should we destroy this aircraft carrier? Use the reality stone to eliminate it. Use the space stone to create a black hole to devour it. Or use the space stone to destroy it. Perform the ultimate dragon blast. Steve's speech made all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents choose to side with him and start fighting Hydra without hesitation. Just because he is Captain America, a symbol of freedom and their belief. This was enough for them to follow Steve unswervingly and move forward bravely. Bang bang. Rush scenes can be seen everywhere in S.H.I.E.L.D. The respective camps of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra are clearly separated at this moment, and they attack each other one after another. Fierce gun battles are staged in every corner, whether it is the rooms of various departments or the open space outside. On the tarmac, you can see the scene of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra fighting each other. Some people fell down in a pool of death's blood. There were people from S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. Those who had not yet fallen continued to fire wildly, trying to kill more enemies. In the control room, Steve's appearance undoubtedly gave great encouragement to all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and also caused Hydra's morale to lose a little bit involuntarily. Under the leadership of Steve, this group of rampant Hydra agents retreated steadily. Before they could even escape, they were subdued by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents guarding the exit and killed them all. Witnessing the death of the people on his side, and the arrest of those who were arrested, Rumlow, who was originally a member of Steve's commando in name, was actually the backbone member of Hydra Crossbones. At this moment, he showed overwhelmed by his own madness and determination. He pushed all his subordinates in front of the blocking S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to delay time, then rushed to the console, kicked the staff member hiding underneath the side, and quickly entered the aircraft carrier. Launch command. Discovering Rumlow's actions, all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were startled and shot at him one after another. Steve even threw the shield in his hand at Rumlow fiercely, and countless bullets penetrated Rumlow. Luo's body. The shield hit his spine, and there was a bone crack. However, this still failed to stop Rumlow. Rumlow collapsed to the ground weakly, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood, but he laughed wildly with great pride, as if he was a winner. "Ha! Cough. You can't stop Hydra. Long live Hydra." After shouting "Long live Hydra" with all his strength, Rumlow stared, fell heavily to the ground, and died. The staff responsible for the aircraft carrier launch quickly got up and returned to the operating console. They anxiously tapped the keyboard to change the command, but found that the aircraft carrier launch command had been locked. It would take time to release it, but the most lacking thing now is time. The staff kept inputting complex code instructions, but despair gradually appeared on their faces. It's too late. The carrier should be up by now, and it won't be long before millions of lives are claimed, and they will become Hydra's accomplices, committing the unforgivable crime. Just when everyone was in a panic, Steve raised his hand and said seriously to the communicator next to his ear, "Gao Ming, have you disposed of the aircraft carrier?" Gao Ming's plain voice came from the contact. "What do you think?" Hearing Gao Ming's rhetorical question, Steve finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that there was no problem. Just as he was about to ask about the specific situation, he suddenly felt that the entire shield was shaking, and then he heard something from the communicator. There was an earth-shattering explosion. Boom. Steve hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" "Ahem," Gao Ming said in a slightly embarrassed tone. "It's okay. It's just that the movement of destroying the aircraft carrier was a bit loud." Hearing this, Steve was a little stunned. What violent means did Gao Ming use to destroy the aircraft carrier? Where the aircraft carrier was originally parked, Gao Ming looked up at the sky. A huge wormhole was opening in the sky, engulfing a group of hot and exploding flames like a sun. In the flames, the space carrier could be vaguely seen. Shadow. After the wormhole devoured the sun that was constantly expanding and heating up, it disappeared immediately. Gao Ming took off his helmet, with a bit of excitement and fear remaining on his face, and murmured to himself with a slightly wry smile. The dragon explosion really didn't disappoint me. It was even too powerful. A minute ago, meeting room. Faced with the questioning of other council members, Pierce did not show any panic. Several heavily armed Hydra agents rushed into the conference room, surrounded all council members, and pointed guns at all the council members, making them uncomfortable. Dare to act rashly. Seeing that the council members were all controlled by his men, Pierce walked to the glass wall and saw the aircraft carrier slowly taking off. He couldn't help but smile triumphantly, turned around, and said arrogantly to the other council members, "The life and death of this world is already in my hands. The question now is, who of you wants to join us?" Pierce picked up a glass of champagne on the table, prepared to taste the fruits of victory, and waited for the group to compromise. However, one of the council members shouted without hesitation, "I will never fight with you terrorists." Complicity. Seeing that there was someone who was unwilling to cooperate, Pierce reached out and took a pistol from his subordinate, pointed it at the council member's head, and was about to kill the chicken to scare other monkeys. Suddenly, boom, there was a loud noise outside, and Pierce quickly turned his head to look, only to see that the aircraft carrier that carried his ambition to rule the world was shrouded in raging fire and turned into a blazing red fireball. No, Pierce no longer remained calm and roared angrily, but he could only watch helplessly as the aircraft carrier was burned by flames and swallowed by a wormhole that appeared out of thin air. Snapped. Pierce angrily threw the champagne in his hand to the ground. The exquisite wine glass was broken into pieces, and the dim champagne flowed all over the floor. Just as Pierce was cursing and venting his anger unreasonably, suddenly, one of the female council members wearing blue professional attire rose up to resist, kicked the enemy in front of him in the stomach with lightning speed, then quickly grabbed the gun and threw it out at the same time. Several props, surrounded by strong electric current, accurately hit several other enemies. The high-voltage current instantly paralyzed these enemies and fell to the ground and fainted. After taking away the pistol, the female member of the council indifferently shot through the heart of the enemy in front of her, then aimed the gun at Pierce, raised her hand, and pressed on her temple, and the old face disappeared immediately, turning into the face of a charming young woman. Black Widow Natasha. Surprise? Natasha asked calmly. Pierce looked at Natasha coldly. His face returned to calm, and he pretended to smile calmly and said, "I really didn't expect you to appear here, Agent Romanoff." A meaningful smile appeared on Natasha's face, and she said, "Don't worry, there is another person you can't even imagine." After that, Pierce watched a helicopter land in the open space outside, and an unexpected person stepped out of the helicopter. Nick Fury. Fury opened the door of the conference room majestically, his black trench coat fluttering in the wind, showing his majesty as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. After walking in, Fury didn't speak, but the momentum on his body continued to rise and condense, making Pierce's face more and more ugly. Pierce said solemnly, "Nick, I'm so glad you can come." Furue Gujing said calmly, "Oh really? I thought you wanted me to die." Seeing Fury resurrected from the dead, Pierce's face was naturally not very good looking. The current situation is gradually moving to the side that is not conducive to him. Pierce tidied up his clothes, resumed his calm posture, and said leisurely, "Nick, you should know the rules of the game. I need you to eradicate all the enemies in front of me. You are the most suitable person I have ever seen to do these things. My enemy is your enemy, but when you stand on the opposite side of me, your fate should also be doomed. So you chose me to be the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. because you need an obedient dog." Fury said coldly. Hearing this, Pierce raised his right hand and shook his index finger. No, Nick, I really consider you my friend." Fury sneered disdainfully. Natasha concentrated on operating the computer, ready to reveal all the secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. to the public. Although doing so will make the world realize the filth and ugliness hidden under the glamour of S.H.I.E.L.D. and make the positive image of S.H.I.E.L.D. It can also expose all the Hydra buried in S.H.I.E.L.D. As long as Hydra can be severely injured, even if it needs to lose a shield, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra need to die together. It is worth it. After some operations, Natasha finally completed most of the work, leaving only the last step to make all the information public. Natasha picked up the pistol and pointed it at Pierce, reporting to Fury, "We still need to scan your and his permissions." Iris scanning is on. The computer's smart voice sounded, prompting that the iris needs to be scanned to obtain permission. Fury grabbed Pierce's arm and pulled him to the scanning panel. Pierce smiled contemptuously. "Nick, do you think we won't revoke your authority?" Fury interrupted Pierce expressionlessly and said, "I know you deleted my password, and there should be scan records, but if you want to stay one step ahead of me, Mr. Minister." Speaking of this, Fury suddenly took off the eye patch covering his left eye. There were ferocious old scars around his left eye, but the left eye that should have been empty contained a turbid, gray, and dull eye. You have to keep your eyes open at all times," Fury said through gritted teeth. At this moment, Fury's image was so ferocious that he was so shocked that Pierce also put away his chatting and laughing posture, closed his mouth timidly, and cooperated with the iris scanning operation. A-level personnel confirmation. Encryption unlocked. Confidentiality agreement cancelled. Hearing the voice coming from the system's intelligent voice, Pierce still didn't give up and said with confusion, "Nick, wouldn't it be nice to have this world in your hands? We can become the masters of this world together and make the world more perfect." Shut your mouth. Fury didn't bite at all. As an agent leader, he is better at seducing and beguiling people, right? You want to instigate him with just a few words. Do you think he, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the legendary king of agents, is just talking nonsense? Seeing that his verbal skills were not high enough, Pierce quietly picked up his phone and prepared to implement his backup method. Before meeting the council members, he distributed a badge to each person. It was said to be a pass, but in fact it was a device that controlled the life and death of all council members in his hands. As long as he activates the device with his mobile phone, the badge, worn on the chest of each council member, will shoot out a fierce laser, burning a 2-inch hole in the chest. And Natasha pretended to be a member of the council, so naturally, she also wore the murder badge. Pierce slid across the phone interface calmly, ready to activate the device to kill several other council members, and then threaten Fury with Natasha's life. But just when Pierce switched out the control interface, and before his finger pressed down, suddenly, the glass wall next to him exploded. Stepping on the glass debris on the floor, Gao Ming walked into the conference room leisurely, as if he was going for a walk. He raised his hand and said hello in a familiar manner. "Hey, everyone, we are all here." Everyone was startled by the sudden appearance of Gao Ming. They all just saw this Asian man in a white uniform fly up from below, and then casually bounce the glass wall. The entire glass was bulletproof. The wall cracked instantly with just a flick of the finger. None of them knew who this Asian-faced man was, but they immediately recognized him from his uniform. He was the superhero The Godfather, who had been rumored some time ago. But what puzzled them was why Gao Ming wasn't wearing a helmet. Didn't he care about exposing his identity? To be honest, Gao Ming is really not afraid that his identity will be exposed. Now that his strength has reached a height that is unimaginable for ordinary people, he does not need to worry too much. Instead, he needs to let more people know his identity and shock those young people. After entering the conference room, Gao Ming didn't pay attention to the tense atmosphere in the room. He noticed that one of the council members was an Asian, so he asked curiously, Where is he from? This sentence is in pure Mandarin Chinese. When the council member saw that Gao Ming was asking him, he immediately became frightened and just asked in English in confusion. Excuse me, what are you asking? Gao Ming had no choice but to ask again in English. I'm asking where you are from. I'm from Korea. Before he finished speaking, Gao Ming interrupted with a look of disgust on his face. Oh, Bangzi country, TSK. I thought I met someone from the country. The words were still spoken in Chinese, so the council member from South Korea did not understand what Gao Ming was saying, but it could be seen from the look on Gao Ming's face that he was disgusted, which made him even more confused. How can the other party not like it? Gao Ming is a slightly angry young man, and his impression of the island country and the stick country is not very good. Therefore, seeing that this council member is a stick, how can he still have a good face? Both Fu Rui and Natasha, who are proficient in multiple languages, understood Gao Ming's words, and a strange look appeared on their faces. They didn't expect Gao Ming to have such a side. While everyone's attention was attracted by Gao Ming, Pierce was just about to seize the opportunity to activate the device. Gao Ming didn't even look at him. He raised his middle finger and pointed at Pierce and casually said, IG Pig. The dazzling white light left the fingertips at lightning speed and hit Pierce directly. Before Pierce could press the remote control, his whole body was shining brightly. When the light faded, everyone was horrified to find that Pierce had turned into a head, pig covered in white down. If you look closely, you can see that it is still an old domestic pig, and the meat is so old that it is sagging. Pierce, the Alexander pig, grunted in panic. When he saw through the glass fragments on the ground that he had turned into a pig, he let out a miserable howl, as if he was being slaughtered. Ouch. Pierce was screaming and running around the room like crazy, and the remote control that was related to the lives of several council members and Natasha fell to the ground when Pierce turned into a pig. Several council members distanced themselves from Gao Ming anxiously, looked at Gao Ming tremblingly, and did not dare to speak out, for fear that if they said the wrong thing, they would anger the other party, and they would end up in the same fate as Pierce. Turning into a pig would be a life worse than death. Although Fury and Natasha felt terrified when they saw Pierce turning into a pig, they also felt relieved at the same time. Especially Fury, seeing the culprit who almost killed him ended up like this, suddenly felt relieved. Makes you want to harm me, haha. Gao Ming took a few steps forward, picked up Pierce's cell phone, and exited the control interface. It just so happened that a message was sent over at this time. Gao Ming was still indifferent at first, but when he finished reading the message, the whole picture his face instantly turned cold, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Raising his hand, the invisible power of telepathy caught Pierce. When Pierce stared at the pig's trotters and struggled desperately, Gao Ming held his fist indifferently. Boom. The invisible hand transformed from telekinesis crushed Pierce to pieces in an instant, and blood splattered everywhere. The entire conference room suddenly became extremely bloody, with smelly pig blood everywhere. Seeing this scene, all the council members were so frightened that their legs limp. The South Korean council member even rolled his eyes and fainted. A brief message was displayed on the phone screen. The target, Sophia Temple, was on her way back to her residence in preparation for her arrest. Ignoring the conference room filled with blood and flesh, and paying no attention to the frightened council members, Gao Ming threw his phone on the table, with a cold face, carefully sensing the spatial coordinates previously set on Sophia, and with a flash of blue light, the entire person just disappeared. For Gao Ming's sudden and brutal killing of Pierce, Fu Rui and Natasha were shocked, but also slightly puzzled. Natasha stepped forward and picked up the phone. Seeing the information on it, she suddenly realized. He handed the phone to Fury. After seeing this message, Fury understood why Gao Ming suddenly wanted to kill Pierce. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Hydra, you are really impatient to live. Hootie. On the highway, a yellow Camaro sports car with black patterns was speeding ahead of the traffic on the road. The same model of the Bumblebee attracted the attention of many passersby along the way. In the car, Sophia was sitting in the driver's seat, holding the steering wheel with both hands, but Sophia had not learned to drive yet. From the beginning to the end, Bumblebee itself was acting, while Sophia was just holding the steering wheel and pretending. Although she was very confident in Bumblebee's driving skills, Sophia was still frightened at such a high speed. She adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose and said helplessly, Bumblebee, can you drive a little slower? I'm a little uncomfortable. Adapt. Okay, Sophia. Bumblebee's magnetic voice came from the car stereo, and the speed of the car gradually slowed down as Sophia asked. And finally, he didn't act like he wanted to be in a racing car. If both Shield and Tony hadn't called the traffic department to ask them to give this car some special treatment, the section where the Bumblebee was speeding alone would have been enough to issue several tickets and deduct an unknown number of points. By the way, take me to a nearby supermarket first. I want to buy some food and cook a dinner myself tonight. I remembered that I hadn't cooked for a long time, and I didn't know if my cooking skills were rusty, so I got interested. Sophia ordered Bumblebee to drive to the nearest supermarket. Bumblebee responded excitedly. No problem, sit still. As soon as the words fell, the Hornet, which had just recovered its steady speed, suddenly accelerated and fell into the racing mode again. Sophia rubbed her temples helplessly and did not say anything to stop her. She had said it many times, but Bumblebee's character was like a lively and out-of-the-box big child, especially when Gao Ming gave him some free time some time ago. In the Fast and Furious movie, Bumblebee was obsessed with this feeling of speed. Bumblebee is really like an adolescent boy who hasn't grown up yet and cares a lot about what other people think of him. In Transformers 1, he deliberately scanned a cool sports car because he was disliked for its shabby appearance, and then transformed it into the same shape. In Transformers 4, because humans used black technology to create a pirated version of Bumblebee, the protagonist casually said, he seems to be more handsome than you, and made Bumblebee transform into an Autobot on the spot, and kicked the fake version in a depressed manner to the ground. After Bumblebee was manifested into this world by Gao Ming, his personality was naturally the same as before. Every time Sophia rode him, Bumblebee couldn't help but drive faster, wanting to show his extraordinary speed. Just as Bumblebee was galloping happily, 3 black off-road vehicles chased up from behind seemingly inadvertently. One kept following Bumblebee, and the other 2 slowly separated to both sides of the road, presenting a situation of being surrounded on 3 sides. Before Sophia noticed anything, Bumblebee, as an experienced Autobot, immediately noticed something was wrong, and his tone became serious. Sophia, there are enemies targeting us, namely the 2 off-road vehicles on the left and right, and the off-road vehicle behind us. They're surrounding us, probably planning to attack us from 3 sides. Hearing Bumblebee's words, Sophia's mood became a little nervous, but after going through so many things, Sophia's psychological endurance has improved a lot. Although she will be nervous, she will not panic and fear like before. Sophia calmed herself down quickly and said calmly, Bumblebee, get rid of the enemy's siege quickly. If the enemy shows a tendency to attack, then you let me get out of the car immediately, and then switch to the Autobot mode to fight. Being Pep's secretary at Stark Industries was not for nothing. No one working at Stark was just a fake. After waking up, she found that she suddenly became Stark's new secretary. Sophia was naturally terrified, but while she was confused, her competitive spirit was also aroused, and she took the initiative to learn the knowledge necessary for this job. With her unremitting efforts and especially recruited elite professors, Sophia quickly caught up with her, the former agent sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. to disguise herself as her. After a period of hard work in the workplace, Sophia also got rid of the state of stumbling as a college student when she first entered the society, and became a shrewd and capable female elite in the workplace. Although the matter she faced now was related to her own safety, Sophia did not panic because of it. Instead, she quickly stabilized her emotions and then made the correct response. Of order. Bumblebee replied solemnly. Just when the three off-road vehicles were about to collide with them from both sides and behind, Bumblebee increased his speed sharply and narrowly escaped the attack of the three off-road vehicles. The Hornet was as fast as a flash of lightning and quickly opened the distance between itself and the three off-road vehicles, nearly 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. The three off-road vehicles also reacted quickly, and the driver of the car immediately stepped on the accelerator and chased at full speed, gradually catching up with the Hornet. When the Hornet was less than meters away, in addition to the driver, three people in each off-road vehicle leaned out of the window, all holding pistols, and kept shooting at the Hornet's tires in an attempt to burst the tires. Stop Sophia from driving away. Under intensive shooting from 9 people, one of Bumblebee's tires was finally punctured by several bullets, causing an instant leak and deflation. With the loss of one wheel, the entire car was naturally unable to continue driving normally. Bumblebee worked hard to control the balance, and there were sparks on the ground before it stopped without any danger. Bumblebee said extremely seriously, "Sophia, get ready to get out of the car. I'm going to deal with these enemies." Sophia nodded and said nervously, "Okay, run." Bumblebee suddenly opened the car door, and Sophia immediately rushed out of the car after receiving the instructions. The moment Sophia left the car, Bumblebee immediately folded and deformed, quickly switching to Autobot mode. As a result, the group of Hydra agents who were sent to capture Sophia as a hostage watched in horror as the virtual character Autobot Bumblebee that existed on the screen appeared in front of them. Just when the enemy was so frightened that his gun went off, and he fired at him frantically, Bumblebee's arms changed again, and with a clang, they turned into 2 Gatling guns. With full force, chug tug 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 tug, the Bumblebee rushed towards the enemy with a few strides. The machine gun in his hand was relentlessly spitting out flames, and bullets flew through the air and hit the 3 off-road vehicles. Ding dang dang crisp sound. Bumblebee clearly saw the panic and anger on the enemy's face, but this did not affect his emotions at all. When he entered the combat state, he was a qualified warrior and would not show any mercy to the enemy. 2 of the off-road vehicles were beaten to pieces by the Hornet, and no enemy in the vehicle was spared. Only one vehicle decisively turned around after losing 2 teammates, preparing to escape from this absurd nightmare. However, just when the 2 leaky fishes had just changed directions and were about to drive away at full speed, they found that a person suddenly appeared in front of them and punched them hard. Boom! The off-road vehicle was smashed into a discus with one punch and exploded with a bang. He opened a black hole and swallowed the burning pile of garbage. Gao Ming walked up to Sophia and asked nervously, "Are you okay? Are you injured?" "I'm fine," Sophia said, shaking her head. Gao Ming is very glad that he arranged Bumblebee next to Sophia, otherwise he would be taken away by Hydra, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Gao Ming can instantly teleport over Sophia through the space coordinates he set on his body, it is not a perfect solution after all, and there is still no way to guarantee it in case of emergencies. I was thinking about how to protect Sophia's personal safety next, and suddenly I heard Sophia say nervously, "Why aren't you wearing a helmet?" Only then did Gao Ming remember that he had rushed over before putting on his helmet, and they were now at a highway intersection. Because of the chaos caused by Bumblebee's battle with Hydra agents, all the cars behind them had stopped moving forward. Up to now, it had caused traffic is jammed. However, many people got out of the car, holding up their mobile phones to take pictures and videos, their faces full of excitement. No way, the Bumblebee actually appeared in reality. This was enough to drive them crazy. They approached desperately just to watch the mighty and domineering Transformers up close. Especially after seeing those terrorists being dealt with by Bumblebee, the crowd became even more courageous and ran towards Bumblebee one after another. Seeing a large number of people coming towards them, and seeing Sophia's anxious look, Gao Ming smiled instead, casually opened 2 wormholes, and took the other 2 tattered off-road vehicles with them. The dead people inside were all swallowed up and crushed. But Gao Ming had no intention of putting on the helmet and stood calmly. Seeing this, Sophia became even more anxious for him, and said, "How can you return it?" Before Sophia finished speaking, Gao Ming held her hand and said with a light smile, "It's okay, it's time for everyone to get to know me." When a few daring people ran over to take a few close-up photos of Bumblebee, or even take a group photo, they found the man and woman next to Bumblebee. Among them, the man with an Asian face caught their attention. They noticed that this Asian man was wearing a very familiar uniform, the uniform of the superhero, the Godfather. Could this man be the mysterious Godfather? Everyone was excited for a moment. Suddenly, someone shouted enthusiastically, "Godfather, is that you?" The man asked their question, and all eyes were on the Asian man, expecting his answer. Facing the expectant eyes of everyone, Gao Ming said calmly, "Yes, I am. Godfather." Wah! The whole place was in an uproar, and everyone cheered excitedly. "It's really you. Godfather, I am your biggest fan. You are more handsome than I thought." Everyone was so excited that they were constantly filming with their mobile phones, not daring to miss any shot. Whether it is the Bumblebee or the Godfather who revealed his true colors, it is enough for them to take this precious picture nonstop. He accepted the photos taken by the fanatical crowd without changing his face. When more and more people gathered, and they were about to lose control of the situation, and they all rushed up, Gao Ming hugged Sophia and flew into the air. Similarly, Nian Li also took the Bumblebee and flew into the air. No matter when, the picture of a person flying is still very shocking. Even if they have seen it before, people still subconsciously quiet down and stare at Gao Ming in the sky. With one arm around Sophia, Gao Ming raised the other hand, waved goodbye to the people below, and said loudly, "Goodbye." After that, he quickly flew away from the side of the crowd with the Bumblebee, who was so excited that he could fly. Needless to say, Bumblebee and Gao Ming must have dominated the headlines of major news media. Transformers come to reality. Does the planet Cybertron really exist? Shocked to hear that the Godfather finally took off his disguise. An amazing Asian. South Korea said, "The Godfather is actually from our country." Faced with all kinds of overwhelming and confusing headlines, Gao Ming just took the time to go to the New York Times for a half-hour interview, gave a brief response, and then did not accept any other interviews. The somewhat ambiguous title like, "The Godfather takes off his disguise," was naturally chosen by the neurotic boss of the Bugle. Gao Ming didn't bother to pay attention to this old man who didn't like any masked person. However, a gossip newspaper in South Korea made nonsense about him being a stickman. Gao Ming could not tolerate it at all. When he was interviewed by the New York Times, he repeatedly emphasized, "I am a Chinese." Gao Ming's words directly slapped Bang Ziguo in the face. The gossip newspaper office became a stain on Bang Ziguo, and soon closed its doors and left. At the same time, countless Chinese people also feel a strong sense of pride. Look, the Godfather of superheroes is ours. Who said superheroes are only for foreigners? Gao Ming finally got to experience the life of a star. Every day, when he went out, fans and paparazzi would follow him. However, Gao Ming was not one of those stars who needed to focus on his image and could not resist. People all knew that he was a superhero with terrifying strength. Naturally, he didn't dare to go too far, so Gao Ming's daily life was not greatly affected. Aside from Gao Ming's matter, the announcement of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s information to the public also caused an uproar. People were horrified to find that S.H.I.E.L.D., which had always appeared in a positive image, was also a filthy existence that had done such things in secret. The rare thing was infiltrated by the anti-human terrorist organization Hydra. These days, crowds of people can often be seen holding signs, shouting slogans excitedly, and parading through the streets. The S.H.I.E.L.D. has become a street rat that everyone shouts and beats. The government has received complaint letters one after another. The government could not find anyone to interrogate. Seeing this exciting situation, Fury decisively decided to pretend to be dead to the end. He even found someone to place his tombstone in the S.H.I.E.L.D. cemetery. He took Agent Hill and hid behind the scenes, waiting for another crisis. Resurrection. 11th month, 11 day. This is a festival for countless singles to celebrate carnival. On this day, single men and women boarded a certain shopping mall with great enthusiasm, put one after another their favorite products into the shopping cart, and then after this day, they looked at that huge expenditure on the bill, hitting the wall, slapping yourself, chopping your hands. On this universal celebration festival, Gao Ming stood very nervously in front of Sophia, constantly changing his clothes. The dark red quicksand of reality gems covered his whole body, and in the blink of an eye, Gao Ming's black suit turned into another burgundy suit. Gao Ming nervously asked Sophia's opinion. How about this? Will your parents like it? Sophia also gave some suggestions nervously. Looking at Gao Ming's current look, she thought about it carefully and said, the one just now is more suitable. With a flash of red light, Gao Ming changed back to the black suit just now, with a dark purple shirt, black suit jacket and trousers, full of the temperament of a mature man. Seeing that Gao Ming was still very nervous, without his usual calm aura, Sophia comforted her softly. Relax, my parents just want to see you, so don't be too nervous. Gao Ming took a deep breath and calmed down a little. He couldn't help but be nervous. Even though he was extremely powerful and unmatched by anyone in the world, he was still encountering many problems that men would face when he came to meet the girl's parents. At this moment, he is not the unparalleled superhero, but a man who is anxious about visiting his girlfriend's parents. I won't tell you that I lost track of time because I was chatting with my friends. Don't panic, it's just a simple meeting, Gao Ming kept telling himself, and then he and Sophia got on the Hornet and set off towards her parents' home. Sensing that Gao Ming was in a very nervous mood, although Bumblebee wanted to help, but his entire car had never experienced anything similar, so he could only play a recently popular song to relax. Considering that Gao Ming is a Chinese, Bumblebee played a popular Chinese song this year. The old tree in front of the door sprouts new buds, and the dead trees in the yard bloom again. There are many words in Half-Life, hidden in a head of white hair. Where has the time gone? Which is very popular this year. The lyrics are simple, delicate, and soulful, touching the hearts of every listener. Gao Ming gradually relaxed after listening to it, and wisps of sadness emerged in his mind. It has been 6 years since I came to this world. I am 0 years old, and have unknowingly entered the ranks of uncles. I don't know if my parents have gotten over the shadow of their death in the original world. Have my brothers and sisters taken good care of their parents? How are everyone doing? Haha, mom and dad, I found a foreign girlfriend. She is very nice, kind-hearted, gentle, and considerate, and will definitely satisfy you. I am 30 years old now. If I were sitting in front of you, I would definitely be urged to get married quickly and give you a fat grandson, haha. Oh wait, Sophia is 4 years older than me and is now 6 years old. Is she considered an older leftover girl in foreign countries? The concept of marriage in foreign countries should not be as anxious as in China. Haha no. The more Gao Ming thought about it, the more vain he felt, and the mood that he had just relaxed gradually lifted, and he seemed embarrassed, and even Sophia beside him became nervous. Where does the time go? The cause of the incident was the photos of Gao Ming and Bumblebee taken by onlookers. Naturally, these photos were purchased by major media companies at high prices, and then appeared in various newspapers and magazines. Among them, the photo of Gao Ming hugging Sophia was published in the newspaper without accident. After reading the newspaper, Sophia's parents realized that their daughter's boyfriend was actually a superhero. Although I had known from my daughter that she had a boyfriend before, I had never brought him back to see him. I only knew from her few words that he was a good person, capable and responsible, and I was very happy with him. Sophia's parents knew that their daughter would not lie, so they did not suspect that the prospective son-in-law they had never met was a person of bad character. It was just that in their imagination, the prospective son-in-law, who had been dating their daughter for 6 years, he should be an employee of a certain company or open a store by himself, rather than a superheroic identity. When they saw a photo of their daughter being intimate with the well-known superhero in the newspaper, they were blinded on the spot. Their daughter found a superhero boyfriend. So, when Sophia received the call from her father, she heard her father's extremely majestic words, "Bring your super boyfriend back, don't refuse." After that, Sophia's father hung up the phone without waiting for her to say anything, leaving a frowning Sophia to call Gao Ming and tell him this devastating news. Therefore, no matter how calm Gao Ming is usually and how decisive he is in battle, he still panicked and lost his composure when he came to visit his girlfriend's parents. Along the way, Bumblebee played many songs to ease Gao Ming's mood, but it had little effect. Gao Ming didn't even listen to it, and was completely immersed in his own uneasiness. No matter how panicked Gao Ming was, Bumblebee, who always drove in pursuit of speed, quickly delivered the two of them to their destination. Over the past few years, Hell's Kitchen has changed a lot. Wilson, who was once the king of the underworld, is now a well-known philanthropist, helping poor families and supporting medium-sized enterprises. Wilson has invested a lot of manpower and money wherever relief can be provided. With his unremitting efforts, Hell's Kitchen got rid of its once chaotic image and became a prosperous and beautiful area. Those gloomy and shady industries gradually disappeared. Everyone will not be afraid of going out at night, with a smile on his face and hope for the future, and Wilson, who made it happen, is sought after by the residents of Hell's Kitchen. It is worth mentioning that there is a blind lawyer named Matt Murdock in Hell's Kitchen. His deeds of justice for civilians were appreciated by Wilson. With Wilson's investment assistance, the blind lawyer's law firm also with the development, many people who need to litigate will come to this blind lawyer for help. And the Daredevil in a red tights from Hell's Kitchen is still active in the streets every night, fighting crime. It was Wilson behind the scenes who helped Daredevil gradually clean up the various dark forces under Wilson, allowing Wilson to kill people with a knife and erase all his stains. During the whole process, although Matt vaguely sensed some clues, he never wanted to go to Wilson after all. After all, Wilson's image of a good guy has been deeply ingrained over the years, so in the end, he didn't think much about it, and cleared out Hell's Kitchen day by day. A huge gang force. Until now, Wilson has completely distanced himself from his past self, and is dedicated to doing charity and promoting Hell's Kitchen to a better future. Of course, Gao Ming has no time to take into account the changes in Hell's Kitchen now. His feet feel like 1,000 weights. Every step towards Sophia's house is so heavy, and the smile on his face also looks a little stiff. Standing at the door of Sophia's house, the raised hand stopped at the doorbell and did not press it for a long time. After hesitating for a long time, he pressed the doorbell a little tragically. Ding dong. Pat. The door opened, and it was Sophia's father who opened the door. He was wearing a casual wool sweater, his white hair was neatly combed, and he wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Temperament. Sophia once said that her father was a high school physics teacher who retired the year before last, while her mother opened her own bakery. Sophia's father's name is Charles Temple, and her mother's name is Martha Bellucci. When he first heard the names of the two elders, Gao Ming was a little surprised. Isn't this the professor and the mother of Superman and Batman? Well, there are enough coincidences in this world. Hello Charles, I'm Gao Ming. Gao Ming stretched out his hand and smiled nervously. It is customary in foreign countries for acquaintances to call each other directly by their first names. In order to close the relationship, Gao Ming also called each other directly by his first name. Sophia's father shook hands with Gao Ming with a sullen face, then turned and entered the house, leaving Gao Ming and Sophia standing at the door. After entering the house and closing the door, Gao Ming asked Sophia beside him as he walked, "Is Charles angry?" Sophia also replied very uncertainly, "Probably not, but every time he encounters something serious, my father seems to show this attitude." Well, after saying this, Gao Ming became even more flustered. When they came to the dining table outside the kitchen, Sophia's mother was bringing plates of delicacies to the table. When she saw Gao Ming and Sophia coming, she showed an amiable smile on her face and said kindly, "You are here, sit down. I just prepared dinner." Sophia's mother's attitude is not like Sophia's father who refuses people thousands of miles away, but seems enthusiastic, which makes Gao Ming feel flattered, and quickly said, "It's too much trouble for you, Martha, to prepare such a sumptuous table for us. Thanks. It's okay, it's just some common food." Sophia's mother smiled slightly. Her eyes were full of appreciation. She looked at Gao Ming and nodded with satisfaction. Well, he seems like a nice guy. Facing Sophia's mother's eyes as if looking at her son-in-law, Gao Ming couldn't help straightening his back, suppressing all the nervous emotions, and trying to show his usual calm and relaxed side. After everyone sat down, and after seeing the two elders picking up their forks and spoons and starting to enjoy the food in front of them, Gao Ming felt relieved after being signaled by Sophia's eyes, picked up the spoons, and poured it into the bowl of soup placed in front of him. He took a spoonful of it and put it in his mouth. The taste is good. It seems that Sophia's cooking skills are inherited from her mother. While enjoying the soup made by Sophia's mother, suddenly, I heard Charles, who had been keeping a straight face and said nothing, said, "Tell me, when will you marry Sophia?" Cough, cough. The sudden words made Gao Ming choke on the soup. Sophia blushed when she heard her father's words. She lowered her head, used a fork to pick up the noodles, and ate silently, but her attention was extremely focused, waiting for Gao Ming's answer. After regaining his composure, Gao Ming looked at the two elders again and noticed that whether it was the stern-faced Charles or the kind-hearted Martha, there was a message in their eyes. Give my daughter an explanation. Sophia's parents were quite angry at first. After all, if their daughter finds a superhero as her boyfriend, she will definitely face many potential dangers. However, after the anger passed and gradually calmed down, the two did not say that Sophia and Gao Ming wanted to sever the relationship. After all, Sophia and Gao Ming have been together for 6 years, which is enough to see the depth of this relationship. It's good to meddle in the affairs of young people. However, they must get to know Gao Ming and see what kind of person he is. If he has bad conduct, then they are firmly opposed to the relationship between the two. Even if Gao Ming is a powerful superhero, it will not work. They must think about their daughter's happiness. When Gao Ming came, although Charles was very serious and didn't give Gao Ming any good looks, his first impression of Gao Ming was actually quite satisfactory. Although Gao Ming is a Chinese, he is very attractive. Good looks can still improve your favorability. Gao Ming didn't think highly of himself just because of his status, but like an ordinary person, he cared very much about his words and deeds, without arrogance or impetuosity, and acted very sincerely. Sophia's parents saw all this. Although they only had a short contact, they could see that Gao Ming's character was not absolutely excellent, but it still met the passing score of the two. On the other hand, they are also a little anxious about Sophia's marriage. They are already 26 years old, and they are not old enough. Except for some career-oriented people who choose to marry later, most of them should get married at this age. Although they are foreigners with relatively free and open minds, they cannot help but worry about their daughter's marriage as they get older. Moreover, they also want to have a grandson as soon as possible. At this point, no matter which country the elderly are, they are all the same. Therefore, Charles was in a hurry and asked Gao Ming abruptly when he would marry Sophia. He was a little embarrassed when he said it. He seemed to be a little too eager, but because he maintained his composure and kept a straight face, but not exposed. As for Martha, she didn't think so much. As Sophia's mother, she would respect her daughter's choice no matter what her daughter's boyfriend was. Of course, she also hoped that her daughter would find the right person, and Gao Ming's performance made her very satisfied. Facing the scrutinizing eyes of the two elders, Gao Ming panicked at first, and then incomparable joy emerged from the bottom of his heart. Charles's words meant that he was recognized by them. Gao Ming put his hand into his pocket, secretly using the power of the reality gem to create what he was thinking about now, then took it out and said slowly, "Actually, today I intend to ask you to entrust your daughter to me of." I saw an exquisite box lying in the palm of Gao Ming's hand. When he opened the box, a sparkling diamond ring was displayed in front of the three of them. Sophia covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes filled with happiness. Sophia's parents nodded with satisfaction. Martha smiled more cordially, and Charles put down his stubborn expression and smiled kindly. "You are very good. I hope you will not disappoint me and take good care of my daughter." "I will." Gao Ming nodded quickly and replied. Charles pretended to be displeased and said, "Why are you still waiting for me? Why don't you propose to Sophia quickly? If my daughter doesn't agree, I won't recognize you." Hearing this, Gao Ming immediately stood up, pushed the chair behind him, knelt down on one knee towards Sophia who was sitting next to him, took out the exquisite and bright diamond ring, looked at Sophia affectionately, and said, "Sorry, I'm not prepared. Bright roses, no moving music, no sweet chocolates, no romantic candlelight dinner. But I still want to ask, Sophia, will you be my wife?" Sophia's tears couldn't stop falling. They were tears of joy. She looked at Gao Ming bewilderedly and raised her hand happily. "I am willing." 11 months 6th day, Manhattan, St. Patrick's Cathedral. This sacred and solemn church, in the era of materialistic desires, can make people feel relaxed and happy, pour out their troubles, and find spiritual comfort. Similarly, this church is also the first choice for many celebrities in New York to hold weddings. Today, there is also a grand wedding held here. The guests have arrived and are talking to each other. The atmosphere is very enthusiastic. This may seem like a common wedding scene, but if you look closely at the guests, it's quite shocking. Captain America Steve Rogers, Iron Man Tony Stark, Hulk Bruce Banner, Thor, Hawkeye Clinton Barton, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. All members of the Avengers are here. In addition, there are Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. who is pretending to be dead, Agent Hill who is always with him, Agent Number 1 Sharon Carter, and two very unexpected characters, Peggy Carter, the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Phil Coulson, 8th level S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Peggy Carter is the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the first love of Captain America Steve Rogers. Due to an ice freeze, the two missed 70 years of time. Steve woke up from the ice and was still the same. As young and strong as she once was, Paige has been taken away from her youth by time and has become an old man with degraded memory. But at this time, Peggy is not the old man who is dying. She has regained her youth, and her former heroic figure reappeared on her body. Peggy is holding Steve's arm with a happy face. Because Gao Ming also felt sorry for Steve and Peggy's fate, he used the power of the reality stone to restore Peggy's youth and make this elderly couple happy. On the other side, Coulson stood with Fury awkwardly, with all the members of the Avengers standing in front of him. Tony wore a cynical smile, and his eyes were full of playfulness. "I didn't expect that. Agent Phil, you actually lied to us." Steve also looked at Coulson with a half smile and said, "I didn't expect to see you again, Coulson." Natasha rolled her eyes and said, "No wonder. After all, Fury also likes to fake his death." "Coulson, I can understand." Coulson nodded awkwardly and said, "It's nice to see you again." Because of Gao Ming's strong request, Coulson had no choice but to bite the bullet and lead his team members to accept Gao Ming's wedding invitation. He had expected this situation, but it was inevitable that he would feel embarrassed if he lied to him for so long. As for Fury, he is worthy of having been the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. for so many years. Faced with Natasha's teasing, his face did not turn red and his heart did not beat. He talked to the guests calmly, as if they had not heard them. Dr. Banner was also invited to attend Gao Ming's wedding today with his wife Betty. That's right, our Dr. Banner got married very low-key, and it's been a year. Now he is very happy, but he and the relationship between his father-in-law, General Ross, has never improved. When they met each other over the years, General Ross always looked at the guy who abducted his daughter with a stern face and an attitude of sworn hatred. Dr. Banner is still working in the technical department of S.H.I.E.L.D. as a scientific researcher. As for Hulk, he rarely appears. Being able to have such a peaceful life was something Banner had never dared to imagine, so he was very grateful to Gao Ming, the benefactor who changed his life. Soul also accompanied Jane to attend Gao Ming's wedding, wearing a suit that he couldn't get used to. As a member of the Avengers, he would naturally not be absent, but his face was very unhappy. After all, he and Gao Ming's relationship is not very good, even a bit stiff, but he is not the brash man he used to be, and he will not turn his face because of displeasure. As a god and the future king of Asgard, he has a magnanimous bearing. Soul will never admit that he gave in because he couldn't beat Gao Ming. Also attending the wedding were Falcon Sam, Lieutenant Colonel Roddy, Tony's driver Happy, Pepper Pep, and various familiar people. It can be said that the people attending the wedding today include some of the main characters in the Marvel world. If some characters had not been born or did not exist in this universe, Gao Ming would have wanted to invite them all to the wedding and learn from Deadpool. That way, have a unique wedding. And our bridegroom officer, Gao Ming, stood on the stage in a neat suit, shaking hands with each guest with a smile on his face. When everyone was seated, the priest came to him. Gao Ming looked nervously at the door of the church. Kong Dang, don't complain. Lao Bai, a single guy, tries his best to write the wedding scene as well as possible. The door of the church was pushed open from the outside, and Sophia, who was wearing a white wedding dress, hugged her father's arm, holding a bouquet in her hand, and walked in slowly with a happy face. As Sophia's father, Charles naturally attaches great importance to his daughter's wedding. His gray hair is neatly combed, his black suit looks very solemn, and his face is extremely serious. When he came to Gao Ming with Sophia on his arm, he said solemnly, "My daughter will be handed over to you. Assure me that you will treat her well." Gao Ming replied seriously, "I will never let her be wronged in the slightest." Only then did Charles put Sophia's hand in Gao Ming's in relief, and gently hugged his daughter. "I'm happy for you, my daughter." Hearing her father's words, Sophia couldn't help but feel slightly sore in her eyes. Seeing this, Charles pretended to be stern and said, "Today is a good day, don't cry like a girl." Only then did Sophia hold back her tears. Charles turned around and walked to his seat with satisfaction. At the same time, he whispered, "You will always be my cutest girl." Sophia didn't hear her father's whisper, but Gao Ming heard it with his super hearing, smiled slightly, and became more and more determined in his promise. Holding Sophia's hand and standing in front of the priest, he saw Sophia in a wedding dress. Under the thin veil, there was a lovely face lightly painted with pink and white, and her eyes were like a pool of spring water. Gao Ming was instantly moved. Get lost in it. The woman who puts on your wedding dress is the most beautiful woman in the world at this moment. I don't know where I saw this sentence, but Gao Ming is convinced at this moment, because standing in front of him is the woman he likes the most in his heart, and there is no other woman who can change Sophia's heart in his heart. A feeling of, this is his lover, his wife, no one can replace her. A charming blush appeared on Sophia's cheeks, and Gao Ming couldn't help but want to kiss her. After noticing Gao Ming's behavior, the priest smiled kindly and said, "Mr. Gao, don't worry." Hearing the priest's reminder, Gao Ming reacted and smiled slightly embarrassedly. Sophia coyly coquettishly, and the guests present couldn't help but laugh. Tony, Sam and Barton even laughed immodestly. He joked, "Don't be impatient, groom, the bride won't run away." If it weren't for such a sacred ceremony, Gao Ming would definitely roll his eyes at those guys with his dull amber eyes. Gao Ming and Sophia stood in front of the priest. The priest held the Bible and said solemnly, "Today we are gathered here, in front of God and the guests here, to witness the wedding of Gao Ming and Sophia Temple. This is a sacred ceremony, non-infringible." "Mr. Gao Ming," the priest asked seriously, "no matter whether she is rich or poor in the future, whether she is healthy or unwell in the future, are you willing to be with her forever and marry Miss Sophia as your wife?" Gao Ming solemnly said, "I am willing." The priest turned to Sophia and continued to ask, "Miss Sophia, no matter whether he is rich or poor in the future, whether he is healthy or unwell in the future, are you willing to be with him forever and marry Mr. Gao Ming?" Sophia nodded firmly and said, "I am willing." The priest nodded, raised his voice slightly, and said loudly, "Okay, in the name of God, I hereby announce that you are officially married. Now, the groom can kiss the bride." Gao Ming and Sophia looked at each other and smiled. Under Sophia's shy but expectant gaze, Gao Ming lowered his head and kissed his soft lips. Wow, wow, wow. Bang, 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 bang. The audience burst into thunderous cheers and applause, sending their most sincere blessings to the newlyweds. Seeing such a happy picture, Peggy, Pep, and Jane all showed envy. Peggy leaned into Steve's ear and said, "Soldier, you owe me a dance and a wedding." Steve raised his hand, made a military salute, and said with a smile, "Of order, my officer." Peppa tightened Tony's arm and said nothing, just staring at Tony. Tony was helpless because of the hot pepper stare and seemed to accept his fate. "K, I will definitely hold the most grand wedding in the world." When Pep asked, not wanting to play word games with Tony. In addition to yearning, there was also a trace of confusion in Jane's eyes. As a mortal, she was destined to be unable to accompany Sol for the rest of her life, which made her feel afraid and melancholy. Sol, a big bastard, is now a little more careful. He noticed that Jane's mood was a little low, and he also guessed the sadness in Jane's heart. He just hugged Jane wordlessly and gave her a hug full of reassurance. Single dogs such as Sam and Rhodey also looked at the kissing couple enviously, wondering if it was time to find a partner for themselves. But Barton, a hidden married person, did not have such troubles, and still cheered and applauded. Even Fury, an old nigger, subconsciously looked at Agent Hill next to him, and it happened that Agent Hill also turned his head. The eyes of the two collided, and they quickly moved away. It is rare for Agent Hill, who has always been thoughtful, to his heart beat faster, and Fury coughed a few times in embarrassment. It's just a normal relationship between boss and subordinate. Don't think too much about it. Lips parted, Gao Ming looked at Sophia, who was blushing, and in her exclamation, hugged her whole body, just like the scene at the beginning, except that they were no longer strangers who met by chance, but a loving couple. Holding Sophia in his arms, Gao Ming walked out of the church amidst the cheers of the crowd. Snapped. As two gun salutes sounded, colorful fireworks fell in the wind. And Bayou, and B. The salute shot straight up into the sky, and colorful fireworks bloomed in the clouds, attracting countless people to stop and watch. Sophia threw the bouquet in her arms high into the air. The women behind her immediately screamed and scrambled to grab the bouquet that was about to fall. Unexpectedly, the bouquet actually fell into the hands of Dr. Banner, who looked stunned. Faced with the murderous looks cast by the women around him and the snickering of his wives covering their mouths, Dr. Banner calmly handed the bouquet in his hand to Betty and said affectionately, "Dear Betty, are you interested in joining us? Do I have one more wedding?" "Awesome, my Dr. Banner." Seeing Betty nestled happily in Dr. Banner's arms, all the men cast admiring glances at Dr. Banner. A yellow Camaro sports car was parked quietly on the road in front of the church. Gao Ming came to the car with Sophia in his arms. The door automatically opened, allowing Gao Ming to put Sophia into the passenger seat, and then opened the door on the other side. After letting Gao Ming sit in the driver's seat, he closed the doors on both sides at the same time and sped away amidst the cheers and blessings of everyone. "Bumblebee, take us back to our new home," Gao Ming told Bumblebee. Bumblebee replied meticulously, "Okay." Now that he was married, Gao Ming naturally bought a new house as his wedding residence. Turning his head and looking at Sophia, Gao Ming said with great satisfaction, "I love you, my wife." Sophia tilted her head, blinked cutely, and said with a smile, "I love you too, my husband." Bumblebee's rare normal speed took the newlyweds, who had received blessings from countless people, to their residence and prepared to start a new life. In the vast universe, there are countless planets, and on each planet, there are countless creatures living, and these creatures will grow into forms adapted to their respective environments. Therefore, for human beings living on the Earth, beings from other planets look strange and will be surprised and afraid by this, which is the nature of being afraid of unknown existence. However, many aliens have become accustomed to the existence of other creatures because they have realized the communication between interstellar races with their superb technology, while human beings have limited vision because their technological strength has not yet developed. Kadar Star. This is one of the countless planets in the universe. Here you can see all kinds of aliens coming and going. They are of different races, but they seem very natural. Kadar is completely ruled by the Nova Empire. With its strict laws and tyrannical legion strength, the Nova Empire makes all aliens who come to this planet dare not challenge its authority and honestly restrain their words and deeds. A white gold spaceship passed through the atmosphere and flew into the Kadar Star at a very high speed. Countless aliens with strange shapes looked up at the spaceship in the sky curiously. This white gold spaceship is very eye-catching in appearance and has conquered the hearts of many people in appearance. Moreover, the surface of the spaceship is covered with a faint red halo, full of magical temperament. However, this spaceship is not one of those low-level spaceships, but a strategic-level space battleship. Its huge hull is instantly recognizable. Who is the owner of this mighty and domineering space battleship? When the spaceship slowly landed in the parking area specified by the Nova Empire, many people watched curiously as the door of the spacecraft opened, and then a human walked out of it. The man in front of him was wearing a casual black shirt, dark blue loose shorts, and a pair of green flip-flops on his feet. There was a bit of curiosity on his face. He looked around and looked at the alien who was looking at him in a friendly manner. He shook his hand and spoke in an unintelligible language. However, some aliens have installed universal language translation chips on their nervous systems. The chip allows them to instantly understand each other's words. Hello everyone, I am from the Earth. Gao Ming. That's right, this person is Gao Ming. Newlywed. After spending several months of newlywed life with Sophia, Gao Ming found that he was immersed in the happy newlywed life and forgot about time. Unknowingly, it was approaching the end of January and the new year was about to usher in. In fact, life after marriage is not much different from before. It is just that they have upgraded from lovers to husband and wife. Gao Ming and Sophia were originally very affectionate. Their love has also experienced life and death, and they cherish each other even more. So every day is the same. Sweet and sweet, nothing changes. It happened that Sophia needed to go on a business trip to accompany Pep to get a contract. She would have to go for more than a month. On weekdays, the Black Shadow Corps helped him maintain order in the city, so Gao Ming, who had nothing to do, remembered what he had learned from the Dark Elves. The space battleship that came here. This space battleship has been lying in a different space untouched, and it will accumulate dust if it continues to be put down. After estimating the current time, Gao Ming knew that the plot of Guardians of the Galaxy had passed, and the Power Stone must have been handed over by Star-Lord to the Nova Empire for safekeeping. Taking advantage of nothing to do, Gao Ming teleported out of the Earth, released the space battleship, and then directly used the reality gem to drive the space battleship to Kadar. He asked for the planet coordinates of Kaidastar from Thor. Although Thor still didn't like Gao Ming, he still took a star map from Asgard and recorded the coordinates of most of the planets in the universe. After knowing the coordinates of the planet, Gao Ming can use the space gem to teleport there, but remembering the space battleship in a different space, he decided to go there by warship. Driven by the gem of reality, the space battleship played an unimaginable speed, and it took 2 days to cross the universe, from the Earth to the distant Kadar star. As for the change in the appearance of the space battleship, it was just because Gao Ming felt that it was pitch black and the Dark Elf style was too dull, so he changed it to a cool platinum color. After getting off the space battleship, Gao Ming wandered leisurely, and the aliens looked away after looking at Gao Ming for a while. Although people on Earth are rare, there are also people from many planets who look like people on Earth, so it was nothing surprising. At most they were a little surprised by Gao Ming's casual attire. Gao Ming casually stopped an alien who looked no different from a human. However, when the alien spoke a bunch of gibberish alien languages, it was not difficult to tell that this was just an alien that looked like a human. The obstruction of language communication is a big problem, but it does not bother Gao Ming. The almighty gem of reality allowed him to copy a language translation chip, and then installed it on the back of his neck to connect to the sensory brain nerves. Hello, Gao Ming tentatively greeted the other party. Hello, is this how you say hello? The human-looking alien asked curiously. Gao Ming breathed a sigh of relief and said kindly, yes, hello, I am from the Earth, and my name is Gao Ming. Reciprocating courtesy, the other party also replied in a friendly manner. Hi, I'm from Beidixing, and my name is Nanming. Hello, brother Nanming. Gao Ming called the other party very familiarly. Unexpectedly, this person suddenly glared at him angrily and said through gritted teeth, I am a woman. Well, it seems that the women in by Dixing are malnourished. The Nanming in front of me has no figure and doesn't look like a woman at all. Gao Ming said awkwardly. Sorry, my eyes are a bit bad. Nanming looked at Gao Ming's amber eyes with suspicion. If his eyes were really bad, he would be blinding these mysterious eyes in vain. Nanming asked unhappily. Is there something wrong? If not, I will go find my companion. Yes, yes. Gao Ming quickly stopped Nanming who was about to leave. I want to ask, was there a big battle here before? Oh, are you referring to the fact that Ronan from Kree invaded Kaida with his fleet and almost destroyed Kaida with the Power Stone? Nanming thought of this incident and patted his chest with lingering fear. Although I was not present at the time, I have never been there since. Others also heard what happened, and it was really dangerous. Fortunately, in the end, the Guardians of the Galaxy killed Ronan and protected Kaida. Gao Ming pretended not to know and asked, what is the Guardians of the Galaxy? Your news is too late, right? The Guardians of the Galaxy are now a well-known team in the universe. Their boss, Star-Lord, killed Ronan with the Power Stone in his hand. Nanming rambled on, but Gao Ming didn't pay attention. Listen, glanced at the direction of the Nova Empire's headquarters base, and fell into deep thought. The power gem is now hidden in the treasure house of the Nova Empire, guarded by the strictest troops. Of course, the defense that the Nova Empire is proud of is a joke in the eyes of Gao Ming. He can break in alone and leave safely after taking the power gem. The Nova Empire can't do anything to him at all. The problem is the harm of doing so, not to mention that Gao Ming will suddenly become notorious in the whole universe. At the same time, Gao Ming is afraid that this will attract the attention of Thanos. Although Thanos must know the news that he has 2 infinite gems now, and he will be afraid. But if Gao Ming owns 3 infinite gems, half the number, he will definitely attract Thanos. Before he was absolutely sure, Gao Ming didn't want to confront Thanos so soon. He and Thanos would have a battle, but it definitely wasn't now. After taking a deep look in the direction of the Nova Empire's headquarters base, Gao Ming smiled politely and said, thank you for your answer. As a reward, I will give you my spaceship. Putting the authentication key card of the spaceship into Nanming's hand, Gao Ming's whole body burst into blue light, disappeared from where he was, and was directly teleported back to Earth. Anyway, there are also the coordinates of Kadar Star, so if you need to come here, you can just teleport over there. Nanming looked at the card in her hand with a confused expression, and then at the white gold battleship parked in the distance. At this time, her 2 companions came to her side, patted her shoulders in confusion, and said, what's wrong? Mu Qianhan, so cute. You would never have imagined that someone just gave us a space battleship. Nanming screamed ecstatically. The dark-skinned companion named Mu Qianhan touched Nanming's forehead and said, are you stupid? The short companion who was called Cute also nodded in agreement. After a few minutes, the 3 of them shouted excitedly. Skipping the plot of Guardians of the Galaxy, next is Avengers, and the home field is still Earth. After returning to Earth, Gao Ming appeared in a luxurious villa with a swimming pool, garden, and garage. This was the new residence of Gao Ming and Sophia. Buying this villa naturally costs a lot, but for Gao Ming, who has a net worth of hundreds of millions, it is just a small amount of money, compared with Tony's armor, which cost dozens or hundreds of dollars to build and destroy. For Gao Ming, a millionaire, buying a villa is considered frugal. I took out a can of ice pillow coke from the refrigerator. After opening the can, I sat on the sofa and took a sip. I picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. I switched to the channel dedicated to American dramas. Well, the latest episode 1 of The Evil Dead is playing now. The ghosts and evil spirits, the 2 evil spirits of the Wen family inside, are seeking death to hunt demons again. Gao Ming watched with great interest that Dean in the show was transformed from an uncle in his 30s to a 14-year-old boy by a witch. Although it was only the first episode of the 10th season, Gao Ming had seen the episode in his previous life. It's been 13 seasons, and watching it now is like rewatching it, but it doesn't hinder his mood to watch the show. However, as a longevity drama, the 2 leading actors in it, the Winchester brothers, who have been playing the role of this drama since 005, suddenly went from handsome boys to handsome uncles, which is extremely embarrassing. If you want to become light, you must stew the ancients into soup. Ahem, I remembered some of the spoof videos on the NB website again. Just as Gao Ming was watching a passerby who was also turned into a boy in the play, his heart was dug out by a witch and made into soup and made into a potion. When Dean and another girl were horrified, Gao Ming's cell phone rang. The moon shines brightly, the lamp shines brightly, the lamp is red, the lantern is sacrificed to the child. The ringtone of Pure Land of Paradise made Gao Ming want to dance to the rhythm. It was indeed poison. Seeing the caller ID on the phone screen, it was Steve. He answered the call, and as soon as he put it to his ear, he heard Steve's slightly sad voice. Gao Ming, do you know where Bucky went? Let him calm down, Steve, Gao Ming said calmly. Barnes has done so many wrong things for Hydra after all. He needs time to figure it out, and even embark on a path of redemption. After Gao Ming helped Bucky get rid of Hydra's control, after Bucky left the different space, he left quietly, without saying goodbye, without everyone knowing. Receiving training from Hydra, Bucky has mastered countless efficient killing skills, as well as the skills of various elite agents. It is really difficult to find him if he wants to hide his traces. Steve used the intelligence of S.H.I.E.L.D. The system kept searching to no avail, as if Bucky had disappeared from the world. If Gao Ming hadn't told Steve that he had placed a space coordinate on Bucky's body, he could keep track of Bucky's whereabouts at any time. Steve really didn't know how panicked he would be. I understand, Steve said in a tired tone after being silent for a while. Even as a symbol of freedom and justice and the spiritual leader of the United States, Steve also did a lot of shameful work for the country when he was fighting in all directions. Even if it was for freedom and the people, Steve still did it after all. No as selfless and aboveboard as people think, compromise is needed to achieve peace. Even the righteous Captain America has dark deeds, not to mention Bucky, who was reduced to the killing tool of Hydra. Bucky even killed his and Steve's former comrade in arms, Tony's father, Howard Stark. After hanging up the phone, Steve looked melancholy at the prosperous scene of New York outside the window. They had fought for the scene in the first place, but they never thought that things would change and people would change. A pair of thin hands hugged Steve from behind, and Paige asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Steve?" "It's nothing. I remembered some past events." Steve held Paige's hand nonchalantly, but his brows were filled with lingering sorrow. After Gao Ming put down the phone, the American dramas on TV felt dull, so he picked up the remote control and turned off the TV, walked to the balcony, lay on a soft recliner, looked at the sky with white clouds, and sighed tone. Bucky has done many bad things that are harmful to the world. This is an unchangeable fact. Among the many unbearable misdeeds, the killing of Howard Stark cannot be covered by paper. It will be exposed one day, and this incident will be the trigger for Steve and Tony's breakup. This is the story of Team America, and Gao Ming can't stop it. Even if he helps Bucky destroy the video of killing Howard, he can't change the fact that Howard died at his hands. They can hide it for a while, but they will eventually want to face it. Never mind, leave this to Steve and Tony to worry about later. Gao Ming said very bachelorly. It was none of his business anyway. After lying down for a while, Gao Ming was about to fall asleep with his eyes squinted when his cell phone rang again. He answered the call impatiently and said unhappily, "Who is it?" "It's me, Banner." Banner's cautious voice came from the other end of the phone, and he seemed to hear the unhappiness in Gao Ming's tone. Gao Ming still had a good impression of Dr. Banner and asked lazily, "Oh, it's Bruce. What's the matter?" Every time he mentioned the name Bruce, Gao Ming could not help but think of a master from another universe, and said, "I and Ba" in a low voice. Well, although Banner himself is an intellectual, and he is a symbol of strength after the Hulk, but after all, he is not as good as the countless super gods. Hearing that Gao Ming didn't show any anger, Banner felt relieved and said seriously, "We discovered the whereabouts of Loki's scepter." Hearing this, Gao Ming's eyes suddenly condensed, and he couldn't help but straighten his back and sit up. Has it finally appeared? The Mind Stone? Sokovia, a certain secret base. This is a simple building with no clues from the outside. It is located on the top of a mountain and is surrounded by dense woods. However, no one thought that this was a secret base of Hydra. The person in charge of this secret base is Strack, and his father was a core member of Hydra. Through the glory left by his father and his unremitting efforts, he climbed to the top position of Hydra. Strucker's purpose here is to let his scientific researchers conduct in-depth research on the Loki scepter stolen from S.H.I.E.L.D. They discovered that the power of the scepter that can change the mind and control the heart comes from the gemstone on the top of the scepter. After a long period of research and testing, they found that the energy of the gemstone is no less than that of the previous cosmic Rubik's Cube. However, it seems relatively stable, not as violent as the cosmic Rubik's Cube. As a result, Straker came up with a crazy research plan to use the gem of the scepter to stimulate the human spirit, and cooperate with the potion of Hydra to stimulate the potential of the human body, allowing ordinary people to gain abilities beyond their limits. However, this experiment was definitely not that easy. Strack secretly ordered his men to arrest many civilians to serve as experimental subjects. Almost no one could survive the mental torture of the gems and died of overwhelming weight. Just when the experiment was stuck in a bottleneck, two successful cases were finally born, a pair of twin brothers and sisters, the Maximov brothers and sisters from the slums. The elder brother can move at high speed, and all people can capture are his afterimages. The younger sister has the power of the mind, can read memories and influence thoughts. Even though these two successful cases were born under the accumulation of countless lives, it greatly boosted the morale of everyone in the base. Strack became even more energetic because of this, and every day he fantasized that he would lead countless superpowers as nine-headed people. Dream about snakes rule the world. However, this daydream can only last until today. Boom. There is an enemy attack. Through the monitors densely covered in the woods, Strack looked at the images from the monitors in horror and anger. The Avengers. Damn Avengers, Strack couldn't help but yell. His eyes were cloudy and uncertain. He knew that his dream was shattered. They could not resist the Avengers' offensive, and this base was destined to be lost. A sharp look flashed in Strack's eyes, and he shouted angrily, "We will never surrender." All Hydra members responded enthusiastically, "Never surrender." Straker nodded with satisfaction, turned around, and said to Dr. Stork beside him, "I want to surrender. You delete all the information. We give the weapons to the Avengers. Maybe they won't digging deeper into what we're studying." Dr. Stork said hurriedly, "Twins. No, 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 they're not ready yet." Strack thought Dr. Stoker wanted him to send the Maximoff brothers and sisters to stop the Avengers, so he shook his head. Dr. Stork pointed anxiously to a corner. "No, I mean the twins are missing." Strucker looked in the direction pointed by Dr. Stork. The Maximov brothers and sisters who were originally standing in the corner had disappeared. Pietro rushed out of the base at an unstoppable speed, leaving only a silver-gray afterimage. Pietro's eyes were filled with hatred, because the enemy who killed their mother was here, Tony Stark. Pietro and Wanda were originally ordinary residents living in a slum area. When they were young, their mother was with them. As for their father, they have never appeared since they were born. Their mother is their reliance. The three of them living together. Although the days are bitter, they are also happy. However, everything changed on that day. The sudden shells landed in the slums. Their home was blown into ruins, and their kind mother fell in a pool of blood and left them forever. They will never forget that those weapons labeled "made by Stark Industries" were used by terrorists to kill their mothers and ruin their lives with the weapons invented and manufactured by Tony Stark. Tony was once again being sought for revenge. It must be said that his talent for attracting hatred is truly amazing. Pietro ran impatiently towards the direction of the woods. He could hear the sound of gunfire coming from the woods, and the Avengers were inside. Regarding his speed, Pietro was extremely confident. No one could catch him. He could already think of attacking the Avengers at will, but the Avengers were helpless because they couldn't react at all. Suddenly, Pietro felt that something had been hit under his feet, and he was tripped. He rolled forward for a certain distance in exclamation, and then got up from the ground with pain on his face. When he saw the person in front of him, his pupils couldn't help dilating, and a feeling of panic surfaced in his heart. Gao Ming, who was wearing uniform, greeted Pietro leisurely and contentedly. "Hello, young man." Pietro looked ugly and said, Godfather. Even though he lived in the slums of Sokovia, where the news was relatively closed and backward, he had heard about the deeds of this superhero, and the information he collected through various channels later made him clearly understand that this superhero, how powerful a hero is, like an insurmountable peak. People can only look up to his height humbly. Even the speed he is proud of now is not worth mentioning in front of Gao Ming. Pietro's speed is at the level of supersonic speed. Compared with Gao Ming at the speed of light, he was completely beaten. Reluctantly, Pietro rushed towards Gao Ming. Even though he knew that he was delusional, he still had a chance to hope that Gao Ming would not be able to catch up with him. However, this was wishful thinking after all. Gao Ming easily dodged Pietro's fierce attack. In his eyes, Pietro's speed was no different from normal, and every move was slow enough. This made him sigh that he had already so strong. Although he sighed in his heart, he did not forget the purpose of this trip to get the Mind Stone. So Gao Ming had better stop teasing Quicksilver. Of course, he also wants to let this ignorant guy see what real speed is. Just when Pietro was angry and punched Gao Ming did not dodge anymore and let his fist hit his chest painlessly. Then he grabbed Pietro's wrist and said with a smile, That's a lot of strength, man. Ignoring Pietro's completely panicked look, Gao Ming grabbed Pietro's hand and sprinted away. Boom. The air was torn apart, and there was a deafening sound of explosion. Gao Ming grabbed Pietro and disappeared on the spot. Pietro looked at him in horror. He couldn't even see. The scene around him was like a distorted stream of light. He could vaguely see some strange scenes, including scenes of him living with his sister and mother, and scenes of his mother being bombed by a shell. The scene of death and the memories of the past flashed past his eyes like a slideshow. He thought his eyes were hallucinating and saw such a strange picture, but then he saw an even stranger picture. Pietro saw him and his sister standing next to a ferocious robot, and he saw him working with the Avengers to save fleeing civilians, and he was shot several times and died trying to save Hawkeye. Is that something in the future? No, this is impossible. How could he cooperate with the Avengers? How could he die trying to save the Avengers? Pietro didn't want to believe what he saw, but a voice in his heart told him that it was the future. Gao Ming has not finished using his speed, because the speed of light is enough to allow him to travel through time and travel to the past, or even the future at will. But after watching so many movies about time travel, Gao Ming knew that traveling through time was not a fun thing. A small change could have an irreversible impact on time. Therefore, he just controlled the speed to the extent that he could travel through time by only one line, and it was enough for Pietro to see what speed is. It's just that Gao Ming didn't expect that the speed was so fast that there would be pictures of the past and the future. Pietro saw his past and future, and Gao Ming saw his. Gao Ming saw the exciting scene where he had just traveled through time and discovered that he had the power of 12 talismans. The scene of the Battle of New York when Sophia died, and he transformed into the Holy Lord madly killing Zarita's army, and the scene where he and Sophia entered the marriage hall together. Gao Ming saw countless scenes from the past, but he only saw one scene from the future, but just this one made him completely lose his calm. Gao Ming saw Thanos raising his left hand wearing the Infinity Glove, and the golden glove was studded with 6 Infinity Stones. In the picture, the Avengers were all knocked down by Thanos. Gao Ming rushed towards Thanos angrily, but he couldn't stop Thanos from snapping his fingers in terror. No, just like himself in the picture, Gao Ming cried out in despair. In the picture, he did not disappear after Thanos snapped his fingers, but Sophia disappeared like countless others. The images of the future made the two of them panic. Gao Ming's face suddenly darkened, and he suddenly stopped, and those images of the future that were both illusory and real disappeared. The devastated Pietro also forgot to break free from Gao Ming's hand. Under his helmet, Gao Ming looked very bad and teleported to Strucker's bunker without saying a word. In the bunker, facing Steve's inquiry, Strucker acted as if he didn't know anything, watching Wanda sneak up behind Steve with his hands wrapped in crimson magic energy, ready to confront Steve. Launch a sneak attack from behind. At this moment, Gao Ming and Pietro suddenly appeared in the room, startling everyone present. Wanda subconsciously fired a magic missile at Gao Ming, but when the magic missile hit Gao Ming, he was in a bad mood. Gao Ming let go of the restraint on the reality gem, and dark red quicksand suddenly appeared around him, blocking the magic missile. Seeing that the unsatisfactory attack was blocked, Wanda panicked for a moment, and when she met Gao Ming's gaze, she was completely stunned. Originally, the eyes of the helmet were covered with goggles, but when the electro-optical eyes were activated, the goggles would be burned instantly, making the existence of the goggles useless. Therefore, after Gao Ming used reality gems to recreate the speed suit, he gave up the design of goggle lenses and directly cut them out to expose his eyes. Anyway, with his strength, he was not afraid of eye injuries at all. At this moment, Gao Ming did not have the power to suppress the reality stone. His amber eyes were no longer as dull as usual. They looked deep and exuded a mysterious luster. Together with the faint electric light, he was full of intimidation, making Wanda involuntarily. He had the illusion that he was looking up to a superior god. Under that indifferent and emotionless gaze, he was as insignificant as an ant. Wanda took a few steps back in fear. Her legs weakened, and she fell to the ground. Even though she developed powerful abilities because of the Mind Stone, she was just like a girl now, pitiful and helpless. Wanda, let's go. Pietro, who gradually came to his senses, helped Wanda up, glanced at Gao Ming with complicated eyes, then picked up Wanda and quickly left the scene. Seeing Pietro running away with Wanda, Gao Ming didn't stop him, but just stood there motionless, watching with cold eyes. Gao Ming was very angry and panicked. He couldn't figure out what went wrong in the future that allowed Thanos to collect the Infinite Stones. He obviously had the 2 Infinity Stones in reality and space in his pocket. So why was Thanos finally able to get them? He had hidden the Infinity Stones in his soul, so why was Thanos able to get them? Gao Ming couldn't understand and was very puzzled. His confidence came from his strong strength and the plot advantages he had as a time traveler. However, he found that he was constantly losing his confidence. When he, the outsider, appeared, the original development of things changed. Control changes. He accidentally traveled across time before the Avengers was released, so the plot advantage was limited to Thor and some Avengers trailers. However, Gao Ming also heard in his previous life that Marvel would release Avengers 4. According to Marvel's announcement, sex, even if he failed to catch up, Gao Ming could guess that Thanos in Avengers must have gathered all the Infinity Stones and snapped his fingers to wipe out half of all life in the universe. Thinking of the future scene that he had just glimpsed, Gao Ming lost his composure, and anger and fear filled his heart. Even if the purification power of the horse charm kept calming his mind, he couldn't stop the feeling of shock and anger emerging. He glanced coldly at Strack next to him, and the boundless murderous aura instantly overwhelmed him. Strack was shaking like a sieve, his teeth were chattering, his eyes rolled, and he fainted from fright. Steve noticed that Gao Ming's mood seemed a little wrong and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong? What happened?" Gao Ming took off his helmet, revealing his stern face, walked up to a wall without saying a word, and slammed it down. Boom. Under Gao Ming's punch, the entire bunker was directly smashed to the ground. Most of the solid bunker was smashed to pieces, turning into countless rubble and dust, which flew out. Except for the piece where Gao Ming was standing, there were hardly any intact parts of the bunker. Steve held up his shield and shook some rubble away, looking at Gao Ming with trepidation. Gao Ming took a deep breath, tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart, and said, "Sorry, Captain, I lost my composure." After that, Gao Ming put on his helmet again and covered his face. His expression couldn't be seen, but Steve could clearly feel the extremely depressing aura on Gao Ming's body. Who angered Gao Ming again? Steve still vividly remembers the scene of the New York War. Once Gao Ming goes crazy, it will be very scary. He wanted to ask why, but Steve knew that now was not the time. He suppressed the doubts in his heart and asked into the communicator next to his ear, "Tony, how are you doing there?" I'm fine. I got the scepter. The bunker seemed to be shaking just now. Did something happen above? Tony asked who was in the secret basement. After taking a look at the tattered bunker that Gao Ming smashed, Steve smiled bitterly and said, "It's nothing. It's just something." Hearing Steve's reply, Tony didn't ask too much. He just said it casually. Looking at the scepter on the table, the gemstone on the top of the scepter exudes a charming blue light, but Tony's eyes are full of solemnity. Just now, the Mind Stone affected Tony's mind, causing him to hallucinate, and saw a scene that made him shudder. Tony saw the familiar Avengers turned into cold corpses. The Invincible Hulk was shaking on his deathbed. The Black Widow was lying on the ground with her eyes open. Hawkeye was sitting paralyzed on the side, and Thor's eyes were closed tightly. The mighty armor was full of cracks, and next to Thor, the indestructible vibranium shield cracked in half, and Steve fell there with a bloodless face. What shocked Tony was that on the high steps strewn with corpses, Gao Ming, who he thought was invincible, was actually dead. The clothes on his upper body were in tatters, revealing his scarred body, although Gao Ming still looked like a sharp sword. Standing upright, his head hung down weakly, lifeless. Tony hurriedly walked to Steve, looked at the dead Steve in disbelief, and touched Steve's neck with trembling hands, trying to check for a pulse. But Steve suddenly grabbed Tony and pretended to be dead. Hand stared at Tony and said with difficulty, "You could have saved us." After speaking, Steve also swallowed his breath. His eyes completely lost their luster. When the bunker shook violently, Tony woke up suddenly and realized that what he saw was just a hallucination. Needless to say, the scepter must be at work. Although Tony knew that the absurd and desperate scene was just an illusion created by the scepter, he still couldn't suppress the panic in his heart. If it really turns out to be like this in the future, he will never let this happen. Tony's face was gloomy and uncertain. He looked at the scepter in front of him and had an idea in his mind. When Tony was about to go up and gather with a pensive look on his face, he realized that the door seemed to be blocked by rubble. He put on his steel suit and forced an exit to blast out. After he flew out in disgrace, he found that the bunker was completely destroyed. What happened? Tony slowly landed next to Steve, holding the scepter in his hand, and asked in surprise. Steve shrugged with a wry smile and moved his eyes to Gao Ming, indicating that the current situation was caused by Gao Ming. Tony took advantage of the opportunity to look over and saw Gao Ming, who was silent, with a sense of oppression exuding from his whole body, making people afraid to approach him. The wise Tony decided not to provoke Gao Ming at this time. He was obviously angry. Although he didn't know the reason, it was obviously an irrational move to contact Gao Ming at this time. Anyone who wants to die can go there. Steve and Tony nodded to each other tacitly, contacted the other Avengers, and started to return. Stark Building. As a landmark building of Stark Industries, it was severely damaged during the invasion of Chi Rita's army. After the Battle of New York, Tony decided to turn this building into the base of the Avengers, and spent a lot of money to renovate it. Members of the Avengers usually meet here. Even Fury, who escaped from his shell, stays here with Agent Hill and many loyal subordinates. Dr. Banner, who has retreated to the second line as a scientific researcher, is also arranged to be here. Here, the fighter jet slowly landed on the tarmac of Stark Tower. The Avengers got off the fighter jet. Agent Hill, dressed in professional attire, walked toward everyone. Everything goes well. Of course, with me personally taking action, there is no chance of failure, Tony said in a pretentious manner. By the way, Natasha and Barton were slightly injured. Although they were only minor injuries, please ask Dr. Helen Jha to come over and help treat them. One time, although Hawkeye was not seriously injured by Quicksilver like in the movie, Black Widow and Hawkeye are just ordinary people after all. Even if they are extraordinary, they will inevitably be injured in the hail of bullets. Dr. Zhao Hailuan, a talented female scientist from South Korea in the movie, has profound knowledge and is unique in biotechnology. Her personal invention, Cradle of Regeneration, can accelerate the speed of biological self-healing and save dying people. Tony he also took a fancy to her talent and took her into his laboratory. With Dr. Zhao Hailuan's Cradle of Regeneration, the logistics and medical department of the Avengers can be said to surpass any hospital in the world, and even the leaders of various countries cannot enjoy such treatment. Natasha and Barton did not refuse Tony's arrangement. It would be a good thing to recover quickly, so they followed Agent Hill to find Dr. Helen Zhao. I'll take the scepter and study it with Banner. Tony picked up the scepter wearing a steel suit gauntlet. This was to avoid direct contact with the scepter, which would cause the scepter to interfere with his spirit. Regarding the disposal of the scepter, they were going to hand it over to Thor and let Thor take it back to Asgard. However, before taking it back, Tony wanted to study the scepter, and Thor generously agreed. Of course, when discussing the distribution of the scepter, they all looked at Gao Ming in unison. They made the decision after seeing that Gao Ming didn't say anything. This time Gao Ming didn't take it by force like the last time with the Universe Rubik's Cube. This made Sua Ming. I was very happy and felt like I had regained my face, so I generously handed the scepter to Tony for study. I just had to hand it over to him after the celebration party in a few days. After returning, Gao Ming remained silent, with a preoccupied look on his face, and everyone didn't bother him. They were going to ask him when he was in a better mood. Gao Ming turned around and was about to go home. Steve couldn't help but said, "Will you come over for the celebration?" "Yeah." Gao Ming reluctantly agreed, and then teleported home. In the laboratory, Tony found some breakthrough discoveries with the help of Jarvis's scanning analysis. After bringing in the confused Banner, he solemnly said, "Banner, I need you to do me a favor. Help me. I make Ultron." After returning home, Gao Ming was still unable to suppress the irritability in his heart. The scene of Thanos collecting all the gems and snapping his fingers, and Sophia disappearing into ashes has become a shadow that he can't get rid of, hanging above his head like a sharp sword falling at any time, so that he dare not relax. What the hell happened? Why can't he stop Thanos' plan? At this moment, Gao Ming even had the idea of desperately running to the future at a speed exceeding the speed of light to find the answer. He wanted to know how Thanos collected the 6 Infinity Stones. However, the trace of reason in his heart warned him that he should not travel through time easily unless he had to. Gao Ming only had the power to travel through time, not the power to control time. For time paradox and time binding power, if not handled properly, the consequences can be very serious. My future self, why didn't I come back to find me? Did I reverse the desperate situation? Gao Ming couldn't imagine what would happen next and fell into endless sorrow. Saturday night, Stark Tower. Tonight, the Stark Tower was in full swing, and many people were invited to the carnival party organized by Tony. People could drink and have fun without worrying about anything. Beside the sofa, Soul triumphantly narrated his heroic deeds of conquering all directions, and a group of audience gathered around him, listening to Thor's narration with admiration. Beside the billiard table, Steve and Sam were playing billiards. Although Steve knew nothing about billiards, Peggy was watching him. This made Steve become serious, quickly observed and learned, and soon he was able to play well. Looks good. Natasha and Button walked through the crowd, chatting with various people. Next to the wine cabinet and bar, Gao Ming sat there dully and said to the bartender, "Bring me a glass of the strongest wine." The bartender was specially recruited by Tony, so the skills are of course not a problem, and Tony's collection of famous wines is beyond doubt. It can be said that there is everything you need. You can mix any wine you want, but unfortunately, even if the bartender uses all his life's knowledge, going to all the expensive wines in Tony's collection, the wines that were mixed couldn't make Gao Ming drunk. With Gao Ming's current physique, alcohol has no effect on him at all. Drinking alcohol is like drinking water. Ordinary people think of getting drunk to relieve their worries. Very depressed, Gao Ming drank the light, strong wine in his hand gloomily, without any reduction in his inner sorrow. At this time, he heard Soul praising the wine he brought. This wine has been stored for 1,000 years. The barrels in which the wine is stored are made from the wreckage of Bushild's warship, which is beyond the reach of mere mortals. Gao Ming heard the reputation, and happened to see Mr. Stan Lee sitting at the bar beckoning to Saul with a look of disdain. "Don't scare people. Hurry up and get the wine. Hurry up." Sol was about to drop a few drops of the Millennium wine he brought into the ordinary wine, and then give him a taste as Mr. Stanley asked, but suddenly a hand appeared and took away the wine from Sol's hand. That bottle of wine that has been stored for thousands of years. Sol was furious at first, thinking that some blind person was provoking him, and when he looked over, most of the anger in his heart disappeared immediately. Gao Ming raised Sol's wine to his mouth, drank it all in one gulp, then smacked his mouth with dissatisfaction, and said, "It tastes good, but it's a bit lacking." Seeing this, although Sol was a little annoyed that Gao Ming helped himself without asking, he had to admire Gao Ming's ability to drink. He only dared to take one sip of this bottle of wine that had been stored for thousands of years. If he drank too much, he would definitely get drunk. This was because he is a god and has a good physique. However, apart from being impressed, Sol was also a little depressed. It was okay for Gao Ming to just be bored. Doesn't this reflect that Gao Ming's physique is better than that of a god? Although I feel a little reconciled in my heart, I have to say that fist and wine have always been the friendship between men. Although it is weird, it is often the case. There is no doubt about Gao Ming's strength. Sol is not as arrogant as before. He is still self-aware of the power gap between the two. Besides Ding, the strongest person I have ever seen. However, Gao Ming drank the 1,000-year-old wine brought by Sol in one gulp and did not change his face. This capacity for alcohol made Sol bow down, and his attitude towards Gao Ming was not as hostile as before, and he praised sincerely. "You have a good capacity for alcohol. Thank you for the compliment." Sensing that Sol's attitude had improved, Gao Ming replied politely, although he was a little inexplicably surprised. Friendship between men is always so easy to form, especially for a crazy and reckless man like Sol. Steve, who was standing aside, looked at the empty wine bottle in Gao Ming's hand with a little regret. He also wanted to taste the wine of the gods. Although his physique was not as terrifying as Gao Ming's, Steve was also injected. Superhumans whose super soldier serum reaches human limits are also immune to the effects of alcohol and find it difficult to get drunk. Mr. Stanley muttered dissatisfiedly, "What a disrespectful young man. He doesn't even know how to be polite to the elderly. I haven't tasted it yet." "Sorry." See, Gao Ming apologized with a chuckle. Just as he was about to say the three words, Stanley, he suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart, as if saying the other person's name would attract the attention of some existence, and he choked lively words. Steve and Sol looked at Gao Ming's hesitant to speak in a strange way, while Stanley, an old urchin who was joking and unprincipled, had a strange look in his eyes, but it was only fleeting. He still has that hippie smile on his face. Gao Ming did not continue to say Stanley's name. He changed his mind and said calmly, "Sorry, old man. I will invite you back when I have the chance. I don't know what to call you." Hearing Gao Ming's words, a trace of astonishment flashed in Stanley's eyes, and then a look of praise appeared on his face, and he said meaningfully, "Stanley, my name is Stanley, young man. You are very good. Since you can't take the initiative to say the name, Stanley, let the other party say it yourself, so that you can avoid the attention of the unknown existence." It just so happened that Gao Ming was worried about collecting all the gems from Thanos in the future. Although the Stanley in front of him could not be the real one, his identity in the Marvel Cinematic Universe was definitely not ordinary, so he asked aloud, "Mr. Stanley, I have something to think about." Before he finished speaking, Stanley interrupted with a smile. "Young man, I have to go. I can't help you with your problem. I can only say that although the original script has changed, it has also added more. Unpredictably wonderful. As for the ending, I'm just a spectator. Everything is still unknown." Stanley's words undoubtedly imply that his identity is similar to that of an observer. Even if the universe changes the development of the original plot due to the appearance of Gao Ming, he can only watch from the sidelines and has no way to interfere. Similarly, Stan Lee is also reminding Gao Ming that although this universe comes from Marvel movies, it is a real world. Because of Gao Ming's existence, many uncontrollable variables have appeared. The ending of this movie full of possibilities. Although Stan Lee's words did not have the effect of clearing the clouds and seeing the sun, it also made Gao Ming recover a little bit and said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Stanley." Stan Lee smiled nonchalantly, stood up, and left slowly. After taking a few steps, he turned his head as if he remembered something and said playfully, "By the way, young man, don't forget the characters that will appear at this time." After finishing speaking, Stan Lee walked out of the room leisurely. Gao Ming could sense it through the space gem. After Stan Lee walked out of the room, he disappeared without a trace. To which corner of the universe to observe? Steve and Sol looked confused throughout the whole process, completely unable to understand what charade Gao Ming and Stan Lee were playing. Steve asked in confusion, "Gao Ming, do you know this old gentleman?" "No, today is the first time we met." Gao Ming naturally couldn't admit it, so he said it casually, thinking about the meaning of Stan Lee's words before leaving. Confused, Steve and Thor left Gao Ming and walked towards the circle of Avengers. Thor casually put his hammer aside, while the drunken Hawkeye swung his stick as if he was talking drunkenly. It must be a trick that only Thor can pick up Mjolnir, while Thor nonchalantly waved to everyone to try lifting the hammer. As expected, each of the Avengers tried but failed. Tony couldn't lift Mjolnir even when he put on the steel suit. That is to say, Steve moved the hammer slightly when he tried, which made Thor's face change. After getting a little nervous, he finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Steve didn't pick up the hammer. He raised his beer and said with a smile, "Haha, it's okay. God knows how nervous Thor was just now. If Steve was asked to pick up the hammer that represents Thor, the god of thunder, would be very embarrassed." Not far away, Gao Ming was still thinking. The characters that will appear at this time are now in the Avengers timeline. Apart from Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, the characters that will appear at this time are Ultron. Gao Ming suddenly realized, and then felt a little helpless in his heart. Tony, this guy still made Ultron without telling them. Looking at the scene of laughter and happiness in front of him, Gao Ming shook his head and walked towards the crowd, ready to remind Tony to evacuate crowd. When he came in front of the Avengers, Tony said to Gao Ming with a provocative face, "You can try it too." Gao Ming looked at the cynical Tony speechlessly. A disaster was imminent. He couldn't prevent the birth of Ultron anyway. He simply stepped forward. With everyone watching as if they were watching a good show, Gao Ming easily raised the Thor hammer. Everyone was startled, and Sol jumped up from the sofa in shock, spilling more than half of the beer in his hand, and didn't care, watching Gao Ming casually swinging his hammer in shock. Just kidding. Only approved people can hold it. In the face of absolute power, this is all a joke. Looking at all the Marvel movies, those who have picked up Thor's hammer include Thor himself, Odin, and the upcoming fantasy. Hela, who has no vision and the appearance of Thor, can still pick up the hammer as long as she is strong enough. Not paying attention to everyone's surprised looks, Gao Ming turned around and looked at the door under the ugly look on Sol's face. Pat. There was the sound of heavy footsteps at the door, and after hearing the sound, a tattered robot staggered in. This is a mass-produced robot, mainly used by Tony to maintain law and order and provide emergency disaster relief. It should be sent for repair now, but at this time it lost control and came in front of everyone. This made Tony frown, raised his hand, and faced the smartwatch on the wrist asked, "Jarvis, what's going on?" There was no response from Jarvis, and Tony suddenly felt a little uneasy. Just when the mass-produced robot controlled by Ultron was about to announce his birth, Gao Ming threw the hammer in his hand at it with an indifferent expression. Thor's hammer instantly smashed the crippled robot into pieces. "No, listen, get out." Thor summoned the hammer back to his hand with a dark face. Just as he was about to scold him, several more mass-produced robots flew out and cursed everyone angrily. "I am Ultron." Butterfly. Gao Ming indifferently shot white light at several robots, turning all the robots into dancing butterflies. The wreckage of the robot that had just been smashed made intermittent sounds. "You can't stop me. I'm free." Inside the laboratory, Tony looked at the shattered orange ball of light in front of him and fell silent, his eyes filled with sadness. This shattered orange ball of light was his smart butler Jarvis, who was brutally wiped out by Ultron. For Tony, Jarvis is not just a simple artificial intelligence, but his friend and his family. During countless lonely and boring days, Jarvis accompanied Tony and allowed him to study. When you wear those cold steel suits, you will feel that you are not alone and you will not feel lonely. Now, this family member has left him forever, and Tony feels endless sadness in his heart. Around them, many Avengers were anxiously discussing how to deal with Ultron. They really had no idea how to deal with Ultron, an enemy that was everywhere in the online world. They had no clue how to kill this special data life form. Thor walked up to Tony angrily, pinched his neck, and raised him into the air. Seeing Thor's impulsive move, Steve quickly stopped him and said, "Does Thor have any news about the Legion?" Ultron manipulated Tony's army of steel robots to leave, and also took the scepter. Saul put Tony down angrily, and replied, "The thread broke at about 100 miles, but it can be seen that they went north, and the scepter is in his hand, and now we have to get it back again." Hearing that, everyone was gloomy, and as the creators of Ultron, Tony and Banner were even more bitter. They wanted to create an envoy to maintain world peace, but they didn't expect to be born with a crazy intelligence against human beings. Unlike the others who were frowning, Gao Ming didn't look too anxious even though his brows were slightly furrowed, but his face was just a little helpless. Well, Gao Ming admits that he was disturbed by the picture of the future and actually forgot about Ultron. After so many things have changed, Gao Ming never thought that Tony would suddenly want to create Ultron like in the original book. But in any case, after all, Gao Ming was negligent, and the appearance of Ultron could be avoided. Dr. Zhao Hailun asked in confusion, "I don't understand. This program was designed by you. Why does this program want to kill us?" Everyone looked at Tony, and Tony laughed bitterly. "Do you think this is funny?" Saul said angrily. "Obviously, none of this could have happened, as long as you didn't secretly play with these messy things. No, you don't know why we need this." Tony replied without any sign of weakness. Seeing that the situation might cause a dispute if it continued, Dr. Banner quickly said, "Tony, now is not the time to talk about this." "Really?" Tony turned around and said to Dr. Banner, "Do you immediately surrender and admit defeat every time someone yells?" Dr. Banner shrugged helplessly. He has a character of neither fighting nor grabbing. He knew that Tony blamed himself for being troubled by Ultron, so he didn't care. Tony said dejectedly, "We have repelled aliens and defeated various enemies, but no one may be able to defeat this thing. How are you going to defeat it?" At the end of the sentence, Tony's tone was full of powerlessness. Although the sadness on Steve's face was still undiminished, he said firmly, "Let's defeat it together. We might lose." Tony couldn't help but said, "If you lose, you have to lose together." Steve replied calmly. His eyes didn't flinch in the slightest. An invisible momentum drove everyone, and Tony couldn't help recovering a bit of energy. Ahem. Gao Ming suddenly made a voice, attracting everyone to look at him. Gao Ming raised his hand casually and said, "Didn't you forget about me, Ultron or something? As long as you find it, I will take care of it in a minute. Let me destroy it for you to see." Although the words were rough and Gao Ming spoke very casually, everyone present could feel the confidence in his tone. "Oh, yes, I almost forgot that there is such a great God beside me." Gao Ming's words made everyone feel at ease. Dr. Banner asked excitedly, "Gao Ming, do you have a way to destroy Ultron?" "Yes, as long as you find it," Gao Ming said with a faint smile. After hearing this, everyone was greatly encouraged and began to track the whereabouts of Ultron. Seeing Tony, Banner, and others sitting in front of the computer intently searching for traces of Ultron, Gao Ming laughed silently. After the power of the sheep talisman reached its peak, Gao Ming's mental power naturally increased to an unimaginable level. The kind of telepathy that once existed in the imagination and covered the world, he can now easily do it and find people all over the world. Personally, there is no difficulty at all. Not to mention the telepathy derived from the sheep talisman. The reality gem on Gao Ming alone can easily find Ultron's hiding place and erase its existence. However, Gao Ming needs the Avengers to work together to find Ultron. Otherwise, because of Ultron, Tony and the other Avengers will have a gap. One day, it will evolve into mutual distrust. This may be alarmist, but in the future, everyone needs to work together to fight Thanos. Gao Ming does not want to make the Avengers suspicious of each other because of this incident. Soon, Tony and the others found some clues. Ultron eliminated Straker's information on the internet, but the paper documents could not be eliminated. Everyone worked together to find the transaction information between Straker and some criminals. In the process, Tony recognized one of the targets. "Wait a minute, I know this guy." Tony took a stack of documents from Banner, pointing to the photo on it. "He used to do black market arms deals on the coast of Africa." Seeing Steve looking at him with dissatisfaction, Tony quickly defended, "Hey, I still have principles, okay? I met a lot of people, but I didn't sell anything to him. He said he was looking for something earth-shaking. The new weapon is like a captain going on a treasure hunt. This is a tattoo." Thor found a special tattoo on the neck in the photo. Banner matched it on the computer and found that it was an African dialect that meant stealing, and that the dialect came from Wakanda. Banner said in confusion, "Is there something in Wakanda worth looking for?" Steve turned his head, and everyone followed his gaze. The vibranium shield symbolizing Captain America was quietly leaning against the table, the hardest metal on Earth. On the other hand, Pietro and Wanda did not let go of their hatred for Tony. Under the guidance of the clues left by Ultron, they found Ultron, and under Ultron's bewitching, they joined his camp and fought against the Avengers together. Alliance. It's just that Wanda didn't notice that Pietro's eyes were a little complicated. On the one hand, he still hated Tony Stark, and on the other hand, he remembered the future scene he had seen. Fight the robots with the Avengers and then die. With feelings they couldn't explain, Pietro and Wanda followed Ultron to an illegal cruise ship on the sea. This was the private cruise ship of the black market arms dealer, with all kinds of arms and weapons. Pietro and Wanda, two inexperienced young men, showed very naive means of interrogation. They were completely rookies, which made the black market arms dealers disdainful and refused to cooperate at all. In the end, it was Ultron himself who took action. After coercion and inducement, the black market arms dealer still fearfully handed over the priceless treasure vibranium he had stolen from Wakanda at a heavy price. And Ao Chuang also did as he wished, generously transferred billions to the account of a black market arms dealer. But before the black market arms dealer was ecstatic to enjoy the huge sum of money, when Ao Chuang spoke eloquently, when he made a speech, one of his unintentional words angered Ultron. "Stark once told me these words. Are you his robot?" Ultron immediately furiously grabbed the black market arms dealer's right hand and said ferociously, "I'm not me. Do you think I'm a puppet controlled by Stark, one of those empty shells? Look at me, I look like steel. Are you a hero? Stark is nothing." Click. The emotional Ultron's right hand turned into a sharp blade, directly cutting off the left arm of the black market arms dealer. The black market arms dealer staggered back a few steps in disbelief, letting out a howl of pain. Such a brutal and bloody scene frightened Pietro and Wanda who were standing by. They looked at Ultron in horror and began to feel regret in their hearts. Ultron roared and kicked the black market arms dealer down the stairs. "Don't compare me to Stark. I am just such a person, and Stark is just a blemish. Oh my son, you really broke Daddy's heart." Hearing this familiar and disrespectful tone, Ultron turned around angrily and watched Tony, wearing a gold and red steel suit, slowly descend, followed by Steve and Thor. Hawkeye and Black Widow quietly approached from the darkness, preparing to launch a sneak attack. After some sarcasm, Tony got straight to the point. "What do you want to do with vibranium?" Ultron raised his hand casually and said cynically like Tony, "Oh, I'm glad you can ask this question. I just wanted to talk about my evil plan." Ultron grabbed his hand fiercely, and the arc reactor on Tony's chest seemed to be pulled by a force of energy. Tony's whole body was uncontrollably pulled towards Ultron. Ultron's fingers sprayed out scorching laser rays, knocking Tony into the air. Got to the wall. The battle is on the verge of breaking out, with Steve and Soul attacking immediately, while Pietro and Wanda, not to be outdone, fight back against the Avengers. Several robots rushed out and held back Steve and Saul, but Steve and Saul easily smashed some of them into scraps of metal, and Pietro attacked Sol with lightning speed. Sol carried out a series of punches and kicks. Sol did not see Pietro's actions at all. Steve was about to step forward to support Thor, but Wanda immediately raised her hands wrapped with crimson magic energy and sent out a huge magic shockwave, knocking Steve to the ground. All the robots rushed towards Steve, holding Steve back. After Tony got off the wall, he immediately flew into the air, collided with Ultron, and started a fierce fight. The sound of bang 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 metal impact resounded inside the ship. The black market arms dealer, suffering from the pain of a broken arm, roared hysterically. Attack them all. I want them all to die. Sorry, I can't let you cause trouble. Gao Ming strolled out of the dark corner, looked at a group of ferocious mercenaries, and asked in distress, what animals do you like?